Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 280 Wedding 2, The Guardians of the Holy Cross that operated across the continent was kind of like a point organization. A small number of people lived in its 100 branches and only gathered as needed in resolving cases. There were two reasons why their organization was like that. One was because both the kingdom and the empire would be reluctant to have an international armed group within their countries, and the other was a shortage of personnel. The Guardians of the Holy Cross was a group who devoted their lives to fighting the demons. Naturally, its members often had grudges against the demons or demon followers, and ironically, the greater the number of demon followers, the greater the number of those who hold such grudges. In other words, now that the demon followers have lessened, those who had grudges naturally lessened too. Their weakening was obviously superficial only. The series of events in the Wild Lands and royal capital proved that the present demon followers were not weak. Rather, they were more like predators who hid themselves in the shadows and waited for opportunities. However, it was true that the activities of the demon followers had declined steadily over the past 100 years, and this had forced the size of the Guardians of the Holy Cross to become smaller. They have a small number of people, but have to monitor the entire continent, so it's inevitable that their organization became a point organization. They covered the entire continent thinly and widely, but if they were simply scattered, they would not be able to fight the demon followers properly. Therefore, the role of the 6 generals in the Guardians of the Holy Cross was very important. They were focal points that wandered across the continent and united the branches of the group when necessary. In the case of knights, it was common for commanders to stand by at the headquarters rather than stand in the front lines. In fact, Adelia, who was one of the 7 commanders in the Royal Guard Magic Corps, was usually sitting in the office. But the Guardians of the Holy Cross were different. Even Camille, the leader of the 6 generals, fought all over the continent. And one of those 6 generals, Paladin Joanna, looked straight ahead with a frown. She was a very serious person who until just a week ago was searching the eastern end of the Slen Kingdom for demon followers. Strict, serious, and sincere. High Elf Eltharion, the eldest among the 6 generals, described Joanna with those 3 words, and the rest of the generals except for Camille and Joanna were warmly acclaimed people. Are you in a bad mood? Wouldn't it be stranger if I am feeling good? Among the members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross who were conscripted from all over the continent, those who could be called as senior members were murmuring in low voices. Even Joanna, who was usually expressionless, was now frowning a bit. The reason for that, the flirting couple close to Joanna. Choo, 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 choo. The kissing sounds weren't actually that loud, but seeing those 2 kissing reminded everyone around them on who they were. Count Jude August Bayer and Countess Cordelia August Chase, the couple of the century who everyone in the Slen Kingdom knew. Are you envious? Why are you envious? Then you're not envious. I am not envious. I am really, really envious. What about me then? I'll consider it 3 times if you're the only man left in the world. The senior members who were flirting with each other immediately tried to continue talking, but they quickly shut their mouths, because Joanna's gaze turned to them. Iron Wall Joanna. Her innate strength was further strengthened by the secret arts of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, so she was armed with a warhammer capable of knocking down walls and a huge and gigantic shield that could block even siege weapons. Her entire body was covered in white mail and plate armor with some black cloth, so one could truly call her a moving castle of steel. Not yet. Joanna looked behind her and asked with her eyes, and one of the members answered in a low voice. 3 minutes until the start of the operation, because it had been decided to raid the branches across the country at the same time. Joanna frowned once more at the member's answer and put on the helmet that was on her side before grabbing her warhammer. Clunk, clunk. It wasn't something one should do during a secret raid, but fortunately, there was a reaction when she made that small noise on purpose. The fantasy couple flinched and became more conscious of their surroundings. But Joanna was not pleased, because the couple who realized that the operation was about to start began to flirt more. Jude, Joanna is seriously staring at us. It's fine, let's continue. You. I don't want to escape from here because it feels good. But the operation is about to start now. Cordelia pouted as if to appease her disappointment and lightly pushed Jude away to widen their distance. Finally, Melissa shouted in Cordelia's mind, and Cordelia cleared her throat before looking over the bushes. It was just a ruin from its outside appearance. The ruins of a collapsed castle. But in reality, this was the headquarters of the Central Branch, the largest branch of the Devil's Hand. This branch was led by Koros, a high-ranking demonic human. For today's surprise attack, Cordelia and Jude, as well as Iron Wall Joanna and 100 members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, were mobilized. In addition, even the kingdom's army was involved in this operation. More than 1,000 kingdom troops were led by Soryu, the Seven Killings sword, and they loosely encircled the area from a distance. It was their role to narrow their siege at once as soon as the battle began, and to prevent the demon followers from escaping. Okay. Cordelia held moonlight that was reborn as an awakening myth-rank dragon equipment, and touched with her left hand Ultimate 5 Grand Order that was hanging from her waist. Heavenly Judgment was strapped on her back, so one couldn't tell if Cordelia was a wizard or not from her appearance. Rear support. Standing at the front lines, it was the role of Joanna and Jude to clear the way. So Cordelia mentally counted down and began casting various magic spells on Jude. Strength, Haste, Eye of Tiger. Joanna, who was standing next to them, was surprised at the continuous spells. It was surprising to see Cordelia casting more than 10 magic spells without breaking a sweat, but Jude, who casually accepted that many support magic, was also amazing. As expected of Landius' disciple, most normal people wouldn't be able to accept that many support spells on their body. He didn't look tough because of his smooth and handsome face, but perhaps he's hiding something huge underneath his clothes. Dame Joanna. Jude spoke quietly, and Joanna, who was imagining what was underneath his clothes, flinched but nodded her head. It was time to commence the operation. May the light of the Holy Sun always be with you. The greeting of the Solari denomination that had now disappeared. Jude responded with a hand gesture of the Solari denomination, and Joanna deeply felt her opinion of Jude to be rising. And right after that, when Jude looked at the front and Joanna closed her helmet, one of the Guardians fired a red flare in the sky. Soryu saw this from a distance and conveyed a command. Begin the attack. The battle began. The underground of the branch was like an ant nest. Jude and Joanna quickly wiped out the small number of troops above ground and entered the underground without delay. And in that process, Joanna was amazed several times. Strong. It was a very simple expression, but Jude was fast and sharp. He fought with bare fists in the first place, so his speed was great. Moreover, his attacks were also strong and not just fast. In addition, the rumor that his limbs were like swords was not a lie. Not only did Jude casually block the demon followers' swords with his arm, but he also split and smashed the walls with his sword-like hand. His rampage was truly incomparable. The speed at which he defeated enemies was so fast that Joanna herself was in a hurry just to follow him. He's really like the leader. She wasn't talking about his strength that made her naturally follow his back. It was because Jude's movements reminded her of their leader, Camille. Jude wasn't using a sword, but it was clear to her that he was using the 12 snowflake sword art. Q-Wu, a demon, rushed through the dark corridor with a roar. But when Joanna raised her shield and gripped her war hammer, it was already over. The 12 snowflake sword art. 12 snowflakes spread with the sword. The moment Jude clashed head-on with a demon, a white blizzard covered its vision. Jude's sword-like hand slashed over the demon's body, whose movement was temporarily stopped, and the demon's lion-like head and giant body fell into 9 pieces. Thud, a dull sound rang as the frosted pieces crashed to the frozen floor. It was the power of the 12 snowflake sword art's extreme yin energy. No, that's not all. The paladin Joanna could tell. There was divine power in Jude's slashes. A holy blade, divine weapons with heavenly power, and Joanna finally understood. What Cordelia cast on Jude wasn't just ordinary support magic. Enchant, a magic spell that strengthened weapons. Generally, it was impossible. Even those who strengthened the human body through hard training couldn't stand the enchant magic that was originally for inanimate objects. But Jude could stand it. It was Jude's power who had become one with sword origin. Keep going, light. Even when Joanna stopped walking in surprise, Jude was moving. Despite being a swordsman, he used magic to light up the darkness and literally eradicated the demon followers who were hiding or looking for an opportunity to attack. As Joanna's opinion of Jude increased further, she clenched the warhammer and chanted holy words to revitalize herself and everyone around her. Follow the count, Yees. The demon followers strongly resisted, but the guardians of the Holy Cross was more powerful. While Jude and Joanna opened the way, Cordelia and the other members finished the rest, so all the troops left in the branch were being swept away like autumn leaves. And around 30 minutes later, having reached the lowest level, Jude caught his breath as he stretched out his arms. Behind Jude's back was the gatekeeper, a giant gargoyle who lied frozen on the floor. A demon with a power equivalent to that of a mid-ranking demonic human. It was the strongest enemy Jude had fought since the battle began, and the reason why Jude was roughly breathing. But his intuition told him that this battle would not achieve its goal. They ran away. Most of the enemies he encountered on the way here were demonic humans. Due to the various events that occurred in the Slen Kingdom over the year, the number of low-ranking demonic humans had decreased, but there were still many of them. Moreover, the figure of Koros, leader of the branch and a high-ranking demonic human, was invisible. Did he notice? It wasn't impossible. He couldn't help but be careful since 6 generals that were scattered all over the continent had gathered in one place. The demon followers would most certainly notice it. Furthermore, there was also a demonic human with a prophetic ability, though imperfect, among Salusia's subordinates. Still, we achieved a lot. Only Koros and some demonic humans had escaped. The central branch of the Devil's Hand was annihilated in this battle. The demon followers throughout the Slen Kingdom were wiped out. A large number of troops were needed to cause a huge-scale turmoil, such as the events in the Wild Lands and the royal capital. Even if some demonic humans survived, there was a clear limit to what they could do if they didn't have enough troops to support them. They'll most likely run to the Empire. Since all the things they had planned for the Slen Kingdom had failed, it was possible that they would rather strengthen the Empire. Anyway, we resolved one thing. Cordelia planted a flag, but it ended without any problems, so he was satisfied. With a small smile, Jude touched the small object in his pocket. He specially ordered it from Cassius, Count August Bayer. At Joanna's call, Jude turned around as he held the object. It looks like the high-ranking demonic humans have escaped. Joanna frowned at Jude's words, but soon corrected her expression and said, "But just in case, I'll order a search." "Yes, thank you for your hard work." After thanking her, Jude looked around the room on the lowest floor again. It was a place he had seen several times in the game, but there was a slight difference from reality. The Devil's Hand. A group of demon followers who worshipped Asmodeus, the overlord of lust. When they entered what appeared to be the room of the branch leader, Koros, the crest of Asmodeus that was painted on the wall immediately caught his gaze. The overlord of lust and Hell's best swordmaster too. In the game, she was an overlord who directly descended on Earth the day of the Great Summons to announce the beginning of Armageddon. He really escaped. There were no objects left in Koros' room. He took what he had to take, and the rest seemed to have been discarded so that it would not fall into the hands of the guardians of the Holy Cross. "Jude, did you find anything?" Hearing Cordelia's call from afar, Jude turned around. After hiding into his pocket the object he was holding, which was a ring, he shouted back, "No, I found nothing. I'll be going there now. Hurry, okay." Their conversation was a bit silly, but it made him smile even more. The next part, after Gal and Adelia's wedding, the next event that would happen. Jude touched the ring on his chest pocket again before he hurriedly took a step forward. A rain of fire poured down the sky. Keynes and Sarah were dead. Adelaide informed them of Camel's critical condition, and Joanna wept as she reported the death of Eltharion, the eldest general and spiritual pillar of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Things didn't go well. Malekith's dragonflights that had devastated the southern region had begun to head north, and the barbarians who took control of the northern region were now heading south. It was no exaggeration to say that the destruction of the Slen Kingdom was imminent, because the central region that lost its royalty had no power to stop the attacks from the north and south. Jude sat in the middle of the battlefield. His whole body was covered in blood. Some were shed by Jude himself, and some were shed by others. Some must have been the blood of Keynes and Sarah. Jude let out a long breath. He tried to forget everything for a while by shutting off the magic communicator device that continuously delivered the news. But he couldn't. It was impossible to find serenity in this place, where the corpses of the guardians of the Holy Cross, the demon followers, and many innocent civilians were piled up on each other. Father, the sword of wind he inherited from his father. Count Bayer no longer existed. Or rather, the Bayer family itself was gone. The battle in the north killed Count Bayer and his heir, Gal, who was Jude's only brother. The Bayer county was destroyed by fire, and Jude could only save Maja. Thank goodness, young master. Maja was in tears as she looked at his face. Despite losing her legs due to her lower body being crushed, she smiled at the fact that Jude was safe. A month after the disappearance of the Bayer County, Maja died. It was the result of accumulated injuries and the curses left by the demons. Jude clenched his teeth. He felt like tears would come out again when he thought of Maja's face. But it was useless. A single tear streamed down Jude's sweat and blood-stained cheeks. His father, brother, and Maja, the entire Bayer County, he lost everything. The demon followers took them all. All that remained was the incomplete sword of wind that he learned from his father. However, Jude could not throw away the sword of wind. He practiced the 9th Heaven's 9 doors and also learned the 12 snowflake sword art from Camille, but he still used the sword of wind as his foundation despite being incomplete. Because he was the only one left. Jude continued to cry. He was only 18 now. He was not even 20 years old. In the end, Jude began to cry like a child, and the sound of footsteps was heard. Jude heard a gentle call. Jude, a soft whisper. Jude turned his head. A red-haired girl appeared beyond his vision, blurred with tears. Cordelia. Instead of answering him, Cordelia sat down to look at Jude before smiling. She simply spread out her arms and hugged Jude. She buried Jude's face on her chest as she shared her warmth. Cordelia also lost a lot. Count Chase was killed along with Count Bayer, and her older sister, Adelia, was engulfed in the Royal Capital Rebellion and lost her life. Her older brother, Edward, was still alive, but he lost his mind and became a madman. But Cordelia did not lose her smile. She became the only light in Jude's gray-filled world. And time passed. When the sky dyed red by the sun had turned dark and the sea of stars spread out. Jude sniffled as he gently pushed Cordelia away. And at that small gesture, Cordelia smiled again. "Are you okay now?" Jude nodded as he blushed. They had already slept together several times, but embarrassing things were still embarrassing. "Oh my, you're so cute." Cordelia pinched Jude's cheek and sat down next to him. She held Jude's hand once again. The desolate battlefield. The desperate news that came one after another, but it wasn't completely gray. So Jude held Cordelia's hand and spoke impulsively. "Cordelia?" "Yes," she looked his way. Like him, she had become an adult too quickly, and she gazed at him with her blue eyes. The place was not good. It was hard to say that the atmosphere was good too. But Jude couldn't resist the urge as held out the object he had been hiding in his pocket. A small ring. It was not fancy, but a beautiful keepsake from his mother. They were already engaged. They already had engagement rings. But still, Jude gave it to Cordelia, his beloved, and Cordelia smiled again. She accepted the ring with tears in her eyes. "Pretty," Cordelia said as she looked at the ring Jude put on her finger, and Jude's cheeks reddened again. He whispered to Cordelia, who was the only light in his gray world, "I love you." "I love you too." Cordelia shyly smiled, and so did Jude. For a brief time, the two smiled together, forgetting the despair that enveloped the world. They looked up at the dark sky that was devoid of stars. Chapter 281, Wedding 3. Jude opened his eyes and blinked. It was just a moment. It felt like he had dreamt in that blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, Jude blinked again and soon forgot most of the things that came to his mind. All that remained was a broken heart. What is this? His question was soon gone. Even his memory of dreaming for a moment disappeared like snow, leaving only a feeling of being absent-minded for a while. So Jude looked straight ahead again. The real Cordelia, and not the Cordelia in his dream that scattered like smoke, was in front of him. Inside the tent. Moonlight shined down the small ventilation hole at the roof of the tent, and Cordelia sat with a blushing face while dressed in comfy pajamas. Why is she blushing this time? Jude searched his memories and soon realized why, so he urged the hesitant Cordelia with a sly smile. Hurry. Jude, huh? Cordelia, hurry. Jude, you. Cordelia blushed again as her lips squirmed, and soon twisted her hair with her fingers as she pretended to be indifferent. So yes, so? But Jude spoke mischievously as though he wouldn't let her stop, and Cordelia's lips squirmed again as she shifted her gaze. She seemed to be asking if she really needed to do it. When Jude nodded, Cordelia took a deep breath. She was embarrassed, but she opened her small lips and said, Wawa, I am baby Cord, that was it. Cordelia, who was talking with her face dyed red, saw Jude's face that was about to burst into laughter, so she punched him. Hey, you told me to do it. I did, but really ha. Despite being hit by Cordelia's light punches, Jude continued to laugh, and Cordelia eventually became teary-eyed and shouted, I hate you. I don't like you. She looked to be seriously sulking. So Jude hurriedly spoke to Cordelia. It was cute. It was really cute. Can you please do it one more time? Because it was indeed cute. But Cordelia immediately turned her head and firmly said, No, let's stop. I don't want to do it. You don't want to. Really? As Jude gently hugged her waist and whispered like a serpent, Cordelia felt herself shaking again. I really hate it, but should I say it? Jude wants me to say it, so should I say it? Okay, fine. It's not like it will kill me. After changing her mind, Cordelia cleared her throat but couldn't do it right away, because she was ashamed to do it again. Okay. Cordelia took a deep breath and opened her lips again to speak. Wawa, I am baby. Hey, stop laughing. Cuckoo, but it's just ha. Jude finally couldn't suppress it and burst out laughing, so Cordelia was seriously angry and pinched his hand. You're so mean? Okay, I'll do it too. So forgive me. Wawa, I am baby Jude. Mama, give me. Seriously, why am I embarrassed when Jude's the one doing it? Why am I the only one embarrassed? Seriously, it was so embarrassing that she felt like dying. Therefore, Cordelia covered Jude's mouth with both of her hands, but he bit her hand. What's wrong with you today? Why am I really doing this? Jude, why do I want Cordelia to spoil me like this today? No, at this very moment. Jude hugged Cordelia. He gazed up the ventilation hole in the roof of the tent, embracing Cordelia, who soon calmed down after her physical protests. He saw the moon and stars. Instead of a night sky that was completely dark, a sea of stars greeted Jude. The raid itself was completely successful. However, just like here, the enemy's main forces, in other words, it seemed like the high-ranking demonic humans had pulled out in advance. The next morning, upon hearing Joanna's words, Jude looked down at the map. The branches of the devil's hand that they attacked this time numbered 12. 4 of these were large branches with more than 100 residents, and yet there was not a single high-ranking demonic human. All they could think of was that the enemies noticed their plan earlier. Did they cut off their tail and run away? In order to save the high-ranking demonic humans, they abandoned the low and mid-ranking demonic humans and ordinary demon followers. Considering the value of each high-ranking demonic human, it was the right thing to do, but the devil's hand also suffered much damage. Nevertheless, I think this raid itself has been a significant success. There are still small branches left, but all the big ones have been destroyed. It'll probably be hard for them to do anything to the Slen Kingdom now. At Jude's words, Joanna had a faint smile and nodded. Our leader suspects that the high-ranking demonic humans may have fled to the Empire. That is highly possible. The Devil's Hand and the Devil's Eye to be holding hands. It was quite possible. The two groups were originally wary of but not in conflict with each other, so they didn't get along well. As I thought, our future battles would be more against the demon followers rather than the 7 major calamities. Of course, the remaining 7 major calamities were still huge obstacles, but their real enemy was the demon followers who wanted to bring about the great summons. If only we could eradicate the demon followers in the Empire, or rather, if they could at least destroy its core. They could prevent the great summons. They could prevent Armageddon, the face-to-face confrontation between heaven and hell, from taking place. Are we going to the Empire? When Cordelia asked with message magic, Jude nodded his head. There was nothing more to be done in the Slen Kingdom. After moving to the Empire and gathering the playable characters on the Empire side, they would start a full-fledged battle against the demon followers. But not right now. We still have some things to prepare. Yeah, there's also my sister's wedding. The wedding of Gal and Adelia was 20 days away. By that time, they would be ready to leave for the Empire. I understand, Dame Joanna, we will be heading north then. It's been an honor to work with you in this operation. It's an honor for me too. May the light of the Holy Sun always shine upon you. May the sun always be with you. Jude answered in the Solari denomination's common greeting, and Joanna had a warm smile before she shook hands with Jude and Cordelia. And 20 days later, at the northern frontier city of Balon, the wedding of Gal and Adelia began, 2 of the 12 northern families. It was also a union of the Bayer and Chase families that had been gaining popularity these days. Guests from all over the Slen Kingdom, and not just those from the north, gathered. Having received a letter from Jude, Kajsa came to Balon with a lot of gifts from the south, and Lucas, who lived in the north in the first place, also visited Balon with the northern jackdaws as if this was natural. They weren't the only ones. Sylvia Crossbell, who was on good terms with Cordelia from the beginning, was present, and Emma Ficus, who became Cordelia's fan after the royal capital incident, was also a guest, and the other 12 northern families also sent someone as guests. Because Gal and Adelia's wedding had become a national event, so they couldn't simply end it with just sending a gift. A lot of people came from the royal capital. Not only the Royal Guard Magic Corps that Adelia had been serving for more than 5 years, but also several knights from the royal capital who had competed with Gal in the fighting competition came as guests, and several prominent nobles. The Bayer family had 3 swordsmen belonging to the 10 great swordmasters and was also the family that saved the royalty, so the prominent nobles also came. Congratulations! And Princess Darian. As the youngest member of the royal family, she visited Balon to celebrate the wedding on behalf of the royal family. An act that clearly showed how the royal family thought of the Bayer family, and its effect was truly great. There must be more than 1,000 guests, right? Adelia had first thought of a small wedding with her relatives and friends, but it had become a big event now. Therefore, Adelia couldn't help but act like Cordelia, her younger sister. You. Adelia had blushing cheeks and a tearful face as she was at a loss on what to do, and Gal happily looked at her. Brothers were also bound to resemble each other, just like sisters, but she looks happy. It was just as Cordelia said. Wearing a white wedding dress, Adelia had a smile on her face the entire time. Wedding, an occasion where 2 different people became one, an occasion where they pledged to live together. The wedding started in the morning and continued until late at night. By the time Gal, who was so happy that he burst into tears, Princess carried Adelia and left with applause from everyone, the moon had already risen and shined up high. But their siblings aren't here. Where could they have gone? Isn't it natural for them to go somewhere? You're right. Kajsa and Lucas had become friends and exchanged jokes before they looked out the window. Because Gal and Adelia weren't the only ones who disappeared from the banquet. At Jude's room overlooking the Bayer family's garden, Jude and Cordelia kissed on the lips. It started with a light kiss, but soon became a passionate one as they coveted each other's tongues, and they breathed out. Jude caressed the cheeks of the nervous Cordelia, who let out a warm breath, her soft and warm cheeks. Cordelia inhaled. She blushed again in the place full of Jude's smell. After Gal and Adelia's wedding, these 2 who had been engaged for a long time were next. Cordelia. At Jude's call, Cordelia's lips squirmed before she raised her head and saw Jude. Jude gently held Cordelia's chin and raised it, briefly kissing her on the lips again. A smile suddenly spread on his lips. Jude pinched the cheek of Cordelia, who gazed at him longingly, and he put his hand into his chest pocket. What he prepared 3 months ago, something he wanted to give. Jude held out a small ring without saying a word. They were already wearing a few rings as equipment items, but the ring now had a different meaning than before. A silver engagement ring with a blue sapphire, similar to the color of Cordelia's eyes. It was not a gift for an engagement that had been decided since their birth, but a gift for an engagement they truly wanted and longed for. Cordelia knew what the ring meant. She became teary-eyed in an instant and gazed at Jude with wet eyes. After this is over, let's get married. He could have said something better. He had clearly prepared better words. But in the end, the words that came out of his mouth were very plain. But for some reason, it made her cry strangely. She was filled with emotion. Her emotions surged. She felt that something was out of place. She felt a sense of déjà vu, but one emotion overwhelmed all her other emotions. Cordelia finally burst into tears. She nodded and pressed her chest down as if trying to suppress all the swelling emotions that were about to burst. She replied to Jude with a big smile. Jude took Cordelia's hand, and the two giggled and smiled. Because Cordelia had somehow guessed today's event and already transferred Count Chase's ring to another finger. As expected of Cordelia, Ure fully prepared. Now that I think of it, she used to carry a lot of stuff under her skirt before. As Jude smiled again, Cordelia pouted her lips and slightly waved her hand. It meant that he should hurry up and do it. Jude put on the ring on Cordelia's finger. While still holding her hand, he kissed her lips and whispered again, "I love you." Words he had repeated countless times. Words he longed to be able to whisper once more. "Me too, I love you." Cordelia felt the same. Although she was crying, she responded with wide smile. There was a feeling that something was out of place. A sense of discomfort that wouldn't go away. But Jude and Cordelia didn't care too much about it. The important thing was the fact that they were together like this now. The two locked their lips again. They embraced as they both felt thankful. Time flowed. Time flows. Time will flow. Things had changed. It had become different. And that change would bring about a bigger change. But this was the last time. A next chance no longer existed. The flow of time flowed strongly. No one could go against it. Everyone could only follow the flow. They opened their eyes in that great flow of time. In front of that dizzyingly fast speed, they forgot it. But the sense of discomfort remained. A very slight feeling that something was out of place. And what that meant. Another change that would arise from it. The heavenly voice gazed upon the earth. The voice from a higher place paid attention to the wounds engraved on the world. And another being. After her long sleep, the young goddess Atalia raised her head and looked up the night sky. Her faded golden eyes reflected the darkness of the sky. Chapter 282 Reunion 1. The next morning. It was quite early before noon, but several people gathered in the reception room, attracting a lot of attention because of their composition. There was Lucas H. Harsfelger, who was the successor of Count H. Harsfelger from the 12 northern families and considered the North's best prospect until the appearance of Jude. There was also Kajsa Offend, who was known for her fighting style and being the precious daughter of Marquis Offend, the current leader of the 7 No, the 6 southern families. In fact, it wasn't quite a strange composition up to this point. Both of them were descendants of prominent families, and they were famous for being close friends of Jude and Cordelia. However, the presence of the two sitting side by side and the other two people sitting opposite them made the current composition distinct. A girl with light blue hair had a small frown as she was having a staring contest with Lucas. Her hair color was unusual, but her long, pointed ears were even more so. The barbarian from the north appeared to be an elf at first glance, but she was neither an elf nor even a half-elf. But it was fine up to that girl. What felt out of place here was the huge young man sitting next to that girl. He looked unusual because of his gray skin, but his size was so big that he was 3 times no, 4 times bigger than the girl sitting next to him. The young man's forearms were thicker than the girl's waist. The young man, with his fangs sticking out between his lips, glanced at Lucas, who was having a staring contest with the girl, and Kajsa stared at the young man because of the new friend she met yesterday. A volatile situation, but it was a subtle war of nerves, so it didn't seem like a real fight. When the maids of Count Bayer appeared troubled at the sight, a girl appeared to end the war. Oh my, ahum, oh my. A reddish-pink-haired girl appeared, and she was giggling so much that her shoulders were going up and down. Her words sounded strange, but everyone responded to her in delight. The girl who was glaring at Lucas, Redwind, completely had a big smile and said, "Unnai, Redwind." Cordelia quickly approached and opened her arms as if to hug her, and Redwind jumped from her seat before she ran and hugged Cordelia by the waist. "Unnai, I miss you. I missed you too." Redwind was taller than Cordelia, but she bent down as though she didn't care about such a thing since she liked it anyway, and rubbed her face on Cordelia's chest. However, she didn't forget to let out a snort towards Lucas. Are you and unnigh this close? Her eyes seemed to say that. Lucas was pissed off at that moment, but he could not hug Cordelia like Red Wind. Therefore, Lucas turned his attention to the young man who came after Cordelia. No, hey, it seems fine to do that, but I don't think it's right to do so, okay? Why don't we just go and hug her? When Kadsa spoke with her eyes and grabbed Lucas' hand, he was startled but nodded afterwards. Thus, when Red Wind was rejoicing over her small victory, Jude somehow understood the situation and helped Lucas. Thank you very much for agreeing to meet with us this early in the morning. No, it's fine since it's between me and Lord Jude. It's completely natural since it's you. Jude spoke to him, and Lucas glanced at Red Wind as he snorted, prompting Red Wind to frown and stick out her tongue at him. They were like kids. But come to think of it, Lucas and Red Wind are still 17, so it's somehow right. So Jude spoke to the least childish of those present. Sun Song, it's been a while. Been a while too. Good to see you after so long. Sun Song brightly smiled and answered a little awkwardly in the continent's common language, and Kadsa smiled along him. She was called a beast girl, so she liked the young man who seemed to be a real beast. His upper body is nice. Very nice. It was the time when Sun Song was smiling brightly again at Kadsa's murmuring. For now, let's have a cup of tea. In response to Jude's words, Cordelia sat down with Red Wind still clinging to her, and Maja, who came after Jude, served everyone tea. They took a sip, and at the time when everyone quieted down as they drank tea. Ahum, ahum. Ahum, ahum, ahum. Cordelia lightly cleared her throat and waved her hand for no reason. It seemed like she wanted them to look at it. Because it was such an exaggerated movement, and Cordelia's cheeks were blushing too, everyone's gaze immediately focused on her left hand. Unfortunately, Cordelia's desired reaction did not come out immediately for two very simple reasons. First of all, Red Wind and Sun Song were unaware of the continent's customs. In other words, they didn't know what a ring on the ring finger of the left hand meant. Second, Kadsa was not attentive enough to care about such things, because Cordelia was wearing Count Chase's ring on her ring finger yesterday. Because of that, everyone just stared at her in confusion, so Cordelia was embarrassed and squirmed her lips. Ah, but there was one person present here who had common sense. Lucas was able to understand Cordelia's desire, so he let out an exclamation before looking at Jude and Cordelia with a cheerful smile. Congratulations! They were already engaged, but it was not strange for engaged couples to exchange rings out of their own volition. Kadsa finally understood Lucas' words and began to snicker, and Cordelia blushed as she giggled heh. Ahum, ahum, as for Jude. After clearing his throat, he changed the topic instead of explaining to Red Wind and Sun Song, who were tilting their heads, not having understood what was going on. And because of the awkward atmosphere too. I've said it once, but let me say it again. Thank you for attending this wedding. Jude said it like it was his own wedding, but it wasn't. It was the wedding of Gal and Adelia. Now that I think of it, even if it's early, it's almost noon, so why is the mansion so quiet? Normally, Gal and Adelia should be busy entertaining the guests. As Jude slightly questioned it out loud, Maja, who was behind him, then whispered. Both of them had yet to leave the bedroom. So it was like that. The reason why they were still in the bedroom. Jude had a rough idea why, so he intentionally blocked his thoughts. He didn't want to imagine what his brother and sister-in-law were doing. However, Lucas and Kadsa imagined it because they were in a different position from Jude, so Lucas turned red and was speechless while Kadsa snickered. But there was one person. While still hugging Cordelia's waist, Red Wind nodded her head and threw a bomb. I also didn't leave the bedroom for 3 days after the wedding. Excuse me. Cordelia blinked her eyes and Red Wind giggled as her cheeks blushed, while Sun Song cleared his throat for no reason. What? You two are already in that relationship. Well, there's been talks of an arranged marriage when we left the Wild Lands. So her getting married was quite possible. But Red Wind and Sun Song? Their height difference is almost 50 cm, right? There's also the difference in their builds, right? On top of that, T3 days, Cordelia's imagination, which had been distorted by Scarlet and Kadsa, spread its wings and fully soared, so not only her cheeks began to turn red, but also her entire body. And likewise, Lucas and Jude were struck with embarrassment. Kajsa stared at Sun Song and was chuckling alone. Maja, who was in the back, hesitated if she should say something or not. In the midst of that awkward silence, it was Jude who finally opened his mouth again. Maja, I apologize, but could you please leave us for a moment? We have something to talk about. I understand. However. Maja stared at him with a stern look instead of saying anything, and Jude felt that he was wronged even though it was not his fault. So he protested with his eyes, which seemed to say that it wasn't him who made the mood strange but red wind. In any case, Maja left after a minute. With Maja gone, Jude clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The reason I invited you all today is not just to express our gratitude. At Jude's words, Lucas nodded his head. They were currently in the frontier city of Balon, located deep in the northern region and not near the northern border. It wasn't a problem for either Lucas or Kajsa to attend the wedding celebration, but it was different for Red Wind and Sun Song, who were barbarians from the wild lands. Unlike the Harsvelger County that had begun to interact with the wild lands to some extent, the barbarians in this place were still only a heterogeneous race that was viewed with caution or treated as slaves. But Sun Song and Red Wind had taken the trouble to come here because they were invited to come. Thus, there must be some reason for that, a reason other than simply attending a wedding celebration. First of all, I have one thing to tell you. As you may have already known or guessed, Cordelia and I have a close relationship with the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Lucas and Kajsa nodded at his words. Jude was a disciple of Camille, who was the leader of the Guardians of the Holy Cross 6 generals, and Cordelia was rumored to be a disciple or the successor of Holy Angel Lena. It would be really strange if they didn't have a close relationship. So I know a little more information that others do not know. And according to that information, the continent is now being threatened by a great invisible danger. His words were close to a conspiracy theory, but it was none other than Jude who said it. What I am about to tell you now is not a lie. All of this has actually happened and will happen in the future. Jude narrated the events one by one. The attempt to abduct the children of the 12 northern families, the battle at Frost Anvil, the conspiracies devised by the Devil's Eye in the Wild Lands, the hidden circumstances behind the rebellion in the royal capital, and the behind-the-scenes collaboration of Malekith and the demon followers. Lastly, the operation to annihilate the demon followers in the Slen Kingdom. The demon followers who have been silent for so long are now running wild. Their purpose is to cause a great tribulation that will engulf the entire continent, but it had not been successful so far. The Slen Kingdom overcame all 3 crises. They are gathering in the Empire. Now that everything they had planned for the Slen Kingdom have failed, they will be bolder in causing incidents in the Empire, to somehow bring the continent into turmoil. At this point, it was natural to wonder why they wanted to cause turmoil, but since the culprits were demon followers, they didn't question it further. In the first place, the demon followers' very existence was considered harmful. Cordelia and I will soon travel to the Empire to continue fighting the demon followers. Lucas and Kajsa both widened their eyes in surprise at his words. It was a natural reaction, since he who had been active in the kingdom now wanted to go to the Empire. But the real surprise had yet to be said, and I want everyone here to join us on our journey to the Empire. The playable characters in the Slen Kingdom. They were obviously weaker than Jude and Cordelia. They were far stronger than their peers, but considering that there were many high-ranking demonic humans among the enemies they would fight in the Empire in the future, it was possible that they would become a burden rather than a help. But Jude did not consider that, because that place was different from the Slen Kingdom, where they could get some kind of help from here and there. So in order to move in the Empire, they needed reliable colleagues. And Jude had the means to strengthen the 4 people who were here now. I understand. As a noble of the kingdom and as Lord Jude's rival, I will go with you. As he had expected, Lucas was the first to answer. He liked hero stories, so it was easy to convince him. Although he blushed in embarrassment at the rival part, he was still very reliable. Okay, I'll go with you too. I've always wanted to visit the Empire someday. I also want to see Scarlet. Kajsa said with a smile while Red Wind and Sun Song also nodded. I'll go if you go. I'll follow Red Wind wherever she goes. Their answers were as expected. Therefore, Cordelia brightly smiled and thanked everyone, and Jude brought up the story he had prepared. Good. Then please listen from now on. What I'm about to say is very important. A means to strengthen the power of those present here at once. It wasn't about the dragon equipment made on Mount Damos. He was definitely going to gear them up too, but he had separately prepared another way to strengthen them. A card that he could only use once. It was only now that it became available for use. Well, defeat a demon prince, so that Yao level up greatly. Excuse me? Everyone was bewildered. They couldn't help it. Demon prince. A powerful demon from hell who possessed a title. A disaster itself that drove the Paragon Kingdom to destruction. Even Lucas, who liked hero stories, was confused rather than excited at Jude's words. Katja blinked, unsure of whether she heard correctly or not, as she recalled the demon prince mentioned every time one described Malekith's strength. While Red Wind and Sun's song were reminded of the demon prince who nearly descended on the wild lands. We're defeating it, us? No, where will we find one in the first place? Everyone's questions were justified, and that was why Jude smiled more brightly. He spoke with the dark smile that Cordelia liked so much. There is one. The demon prince that was like a sandbag and nicely packaged in a seal. Yes, there is one. We promised to see each other again, right? Isn't that right, Jude? At Cordelia's dark smile, Jude said with a dark smile again. Red Moon Lysagang, a mighty and cruel lord of blood, we will defeat him, because they could now damage him greatly. They could hit him harder. Phew. Ha. Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances, laughing wickedly and happily. Chapter 283 Reunion 2. There were 11 playable characters in Legend of Heroes 2. 4 in the Slen Kingdom, 2 in the Wild Lands, and 5 in the Empire. Jude, Cordelia, Lucas, Katja, and Red Wind. 4 were from the Slen Kingdom and already close to each other, with Red Wind from the Wild Lands being added to the group. However, the remaining playable characters numbered 6. They were the main character, Maximilian, and the sword genius, Leon Gadriel. There was Adelaide, who had a 4D personality and was the most beautiful character in the Legend of Heroes series. There was also Keynes, the only elderly character in the game, Sarah, who received the protection of the drunk dragon, and Karara, a cat beastkin from the Wild Lands. Jude's plan was to gather all the playable characters to form a single party, so they would be meeting these people once they had entered the Empire. If I remove Keynes and Karara, it will be 4. There was a simple reason why he removed the 2. Because among the playable characters who were basically good-natured, the natures of these 2 were close to evil. There is a difference between the 2, though. Keynes was a criminal who had experienced all sorts of hardships in this world, from pickpocketing to violent crimes such as robbery and murder, so he had a different mindset from ordinary people. He just does whatever he wants to do. A character that was truly like an outlaw. But that didn't mean he was some kind of vicious, psychopathic killer. He was a criminal and committed crimes as natural as breathing, but he surprisingly had a lot of common sense. He also had some humanity in him. Still, that did not make Keynes a good person. One could say that he was like the main character often seen in mafia movies. He often showed a friendly side to those around him and kept his common sense to what was right, but was like a villain in the end. As for Karara, she's a traitor. If Keynes was a proper villain, Karara was a minor villain character. She was a selfish and shrewd girl who easily betrayed people, but not a naturally bad person. Karara was like a stray cat who changed her way of life depending on who she met and how she lived. If Keynes was chaotic evil, then Karara was chaotic good. In any case, excluding these 2, there were only 4 playable characters left, so Jude and Cordelia could not help but worry. Because Red Moon Lysagang Raid was a card that they could only use once in the future. If we release the seal this time, it will be difficult to seal him again. That was why they didn't release the seal again after the first time. If they could maintain the seal, they wouldn't have wasted that opportunity and used him as a sandbag. We only have one more chance to level up a lot. In fact, it was difficult to expect an explosive level up from defeating Lysagang, who had been weakened after being sealed for a long time, because Jude and Cordelia had already leveled up a lot when they defeated Malekith. But the other characters were different. The concept of levels existed in Pleiades, though it did not appear as openly as Jude and Cordelia. But it was indeed possible to increase one's levels by gaining experience from fighting powerful enemies. In other words, it was possible to increase the levels of the playable characters at once to strengthen their power. Are we going to collect them all, or are we going to do it only with the people we have now? The former seemed ideal at first glance, but it was actually not. As the number of participants increased, the experience gained was also split. Moreover, it was not known how long it would take them to collect all the playable characters. We may not have a chance to catch them all. As for the reason why, it was like a situation wherein you valued and saved a potion to use for the final battle, but it remained unused even after defeating the final boss. You saved it, but it became useless later. So one must use things when given the chance to use them. It was better to increase the survival rate by leveling up a lot and using it when needed rather than uselessly saving it because one did not know what was ahead. Foo, I am a little nervous. Inside the carriage that was heading to the Belkane Mountains, Lucas said with a flushed face. The closer the carriage got to the Belkane Mountains, the more his heart pounded. Isn't he really excited? Because it's Lucas. Isn't their current journey to defeat a demon prince something like the realization of the dreams of Lucas, who's a hero story enthusiast? Because he was really restless after hearing the story of our battle against Malekith. Lucas appeared to have a fever because of his overexcitement when Kadsa told him about it. If I had been there at that time. I should have been there too. Why wasn't I there? Why didn't they invite me too? And so on. It had already been more than 3 months since that event, so a lot of rumors about it had spread, but the story told by Kadsa, who personally participated in that battle, differed because of its realism and liveliness. Well, the truth, though, is that Kadsa only watched the fight against Malekith. Still, she saw it with her own eyes. After all, it was a truly spectacular sight. The battle against Malekith itself did not last long, but no one could deny how spectacular and grand it was. A golem over 100 meters tall fought head-on against a giant dragon. The trailblazer sword that directly slashed the dragon breath and split the earth as it struck down. It was natural for Lucas to be overwhelmed from excitement. Oh my, why are you so tense? You look like you're about to die from excitement. It's like you're just going on a picnic, huh? Kadsa spoke as she snickered, and Lucas turned redder as he did not deny it, because he was really excited. Lucas, it's good to be honest at times like this. Excuse me? Come on, repeat after me. I am excited, ahem, I am excited. When Cordelia shrugged and spoke those words, Lucas was even more embarrassed but reluctantly opened his mouth. Yim excited. Yes, that's it. I am excited. I am excited. Ahem, I am excited. Cordelia urged him again, so Lucas also shrugged and responded with an awkward expression, prompting Kadsa to grab her stomach and begin laughing out loud. Cute. You're so cute. I've never seen a boy this cute before. She was only teasing him, but Lucas started to blush on not only his face, but also his whole body. Naturally, Kadsa laughed even more when she saw that. HMPH, how silly. A man must have firm and reliable presence, just like my Sun Song Opa. When Red Wind snorted, Lucas groaned and was troubled while Sun Song had a pleased smile. It really feels like we're going on a picnic. Yeah. After a brief exchange of message magic with Cordelia, Jude looked out the window. He smiled when he saw the scenery that was almost identical to the one he had seen a year and a few months ago. It reminded him of the past. His first date with Cordelia after they recalled their past life memories. Back then, both of them insisted that it was a quest and not a date. Even now, when he closed his eyes, he could vividly remember the Cordelia of that day. She wore a wide-brimmed white hat and had a very awkward expression. Why? Why are you suddenly laughing? Jude lightly pinched Cordelia's cheek instead of answering, and she pouted her lips, letting him play with her cheek rather than getting angry or slapping his hand away. Soft and squishy. Jude wanted to continue playing with Cordelia's cheek, but slightly coughed as he noticed the gaze around him before he released his hand. Ahem. Anyway, we're almost there now. Their decisive battle against the demon of the Red Moon, Lysagang. Luca's eyes lit up at Jude's words, and the rest of the party nodded with faces as if the reality still hadn't hit them. because there was a huge difference between the current atmosphere and defeating a demon prince. Red Moon, Lysagang, Blood Demon, Vampire Lord. Just like how Malekith's notoriety was known in the south, Lysagang's notoriety was passed down in the north's legends and myths. Those who directly died to him numbered in the tens of thousands, and 3 countries were destroyed by his undead legion. If Solaris' champion, Gallus, had not sacrificed his life to stop Lysagang, the northern region itself might have been destroyed. He's not like Malekith, right? He's currently sealed. Kajsa deliberately spoke in a cheerful manner, but her eyes looked tense. She also seemed to be nervous. So Jude reassured everyone again. We definitely have a way to defeat him, so don't worry. Moreover, we're well prepared for any problems that may arise. Yes, so don't worry. Cordelia spoke with a wide smile, and everyone forced themselves to smile. And after 30 minutes passed, the carriage finally reached the hill, its destination. Beyond the flower fields in full bloom, Cordelia glanced down the cliff and turned to Jude, spreading out her arms as she waited for him. Carry me. Oh, it's different this time, because you promised. A promise that he would carry her once his Gumjalmeek was cured. Good. When Cordelia hugged his neck, Jude immediately carried her in the so-called Princess Carry. A situation that was quite opposite to 1 year and a few months ago. Your father will be satisfied now. Because I am the one who's carrying you, and not you carrying me. Cordelia buried her head in Jude's chest instead of replying, and Jude grinned before jumping down the cliff. Sun Song Opa, me too. Shall we? Sun Song brightly smiled and carried Red Wind before he jumped down. Thus, only 2 were left. Lucas and Kajsa unconsciously looked at each other, but soon shook their hands as they awkwardly smiled. Shall we go down separately? Why, yes. They weren't swept away by the atmosphere. So Lucas and Kajsa climbed down the cliff for 20 minutes. Jude ran through the path that had taken him a long time when he first came here and led everyone to the cave. We're here. Cordelia hugged Jude's arm as he took the lead, because she was deeply moved when she recalled the past. My Jude has grown so much. He's firm now. He used to be really small and weak. He was shorter than Cordelia, and his wrists were so thin that if you gripped it a little tightly, it would snap and break. But not now. He's grown a lot, his forearms are thick, and his chest is firm. She could clearly feel it when she tightly hugged his arm like this. It felt like she was hugging a tree. And he was cute when he pretended to not be nervous from feeling his arm touching her breasts. Haha. Kajsa coldly stared at them at the sound of her laughter rather than finding it cute, but Cordelia continued to giggle and hug Jude's arm a bit tighter, regardless of whether she knew of Kajsa's reaction or not. And 10 minutes passed. After finally reaching the seal area, Jude let the party rest and began to seriously draw Bellaston's magic circle. Everyone, let's check our equipment while Jude works on the magic circle. Everyone nodded brightly at Cordelia's suggestion, because they were all equipped with new items for this battle. Kajsa held Grand Order. Cordelia originally used it, but because Grand Order's form was a huge weapon, it was more suited for Kajsa, who had superhuman strength. Obviously, Cordelia didn't just give it up, because Kajsa brought Ultimate for the explosive sword, Magic Blaster, when she attended the wedding. She had taken it according to the information Jude had left before leaving the South, and it was certainly a weapon Cordelia could use as her graduation item, because it has a magic amplification effect. To be exact, it had the special function to turn any magic into a powerful explosion, so it was a weapon that seriously suited Cordelia, who was a bomber and a wizard. Lucas, how's a Scallon? It's good. It certainly deserves to be called an ultimate sword. Lucas inspected a Scallon with a flushed face. The sword was originally kept by the Offend family, but it was too precious a sword to just stay there not being used. Thus, Jude instructed Kajsa to secretly take and swap it with a fake and bring it here. Cordelia and I, me too. I think this equipment is really good. Yes, because it's ancient dragon equipment. Red Wind and Sun Song were fully equipped with dragon equipment made from Mount Damos. And in fact, Lucas and Kajsa was also wearing dragon equipment, with only their weapons being from the Ultimate series. They're all matching. Everyone was wearing black dragon equipment, so there was a sense of unity as though they were wearing uniforms. What should I do? My heart's getting excited. They had gathered the playable characters and armed them with dragon equipment made from an ancient dragon. Just looking at them made her heart pound fast. I am done. And upon hearing Jude's declaration, Cordelia turned around and held Magic Blaster. Are you going to summon him right now? Of course. Because nothing good would come out if they delayed it any further. Jude nodded and gestured with his eyes, and everyone went to their predetermined positions before Jude spoke to Cordelia one last time. I need your help again this time. They needed mana in order to activate Bellastin's magic circle. Cordelia lightly wounded her finger and dropped her holy blood into the magic circle, and right after that, the whole cave began to shake. The magic circle shown as the same thing that happened in the past was recreated. A gigantic red being appeared through the space. A being whose limbs were chained and sealed, but whose presence alone created an intense feeling of pressure. Sun's song and red wind let out rough breaths. Katja unknowingly thought of Malekith, and Lucas recited a verse from Biltween the hero in his mind. As for Jude and Cordelia, the two stood next to each other as they faced Red Moon Lysagang. The seal has definitely weakened. Hell be freed when Bellastin's magic circle disappears. Cordelia's intuition felt it, and Jude was certain of his calculation results. And a few seconds later, Red Moon Lysagang slowly opened his eyes. He roared as his red eyes shined. Q-woo-woo. It was not just a wake-up sound, but a cry filled with intense anger. You bugs have come to me again? Lysagang did not forget Jude and Cordelia. He had clearly etched the two in his mind. A demon prince's wrath. The whole seal shook. If it wasn't for Bellastin's magic circle, his powerful mental attack would have swept the entire party. It's weakened. The seal has weakened. Lysagang instinctively felt it. The huge chains creaked and shook as he wriggled the muscles of his entire body and applied force to his limbs. You stupid bugs. You brought calamity to yourselves. You opened the door to death. More time was still needed to break the seal, and during that time, Lysagang was still helpless. However, Lysagang didn't care at all about the time he would be helpless. Compared to him, the bugs in front of him were nothing but trash. In fact, those two couldn't even slightly damage him when they faced him before, so he would break the seal, and finally return to the world. After killing the humans in front of him, he would destroy that blasted Solari denomination and open a hell gate to invite his own army. He would sweep and take over this world by fire. Humans would die screaming and crying. It'll make you kill each other. He would kill children and feed it to their parents and make lovers kill each other. He would make them pay the price for his humiliation and suffering for hundreds of years. Kekekekekekek-ha-ha-ha-ha. Lysagang bellowed with laughter in his extreme delight, and Cordelia silently stared at him before saying, No, you can't. You ass'll won't be breaking that seal and leaving. Today's going to be your death anniversary, okay? Cordelia cheerfully smiled and raised her middle finger, and Lysagang snorted instead of being angry. He burst into laughter at the reckless bravado of the foolish scum. You scum. Even if my limbs are sealed, you won't be able to harm it was then. Cordelia also raised the middle finger of her left hand as she spread out her angel wings and revealed her angelic halo over her head. An angel. She was no longer a 9th or 7th rank angel, but a 5th rank powerful angel now. The power of a holy angel was added to Bellastin's magic circle. Lysagang was startled at the sudden strengthening of the seal and soon widened his eyes again. He couldn't help it. Let's go, Phoenix. An immortal bird flew over the head of Red Wind. It emitted a tremendous amount of mana, and Sun's Song smiled as he gripped the dragon equipment weapon. Katja activated Grand Order. Lucas added the power of the Holy King's cross sword to Escalon, and one more person. A man stood in front of Lysagang. Show them, my successor, Valentia said. Jude responded by releasing the power of ultimate one-sword origin, and Jude's limbs were transformed in that moment. A pitch-black sword. One couldn't help but think of that when they saw it. A green aura rose from the black sword. At the same time, when Lysagang instinctively felt a sense of crisis at the power of sword origin, Jude opened the power of 9th Heaven's 9 doors. The peak of the 6th door. The power of the Black Sun was let out as a result. Lysagang's power was pushed back in an instant. The energy of Jude filled the seal area as it made Lysagang tremble. W8. Wait, Lizagang unconsciously shouted, but Jude had no intention of listening to him. 10 minutes. The time when Lizagang would be unable to resist and could only be beaten. Hee, ha ha ha. Cordelia had a big smile as she held Moonlight on one hand and Magic Blaster on the other, while Jude stepped forward. It was now time for an exciting beating. Chapter 284 Reunion 3 Red Moon Lizagang was a legend. On the day of his descent to the human world, he claimed 727 lives. In just 1 month, 10 cities were burned to the ground, and in less than 3 months, 1 country was completely destroyed. He was the king of vampires. On the ground filled with ashes, numerous undead rose. It spread like a plague, scattering death, pain, and fear to the world. Lots of people lost their lives. As a great demon from hell, he had no interest in taking over the earth. What Lizagang wanted was just more death and suffering, so he devoured everything. Death was the only fate given to those who entered his realm. The Solari denomination could not tolerate Lizagang's atrocities. The denomination had already weakened from their battle with the demons, but they had a trump card to defeat Lizagang. Paladin Gallus. Solaris' last champion. Lizagang was a legend until the very end. Gallus, who was called the strongest champion of that time, faced Lizagang alone. He cornered the great demon from hell with his human body, but there were limitations in the end. Although Gallus sacrificed his own life, he was unable to kill Lizagang in the end. Gallus died and Lizagang survived, though seriously wounded. On the day I return, I wonder if y'all be able to stop me then. Lizagang left those words just before he was sealed by the Solari denomination. He laughed at the humans who desperately sealed him because they had no means to kill him. I'll be back. I'll be back to burn you again. I'll cover the whole world with death and fear that even the sun in the sky will be overshadowed. It was both a curse and a prophecy, and hundreds of years later, at the present, everyone, let's go, teenagers energetically responded to the cheerful shout. Each shouted and showed off their skills. Opa, ooh. The small hand of Red Wind held Sun Song's big hand. The two naturally interlaced their fingers, looking straight ahead as they shouted. The song of war ignites the flames of the earth. Great storm, become a strong wind and sweep the earth. It was both a song and a spell. A prayer to God, a creed to uphold his commands. Kaiaea, the bird of flame screeched. It exerted its power at the behest of its master. Pierce through, crimson flames combo attack. As Sun's song and Red Wind stood facing each other, the bird of flame turned into a single arrow. The arrow became a sword of flame and was wrapped with a strong wind before rushing towards Lizagang. Kua! The bird of flame pierced through the chest of Lizagang, who was weakened by Bellaston's magic circle. No, it wasn't just Bellaston's magic circle. Lizagang had already been weakened from being sealed for a long time by the Solari denomination. Awesome! Katsa heartily laughed as she watched the spectacular flames scattering, and then kicked the ground. She transformed Grand Order into a gigantic shield sword and made a huge movement. She utilized her superhuman strength to strike his leg, though it was more of a blow than a slash to his chest. Mountain Breaker. Kua! Lizagang was hit in the shin and screamed in pain, but this much was still nothing to him. Jude ran. The green flames that rose from his hands turned into black flames that let out an immense energy. The Supreme Sun Divine Art, and Valentia's swordsmanship style, led to the creation of the Black Wing's valiant sword. The power of the Black Sun was added to Valentia's beautiful swordsmanship. It was clearly the power of the sun, though it was colored black, so it was incompatible for Lizagang, who was the king of vampires that were weak to the sun. Lizagang's side was cut and dark red blood gushed out. The black flames stuck to the wound and endlessly burned, inflicting excruciating pain to Lizagang. Kua, It was not just a simple slash wound. It felt like a part of his body had been torn off. Oog, but he could still endure it. He could withstand it. No matter how weakened he was, Lizagang was still a demon prince. He would endure it. He would overcome it. The magic circle that pressed his entire body was starting to lose its strength at this moment. The seal was also crumbling due to the cracks that spread from the successive unsealing. So he had to endure. He would somehow endure and withstand it. Until the chains would break. until the seal of the Solari denomination that imprisoned him would break. Monster, stop daydreaming. I'll punish you right here and now. Lucas shouted with a serious expression at that moment. He was happy with the fact that he had recited a line from Biltween the hero and enhanced it by adding a holy aura to Dragon's Sword Escalon. Holy King's Cross Sword. He even recited the technique name. He couldn't bring out Escalon's true power because he lacked the dragon factor, but he continued to speak. Holy Spirit special move. Escalon's blade shone white. It was a divine power that was incompatible for demons from hell. Geo, Holy Spirit, Flash. Lucas shouted it per word before he rushed forward. Although Lyzagang's limbs were tied up and he was unable to move, his size was enormous and the energy he exuded was terrifying. Add to that was Lucas' dash, and that was enough to recreate a scene from the hero novel. The king's holy sword. Holy Spirit Flash slashed the thigh of Lyzagang, who screamed in pain again. The wound didn't burn like Jude's slash, but his slash clearly went through the bone. But it was then. Lord Lucas, you were a little fast in the end. Slow down the release of your aura by a second. Yes, I understand. Lucas nodded at Jude's advice and once again concentrated his holy aura on Escalon. And he used Holy Spirit Flash again. Ooh, much better. Kajsa exclaimed in awe. A much bigger wound than before was left on Lyzagang's thigh. Awesome, as expected of Lucas. Clap, 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 haha, I am embarrassed, you bugs. Who do you think I am? No, what the hell are you doing in front of me? He was angry. He was really angry. What surprised him more was the fact that these young people's attacks were properly hurting him one by one. Shut up. Cordelia raised both Moonlight and Magic Blaster at the same time. Instead of using silence magic on Lyzagang's mouth, she intended to shut his mouth by force. Here goes. What she would use now was the magic of the sun. A holy power of Solari that she learned from Lena. My heart resonates. A heat enough to burn, I will do a bright yellow sprint. Sunlight yellow overdrive. Lyzagang cried in pain and closed his eyes, but it was not the sun that he avoided by closing his eyes. Swift light. The sunlight radiated at once over Moonlight and Magic Blaster. Hundreds of light spheres formed around Cordelia, and at the same time, Cordelia fiercely smiled. Shoot, shoot, just shoot, babba-babba-babbing. Hundreds of light spheres rushed at once. It literally became a golden storm and engulfed Lyzagang. Lyzagang was covered in light as he screamed. The number of light spheres was so high that Lyzagang could barely be seen. Stop, stop, do it in moderation, Jude cried at that moment. At the same time, he sent a message magic. Hey, it's a bus, we're driving a bus. I know, I'm just giving our attacks a little push. If Lyzagang had heard it, he would have shouted in anger, but Cordelia just giggled and withdrew her magic. With the light spheres gone, the battered appearance of Lyzagang was revealed. Kalak Oog, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was relying on the chains to barely stand. But it was not enough. The demon prince's power had yet to run out. The reason why Gallus couldn't kill Lyzagang in the first place was because the stamina of demon princes seemingly had no end. Especially Lyzagang, the vampire king who had immense endurance. So Cordelia did not let her guard down. She grinned and shouted again. Everyone, attack, hurry up, UOOH, here it goes. This is divine retribution. Red Wind, Kajsa, and Lucas each shouted as they attacked Lyzagang again. AAACK? As the vampire king, Lyzagang had recovered from almost everything except for the wounds left by Jude, but his insides were slowly being destroyed. If there was an HP bar floating above his head, it would have shown his declining condition. And 9 minutes later, after the party was exhausted from their constant attacks and roughly breathed for a moment to catch their breaths, Lyzagang shouted with all his might. Curse you all. I, Lyzagang, declare that you will all die bleeding from the holes in your body. It wasn't just a simple curse. It was a curse cast by a demon prince, a higher being of hell, so it was a powerful curse. However, Jude and Cordelia nodded their heads, having already anticipated it, so they had come up with a countermeasure. Oh, yes, Dispel. Jude tore apart dozens of Dispel magic scrolls that he had prepared in advance, because the curse's power was so strong that 1 or 2 scrolls were not enough. Yeah, okay. Cordelia also tore scrolls that she had prepared for today. Its effect was strong since she got Lena's help in making it. His magic power was scattered. The curse disappeared before it even reached them, but Lysagang did not give up. He waited for Jude and Cordelia's hands to stop before shouting again. Then, as a lord of hell, he'll leave this last curse. After letting his opponent use up all their defense measures, he would attack again. In simple terms, it was a diversionary tactic, but they didn't give him a chance. Yes, I know. We've prepared a lot, as expected. Jude and Cordelia nodded as though they knew this would happen, and each took out dispel scrolls as they tore it again. Arg, you beastards! His cry was full of sincerity. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia instinctively realized. His HP is very low, just before he dies. If I attack him now, I can get the last hit. I can get the last hit bonus. Of course, I am driving a bus. But frankly, isn't it better for us to get stronger than for Lucas or Kadsa to get stronger? In fact, aren't them riding the bus enough already? As their gamer brains began to work, Jude and Cordelia raised their heads and unknowingly looked at each other. The two could clearly understand what the other was thinking with just a look of their eyes, so they immediately understood what the other wanted. So they moved at the same time. Cordelia hurriedly opened her lips and began to hurriedly chant, while Jude simultaneously kicked the ground and released the black dragon's energy. Spear of Calamity. A black spear formed at the end of Moonlight's gem and flew towards Lysagang. And at the same time, the energy of the black dragon that Jude had released then struck Lysagang's chest. Black Dragon Cross Strike. Hop Flink. Even though the attack had already struck the enemy, Jude still shouted the technique name. He then hurriedly looked at Cordelia, and she also glanced at him. Instead of watching the resentful Lysagang from disappearing, they quickly counted the rings of light that floated around each other's bodies. And a few seconds later, the moment Cordelia instinctively realized who had the most rings. Oh yeah, hey, Jude clenched his fists in victory while Cordelia lost her temper. Hey, you no. Anyway, you fool, why are you trying to get the last hit? We're driving a bus. Wait, you tried to get it too. Anyway, I didn't get it. You're the one who got it? You got the last hit. Why you bugs, Lysagang murmured resentfully, but the two no longer cared about him. Red Wind and Sun Song tilted their heads and muttered what's a bus, while Kadsa chuckled at the idiot couple. Only Lucas showed interest in the disappearing Lysagang. Or rather, he was actually immersed in his role-playing rather than showing interest in the enemy. Evil is gone. A line from Biltween the hero. The last words Biltween would say after defeating a powerful enemy. Curse you! Lysagang unconsciously missed Gallus and the Solari denomination as he resentfully muttered and eventually disappeared. As for Jude and Cordelia, the two who had been arguing had kissed at some point, a light kiss. Several more kisses, followed by a passionate one. Piwa, hey, why you? Do you think I'll forgive you just because of this? Cordelia said with a blushing face, but her blue eyes had already lost most of her anger from earlier. Her words were mostly grumbling. So Jude kissed Cordelia again, and she naturally raised her hands to hug Jude's neck. And at that entire sight, Kadsa frowned. What's wrong with them? How did it end up like that? Why are they kissing now instead of arguing? And everyone's watching, okay? This isn't your bedroom, okay? Can you two please stop flirting now? But it was at that moment. Lord Jude, Lucas suddenly shouted. His cry wasn't of annoyance at the public displays of affection in front of him. At the place where Lysagang disappeared. While still embracing each other, Jude and Cordelia looked at where Lucas was pointing, and their eyes widened in surprise. Why is that here? No, if you think about it, isn't it obvious? This was the place where Gallus had died and where Lysagang was sealed. Awesome. Yes, it's awesome. Really awesome. I really like it. Jude kissed the forehead of the grinning Cordelia and turned around as a dark smile spread across his lips. He happily walked towards the items Lysagang had left behind. Chapter 285 Reunion. 4. Since Lysagang was a powerful boss monster, there were quite a variety of items he left behind in the place where he disappeared. Half of it were already expected, but the other half were not. So this is where it came from. Cordelia grinned while Jude did not hide his smile either, because it was a really pleasant surprise. Lysagang's essence and Demon Prince's soul also came out in the game. In Legend of Heroes 2, The battle against Lysagang was between the middle and late stages of the game, so the battle was completely different from what it was now. The battle wasn't against a sealed Lysagang, but a Lysagang who had been freed because he broke the seal on his own. That's why it has changed. Because the place where they fought and Lysagang's condition were different. There were two unexpected items. One was Paladin Gallus' sword. As a champion of Solari, he was said to have wielded two swords. One was the solar blade, sun goddess Solaris sword that Landius was now using, and the other was the demon killer greatsword, Demon Bane, that was in front of them now. Wow, it still has some divine power. Cordelia touched the Demon Bane's blade and widened her eyes in admiration. And Jude was surprised too. It was made from mithril, which was also called true silver, so the power he felt from the silver Demon Bane was really amazing. No, that's not all. There was a sense of discomfort that he found hard to explain, or rather, a sense of familiarity. Is it because I've already seen it a few times in the game? But that would be the same for the other items as well. Jude. Yes, that's amazing. Let's give this to Lucas. Okay. Cordelia seemed to be momentarily bewildered at Jude's words, but soon nodded her head. Because Jude has Sword Origin. Sword Origin had been upgraded into an Awakening Myth dragon equipment, so it was better than Demon Bane. And it was not a waste to give it to Lucas, who was using a Scallan now since he didn't have a dragon factor. Because the Holy King's cross sword of Lucas used divine power in the first place, it was more efficient for Jude to hand him Demon Bane, a divine sword, than for Lucas to use a Scallan. However, Lucas needs to become strong too, and I'm quite proud that Lucas is getting stronger. But Jude should always come first. My Jude should be given all the items to become stronger. Cordelia? It's nothing. Cordelia shook her head and cleared her thoughts. Because there was the right person for the right job. And if Jude would have gotten stronger from using Demon Bane, he wouldn't have told her in the first place that he was giving it to Lucas. Good, yes, okay. Let's give Demon Bane to Lucas. As Cordelia nodded again, Jude held back his laughter, because he knew what Cordelia was worried about since he could see her wriggling her fingers. Cute. No, she's adorable. When we come back later, I'll work hard to make her pretty again. If Katja had heard of Jude's thoughts, she would have frowned again. Jude then turned to Lucas and said, Lord Lucas, this is the demon killer greatsword, Demon Bane, the sword Paladin Gallus used. I think it would be better for Lord Lucas to use this. Lucas was immersed in the lingering feelings he felt after having defeated a great demon, so when Jude spoke in a fairly loud voice, he widened his eyes in surprise. Can I have a sword like that? Of course. Because we defeated Lysagang together. Lord Lucas deserves this sword. Jude offered Demon Bane after he spoke strongly again, and Lucas rushed like Cordelia, accepting the sword with trembling hands. This is the demon killer greatsword, Demon Bane, the sword of punishment that destroys evil. His words seemed to be a mix of some lines from Biltween the Hero, but anyway, good things were good. Jude left Lucas, who was immersed again with his role playing, and picked up another unexpected item. Solaris Eye. This divine item from the sun goddess Solari was like a set with the sun's necklace he had previously acquired. A brilliantly shining golden gem was embedded in a round frame made of platinum. I will take this. Yes, it would be good if you combine it with the sun's necklace. It will make your yang energy grow stronger, right? It was as Cordelia had stated. Even he felt that the sun's necklace wasn't enough these days, so adding Solaris Eye would let him amplify the power of the black sun more than before. Hey, can I have this? When he turned his head at the voice, he saw Katja holding the chains that were used to bound Lysagang. Each chain was quite thick, that the size of each chain link was comparable to Katja's waist, but it seemed like she liked it very much. It wouldn't be impossible with Katja's superhuman strength, but it was too big though. So Jude made another suggestion. I'll give it to you after we've reprocessed it in our fief. Reprocess? It's too big now. Well, make a new chain for you after melting it. Wouldn't it be better if it's in a size that you could handle properly? That's good then. With a smirk, Katja hugged the chains as though she was really satisfied, because it's an amazing object. These chains had bound a demon prince, so one could say that it was an amazing treasure in itself. Unnai, Opa. What is this? It's pretty. Red Wind had been squatting and looking at the items before she raised her head and asked. At her feet lied the last unexpected item Heaven genealogical record. The item had drawings and letters painted in gold on a plate made of mithril, and as its name suggested, it was a kind of divine relic that could tell the genealogy of heaven. It's the Heaven genealogical record. It tells what angels are in heaven and what their positions are. At Cordelia's explanation, Lucas and Kadsa, who had been engrossed in their own items, also raised their heads. Unnai, are you here then? I've just become one, so eh? The Heaven genealogical record was quite large as it measured around 1 meter in width and length, so only angels above a certain rank were recorded, but they were able to find Cordelia's name in a corner because she was of the 5th rank. Wow, is this a real-time recorder? In the game, it was nothing more than a divine item that emitted divine power. At the time Cordelia had spoken in surprise, Jude also narrowed his brows and said, "You're right, it must be real-time. Lena's name is also there. Lena's name was not far from where Cordelia's name was written. Both of them were angels under Solaris lineage, so it was easy to find their names. Unnai, I wonder what the black letters mean. They're probably the dead angels who no longer exist now," Cordelia said at Red Wind's question as she ran her fingers through her flowing hair. It was the first time Cordelia had seen it, but this was a fact she could easily infer. To begin with, there are 7 archangels, of which 3 are black and 4 are gold. Of the 7 archangels who were said to be the highest ranked in heaven, there were only 4 left. Among the letters painted in black was the name of Archangel Solari, the sun goddess who came to the human world. But it's not all of them. I think only the names of the important dead beings remained. Cordelia continued her slightly uneasy explanation and glanced at Jude. She seemed to be asking for confirmation if what she said was correct, so Jude nodded his head. It is, as Cordelia said. If it really recorded all the names of the angels, close to half of the Heaven genealogical record would be black. That's interesting. So you're saying that there are still 4 beings like Goddess Solari? Kadsa asked as she squatted down next to Red Wind, and Lucas replied with shining eyes. Yes, there are 7 archangels in heaven. Among them, 3 came to the human world and helped us, and Goddess Solari was the brightest, wisest, most beautiful, and most benevolent of the 3. Lucas appeared to be excited because he liked these kinds of stories rather than being a believer of Solari. One could say that he had seriously researched the settings for his role play. According to legends, Solari was the youngest of the 7 archangels, but she was the strongest in terms of power. Yes, that is true. The Golden Dragon King is also strong. At Luca's explanation, Kadsa admired it, Red Wind retorted back, and Cordelia turned to Jude. What do you think? About what Lucas had said just now, realistically speaking and not from a religious perspective. Well, I am not exactly sure. At the time when Solari descended, the world was completely different from what it was today. Because a part of hell was also connected with the human world, numerous demons descended on Earth. There were many theories about Solaris' death, but the most popular theory was that Solari sacrificed herself rather than being killed. She destroyed the connections of heaven and hell to the human world. As a result, the human world became independent again. The great summons the demon followers had longed for was to somehow restore that broken connection. If the human world and hell become connected, it would be possible for demons to cross over the human world without using a hell gate. The problem is that it would also restore the connection to heaven. Jude looked again at the 4 archangels at the top of the heavenly genealogical record. Among them, the most notable was Oriel, the archangel of judgment. She was the creator of heavenly judgment, which had been their trump card several times. But she was also a very important figure in both the game and the background setting of Legend of Heroes 3. Heaven's leader. The archangel who declared the beginning of Armageddon by fighting against Asmodeus, the overlord of lust who was the leader of hell. She was one of the reasons why humans were able to survive in Legend of Heroes 3. Because she brought together into one place the humans who had nearly been annihilated by the series of disasters. Among the archangels, Ragal was one of the 2 most popular. Ragal, the archangel of justice. Since Oriel was like the commander-in-chief of an army, the players felt a sense of distance from her. but not for Rhaegal, who was the archangel that appeared in the beginning of Legend of Heroes 3 and gave help and quests. Her tone of voice was friendly and gentle, so it was inevitable that she became popular. Moving on, neither heaven nor hell are connected with the human world now. It's good because we're not getting directly attacked by hell, but neither are we getting direct help from heaven. Yes, that's right. But who do you think is stronger, Solari or Oriel? That's not what's important. HMPH, I just want to know who's stronger. As Cordelia fed, Jude smiled and shrugged before sending message magic again. I don't know who is stronger. Anyway, whether it's Oriel or Rhaegal, it would be better for us to not meet them and only know of their existence. And the overlords of hell? Same situation. Jude nodded and glanced back at the heaven genealogical record again. The remaining 4 archangels of heaven, and Cordelia's name that was added at a corner of the heaven genealogical record. Jude looked at Solaris' name one last time. The benevolent and great archangel who sacrificed her own life for the humans of this world who had nothing to do with her. She was no longer just a background setting. She certainly existed in this world, and it was because of her that Jude and Cordelia could live in the present. So Jude closed his eyes and offered her a brief prayer. He grieved for the god who was now gone. Rhaegal, the archangel of justice, closed her eyes and looked down the world that Solari loved. The world that she gave away her life to protect. That was why Rhaegal loved the world. She loved the human world and the humans as much as she loved Solari. Solari, murmuring the name of her gone sister, Rhaegal held the heaven genealogical record. Her long, slender, and white fingers slowly stroked the record as her long black hair covered it. Cordelia, the newly engraved name of an angel, a child who inherited Solaris blood, a child who was very similar to Solari. I want to meet you, Rhaegal muttered unconsciously without opening her eyes. She continued to close her eyes as she looked into the world. Oriel, the archangel of judgment, stood on a higher place and looked down on earth. She intuitively realized that Asmodeus, the overlord of lust, was looking up the ground. Her longtime opponent. The war between heaven and hell had already lasted for more than 10 years, and during that long war, Oriel had confronted Asmodeus several times. But more than 1,000 years had already passed since their last war, because the connection between heaven and hell was cut off in the aftermath of the connection to the human world being suddenly severed. Solari, the name of the child she loved the most, the 7th archangel. She sacrificed everything to protect the humans and the human world. Oriel looked down on earth. She stood from a higher place and blankly stared down. The Witch of the West Forest smiled brightly. An empty and fake smile, but Asmodeus, the overlord of lust, loved that smile of hers. How interesting. You're seriously crazy. Out of everyone else, you want to borrow my power. Because it's very important. Shouldn't I use everything I can use? And isn't that why you like me? Asmodeus smiled again as the Witch of the West Forest shrugged. For her, the witch was a woman worthy of saving from Belial. Demons follow contracts if they would be paid a price. That would be the same for me, an overlord. Pretending to be fair, huh? Aren't you a scammer? Despite the witch's accusation, Asmodeus did not lose her smile. Sitting on the throne of hell, she spoke to the witch who was watching via magic goggles. I'll lend you my power. The price would be knowledge. Asmodeus said, and the Witch of the West Forest agreed. Helena looked into the world with the power of the demon that she hated, to confirm the identity of the sense of discomfort and déjà vu that she felt. Time flowed. As the archangels gazed upon the earth, the witch peeked at the world, and the overlords of hell longed for the earth with greedy eyes. The dizzying flow of time did not stop. It just kept flowing. A week after Lysagang's defeat, unexpected news was delivered to Jude and Cordelia, who were about to begin their journey to the Empire. Chapter 286 Argon Empire. 1. After defeating Lysagang, the group decided to stay at Count Bayer's territory for a while. It was necessary to get used to the explosive growth of their various stats because of the sudden increase of their levels. And it also took time to make new equipment again with the newly acquired materials. We have to prepare for our trip to the Empire. After all, there was a huge difference between traveling inside the Slen Kingdom and traveling outside its borders. In particular, Preparation was necessary because they were going to the Argon Empire, which had been at war with the Slen Kingdom several times since the kingdom's founding, though the two countries were maintaining a good relationship now. I will go then. It will probably take a week or so. Okay, leave everyone to me and have a safe trip. Cordelia replied and tightly hugged Jude for a long time without moving, because she wanted to recharge for a week's supply of Jude, though everyone except Jude looked at them with lukewarm expressions. In any case, Jude left Count Bayer's territory in Balon and returned to Mount Damos to stay for around a week as scheduled. It's not easy. At the mansion of Count August Bayer, situated in the middle of Mount Damos, Jude was sitting alone in the training room as he meditated and exhaled as sweat poured down. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, 7th door. It had already been 4 months since the 6th door was opened, but the road to the 7th door seemed to be far away. It seems like I need to build a foundation for it. Jude had gone through a lot since he first opened the 6th door in the royal capital. With his acquisition of sword origin, his body's durability had become stronger than before, and because of the series of battles against powerful enemies and defeating a huge chunk of experience points that was called the Ancient Black Dragon, he had immensely leveled up. In order to open a new door of the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, he needed to have a strong body capable of handling the immense chi energy and the new door. Jude judged that he could do it now because of the explosive level up and other things mentioned earlier. However, no matter how much he meditated and chanted the mnemonic chant of the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, he could not open the next door like previously. Is this what Valencianism meant? That one needed enlightenment from the 7th door upwards. It was only up to the 6th door that one could open new doors by simply pouring in more power. In a way, that was actually quite natural. Rather, what he had done so far was unnatural. Still, it's 4 months now. It will be frustrating if I remain stagnant for around 5 months. If Landius had heard Jude's thoughts, he would have gotten annoyed, but Jude couldn't help in thinking that. Until now, he had been opening new doors at least once every 2 or 3 months. Enlightenment. A word he only encountered in martial arts novels he had read several times in his past life. Even in the practical martial arts he had learned in his previous life, there seemed to be something called enlightenment. No, rather than enlightenment, it's more like the know-how I gained from experience. Whether it was in his past or present lives, Jude's battles were always based on calculations. He predicted how the enemy would move and come up with an appropriate response. Optimal battles were conducted through the simulations created by his natural rationality and accumulated experience. I don't know. Jude lied on his back and looked up the training room's ceiling. Landius said that he had an epiphany after continuous battles, but what the hell is that epiphany? I don't know. He said that he deliberately used his limbs and not his sword for the sake of enlightenment. I don't understand. What on earth is the relationship between muscle strength and enlightenment? In fact, given that Landius has been trying everything to achieve enlightenment itself seems to be something ambiguous in the first place. Valencianism, can you give me some advice? Jude asked in his mind, and Valencia immediately gave an answer. Nothing. Excuse me, because my successor, I really have no answer. There is no correct method to an epiphany. Just as 1,000 different flowers each possess a unique beauty, the epiphany for each person is also very different. There is no guarantee that the method I used will work for others. There is also no guarantee that the enlightenment that you will gain is the same as mine. Can I at least use it as reference? No, as it could be a hindrance. If the enlightenment of my successor is the opposite of the enlightenment I have attained, my advice will rather be poisonous to you if the forms are completely different. Usually, successful condescending older people who were confident in their methods would say I am absolutely right. Just do what I tell you to do, but Valencia had very little of that attitude. Rather, it's somehow like neglect play. What Valencia was actively talking about were established skills and techniques. Things like the so-called Yang family spear form or powerful one-shot killing techniques. What the hell is this enlightenment? I have to open the 7th door, but I still have a long way to go. Come to think of it, Jude closed his eyes and thought of a woman's face. It was neither Cordelia nor Valencia, but the face of a graceful woman with long black hair. The unknown female sage. the woman who appeared when he opened the third door and taught him various skills, such as using the energy of the black dragon. However, she had not appeared since the fifth door. Why? Who was she in the first place? Why are there so many hidden elements? Will I be able to figure out everything? Jude complained to the unknown woman before clearing his thoughts. There was no answer, so he continued to think. If I just increase my abilities to the point of recklessness, I can forcefully open the seventh door. I may even awaken in a fight against a strong enemy. Aren't scenes like that common in movies and novels? But it was then. My successor, it's a really bad habit to rely on things that can only be found on hero novels, such as awakening at a dramatic moment. There's no way things in this world will always work that well, right? Even if that kind of awakening is possible, you can't always do it. So don't rely on things that don't always work. Valencia usually talks very casually, but why does she sound like a condescending older person these days? Of course, if the condescending older person was such a pretty person, there will be plenty of people who will welcome her words with open arms. I must be tired already. Jude stopped his thoughts and lightly shook his head before standing up. Anyway, Valencianim, today's training will end here. It was now time to head back to Balon. After leaving the training room, Jude washed his body while watching the sunset over the mountain in the west. It would be night soon, so Jude decided that he should leave at night. Are you going? When he stood in the garden and looked up the moon, Maja approached him and asked. She began wearing glasses for some reason after she became a maid, but she remained calm and elegant like always. Maja Tantalat, a person he knew since his childhood and was like a real older sister to him. She was the person who knew Jude best aside from Cordelia, so she already had a hunch to some extent. The reason why Cordelia remained in Balon and what Jude intended to do from now on. Thus, Jude spoke without hiding it. I am going to the Empire. Maja's expression slightly shook at Jude's words. Jude had already traveled all over the Slen Kingdom, so she had a vague thought that his next one would be a foreign country, but she felt like being choked when she really heard the word empire. But Maja soon regained her composure. No, she wasn't that composed. Young master. Yes, Maja. Maja bit her lips when Jude answered. After taking a step, she raised her head and looked at Jude. Unlike before, she now had to look up in order to see Jude's face. It had only been a year and a few months, but a lot of things had changed. It wasn't about him becoming a count or one of the 10 great swordmasters. I miss you sometimes, the Jude of the past, the young master who always depended on Maja because of his weak body. The past days they spent most of their time together, but I think it's much better now. You've grown up to the point where I have to look up. You've become so strong that I can't recognize you, the kingdom's hero, the royal family's protector, the ancient dragon slayer. She unconsciously smiled. Jude felt so far away despite him being so close to her now. My little young master. She smiled again at that thought. Without realizing it, she said with a bright smile that she normally didn't make, as though to hide the forming tears in her eyes. Be safe and take care. Why is such a smile on my face now? Jude, why do I feel so sad? Jude faced Maja. He smiled at her while feeling that something was out of place. He lightly hugged Maja in response to her smile that he had never seen before, but strangely felt familiar deep inside his mind. Why, young master? I'll be back. Maja lightly bit her lips at his words. She closed her eyes and hugged back Jude, who had suddenly grown so big that she could fit herself in his arms. Have a safe trip. Yes, Maja. I'll be back. Jude patted Maja on the back before summoning his phantom steed and riding on its back. He looked at Maja again. A Maja with her hair loose as she broadly smiled and shed tears. A Maja who said that she was happy as her body completely lost her warmth. Those were all fantasies, an illusion only. Maja's long blue hair hung over the shawl on her shoulders as she widely smiled at him. Instead of shedding tears, she waved her hand to see him off. You must come back safely, okay? I will. I'll get you a present when I return. Maja, stay well and healthy too, okay? Maja smiled again when he greeted back. For Jude, the Maja who smiled so much was unfamiliar, but he thought that it was very nice to see. I'll be back. He consciously spoke before prodding the phantom steed into the night sky. Instead of the smiling Maja with tears in her eyes, he thought of the brightly smiling Maja he just saw as he headed north. I've become stronger. The next morning. In the training room, Lucas faced Jude, who had arrived at dawn, and said with a confident voice, "He really got strong." Jude nodded at Cordelia's further explanation, because he had already heard Valencia's evaluation. "His aura is different than before. I think he really became stronger from the last fight." The effect of their explosive level-up. Humans in Pleiades did not have the level-up effect that Jude and Cordelia saw, but it was possible for them to level up. In other words, level-ups were not a cheat that Jude and Cordelia had, but was more of a law of the world that everyone in Pleiades enjoyed. Of course, we've already proven that the level-ups Cordelia and I have are far more efficient. Only Jude and Cordelia had a level-up effect. Lucas and Kajsa had not seen a ring of white light even though Jude leveled up in front of them. In any case, their Lysagang raid definitely worked. Because the levels of both Lucas and Kajsa had risen by almost a dozen, though they hadn't gone to a temple to accurately measure it. He didn't know how much, but if they had leveled up that greatly, their physical abilities and mana must have more than doubled. "I feel like I've fully adapted now." "Hee, me too." Kajsa leaned against Luca's shoulder and smiled as if they had become closer in the past week, because Kajsa has a good level-up efficiency. She was a woman whose physical abilities grew higher than other playable characters, even if she only went up by one level. Looking at her proud smile full of confidence, it seemed like her physical abilities had really grown explosively. "Opa, we've become stronger too. I can handle Phoenix better now," Red Wind said with shining eyes as she ignited her rivalry with Lucas, and Sun Song behind her showed off his chest and nodded. "She's really strong. She's still inexperienced, but it's possible for her to unite spirits now." Jude exclaimed in admiration at Cordelia's message. Spirit fusion was the ultimate skill of Red Wind. She could do it now despite being inexperienced, so perhaps the strongest of the 4 people in front of him at the moment was Red Wind. Good. It's worth our hidden card. And how should he say it? Should he say that the feeling of guilt that remained in the corner of his heart was slightly relieved? Because Jude and Cordelia had unintentionally stolen the various experience points that Lucas, Kajsa, and Red Wind should have obtained. "That's good. I've brought a present for everyone who worked hard." At Jude's words, the group's eyes began to shine again. After receiving the dragon equipment, Jude was like a Santa Claus who came to visit several times a year. "First of all, Kajsa, this is the divine chain." "Oh yeah." The chain was made by melting the chains that the Solaris denomination used to seal the limbs of Lysagang, and various materials were added to it. Not only had it been improved to a suitable size for Kajsa's use, but Cassia's special magic was added, making it really strong. I am excited." As Kajsa spun the chains, Jude was startled by the voice of a beast girl, but decided to move on because he was her beast. As for the rest, a demon bane scabbard for Lucas, a mana amplifier made with Lysagang's soul for Red Wind, and a spear made from Lysagang's horns for Sun Song. After he handed it out one by one, Cordelia drew closer and began pulling his sleeve. "Me? What about me? Don't I have any?" Jude smiled at her begging expression and took out the last items from his space expansion bag. Here, a newly upgraded detonating cord and a new bomb. The items were made with the blood of Lysagang and Malekith and differed from the ordinary detonating cords and bombs in terms of power. Wow. Cordelia had a happy expression on her face and hugged the detonating cord and new bomb tightly as if it was a teddy bear and began to jump on her spot. And seeing that, Kajsa said in a very low voice, "I've been thinking about it for a while, but aren't they a bit crazy? A fiancé who gave his fiancée a bomb as a present, or a fiancé who received it and was truly happy?" Lucas had a lot of things to say, but struggled to keep his mouth shut because it was against the way of a knight to gossip. In fact, he questioned if Kajsa was qualified to say that as she was really happy from receiving a chain. "Anyway, Opa, are we going to the Empire now?" Red Wind asked in the continent's common language, and Jude nodded his head. However, an unexpected news came an hour later to the party, who had just finished breakfast. "Contact from our branches in the Empire have been lost." Camel's voice was heard from the crow that flew in haste, the imperial branches of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other. Because they had expected the demon followers, who had created a mess in the Slen Kingdom, to unite in the Empire, and do something bigger. But they did not expect that the demon followers would launch an attack on the guardians of the Holy Cross like the situation now. Their exact state is unknown, but it doesn't seem like they've been suddenly destroyed. Rather, we presume that the communication network itself has been tampered with. The guardians of the Holy Cross were able to communicate with each other at a very fast speed over a long distance through the legacy of Gabriel, an archangel who descended with Solari in the past. To be exact, it delivered magic signals through transmitters located throughout the continent. But if there was something wrong with the Empire's transmitters, contact with them would indeed be lost as it was now. But it was at that moment. Just as Jude was about to ask a few more questions, the door swung open and Dahlia entered. "Miss, something big happened. What in the world happened this time? Perhaps something happened to Count Chase or Adelia?" Fortunately, that wasn't it. But it was not entirely fortunate. The Empire has declared the truce annulled. All borders have been closed. Even Camel's Crow widened its eyes as it was startled at Dahlia's words, and Jude and Cordelia looked at each other again. The Empire destroying their ceasefire agreement and the border blockade. What it could only lead to was an all-out war with the Empire. An unprecedented situation that did not happen in the original storyline where the kingdom collapsed. Chapter 287 Argon Empire 2, what? Then we're at war with the Empire? When Katsa shouted in surprise, everyone was startled and turned to Dahlia. "WL, there is no war yet, I think." Dahlia said so, but even she herself was unsure about it. Because of the proven history between the kingdom and the Empire, war always broke. The termination of the armistice agreement and the blockade of borders. Up until now, it had always led to a war when something like this happened. But we don't know yet. We don't know how long it will take until there's a direct battle. There's a possibility that it will end up as a mere demonstration of force. Lucas said in the calmest tone possible. It seemed like he was talking to himself rather than others. The Slen Kingdom and Argon Empire had been fighting relentlessly since the founding of the kingdom. In particular, the two had been at war 8 times over the last 100 years alone because of the Silates Plains, the continent's largest breadbasket. Obviously, not all of those 8 times were huge fights, but there was also a big war that lasted for several years. Cordelia pulled Jude's sleeve with an anxious face, and Jude tried to put on a calm expression. It is as Lord Lucas said, there is no war yet. Once he said that, Lucas was the first person to sigh in relief. Jude thought as he felt everyone's eyes on him. There was no war in the original storyline. It was natural that there was no war since the Slen Kingdom itself ceased to exist back then, but that was not the only reason. Because the entire empire had not been taken over by the demon followers. The power of the emperor in the Argon Empire was peculiarly not strong. Although it was in name only, there were electors in the remote areas who had the power to elect an emperor, and there was also a strong administrative organization centered on the chancellor inside the empire that supported the emperor and kept him in check at the same time. There was also the possibility that the chancellor had sided with the demon followers, as in the case of the Lord Protector and First Sword. Even in the game when one played as Leon or Maximilian, several confrontation events successively occurred with the Imperial Chancellor and his fallen subordinates. But in the original, the demon followers did not fully control the politics of the Empire. Because there was a group within the Empire that could never be dominated by demon followers, and at the same time had a strong influence. The Elf Mafia, to be exact, the Elf Capitalists. In his previous life, the Jewish capitalists exerted a strong power not only in the business world, but also in the political world. Unlike the elves of the Slen Kingdom, who lived in the Forest of Eternity, the elves of the Argon Empire had already been living as Empire citizens for hundreds of years. There weren't that many elves in the Empire since elves had a hard time having offspring. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of elves in the thousands was only a very small number when compared to the humans who numbered in the millions, or the dwarves who numbered in the hundreds of thousands. But the elves had a lot of money. In particular, one could say that the financial sector was the stronghold of the elves, a long life and eternal youth. It was the way the elves made money. The empire used to be a small country in the past. The worth of things were bound to rise in the long run, and the empire continued to prosper for hundreds of years without collapsing. In other words, as an example, the value of land bought 100 years ago was bound to rise 100 years later. If this happened to humans, only their descendants would be happy, but not for the elves. They were a race that could make long-term investments in terms of 100 or 200 years. Long-term investments obviously could fail too. But fortunately, the capitalist Vincenzo Lombardi, who was known as the father of the imperial elves, was an investment genius. So the elves succeeded in amassing vast amounts of capital over the past hundreds of years under his leadership. So in Legend of Heroes, the elves were also called Hodel elves. But anyway, the most important thing was that the Hodel elves, or the elf capitalists, had never once partnered with the demon followers. It's not easy to control them. Long life and eternal youth were what the demon followers used the most to attract those in power. After all, the Lord Protector fell for those two things. However, the elves were basically born with those two things to begin with. Then, the next thing they could offer was power, but the imperial elves were already the ruling class. Moreover, only those who had risen to a certain level by elven standards were able to engage in external activities, so whether it was in swordsmanship or magic, they were viewed as experts by humans. Naturally, one could find people the demon followers could somehow convince if they deeply searched. Greed existed in creatures regardless of whether they were human or elves. But since there was only a few of them, it was almost impossible to control the entire elf capitalists. In short, they're a race that has a strong defense against temptation. War was a costly thing, so for elves who had the most money in the empire, it was a field that they were the most influential. The elf capitalists basically don't want war though. Or to be exact, they didn't want a war they couldn't win. Because the past history had proven that there was no huge benefit in waging war with the Slen kingdom over the Silates plains. We still have time. They had time. Even if there was a butterfly effect, the whole empire would not have fallen into the hands of the demon followers. The most likely one to have fallen is the Chancellor. His group had a lot of demon followers mixed in even in the original storyline. It was highly likely that they had tempted the Imperial Chancellor and attracted him to their side, just like what they did to the Lord Protector. Let's stop here. These are things we can't solve right now anyway. They had to go to the Empire as originally planned. But Jude couldn't open his mouth, because it was highly risky to proceed with their existing plan. It's different from before. The Wild Lands, the Royal Capital, and the Southern Region. All of these places were not complete enemy territory. There were eastern tribes that had not been corrupted in the Wild Lands, and there were powerful forces that could be trusted in the royal capital like his father, Count Bayer. In the south, there were the 7 southern families and the heroes of Paragon led by his master, Landius, but not in the Empire. Their connection with the guardians of the Holy Cross which they had believed in was suddenly cut off, and they didn't know how the demon followers took control of the Empire. Many of the high-ranking demonic humans who had fled from the Slen Kingdom must have joined them, so the current empire was an unknown land of high risk. But we still have to go. The problem wouldn't be solved if they didn't go. What they could do in the Slen Kingdom was too limited. They wouldn't be able to stop the war from happening. The Great Tribulation. It was what the Great Summons needed. The real reason why the demon followers wanted the kingdom and the empire to wage war. The more time passed, the more likely the situation would get worse. So before the war broke out, they needed to enter the empire and change the situation. But why? Why can't I open my mouth even though I know that it's necessary? Jude looked to his side without realizing it. He glanced at Cordelia, who was holding on to his sleeve and trying to maintain a calm expression. Cordelia met eyes with Jude. Her blue eyes, filled with her repressed anxiety, blinked a few times, and she fixed her expression at some point. She glanced at Jude before releasing her grip on his sleeve and turned to everyone as she said, "Let's go to the Empire as planned. It's most likely a plot of the demon followers, so let's head to the Empire and solve the problem." The situation had worsened, but what needed to be done had not changed. When Cordelia said those words, Lucas and the group nodded vigorously except for Jude, but there was one more exception. "Miss, the Empire. Did you say that you're going to the Empire now?" "Ah, my mistake." She hadn't told Dahlia about it yet. It was obvious that everyone would stop them if they said that they were going to the Empire now, though she wasn't sure if it would be the same if it was before the situation changed. Miss, that is, Cordelia awkwardly smiled and glanced at Jude. He gestured to her to go and do something about Dahlia. I will explain everything. Come with me. Cordelia grabbed Dahlia's hand and they left, so the group's attention shifted to Jude again. Opa, Jude nodded at Red Wind's call. He also repeated what Cordelia had said. Well, proceed as scheduled. So please get ready. I understand. Okay. Lucas and Katja responded with determined expressions on their faces before leaving the room, and Red Wind and Sun's song also returned to their rooms. I will contact you soon. Camel's Crow also left after a few minutes. Jude went back to his room and sat down at his desk. Even if this world had magic, the news was likely to arrive later than in his previous life. So it was highly probable that the Empire had declared the termination of the armistice agreement and the blockade of its borders at least one day before. So we have to go now. Count Bayer and Count Chase would most likely be summoned due to the emergency situation. Gal and Adelia were also newly married, but it was unlikely that they would remain here under this circumstances. Therefore, Jude opened the stationery. He had to leave a letter saying that they would be leaving, but it was at that moment, my successor. Yes, Valentianim, no, let's talk later. Now is not the time for this. Valentianim, later. But we must talk. This is something really important for you, my successor. He wondered what she meant, but since Valencia wasn't the kind of person to talk nonsense except when talking about two-timing, Jude nodded first. I understand. Let's do that. Jude consciously took a long breath and stared at the stationery again. Normally, he would have written a letter saying that he was going on a trip with his beloved Cordelia. If the situation hadn't changed, he would have written it that way, but the content had to be changed this time. We're going to the Empire. To prevent the war. To stop the plot of the demon followers and thereby create a world without a great summons. Please also write that this will be the last time Yael run away from home without permission. Valencia's words struck him, so Jude unconsciously smiled, because it was as she said, I will. If all goes well, this will be the last time. No, if I think about it, can we even call it running away from home if me and Cordelia are already living separately from our families? Cordelia. The conversation they had on Gal's wedding day. The ring he gave her while talking about the next step. The next step. A relationship progress that would be a bit more than it was now. Are you thinking of something lewd now? Valencia's sharp remark startled Jude, who was lost in his thoughts, and he cleared his throat. She wasn't exactly wrong, but it was really not the only thing that he was thinking of. Of course, Jude was a man, and Cordelia seemed to be hoping for the next part these days, so it was actually a very natural my successor. Do you know that you're seriously obsessed now? Ahem. Jude coughed as Valencia gave sharp remarks, and he organized his thoughts again. The next part. Their battle against the demon followers would be over, and they would have stopped the great summons, for a perfect happy ending. After that, the two would live happily ever after. That completely click ending was what they wanted to achieve. Jude unconsciously recited those words again before finishing the letter. He left the room to find Cordelia. The Witch of the West Forest woke up amidst the darkness. She had not figured out everything yet. Finding the truth was never easy. But she found a clue, so she was confused. It's a bit different. It was not the truth that the witch had thought. The witch closed her eyes again. She once again read the records of the world. Chapter 288 Illegal Entry into the Empire. 1. That night, Jude and Cordelia left Count Bayer's territory with the rest of the group. It was a little difficult to stop Dahlia from coming too, but Cordelia was able to persuade her in the end. I don't think sleep magic is persuasion. Melissa's point was valid, and Cordelia really didn't want to cast a spell on Dahlia, but she didn't have any choice. It would be too dangerous to take Dahlia to the Empire. I am sorry. Dahlia. Cordelia left a letter at the bedside of the sleeping Dahlia, asking her to take good care of their fief. She apologized to Dahlia again in her mind. Shall be fine. In fact, from Melissa's perspective, Dahlia seemed to be aware of it to some extent, that a huge skill gap had arisen between Cordelia and herself. Obviously, it wasn't only about combat power. Dahlia wanted to accompany them despite knowing the difference in skill so that she could protect Cordelia and many other things. Anyway, it was an easy escape after leaving Dahlia behind. Jude, Cordelia, Lucas, and Kadsa formed pairs and rode on the phantom steeds, while Red Wind and Sun Song rode on the phoenix as they had done when they first came here. Let's go! To the north. Even before the border blockade, Jude had already plotted several routes into the Empire. Because the demon followers took notice of simple travelers who openly entered, so the group would disguise themselves and sneak in. In other words, Jude's plan was to enter the Empire illegally. Enter the Empire via the Wild Lands. The central area where the Silates Plains was located was under strict surveillance, so it would be difficult to enter through there. Since the northern borders were also closed now, the general smuggling route couldn't be used, so they decided to try smuggling themselves from somewhere other than the kingdom. The border between the Wild Lands and the Empire. They would follow the path Kaplan took when he entered the Wild Lands from the Empire. Fake identities for us to use have been prepared by the Guardians of the Holy Cross once we cross over. We'll disguise ourselves as students of the Imperial Academy. As a student of the Imperial Academy? Yes, school uniforms and student IDs have also been prepared. Wow, that's amazing. How did you get it? Kadsa said in admiration, and Cordelia puffed her chest and snorted. As expected of my Jude. But how did you get it? Since when did you prepare? Jude answered with a smile at her message magic that followed after her spoken words. Kaplan's help was great. He's a professor at the Imperial Academy, and I began preparing before we even went to the royal capital. Because he knew that they would go the Empire one day. Do you remember that person, Fabian? I remember, the transport dealer at Vedafalnir. Yes, smuggling is Fabian's specialty in the first place, so I made some preparations in advance. Kaplan and I exchanged letters through Fabian. Just like always, my Jude is highly capable. He must have prepared this in the 2 months after returning from the Wild Lands and before heading to the royal capital. I didn't do everything then. He only did the preparations from time to time after that. But anyway, Cordelia thought that he was amazing, so she puffed out her chest a bit more. This is my Jude. There is no one else like my Jude, huh? However, Lucas and Kadsa had already grown accustomed to this kind of thing, and Red Wind and Sun Song turned their gazes away at Cordelia's bragging. And around 3 days later, after quickly traveling a distance that would normally take around a week, the group crossed the northern border that was guarded by the jackdaws and entered the Wild Lands. It reminds me of the old days. No matter how high the stamina and magic power of the party, they could not operate the phantom steeds and the phoenix all day long. So they rested for about half a day, but Cordelia recalled the old days when she was preparing for camping in the Wild Lands. At that time, I really didn't know that our relationship would be like this now. She had a really slight suspicion of it, though. In fact, this was somehow natural. Because the two were the only ones who had knowledge of their past lives and also the upcoming threat in the future. Even now, the only person in this world who clearly remembered and understood the person named Hong Yoo Hee was Jude. Cordelia herself was the only one who remembered and understood the person named Kang Jin-ho, though it was only a part of it. Come to think of it, I know very little about him. Perhaps Jude's doing this on purpose, but he rarely talks about his past life. What I learned was that his name was Kang Jin-ho, and he has a foreign teacher named Alexei, I think. What in the world was my Jude's job? He must have been someone like a spy or a soldier. He knew how to make bombs and also traveled around the world. He's like a comic character. The very fact that we got reincarnated into the world of the game is strange, though. So, Unnai, what did you want to ask about? As she was snickering alone, Red Wind approached and spoke to her, because she had told Red Wind that they should talk once their camp preparations were over. You see Cordelia's words trailed off before she glanced around and grabbed Red Wind's hand, leading her to a place with no people. Kadsa, who was looking their way, also slowly followed them. But it was only Jude, Lucas, and Sun Song that Cordelia were avoiding in the first place, so she let Kadsa follow them. Or rather, I would be more embarrassed if Kadsa isn't here. Cordelia slightly blushed and guided them to a place that she had seen earlier. They sat down as Red Wind tilted her head, not understanding the situation. Ahem. Cordelia pretended not to see Kajsa sneaking up on them, and she wiggled her fingers and said to Red Wind, Red Wind. Yes, unnigh. Cordelia became more embarrassed when Red Wind smiled innocently, so she eventually chose to whisper instead of speaking out loud. Whisper, whisper. However, Kajsa was more of a beast than Cordelia in terms of physical abilities alone, so she heard their whispers and blushed with an awkward expression. On the other hand, Red Wind was snickering. Unnigh, Ure curious of sex. WL Ure the only one I can ask, since I'll do it with Jude someday. Adelia Unnigh and Dahlia are definitely a pass. It will be hard for Maja, so pass. Then all that's left is Kajsa, but Kajsa has never done it before, but her taste is strange. Hey, Heyy, what do you mean I've never done it? Huh, what do you mean? Have you done it then? When Cordelia asked her with a sour expression, Kajsa responded with a defeated expression. I don't have a strange taste bondage, is just something nice. Cordelia ignored Kajsa's mutterings and asked Red Wind again, who was snickering from finding the situation to be interesting. It's just Jay, just. Can you tell me a bit about it? Red Wind's experience. After all, she was the only married woman in the group. Okay, I will tell you. But the truth was, Red Wind was also embarrassed to talk about it, so her lips quivered, and it took her some time before she spoke. Cordelia and Kajsa swallowed hard as they waited in nervousness. So Red Wind's story began, and Cordelia and Kajsa were introduced to a new world. Beast. Red Wind, Sun's Song was watching the bonfire and tilted his head at the sudden and unusual gaze of the female group. You, my gosh. Kajsa, a complete beast. Red Wind, what about Lucas? Kajsa, definitely lacking. Red Wind, how do you know that? Kajsa, you can tell by just looking at him. Red Wind, as Red Wind and Kajsa chatted, Cordelia looked towards Jude and her cheeks blushed again when she saw him studying the map with a serious expression. Gulp. Red Wind's story. The various things described by Red Wind. Melissa, oh, you finally talked to me. It had been a while, so Melissa spoke sarcastically, but Cordelia ignored it. Cordelia tightly held Moonlight with a red face and whispered softly, My Jude is better than Sun's Song, right? That's a groundless belief. Why, he's Jude. Then why don't you use ultrasonic magic? It's a magic that lets you see through things. At Melissa's suggestion, Cordelia blushed once more and nodded her head. She stealthily used ultrasonic magic because the magic to see through things was quite embarrassing. It let her see the body shape, the size of anything, and so on. Lies. Right after she used ultrasonic magic, the bewildered Jude turned her way, so Cordelia quickly turned around and took a deep breath as she pressed down on her chest with both hands. Because her heart had began to beat like crazy. If I add the story of Red Wind to the result of the ultrasonic magic, Cordelia unconsciously looked back at Moonlight and squatted down as she covered her face with both hands. She couldn't control her imagination that had begun to go wild. And the next morning, Red Wind and Sun's Song left the party and headed to the land of Golden Dragon King, which was a big city in the center of the Wild Lands. It was to help the party by leading the forces of the Wild Lands into the Empire. Be careful, unnigh, yes. I'll be careful, I will. After exchanging greetings that sounded slightly different to Kajsa, the group crossed the Wild Lands and headed for the Empire. And a few days later, Valentianim, yes, my successor. Aren't Cordelia and Kajsa looking at me a bit strangely these past few days? I think so. Anyway, my successor, have you thought about what I said? What she wanted to talk about then? While Cordelia and Kajsa were having a conversation about such things with Red Wind, Jude was having a rather serious talk with Valencia. The topic that Valencia raised was his purpose for fighting, his reason for fighting. In fact, he gave an immediate answer to that, to prevent the world from destruction, to survive. However, Valencia was not satisfied with his answer. She told him to think about it a little more. She said that once they had entered the Empire, he wouldn't have the time to think about it seriously. Think about it slowly. My successor, what is fighting for you? What is your goal and desire? Valencia did not know about Jude's past life, but there was something poignant with her words. It made Jude look back on his days as Kang Jin-ho without realizing it. The turbulent life of Kang Jin-ho that began as a child soldier, or to be exact, a human shield. Everything that happened when he met Alexei and many other people, and of the time he left them. He felt his chest tighten. After playing the game with Cordelia for nearly 5 years, he thought that he had forgotten his past memories, but in fact, he merely covered it up. So Jude couldn't easily come up with an answer, because the obvious fact that he fought to survive gave him a very vague feeling. It's better not to rush, so don't be in a hurry and find an answer that you can understand yourself, my successor. Jude nodded at Valencia's words and thought again. Before he knew it, he saw the border between the wild lands and the Empire. As expected, it's different from the northern region. The wild lands had fiercely fought with the Slen Kingdom, but surprisingly, they didn't fight against the Empire. The reason was simple. The lands of the Empire that were adjacent to the wild lands were barren, so even the barbarians of the wild lands did not desire it. The road is rough at times. The border between the Empire and the wild lands was a harsh place where ordinary humans would likely die upon traversing. But Kaplan was a dwarf who had good physical strength in the first place, so he was able to travel to the wild lands despite having a strong bad luck. Of course, it was an easy area for Jude's party who were equipped with various kinds of items and magic. Once we've reached the Empire by land, we'll cross a Seine Pass and head to the Imperial Academy. Huh? Yes. Yes. Jude narrowed his brows again at Cordelia's reply from behind him, because Cordelia had been acting really suspicious for the past few days. Suspicious. She seemed to be subtly avoiding Jude. She wouldn't make eye contact, and her face turned red more often than usual. I think it's because of red wind. What the hell did you two talk about? It seems like her imagination switch has been turned on. In any case, the party entered the Empire more easily than they had imagined, and after recalling the phantom steeds, they walked on their own feet and entered the pass. This is the Empire, but I don't feel it yet. Lucas spoke with a restless face, and Kadja also nodded. But well, do people live here? After all, the road here looks really good for bandits. I've never met bandits before, but want they appear here. At the time when Kadja was talking with a carefree voice. Help me. A young girl came running from the top of the pass, and she seemed to be crying and running away. She was wearing pretty good clothes, but some parts were dirty and torn as if she had rolled here and there. Lady, this way, Lucas shouted instinctively, and the girl turned their way and ran as if she had barely survived. Help me. She was a very pretty girl up close. Her large ears that were characteristic of a cat beastkin were protruding through her black hair, and there was even a red ribbon tied to her long tail on her back. My group to the bandits. I am the only one who ran away, hic. Save them, please. Save them, hoo-hoo, my sister. As the girl barely continued to talk, Lucas looked up the pass and immediately expressed his anger while Kadja also turned her eyes away with an angry face. Well, save them. Can you tell us where to go? There, over there. I'll guide you. Hoo-hoo. Lucas was deeply moved when the girl offered to guide them even though she was trembling in fear. Kadja also looked at the girl with great admiration. As for the other two, Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and said with their eyes, wow, amazing acting. As expected of Carrara. There was a high chance of meeting her around here due to the timing, but the butterfly effect worked so much that they didn't expect that she would appear like this. It truly was Carrara. It's a trap, right? The masked bandits must be waiting to ambush us. Are they trying to steal our weapons? They'll be casting curse magic. Oh, she just tried to stab him with a poison needle. Given that Carrara was acting like a bait rather than acting as the leader, she seemed to be working under Mountain King. Lord Jude, hurry up. Let's go. The innocent Lucas and Kadja shouted, and the cat beastkin girl, Carrara, looked at Jude and Cordelia with tearful blue eyes. Will you help, will you? In Legend of Heroes 2, Carrara was a master of betrayal who betrayed people when she was bored. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances and smiled. They did in real life what they always wanted to do in the game. Carrara, good job. You've infiltrated the Mountain King's group and did well, as expected of Carrara. You let the bandits prepare their ambush in the trap we set up in advance, right? It's working. Jude and Cordelia both shouted, and Lucas and Kadja blinked their eyes while Carrara was speechless in her confusion. What did you just say? Yeah, as expected of Carrara, you did a great job infiltrating. When Jude and Cordelia shouted again as though they wanted everyone to hear it, Lucas asked in bewilderment. Is she an acquaintance? She is. This is our agent who secretly infiltrated in order to capture Mountain King. Your agent? Lucas wasn't the only one who was bewildered by the sudden situation. Carrara looked back as she sweated profusely. She was good at acting as a bait, but Mountain King's men were monitoring her. That is Yurei misunderstanding something. Who is your agent? How do you know my real name? And it was at that moment. Magic missile. Cordelia had scanned their surroundings with search magic and fired 2 magic missiles at the same time towards the bushes. SHT. The 2 men who had been hiding in the bushes hurriedly escaped the magic and revealed themselves. Both of them were dog beastkin, but looking at the scimitar on their waists, they seemed to be subordinates of Mountain King. Carrara, you betrayed us. When one of the dog beastkins shouted at her, the frightened Carrara quickly shook her hands and yelled, "And no, I haven't betrayed you yet. Because she was thinking of betraying Mountain King someday. Despite being a master of betrayal, Carrara wasn't good at ending her betrayal well. Anyway, let's beat them up. Because bandits were bandits. Katsa instantly jumped like an angry tiger and threw her chain towards a nearby dog beastkin. When the chain quickly tightened around the dog beastkin's body as though it was a living snake, Katsa exerted her strength again to swing the chain. After hurling down the beaten dog beastkin to the ground, she tried to hit the other one who had suddenly turned around and ran away. Wait, stop. But Cordelia shouted at that moment and stopped Katsa. Why? We have a plan. Once Cordelia responded with message magic, she turned to Carrara, who screamed at them in annoyance. Why aren't you catching him? We have to catch them all. There was no need for her to shout, but she couldn't help it due to the urgent situation. And at that Carrara, Cordelia shook her head and used message magic as if she had no choice but to do so. Hey, we can't catch them all. We must let him run away and tell Mountain King that Carrara betrayed him. Are you a demon? Anyway, we caught you. Carrara had been caught. Jude grabbed the neck of Carrara from behind as he said with a smirk to her who was trying to escape while they were talking. You're lucky. Indeed. While Lucas and Katsa were asking for an explanation, Jude and Cordelia looked at the stunned Carrara before they turned to each other and revealed their dark smiles. Chapter 200, an 89 illegal entry into the Empire to Carrara. A girl with a different name despite being from the Wildlands, where people were usually named with a combination of intuitive words like Red Wind or Sun Song, because she was a beastkin by birth. Only a few people in the Wildlands were pure human descendants. Most of them were mixed-blood elves, dwarves, or orcs, but there were also a few mixed-race beastkin that came from the beastkin races in the western region of the Empire. Although there were a lot of beastkin in the western region of the Empire, the reason why the mixed-race beastkin were a minority in the Wildlands was because of the barbarians' origin. Most barbarians were descendants of ancient races that fled to the north in order to escape the invasion of the overlords of Hell, or were descendants of Magellan, the magic kingdom of the elves that was located in the Wildlands. Since the descendants of these ancient races were already settled in the Wildlands by that time, the mixed-raced beastkin who came from the Empire ended up becoming the minority. Most of the beastkin who dared to leave the Empire and migrate to the Wildlands were criminals. Therefore, beastkin were often ostracized in the Wildlands, and Carrara was someone who was even ostracized by her fellow beastkin, because she was an orphan, a child of a family whose parents both died after having been caught stealing. From an early age, she had an uncomfortable life being attentive to other people's remarks and behavior while not expressing her thoughts. In fact, Carrara was a despised character when one played other characters' roots, but she was also famous for making one's eyes moist when one played her root. Of course, that's only for a short time, as y'all get mad at her again if you take another character root, because she was a habitual betrayer. One could have a touching and genuine friendship with her, or a proper master and slave relationship, but right after a certain event, she would stab you in the back and run away, so it was quite shocking. Fortunately, she was unlike Keynes, the villain-like character of Legend of Heroes 2, as she wouldn't stab you at a really critical moment. Most of the events would have her running away secretly without anything in hand, or running away with expensive stuff. In the first place, she ran away at night from the beginning of her scenario. The first major event of the Carrara route was to run away after robbing the house of the village chief, who usually abused and treated her like a slave. After that, the world fell into chaos while she was heading to the Empire and collecting money by repeated stealing and betrayal. As anyone could tell at this point, Carrara was a character who slightly deviated from the game's main scenario. Among the playable characters who fought for a cause, such as Red Wind and Kadsa, who fought to restore their hometowns, Jude and Lucas, who lost everything and fought the demon followers in their vengeance, and Maximilian and Leon, who fought to protect the imperial family and restore peace. She was a character who lived for the sole purpose of survival. When Carrara was grabbed by Jude at the back of her neck, she made a crying sound with her ears and tail hanging down, so she looked really pitiful. A kind of look that stimulated one's protective instincts. But Jude and Cordelia were not easily fooled, because they knew that Carrara was skilled in pretending to be sick or pitiful. Lord Jude, what's going on? What did he mean by an agent sent to catch Mountain King? Who was Mountain King in the first place? Is he like the king of bandits? So he's the Mountain King? That's possible. Kadsa answered her own question as her eyes glistened with interest, and Cordelia added, Mountain King is the king of bandits. He's a tiger beastkin who caused trouble in the far west side of the empire, and he's quite powerful. He was a figure similar to Gamor Khan, who led the Black Hand mercenaries in the Slen Kingdom. Why that person, though? Does this have something to do with the Guardians of the Holy Cross? At Luca's question, Jude nodded his head. Yes. There are rumors that Mountain King and the demon followers were in contact, so an agent from the Empire was sent to spy on the situation and verify its authenticity, though it's more like they hired a local to be exact. As Jude spoke seriously, Lucas and Kadsa didn't even doubt him a bit. They nodded their heads and even said things like, I see, so that's what happened. Though from Carrara's perspective, he was crazy. What? Who was hired by whom? Did I have some split personality who woke up while I was sleeping and secretly made a contract? Carrara had a lot of things she wanted to say, but couldn't say because she was seriously afraid of Jude's hand holding her neck. But why did you do that earlier? Why did you openly reveal her identity when you had her work hard in infiltrating? Because Mountain King's subordinates would have been watching them earlier. In response to Kadsa's question, Jude turned to Carrara and continued, I suspected that she has betrayed us. Carrara was taken aback by Jude's words. There was no betrayal since they never even had a relationship in the first place, but she unknowingly reacted to the word betrayed because she had been stabbing people in the back for some time. Seeing that Carrara's tail stiffened and she began to tremble, Kadsa touched her chin and spoke. So she's what was that again? That's right, a double agent. Are you saying that she became a double agent or something? Yes, that is correct. She infiltrated Mountain King's base, but rather than spying on them, she ended up becoming Mountain King's dog. It was a false accusation from Carrara's perspective, but Jude's party believed his words to the point that if he said that sun would rise from the west tomorrow, they would believe him. Lucas then spoke in a convinced tone as if he finally understood. I see. If that's the case, your talk earlier was to block her route of betrayal. Oh my, our Lucas is smart. When Kadsa gave Lucas a shoulder hug and praised him, Lucas blushed like a pure boy and cleared his throat. Look how shy you are. Kadsa giggled again and slightly tightened her shoulder hug before she gave Lucas a peck on the cheek and let go of her hug. Even though Kadsa was 3 years older, she was fond of Lucas. Anyway, she's a traitor? Kadsa's gaze turned vicious. Unlike Lucas, who had yet to experience betrayal in his life, she grew up in the southern region of the kingdom where the fights among the families were fierce, so she had seen many traitors since her childhood. No, I am not a traitor. I haven't betrayed anyone yet. I've thought of betraying him someday, but I haven't done it yet. Carrara looked pitiful as she trembled and her shoulders drooped. It made Jude want to trouble her more. No, let's stop. Jude came to his senses and shook his head before he organized his thoughts again. To start with, there were 2 reasons why Jude was holding Carrara by the neck even if he was overdoing it. One was the fact that Carrara was unlikely to survive under Mountain King. She might be Carrara, but judging by the fact that she was wearing a necklace with explosive magic on it without her knowing it, she already had something close to a death flag. Is this the butterfly effect on the Imperial side? In the game's storyline, she wasn't treated like this at this point. The reason why Jude held Karara's neck so tightly was to prevent those who were watching from activating the magic to kill Karara. Use the energy of the black dragon to destroy the magic. Jude had never done it before, but he had gotten strong enough to do it. Ahum, ahum. After clearing his throat for a bit, Jude looked down at Karara again. The second reason why he saved Karara. Karara had talent. It wasn't just about her ability to easily make anyone fawn over her because she was small and cute, or her perfect acting skills that lured in people. What do you think? Yes, I think her talent had bloomed. Jude smiled at Cordelia's reply via her gaze. Among the 11 playable characters of Legend of Heroes 2, only Karara had that talent. Karara had the talent to become a monster tamer. During her childhood, Karara went to the mountains to find herbs under the orders of the village chief and almost died after meeting a monster. But she was saved by an unknown man, and from that day onwards, she strangely awakened her talent as a monster tamer. She clearly didn't know the extent of her talent's capabilities, so she only used this talent to communicate with animals. Thus, Karara was able to form a one-man army and grew up in a different sense from the other playable characters. Karara never betrayed the monsters she tamed. If one considered that, she wasn't completely evil, but she wasn't called a chaotic good for no reason. In any case, Karara was a very useful person even if she didn't create a monster army. He would be able to give her a variety of tasks once she could communicate with animals, and monster taming also had a so-called cheat route: ghost taming. The biggest disadvantage of monster tamers was the fact that they had to bring along their monsters with them, so in the case of big and strong monsters, it was difficult to bring them along. No city allowed monsters to enter. But ghosts were different. They were easy to hide, and even if one had many of them, there were no problems in food or housing expenses. The problem is that Karara is deathly afraid of ghosts, so it was a hidden cheat route. Well, even if she's scared of ghosts, it will be fine if we calm and appease her. Rather, their problem was betrayal. How would they prevent Karara from betraying them? There was an option to put a bomb on her neck and threaten her just like what Mountain King did, but Jude didn't prefer that. Or rather, it was more than a matter of preference, because Kang Jin-ho had actually worn a bomb necklace before. As I thought, there's only one way to solve this. A way he had already briefly discussed with Cordelia. Lord Lucas and Kajsa, well, be talking to her for a while. Jude said that, and Cordelia walked closer to Jude. I understand. Well, it's fine since it's related to the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Lucas and Kajsa quickly understood, so Cordelia and Jude moved towards the bushes while still holding Karara. Hoo-hoo, spare me, spare me. As soon as they entered a shaded place, the scared Karara immediately began crying and begging. If he released his hand from her neck, she would most likely prostrate herself and lick his feet. The warm-hearted Cordelia knew that Karara was a master betrayer in Legend of Heroes 2, but she unconsciously felt sorry for Karara. However, Jude was different. While holding Karara's slender neck, he made her turn around gently, holding the front of her neck instead of her nape so that he could see her face to face. Hoo, I am sorry, I am very sorry. Please spare me. I'll do anything if you spare me. Her blue eyes were filled with tears and her pleading thoughts. Jude opened the space expansion bag in front of Karara's eyes and said, Karara, I'll be blunt with you. I will pay you, so work for us from now on. We want to hire you. At Jude's words, Karara stopped crying and blinked her eyes. You want to hire me? Yes, I want you to work for us from now on. Karara immediately looked moved by Jude's words, but inside she was thinking of something else. I don't know what's going on, but they need my help. If that was the truth, she would accept it. She would make enough money and then run away. At the time when Karara was having thoughts of betrayal and was about to nod her head despite her neck being held. This is the down payment for now. Having said that, Jude abruptly pulled out a money pouch from the space expansion bag. A big money pouch. Maybe there's a lot of copper coins there, or maybe it's silver coins. I hope it's silver coins. Jude read Karara's reaction and had a dark smile as if it had gone according to plan. He then opened the pouch. Why at that moment, Karara was so surprised that she stopped breathing. She couldn't help it, because there were many gold coins inside. Is this real? It is. I pledge my loyalty. Please let me do it. Yay, I'll grab that and run. It was the time when Carrara thought that. Here's another pouch. Again, it was a pouch full of gold coins. Huac, this is so good. I thought my life was about to end, but it was my lucky day. If I grab that and run away, my life will be and one more pouch. HIA. Wait a minute. 3 bags of gold? You're giving me 3? I have to betray them. I have to grab it and escape. And one more. Ayak Ok Carrara staggered as she blankly stared from mental shock. And Jude fired the last shot with a whisper to Carrara's big cat ears. I'll give it to you again next month. WWHwa Carrara was completely defeated. She erased the word betray from her mind. I belong to my master from now on. Master, you may do as you please. I will serve you with all my heart and strength. Carrara's eyes sparkled with loyalty. Betray. Yes, betray. It's the only way for me to survive in this life. It's how I, Carrara, have lived in this world. Are you trying to break my faith with money? I can't. Betrayal is the creed of my life. What exactly do you see me as? But it's too much money to say no. This Carrara is your loyal servant. Look into my eyes. Can't you see the words loyalty in it? Seeing Carrara wag her tail and turn into the so-called dog mode, Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and realized a truth of the world again. If you tried to do something with money and it didn't work, then it meant that you didn't have enough money in the first place. But if it was money, Jude and Cordelia were overflowing with it. Moreover, it was impossible to hire Carrara for a long period of time, and we have to take as much as we give. Because there was no such thing as free lunch in this world. Jude had a dark smile again, and Cordelia liked it as she widely smiled. As expected of my Jude. I like a man who's good in making things work. In any case, Jude, Cordelia, and Katza were satisfied when the negotiations were over, and Carrara spoke with a very obedient expression. Master, are we going to hunt Mountain King from now on? She had thought that from the context of the situation. Moreover, Jude and Cordelia had the scent of strong people. The reason that Carrara had lived a good life after her constant betrayals was because she was good at smelling strong people, and the smell from these two were stronger than that of Mountain King. So let's kill him. I am scared of that guy. She would be marked as a traitor by Mountain King because of her new masters. Therefore, Carrara wanted to get rid of Mountain King and any repercussions, but Jude shook his head. No, now is not the time. It had been almost a week since the Empire closed their borders. This was not the time to take it easy and beat up bandits. They had to quickly meet Kaplan and set out on their next task, which was to ascertain the situation in the Empire. What about Mountain King? He must be preparing for a fight now. It's more convenient then. Now that they've heard the name of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, wouldn't they ready their base for defense? That's right, that's right. So now is our chance to pass through this place. There was a saying, he who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith. Having been already tainted by Jude, Cordelia began to naturally talk on how to screw over Mountain King. Afterwards, she reached out her hand to Carrara. Anyway, nice to meet you. I am Cordelia August Chase. You can just call me Cordelia Unnai, because Carrara was only 15 now. And nice to meet you too. Carrara hesitated before grabbing Cordelia's hand, and Cordelia giggled softly before tightly hugging Carrara. How nice. As expected of Cordelia, Carrara's been moved. June grinned before he turned to the northeast. They had been lucky today, but they still had a lot of work to do. Let's head to the Imperial Academy first, towards the Empire's capital where Leon and Maximilian were staying. Jude and Cordelia quickened their steps. Chapter 290, after passing through a Seine pass, the party continued to the east and headed for Manapple, the academy city where the Imperial Academy was located. It was not easy to enter a completely unfamiliar foreign country and visit a city one had never been to before. But for Jude and Cordelia, who were rotten waters of Legend of Heroes too, the Empire was as familiar as the kingdom. Moreover, the Empire used the common language of the continent like the kingdom, so there was no linguistic difficulty. But I am a little hesitant to talk. Isn't the pronunciation a bit different from ours? Katza said and stretched her neck as they had been riding in a carriage for an hour. She was usually bold, but after entering the Empire, she was surprisingly acting so calm and cautious, as though she was intimidated by the atmosphere of a foreign country. Seeing Katja feeling relieved while she fanned with her hands as though she had been sweating, Lucas unconsciously smiled. What? Why are you smiling? No, well, it's just a little surprising. Until they had crossed a Seine pass, Katja was clinging to Lucas and telling him to look over here and there, saying that the shape of the mountain was somehow different from that of the kingdom and so on. But right after they crossed the pass and began to see the empire, she completely shut her mouth. Lucas, you've grown up, huh? Are you making fun of me? Katja said a little threateningly, but even though they were in a carriage, she was acting quite different from usual because they were in the empire. After all, her face was red in embarrassment. Yes, kind of. Oh, so you did? Lucas had a nonchalant smile instead of saying anything else, and Katja pouted and grumbled. And Cordelia, who was watching the two, quickly pulled Jude's sleeve. Jude, are those two perhaps? No way is it Lucas x Katja this time. I think it's Katja x Lucas. What's the difference? Didn't you just change the name order? No, there's a big difference, okay? This is a matter that can start wars, okay? I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, they suit each other. Isn't it? They are, right? Katja's Gap Moe is cute, and Lucas is quite versatile. You can pair him with anyone, so you can say that he's versatile, right? Excuse me, they're all real people now, okay? What do you mean? Anyway, I hope it works out. Haven't you paired him with Scarlet before? Before that, it was Red Wind. In fact, there's something I am looking forward to. Now that we're in the Empire, we can meet Scarlet, right? No, well, definitely meet, so it's going to be a love triangle. Do you like love triangles? I just like to see it. Just see it, Cordelia said with a smile, and Jude nodded as he looked back at his sleeve that had begun to wrinkle from being held. And it was at that moment. What's going on? Are you two having some secret conversation? Having been flustered with her conversation with Lucas, Katja interrupted Jude and Cordelia to change the subject, so Cordelia said with a smirk. Yes, we were. We were talking about how Unnai is always by Lucas' side, and how Unnai would understand whoever Lucas will choose. What? Hee hee. Cordelia smiled again and looked at Lucas and Katja before saying, Anyway, do both of you feel uncomfortable here in the Empire? Not really. I am a little nervous, but I can still talk because everything seems to be normal. When Katja replied first, Lucas nodded his head and answered with a serious expression. We're still on the outskirts, but I am glad I don't feel the atmosphere of war. At least it doesn't feel like war is imminent. They were laughing and chatting, but now that the border blockade had been imposed, the Empire was their enemy. Moreover, the party had illegally entered into such an enemy country. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Jude replied with ease, but in fact, it was too early to be relieved. In the first place, a Seine Pass was in the Empire's outskirts, and this area was not region that had proper borders with the kingdom. The real atmosphere of the Empire was unknown until they entered the border area or in the vicinity of the islands. Still, he's not entirely wrong. If war was really imminent, the clouds of war would have gathered no matter how far the place was. I didn't expect that Kaplan will be our lifeline here. The existence of Kaplan, a trusted collaborator of theirs within the Empire, was very precious now since they could not properly communicate with the guardians of the Holy Cross in the Empire. Is he doing well? He may have bad luck, but he's strong. At the time when Jude unknowingly smiled as he remembered Kaplan's kind smile despite his hardships. Tock tock. There was a knock on the carriage door, and the door soon swung open, revealing Carrara. Master, the carriage will now be leaving. As Katja had said, there were some pronunciation differences between the western region of the Empire and the kingdom, even though they spoke the same common language. Therefore, Carrara, who could be a local, was in charge of their group's various transactions with the imperial people, including carriage procurement. Okay, we understand. Good job. Come over here and sit down. Yes, master. When Cordelia smiled and beckoned her, Carrara entered the carriage and sat right next to Cordelia with a smile. She looked very cute as her eyes seemed to say, Please praise me. I did well, right? Master is so nice. Yes, you did a really good job. Haha. At Cordelia's compliment, Carrara shyly smiled and fiddled with her tail before she pushed her head towards Cordelia. What that meant. Cordelia was not quite as much as Katja, the original beast girl who immediately noticed what it meant, but she did understand, so she stroked Carrara's head. Carrara wagged her tail with an expression as if she was the happiest in the world. The power of money is amazing. Carrara was a traitor. A scammer would recognize a fellow scammer. But even in the eyes of Jude, Carrara did not have any ulterior motives. In short, she was not acting. Well, it's not just money. Carrara was an actual orphan. Moreover, she was the common property of the village and abused by the village chief, so she had never received any proper affection in her life until now. A child of filthy thieves, a liar, and a betrayer. Besides, she had been working for Mountain King until recently. Thus, Carrara became chronically deprived of affection. But right now, a person who could solve her lack of affection had appeared. You really did well. You're a good. You did a good job. You're a competent. A little more. Huh, praise me more. Yes, why not? Because you really did well. Because you did a great job. And you'll do a better job in the future, right? Cordelia said that and hugged her tightly, and tears welled up in Carrara's eyes. It was the embrace of a mother whom she couldn't even properly remember now. Moreover, Carrara was quick-witted, so she was able to understand it clearly. Cordelia's affection was unconditional. She had no interest in taking advantage of Carrara, abusing her, or building a good impression before betraying her later. It was really just a giving of pure affection. It was definitely not the first time Carrara had experienced this kind of situation. But she had never met anyone who treated her like this despite knowing who she was and what she had done in the past. So Carrara faced Cordelia and tightly hugged back. Instead of expressing into words her feelings that were hard to articulate, she simply longed for the warmth of Cordelia. And Jude had a bitter smile upon seeing that. Because it was absolutely impossible for Jude to do what Cordelia did. Is it really impossible? Valencianism? At the time when Jude wondered about her sudden question. The carriage began running, as Carrara had said, and late in the afternoon the next day, the party arrived at Manapple, the academy city where Kaplan was waiting. So why is this an academy city? Is the whole city an academy? No, it's an academy city because it was developed around an academy. Manapple Academy is small compared to the Island Academy, but it's a prestigious school with a long history and tradition. It was a conversation between Kajsa and Lucas, and not Cordelia and Jude. Because unlike Kajsa, who disliked reading books, Lucas had been studying things related to the Empire when they were still in the kingdom. Hech, really. So do you know what's delicious here? Other specialties here are it was the moment when Lucas was thinking like that. Master, just trust this Carrara. I'll show you the fastest way. Inside the Academy City, horse-drawn carriages were not permitted unless specifically authorized. As a result, they had to walk with their own feet, but Carrara led them the moment she saw Kaplan's address. Even before she got caught by Mountain King, Carrara had been stealing around the western part of the continent, so she seemed confident in directions. Yes, I'll only trust Carrara. Hehe. Now Carrara would laugh if Cordelia just responded. In the game, that was unimaginable for Carrara, who had so many thorns that she was called a hedgehog. This way. You may trip, so slow down. Shall we hold hands? Really? Yes, really. When Cordelia extended her hand, Carrara hesitated for a moment before she quickly reached out her hand. She seemed to like it very much given the fast wagging of her tail. But Lord Jude, didn't you say that Professor Kaplan belonged to the Island Academy and not the Manapple Academy? Yes, he's still part of the Island Academy. But as its name suggests, the Island Academy is situated on an island. We've decided to meet at the Manapple Academy in the western region of the Empire for easier contact. Kaplan didn't change his workplace as he simply took a vacation leave and was resting. Anyway, let's go. Those two have gone far already. Having said that, Kajsa took the lead while Jude and Lucas looked around before moving forward. It certainly seemed that war was not going to break out in a few days, as the atmosphere of war was still not raging in Manapple Academy City, just like in the vicinity of a Seine Pass. The group walked for around 20 minutes. Once they arrived at a small house on the outskirts of the city, the group met a friendly face as soon as they knocked on the door. Jude, Lady Cordelia, long time no see, Kaplan. I am glad you're well. I was very worried about you at the sacred place. They had heard from Lena that he was okay, but they hadn't seen him in person. At Cordelia's words, Kaplan smiled and said, I do well despite my bad luck. I am glad that the two of you are well." After they warmly exchanged greetings, Cordelia said as she pointed to the group members one by one, "This are my friends, Kajsa, Lucas, and Carrara. I am Kajsa Offhand. I am Lucas H.R. Svelger. I am Carrara." Unlike Kajsa and Lucas, who showed respect with a slightly wary face, Carrara was very happy, because Cordelia had called her a friend. "Oh, I am Indiana Kaplan. Let's all go inside for now." The group had a lot of people, so there was no need to stand by the front door and talk. Kaplan's house was small and simple, reflecting his personality, and it was very well organized. One could say that it broke the common stereotype of scholars' homes being messy. In any case, after guiding the party to the living room and serving them some light refreshments, Kaplan took a deep breath and spoke to Jude in a low voice. "Jude, I have something to tell you." Jude couldn't help but be serious since Kaplan not only lowered his voice, but also called him out to the outside of the living room. "What's the matter? By chance, is there a problem with the documents related to the Island Academy, or something unexpected? Actually, there are guests who came before your group. They arrived this morning and came here because they wanted to meet you too, and not me." Jude's eyes turned sharp at Kaplan's words. Only a few people knew that they had illegally entered the Empire. Or rather, it was only Kaplan from the very start who knew that they would be meeting in Manapple Academy City. So how did someone know that they were here? I was very surprised too. Moreover, those who came where Kaplan's words trailed off, and he swallowed hard before looking at Jude and continuing his words. "Anyway, it's not a trap or anything like that. Those who came are not hostile to you two. Rather, they seem to want the help of you too." The more Jude listened, the more he found it hard to understand. So Jude got straight to the point instead of talking in circles. Who in the world came? Based on Kaplan's gestures, the first guests must be on the second floor. Kaplan took a deep breath before answering right away in a slightly shaky voice. "They're a guards from the imperial family. People who guarded the Empire's royal family, also known as the Royal Knights." For Jude, the first thing that came to mind when he thinks of the Royal Knights were Maximilian de Aviz and Leon Gadriel. At this point, both of them should be working as official knights of the Royal Knights, so perhaps it was those two that came. What happened? What in the world happened if it really were Maximilian and Leon? Even if nothing happened, they were somehow fortunate to meet those two whom they had planned to meet at some point, but he felt reluctant because he couldn't understand the reason why. I think one of them is definitely Leon. One of them was said to be wearing a helmet so Kaplan couldn't see that person's face, but the other was said to be a young man with blue eyes and long black hair tied up, so Jude was very sure that it was Leon. Leon Gadriel, a sword genius who could have become one of the 4 great swordsmen in Pleiades if he had not died in the 3rd episode of Legend of Heroes. Is he 23 now? He was the second oldest of the playable characters, and a highly skilled person from the very beginning. If he had grown up following the game's storyline, he would have reached the strength of the gal before eating the essence of the silver moon, at least by now. Perhaps he's close to the great swordmaster's level. Back then, the Rotten Waters deliberated on the playable character's strength, so it was reasonable for Jude to view Leon somewhere between Gal and the 10 great swordmasters. As I thought, Gal and the 10 great swordmasters are good standards in measuring one's combat strength, a measure of strength, an S-class discriminator. After a moment of thinking, Jude turned to his side. Cordelia stared at the door with a determined expression and nodded as she swallowed hard. "Let's open it." Okay. Kaplan, Lucas, Kajsa, and Carrara were waiting in the living room on the first floor, because the Royal Knights only wanted to meet Jude and Cordelia. In fact, from Jude and Cordelia's standpoint, they could just deny their request and leave, but they decided to listen to the request since there was no reason to not do so in their first meeting. If need be, well, defeat them. Of course, if the person who appeared was Galahad, the commander of the Royal Knights and a famous sword master in the Empire, it would have been hard for the present Jude and Cordelia to fight him, but the possibility of him appearing was low. Anyway, let's go. Jude gestured with his eyes at Cordelia and opened the door, immediately meeting eyes with the 2 Royal Knights who were watching the door, perhaps because they felt the presence of the two. 2 people were sitting on the sofa. One was Leon Gadriel, as they expected. A handsome young man with wide shoulders and a big build, as if he was wearing armor despite wearing a lightweight knight uniform. And the person sitting next to him. As soon as Cordelia saw the royal knight covering their face with a helmet, her eyes widened and she spoke. Because she instinctively knew who the other person in front of her was due to the body shape, their dominant hand, the shape of the helmet, and the small accessories worn on their chest. Sarah, at that moment, Sarah, who was dressed as a man with her helmet on her head, was startled and tried to stand up, but Leon hurriedly reached out and stopped her. Why? Why is Sarah here? Did Sarah become a royal knight? Sarah had received the protection of the drunk dragon, a strong woman with bad luck and known to have received the twisted affection of the game developers. Basically, it was not impossible for her to become a royal knight on her route as she was a swordsman-class character, but it was still quite unusual, because it was only possible for Sarah if she had defeated either Maximilian or Leon in the royal knight selection matches. What happened to Maximilian? Did Sarah become a royal knight because Maximilian lost? Is that even possible? Cordelia turned to Jude in her confusion, and Jude calmed himself with a deep breath. Didn't Sherlock Holmes say those words? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. The butterfly effect seemed to have worked very strongly. It's also possible that Maximilian didn't even apply from the very beginning. In any case, what mattered now was that Leon and Sarah were in front of them. Two young rookies of the Royal Knights had appeared and looked for Jude and Cordelia. Then, who sent them and why did they come here? How did they know that we were coming to the Empire? Amazing. You recognized Sarah right away. As expected of the two people of destiny, Jude and Cordelia were surprised again at Leon's words, because they heard words that were quite familiar. Two people of destiny. Words that Princess Daphne often used to refer to them. What's going on? Is this perhaps an arrangement of Princess Daphne or something? Jude and Cordelia had not yet heard of the heavenly voice from Princess Daphne. Even in the game's storyline, Princess Daphne never talked about that because she had died. Therefore, Jude hid his restlessness and said, I am Jude August Bayer. I am Leon Gadriel. This is Sarah. I am Sarah Connett. Sarah spoke in a slightly soft voice, and Cordelia also briefly introduced herself. I am Cordelia August Chase. Jude escorted Cordelia to her seat before sitting down, and Jude faced Leon while Cordelia faced Sarah. The group was silent for a while. No one opened their mouths. Should I ask them what they meant by two people of destiny? Or how did they found out that we were here? Jude's worries didn't last long, because Leon opened his mouth first. The heavenly voice said, They said that we can only ask for help from the two people of destiny who can save the Empire from its extremely precarious situation. Jude furrowed his brows. Heavenly voice. Two people of destiny. Words that seemed to have a lot of meaning. But he didn't have the time to analyze it properly, because Leon opened his mouth again. Let me get to the point. We need to save the members of the imperial family who have been detained in the imperial palace by the chancellor. Please help us. Leon bowed his head, and Sarah followed him a second later, bowing her head too. And Jude and Cordelia looked at each other. The atrocity of the chancellor and the detainment of the imperial family in the imperial palace. Two royal knights and playable characters who were asking for help in rescuing the imperial family. In addition to this, a heavenly voice that might have some relation with Princess Daphne. Let's not think too hard. Anyway, this is a quest, right? If they resolve this, they will get a reward and the story will proceed. It was a very game-like situation, but it wasn't exactly wrong. Moreover, Cordelia's senses were telling her of the situation despite the limited information. The Chancellor had arbitrarily enforced a border blockade while detaining the imperial family, thus creating the current atmosphere of going to war against the kingdom at any moment. Then rescuing the imperial family could be the only way out of the current situation. Let's hear the details first. Jude pinched Cordelia's cheeks for no reason before he quickly told Leon, and Cordelia missed the timing to get angry and grumble, so she puffed her cheeks and turned to Leon. This is the situation. Leon began narrating the situation. There was a reason why Jude did not seriously consider a war against the Empire until the border blockade had been imposed. The first reason was that the war itself was not in the game's storyline. And the second reason was that the structure of the Empire itself made it difficult to wage war with just the arbitrary decision of a single group. As you know, the power of the empire is now divided into three: the imperial family and the loyal nobility centered on the emperor, who was at the top of the empire, the chancellor and the subordinate nobles he led, the elves who meddled in all kinds of affairs in the empire with the power of their immense wealth. It was not a very pleasant story for the royal knights who were loyal to the imperial family, but Leon was a realist, so he properly understood the situation. Not long ago, the chancellor rebelled and intimidated the imperial family. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, as well as Her Imperial Majesty the Empress Dowager, who is now the regent, and the other members of the imperial family are currently being detained in the imperial palace. It was a story they could roughly guess. If the chancellor had not intimidated the imperial family, they would not have issued orders such as a border blockade. A lot has changed from the original. In the original storyline, the demon followers could not completely manipulate the chancellor. Or rather, if they think about it now, it was not necessary in the original storyline. The Slen Kingdom was destroyed due to the events in its northern, central, and southern regions, and the empire was also in the midst of collapse due to the 7 major calamities that occurred in succession. They had definitely expected that the demon followers who were defeated in the kingdom to be more active in the empire, but they were a bit surprised that the chancellor had been completely controlled, because it hasn't been that long since the kingdom's demon followers joined them. Moreover, the communication network of the Guardians of the Holy Cross had been cut off. It was hard to imagine that the Devil's Eye had done all these things alone when their power had been weakened from their huge loss of low and mid-ranking demonic humans due to the events in the Wild Lands. If the other demon follower groups moved the Devil's Hand from the kingdom, the Devil's Eye that had taken root in the empire, the Devil's Mouth that had already taken over the Far East, the Devil's Horn and the Devil's Ear were pretty much destroyed in the battle against the Guardians of the Holy Cross, but there were still 1 or 2 high-ranking demonic humans left, so they couldn't ignore this 2 groups too. There were 5 groups of demon followers in the continent. At worst, all 5 groups might be working together in the empire. No, we have to assume the worst first, so that is possible. In the game, the 5 groups were not enemies, but neither were they friendly and cooperative with each other. One of the reasons why the 2 were able to escape the pursuit of Saluzia, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Hand, when they first entered the Wild Lands, was the fact that they had entered the domain of the Devil's Eye. In other words, the demon followers were separated by conflict, whether in the game or in reality, but they had now put that conflict aside and united themselves. And that's because of me and Cordelia. They were the messengers of peace who united the demon follower groups. Jude erased the ridiculous thought he had in his mind and focused on Leon again. If this continues, the Chancellor knows that traitor will instigate war between the Empire and the Kingdom. So rescuing His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor and the members of the Imperial family is a must for the Kingdom as well. In the game's storyline, Leon was far from an eloquent speaker. He was a typical swordsman in the first place, so he preferred swords to words. Regardless of whether that was the same in reality, Leon tried to convince Jude and Cordelia with his own reasoning, though his words were unsophisticated. Anyway, that's how desperate their situation is. And Leon was not wrong. If the Emperor and the Imperial family were rescued, it might be possible to truly prevent a war. The capitalist elves would not be controlled by the demon followers, so war can be prevented in this situation. It was when Jude had thought this far. By the way, can I ask you one thing? Cordelia, who had been silently listening, was now looking at Leon as she asked. She was usually a bit inattentive when Jude talked to others, but now that it was a matter of concern and the other party were strangers, she smartened up and gave a rather sharp feeling. Yes, go ahead. When Leon replied with a slightly nervous look, Cordelia continued. What is the heavenly voice, and why did you 2 come to visit us? In order to rescue the Imperial family, isn't it more realistic and appropriate to go the capitalist, the elves? And if one actually considered the power of the Royal Knights, I wonder if the 2 of us joining would make such a huge difference. Jude was a bit amazed by her reasonable questions. At some point in the kingdom, Cordelia had passed on most of the thinking to Jude. Furthermore, the last part stood out in terms of content. Jude and Cordelia were only famous in the kingdom and not in the empire. There were the exaggerated rumors in the kingdom, the royal family's propaganda, and all sorts of rumors that came out about them. So it was highly unlikely that the empire would even trust the two that much. In addition, the rumors are only a small part of what actually happened in the first place. But they were asking Jude and Cordelia for help despite those rumors being a fraction of the truth. Of course, there was the possibility that they had already asked the elves for help. Perhaps they only wanted to increase their power by adding even a little help. But the heavenly voice came out at the beginning of Leon's narration, and he spoke in a way as if only Jude and Cordelia could help them. Moving on, we can learn a lot if he answers Cordelia's questions. So instead of interrupting them, Jude pressed the like button in his mind and waited for Leon's answer. That is, Leon's words trailed off and he turned to Sarah, whose facial expression was unknown because of her helmet. But Sarah was clearly nervous given her drooped shoulders, and she nodded her head to him as if they couldn't help it. Well, it can't be helped. It's something you should know if we're going to be working together anyway. Having said that, Leon slightly shrugged his wide shoulders and began talking again. The heavenly voice is a voice from heaven that the Empress Dowager hears. You can even call it a revelation. A few days ago, there was a story about you two in the last letter of Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress Dowager. He appeared to be serious given the look on his face. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances and sent message magic. Jude, that heavenly voice. Is it literally a voice from the heavens? Are you talking about the heavenly race? Yes, because there's that possibility. Her thinking was simple and not complicated. To begin with, the angels in Legend of Heroes 2 did not involve themselves with the human world until the Great Summons took place. But heaven is now involved. The possibility of it being from hell cannot be completely ruled out. The demon pretends to be an angel to seduce the faithful. It was a story that was quite common. But if it is really from the demon's side, and they're able to contact the Empress like this, can't they just send a group of high-ranking demonic humans to assassinate us instead of sending Leon? Assassination is not the right word. Anyway, if it's from the angels, maybe they know to some extent that we'll be meeting Kaplan. Uthet, I can't remember their name, but there's an angel with the power of foresight, right? Cordelia seemed to be logical and sharp today. Therefore, Jude was seriously moved. I see, my Cordelia is a child who can do it. In the future, please continue to think on your own, okay? Hey, I often think on my own, okay? Anyway, don't you think what I said earlier is possible? I am not entirely sure. With the current situation like this, a third party other than heaven or hell could also exist, though the chances of that happening were slim. May I continue my words? Yes, please. Leon had stopped talking for a while when Jude and Cordelia had exchanged glances, so he now continued his words. Unfortunately, the royal knights are currently unable to properly move. Most of the knights, including Knight Commander Galahad, have their hands tied, so only a few are actually active, and that includes me and Sarah here. Have their hands tied? Have they been poisoned or attacked? There were cases like that. But in the case of Knight Commander Galahad, he was sealed during his closed-door training. What did he mean? Leon further explained when Jude and Cordelia blinked their eyes as they did not understand what he meant. He was in the middle of closed-door training in the training center, so the Chancellor sealed the training center itself. In short, he was confined alive. Maybe Galahad should be rescued too alongside the Imperial family. I think so. Jude and Cordelia felt a bit sorry as they exchanged message magic, and Leon spoke again in a desperate tone. The Chancellor is planning to move the Emperor and the Imperial family to another location soon, and perhaps that will be our last chance to save the royal family. So please help us. Leon and Sarah both bowed their heads at the same time. Seeing their actions, the two seemed to have come here while grasping at straws. What should we do? Well, do it. Their answer had actually been decided from the beginning. We understand. But from now on, I want my party to listen to your story. Is that fine with you? Oh yes, of course, it's fine with us. Leon replied with a bright smile. After all, Jude's response was positive, and less than 5 minutes later, Lucas, Kajsa, Carrera, and Kaplan, who were in the living room on the first floor, had all come up to the second floor. But at that moment, well, this Carrera will wait outside. Having sensed the strange atmosphere in the room, Carrara spoke out and tried to leave. Because Carrara was a betrayer in trivial stuff and not important ones. Hearing a story that was too important would make it hard for her to move. She would be pursued more harshly when she betrayed them later. Carrara clearly didn't have any intentions of betraying them due to her love for money and Cordelia's affection, but the habits she had developed all her life were beyond her control. No, Carrara, let's listen together. Carrara is also a part of our group, so we should listen together. It's something that involves all of us, so come over here and sit down. As Cordelia patted the seat next to her, Carrara briefly hesitated before she ran to Cordelia's side and sat down. Given the look on her face, she seemed to be on the verge of tears. Our group. Our Carrara. Hee ha. Carrara giggled as she unconsciously wagged her tail and leaned against Cordelia, who wrapped her arm on Carrara's shoulder. What would happen if she knew that Cordelia is an angel? Would she completely worship Cordelia? When Katja thought that and snickered, Jude warmly looked at Carrara and Cordelia. It's really heartwarming. Jude had now stopped counting down whenever Cordelia hugged someone. The biggest reason was that his relationship with Cordelia had progressed a lot, so he was fine with it now. In any case, Leon quickly repeated what he already said when everyone was seated, and the eyes of Lucas and Katja, who understood the seriousness of the situation, turned sharp. So are you saying that we should rescue the members of the imperial family with only the people here? There are still some royal knights left. Except for us two, there's also 5. It was better than nothing, but it was too little. However, Katja frowned as she tapped her thigh with her fingertip before saying, having a small number of elites is better than a ragtag team, especially in battles that require hit-and-run tactics like this. But what about the opponent's defense? What about their guards? At Katja's question, Sarah suddenly began to fiddle with her fingers, and Leon's bleak expression turned even more bleak. Frankly, it's not easy. No one thinks that saving the imperial family will be easy. What's their defense force like? Katja questioned him again, and Leon gulped before speaking again. There aren't that many soldiers. It seems like 2 platoons will be mobilized. Considering the military organization of the Empire, the number would be around 60, so it was understandable when Leon said that it wasn't many. In Pleiades where superhumans existed, the power of properly trained knights surpassed that of a dozen ordinary soldiers. Even Leon, who was right in front of them, could destroy an entire platoon by himself. The problem is the knights. It seems like around 20 imperial knights have joined that despicable and traitorous chancellor. I think that there's also 3, or even 5, wizards who belong to the imperial family. But the real problem was the next one, and it seems like Sir Jay will appear. Leon's voice was filled with despair. The distressed Sarah also lowered her head. Jay Carniac, one of the 12 sword masters that the Empire was proud of. They were master swordsmen that could compete with the 10 great swordmasters of the kingdom. Do you mean that Sir Jay is one of the guards? Kaplan said in surprise while Carrara's eyes also widened. They couldn't help it, because he was Sir Jay, because he was a sword master. How would they break through the defense forces when there was a sword master there? Kaplan sighed, while Carrara shuddered with fear and hugged Cordelia's waist. Leon and Sarah also deeply sighed as they continued to bow their heads. So Cordelia asked in a slightly reluctant voice, and then, excuse me, is that all? That is all, I think. Leon unknowingly answered with a slightly stupid look, and Cordelia frowned before she turned to Jude. Jude, yes, Cordelia. I'm just asking for confirmation, but are the Empire's sword masters equivalent to the 10 great swordmasters? Yes, that's right. They're on the level of the 10 great swordmasters. Perhaps like Sebastian, the 10 great swordmasters, and there was one present here. Lucas had an awkward smile while Katja had a pleased smile. Everyone? Kaplan asked with a puzzled expression. So did Leon. Because they did not understand the reactions of those who came from the kingdom. It's a sword master. Someone like a sword master is guarding them from escaping. This is power inflation. Cordelia thought with a smile, and Jude looked at Leon. He spoke in a clear tone. Let's proceed then. The operation to rescue the imperial family. They would easily resolve it. It would be easy for one of the 10 great swordmasters here. Smiles spread across the faces of those who were born and grew up in the kingdom. Chapter 292 Imperial Capital, 1. The helmeted Sarah blinked with a stunned expression. She couldn't believe the sight in front of her. Leon lost? Who is Leon? Isn't he a genius and one of the best prospects among the royal knights who are composed of talented people from all over the empire? But Leon had lost. It was just a spar and not a life-threatening battle, but he was still completely defeated. Leon was obviously not invincible just because he was a genius. There was no need to compare Leon to Knight Commander Galahad, the head of the Royal Knights and the pride of the Empire, or the senior knights including the vice commander, as he was still no match for them. Because they were older and more experienced than Leon, they were the best veterans among the Royal Knights, so even if Leon lost to them, it was understandable. His defeat would not be surprising, but it was different now. Leon, that unrivaled Leon, was defeated by a knight from the kingdom, and by a young man, no, a boy who was 6 years younger than him. I lost, Leon said, having dropped his sword and fallen to the ground as he breathed heavily. His expression was more of embarrassment than anger or resentment, perhaps because he was very shocked by the current situation. And in front of Leon. The boy was tense as his sword was still pointed at Leon, and he let out a long breath when Leon said that he lost. He slowly withdrew his sword and said with a slightly awkward smile, "It was a good match." The boy, Lucas H. Harsfelger. Leon gritted his teeth at the words of the boy who had just turned 17 recently, because he painfully remembered again the fact that he had lost to this boy. I was conceited. I thought that I had no rivals my age except for Maximilian. No, can I really consider this boy, Lucas H.R. Svelger, as someone my age? Isn't this boy 6 years younger than me? Ugh. Leon involuntarily groaned. He didn't have any injuries from the fight, but he felt like he had been mentally beaten. He lost to an opponent younger than him. Moreover, his opponent was a knight from the kingdom and not the empire. He was a royal knight who protected the imperial family, but lost to a knight who was not yet a proper member of any knight order. Though he still had an excuse. Lucas H. Harsfelger was the only son of Count H. Harsfelger, a sword master, no, one of the 10 great sword masters in the kingdom, and had inherited his father's swordsmanship. No, that wasn't an excuse. Leon himself didn't have the blood of a sword master, but he was taught by Sir Galahad, the absolute knight and a sword master. Don't be disgraceful, Leon. He lost. A defeat was a defeat, so he had to accept it. Moreover, these people would soon be helping them in their rescue operation to save the imperial family. The stronger they were than himself, the better it would be. He tried to control his thoughts, but it wasn't easy. Therefore, Leon's expression stiffened. His face turned red from shame and frustration, his breathing grew rough, and he felt dizzy from his uncontrollable thoughts. Sarah's surprise deepened when she saw such a Leon for the first time. And having faced the knight from the Empire, Lucas did his best to manage his facial expressions. Don't smile, it's not polite, it's not nice. Biltween doesn't jump from happiness when he won sparring matches. But the corners of his lips kept trying to rise. He tried to keep a solemn expression, but it was too hard to suppress his smile. I won. I defeated the knight from the Empire, the royal knight, the genius that first sword had praised. Lucas clenched his fists and firmed his legs to prevent himself from jumping in place. Therefore, his body slightly trembled, but he couldn't help it. I am strong. No, I've always been strong. He was once called the North's best prospect. In fact, among his peers in the North, there was no one stronger than Lucas, or rather, he couldn't find anyone on the same level as him. Until Jude showed up, my rival. Now it was embarrassing to say it out of his mouth. Because Jude had become too strong, because Jude might be even stronger than Luca's father now. He honestly found it to be hard. It was very difficult for him. He wasn't referring to the fact that he kicked his blanket in the bed whenever he recalled saying that Jude was his long-aspired rival to Jude himself. It was something much more essential than that, something so natural that was hard to suppress. He was envious of Jude. He had tried his best to not be envious of Jude. Furthermore, Jude wasn't just strong. He was the disciple of Landius, a person Lucas admired. Landius did not accept Lucas as a disciple no matter how much Lucas pleaded, but said that he would make Jude his disciple the moment he saw Jude. That wasn't just it. Jude had Cordelia, a pretty, kind, and talented fiancée, There always flirting these days Lucas was a man too. He was now 17 years old, his teenage period when his curiosity about the opposite sex was at its peak. And in front of such a guy, they were always flirting. They tried to do it in secret, but frankly, it was too noticeable. Me too, I want to do it too. I want to have a pretty fiancé too, to do this and that. Ah, and no. Calm down, Lucas. What's important now isn't that? No, of course that's something very important, but not now. Ahem, ahem. Lucas coughed and looked at Leon again. Leon struggled to contain his frustration. Lucas was not a quick-witted person, but he could tell at a glance that Leon wanted to win. And that fact pleased Lucas again. The genius of the Empire was looking at Lucas and feeling vexed. Lucas felt proud. How long has it been since I felt this way? I feel like I am the protagonist of this world. I've forgotten this very sweet feeling for a while, this very nice feeling. I am strong. I am strong too. I am a genius too. I've always worked hard. But that was it. After all, Lucas was born with a good and kind personality. Instead of rejoicing in the defeat of others, he began to be grateful. Lord Jude, thank you. Lucas himself had worked hard to be this strong, but Jude had also helped him. If it weren't for Jude, would he have worked hard like this now? Perhaps he might have neglected his training under the pretext that he was already the best prospect in the North. In addition, there was his recent experience. He was able to face a demon prince because of Jude. Lucas had become incredibly strong after that battle. If that day had not happened, it would have been Leon and not Lucas who had won today. That's right, so let's be humble. Lucas recovered his composure and turned around after a simple bow to Leon instead of giving him words of consolation. And Lucas saw Kajsa and Cordelia's smiles full of meaning. Aye, my Lucas. You liked it, right? You were excited, right? Lucas is cool, kind, amazing, and the best. Their expressions were so clear that it felt like he could hear the voices of the two in his mind. Ahem, ahem. Lucas coughed again, but his face couldn't avoid turning red, because he was embarrassed that they knew his inner thoughts. Aye. Kajsa giggled again and stretched out her hand to ruffle Lucas' hair despite him being 10 centimeters taller than her. She then hugged his neck and kissed him in the cheek. Good job. As expected of my Lucas. Let me praise you a lot. As Kajsa nonchalantly showed her affection physically, the pure Lucas was unable to say anything in his embarrassment. And Kajsa became more excited at Lucas' appearance, so she teased him more by pushing her body closer. Ooh, at the time when Lucas groaned and slightly bent forward. Cordelia had been happy in pairing Lucas and Kajsa in her imagination, but she suddenly turned her gaze to the side. Because Carrara, the small and cute girl who was less than 150 centimeters tall, was in awe as her eyes sparkled. Why, are you surprised? When Cordelia suddenly spoke, the startled Carrara quickly nodded her head. It's surprising. I never imagined that Lord Lucas would be this strong. He was big and handsome, but somehow didn't have much presence in the group. Should I say that he feels like a folding screen? Kajsa always teased him, but when you see his true self, he was no joke. He beat Leon. That Leon Gadriel, and not just anyone else. Although Carrara had only been active in the Empire for over a year, the name Leon Gadriel was something she knew well. The genius swordsman in the imperial capital. The next generation sword master from a famous family of swordsmen, but Lucas won. Lucas was not just a folding screen, but a very strong folding screen. But you know what, Carrara? Yes, master. My Jude is much stronger than Lucas. Hie? Stronger than that? Much more. He's really a lot stronger. Seriously strong. As Cordelia spoke proudly again, Carrara's eyes sparkled more. Originally, Carrara had a good impression of him that she flattered and acted cute in front of him, but now she truly admired him. Did you know that my Jude defeated a dragon? It's even an ancient dragon. It's a monster that's 150 meters long. Hie? Come to think of it, I heard rumors that the dragon in the southern region of the kingdom had been defeated, but the one who killed it was my master's husband, Jude. Isn't my Jude amazing? He's amazing. He's really amazing. That's right, my Jude is amazing. Kajsa, who was in the middle of teasing Lucas, snickered when she saw Cordelia boasting. Hey, Carrara. Yes, she defeated it too. Carrara blinked at Kajsa's words, because she did not immediately understand what the latter said. So Kajsa said it again. Cordelia, along with Jude, defeated Malekith, who is known as the Ancient Black Dragon. Those two became dragon slayers. I saw it with my own two eyes the moment she summoned the Spirit King's fist and struck the dragon. It was a much better and more detailed explanation than before, but Karara could still not properly respond to it, because it was such an unimaginable story. Ancient Black Dragon, Dragon Slayer, Spirit King. Is this a story from a hero novel? Karara unconsciously turned to Cordelia, who was blushing and trying to hold back her smile before slightly nodding her head. A sign of affirmation that the story Kajsa told was all true. Wow, woo-wo! Karara jumped from her spot in her astonishment. She was so surprised that her tail almost stood upright. She was originally skeptical. She was the kind of person who ignored others' stories or looked at them with suspicion. But she believed what Cordelia had said. It had only been a few days since they had met, but she trusted 100 of what Cordelia said. So Karara couldn't help but continue to jump in place. She had a good, pretty, rich, and good-natured master, but she was actually strong. Oh my God, my master is a god. When Karara seemed to be worshipping Cordelia, Kajsa wanted to urge Cordelia to quickly transform into an angel, but she held back. Because she thought that Karara would become a fanatic if Cordelia really transformed into an angel here. And as for the two people who watched everything, the young knights from the Royal Knights were tasked to meet the two people of destiny, but they didn't know much about them yet. So Leon and Sarah blinked their eyes in confusion. At the time when Leon and Lucas were sparring in the garden, which served a double purpose of testing the other's skills. Jude was left alone on the second floor of the house as he was trying to contact Camille, but it was still impossible. To begin with, contact with Camille was more of a one-way communication rather than a two-way one, which meant that only Camille could contact Jude. Sending a signal is the limit, huh? But it was not easy to contact Camille because they were both constantly moving. I think the key to this situation is the Guardians of the Holy Cross. It was unlikely for the branches of the Guardians of the Holy Cross in the Empire to be destroyed. As Camille had speculated while in the kingdom, it was highly likely that only their communication network had been destroyed. But that was still not reassuring. Since the demon followers had gathered and united, they could have been in the midst of destroying the Guardians of the Holy Cross branches somewhere at this moment. Master, Landius, and Lena. The two had left for the Empire earlier on a different route than Camille. Their purpose was to track down Archbishop Manuela, but now that they were in a place where the demon follower groups had united, it seemed like it would have been better for Jude's group to work together with Landius than act separately. We should join forces with them, though the problem was when and how they would join forces. Jude stopped thinking and exhaled before looking down at the Empire's map again. Leon and Sarah had said that they were planning to ask the elves for help after rescuing the Imperial family, and even Jude agreed that it was the best thing to do for now. The Imperial family and the elves would unite to prevent the Chancellor from causing chaos. War between the kingdom and the Empire. The great tribulation of the continent that the demon followers wished for, and the great summons that would happen as a result. So if they prevented the war and the great tribulation, they could stop the great summons from happening. Then all that remains is the 7 major calamities. They had already dealt with 2, so there were only 5 left. It was a formidable number, but he didn't think that it was unstoppable. Just like in the kingdom, they would stop it one by one, and move towards a perfect, happy ending. Let's rescue the Imperial family for now. The demon followers were not aware of their group's actions. They would have never thought that Jude and Cordelia had infiltrated the Empire, nor imagined the fact that Jude's group had already conspired with the Royal Knights to rescue the Imperial family. So Jude's group would penetrate at that gap. Objectively, it would be hard to rescue the Imperial family, who would be escorted by a sword master and Imperial Knights. But Jude looked away. He gazed at the east where the Imperial capital was located. It's okay, Lucas. Harem Root exists. Chapter 293 Imperial Capital, 2. The group couldn't stay long in Kaplan's house because they were in a rush. 2 hours after Leon and Lucas battled it out to understand each other's skills, the group immediately packed up and left Kaplan's house. I'll be going then. See you at the Imperial Capital Academy. As Kaplan chuckled and said, Kajsa tilted her head. She didn't understand on whether Kaplan had a different destination or why they had to go separately when their final destination was the imperial capital. Is he afraid of attracting attention if we go as a full group? Kadsa tried to think of a possible reason, but shook her head. If that was the case, they could just split the group into 2 or 3 rather than letting Kaplan go alone. They already had a lot of people, so it didn't matter if a dwarf joined them. Lucas also tilted his head as if he had a similar thought as Kadsa, but not for Jude and Cordelia. Jude awkwardly smiled, while Cordelia pursed her lips inwards as she looked apologetic. It'll be bad if something happens on the way. We'll see him later. They were in the Empire and not in the wild lands where they could randomly meet monsters whenever and wherever, but that did not mean that Kaplan's ability wouldn't be in effect. There was a possibility of minor accidents on the way to the imperial capital, so it was better to go separately. But don't you think his expression looks better than before? He's no longer hunching his shoulders. Yeah, I think so too. It seemed like the various events in the wild lands had a positive effect on Kaplan. Jude and Cordelia stood still for a while and watched the back of Kaplan, who had gone ahead. They both recalled their time in the wild lands. Back then, Kaplan took the lead and they followed his back. They also fished for named monsters. The memories the three shared together were quite warm. I don't think it was to the point of warm, though. Anyway, good things were good. After having sent Kaplan away first, the group prepared for their journey to the imperial capital. It was only within the imperial capital where the coup actually happened, and the place had become chaotic due to the border blockade. But that did not mean that martial law was imposed on the entire empire. Therefore, they thought it would be best to just ride a carriage, just like how they came from a Seine past to here in Manapple. Well, how about we disguise ourselves a bit just in case? Unlike Jude and his group, who were originally foreigners, Leon and Sarah were royal knights, so it was hard for them to openly move around. In Leon's case, he was famous enough that even Carrara, who had only lived in the Empire for a year, knew him. I don't think we need a complete transformation, so let's just change it a bit. At the time when Cordelia said so and raised Moonlight, I agree. Even a slight change in hair or skin color can make a big difference in one's impression, especially in humans who look completely different if their facial features differed by a few millimeters. Melissa's remarks were rather sudden, but it somehow sounded desperate. Her explanation was quite long, too. Yes. Cordelia briefly replied and swung Moonlight to activate her magic despite Melissa wanting to talk more. As she herself declared, it was a magic that partially changed one's looks. She learned the spell from the witch, and it was a magic for disguise. Oh, this is nice. Kadsa smiled in contentment as her black hair became blonde, and Lucas, who likewise became blonde, was also pleased. T/N. I think this is a mistake by the author. Lucas had been first described as blonde in episode 23, so I don't understand why he became blonde here when he's already blonde in the first place. Maybe his hair turned into a lighter or darker shade of blonde? They're a nice pair. Having satisfied her self-interest, Cordelia continued to use her magic and turned her reddish-pink hair into black hair. She then turned Jude's black hair into a gorgeous platinum blonde hair and Carrara's black hair into silver hair. As I thought, it looks good on him. Jude with gorgeous platinum blonde hair. If the previous Jude was like a black gem that seemed to absorb light, the current Jude was like a brilliantly shining diamond. One could say that he looked like a male protagonist from a romance manhwa. If it belonged to the fantasy genre, he would either be a prince or a duke. Cordelia did all that to satisfy her own interests, but it didn't change the fact that the disguise was necessary. So she looked back at Leon and Sarah, asking, "Will you allow me to cast magic on you too? It's fine with me. What about you, Sarah?" Okay. Leon agreed without any hesitation, perhaps because he saw the group's hair change right in front of him. Sarah carefully took off the helmet she had been wearing since they first met, and Kadsa was amazed at that moment. Ooh. Sarah's hair was pink. Her hair wasn't long as she was a knight, but the pink color really stood out because of her short and luxuriant hair. Moreover, as a playable character, Sarah was beautiful and also had a very innocent look. So when that combined with her pink hair, one wouldn't think that she was a knight when they saw her face. Woe when Lucas saw Sarah's face and unconsciously exclaimed in awe, Kadsa instantly reacted. Her eyes slightly turned sharp, and she nudged Lucas by the side as she jokingly asked, "What is this? Does my Lucas like innocent-looking older women?" And no, it's not like that. Lucas stuttered, so Katja frowned and nudged him even more to the side, and Cordelia brightly smiled at the sight. Jude, what do you think? There's a possibility for the two, right? Yes, anyway, do it quickly. Sarah is embarrassed. Sarah usually wore a helmet due to her shyness, so she was at a loss on what to do when she saw the quarrel in front of her. Let's do this. I think brown would be nice. Melissa interrupted once more, and Cordelia nodded before turning Sarah's hair color into brown. Because Cordelia wanted to heed Melissa, who had expressed her opinion after a long time. Leon has bluish-black hair, so red hair would be better. Their purpose was to drastically change their image after all. The hair color of everyone in the group changed, and Cordelia also cast magic that lightly obscured one's facial features. While Carrara blankly stared as she watched the appearance change of the group, and her eyes sparkled again. My master is really amazing. She's a god. She wasn't surprised by the disguise magic itself. She was surprised that Cordelia could also use disguise magic. It was easy for ordinary people to mistake wizards for being good at everything, but even wizards had their own specialties, like those who specialized in attack magic, auxiliary magic, and recovery magic. But while traveling for the past few days, it seemed like there was no magic that Cordelia couldn't cast. Based on Katja's story, she was a wizard who specialized in attack magic, but she could also use recovery magic and knew how to use magic to disguise themselves. She even summoned a spirit. And she was also skillful in using various auxiliary magic, so she was close to an all-around wizard. That's my Cordelia," Jude said when he sensed Carrara's gaze, and Cordelia blushed as she lightly pulled Jude's sleeve and said, "Why do you look embarrassed? This is nothing." Yes, let's stop here. You two are going to exchange glances and go flirting with each other again," Katja said as she blocked the unnecessary skinship in advance by pulling Cordelia's arm, and then immediately said to the group, "Okay, everyone, let's go. That's a good idea. Let's go." With Melissa and Lucas agreeing, the group hurriedly left Manapple. The journey to the imperial capital was surprisingly smooth. As they had expected, martial law had not yet been imposed in some places, but there was one more basic reason. It's money. It was true, money. There was a lot of money here. A border blockade had been issued, and it had only been a week since then, but the kingdom's gold coins were still in circulation within the empire. Because what mattered in the first place was the gold itself rather than the face of the person embedded on it. Unlike modern currencies, where the societal value was more important than the materials used in the currency, the value of money itself was important in civilizations that used gold or silver coins like in Pleiades. Gold and silver coins were literally made of gold and silver. In any case, Jude and Cordelia were rich, so they used their wealth in the empire too. 2 sturdy and costly carriages, 2 skilled coachmen who would lead the group to the imperial capital, tolls to pay on the way, and a few bribes to shove in moderation. There was nothing to worry about at this point. It was only a matter of getting into the carriage and going out when the time to eat came. Therefore, Jude made up the most of this time. He closed his eyes and meditated, suppressing his desire to travel leisurely with Cordelia. He recalled the topic that Valencia gave, the reason why he was fighting, why he had the will to fight, to survive. That's the obvious reason. I want to keep living because I am alive. I don't want to die. I want to protect my surroundings. I want to protect Cordelia. Maja, my father, my older brother, and the Count's people. I want to protect those close to me. Those were the answers that immediately came to his mind. But he still felt troubled, because he felt like it was too vague. She had raised that topic to help me with my enlightenment. The enlightenment needed to open the 7th door of the 9th heaven's 9 doors. Valencia seemed to have withdrawn her initial statement of not intervening because Jude was having a hard time figuring it out, so she suggested a topic. Unfortunately, it was not something definite and perceptible, because the answers he came up with had very naturally come to his mind. I want to live because I am alive. I want to continue living. Isn't this something natural? Can I really gain enlightenment through this naturalness? I am not really being asked to figure out why I am fighting, but something else, a reason that is much deeper. It would have been better if it was a math problem. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about. To be honest, I don't even know what I keep thinking about. I just keep thinking whatever comes to mind. My mind map is a disordered mess. Ha-Jude eventually opened his eyes. Enlightenment was a very abstract concept to him, who relied on calculations to any problems he encountered. Should I cultivate myself to reach enlightenment? Jude murmured quietly out of frustration and lowered his gaze. He saw Cordelia leaning on his chest and sleeping soundly, though he didn't know when she stuck to him. He also saw Carrara slumbering next to Cordelia. So Jude stroked Cordelia's head very slowly. Cordelia leaned a bit more to him, as if responding to his touch, and he lightly hugged her before looking out the window. 4 days after they left the Academy city of Manapple, the group arrived at the imperial capital. Elysium, Argon Empire's capital that was more known as the imperial capital, was highly known as the largest city on the continent. But unfortunately, the group did not have the time to tour the imperial capital. As soon as the group crossed the gates of the imperial capital, they moved to the outskirts instead of admiring the grandeur of the center. They then entered a small commercial building near the slums. Leon, Sarah, 3 knights welcomed the group after the squire guarding the door let them in. They were all royal knights and somewhat familiar to Jude and Cordelia, who were Rotten Waters. Where are Hans and Jean? They went out to gather information. They will be back in a little while. The one who answered Leon's question was a big and friendly-looking knight who made them think of a bear. Who are these people? Ah, these are the 2 people of destiny and their companions, Leon said and introduced the knights in the room to the group first. There were 2 men and 1 woman named Bane, Maine, and Jane, respectively. How lazy. The way these 3 were named gave the impression that they were just extras. Jude thought to himself and soon introduced himself along with his group. What the Empress Dowager said was true. It's a relief. I believed from the beginning, since what the Empress Dowager says is always right, Jane said with a confident voice at the words of the big knight, Bane. After all, meeting a person from the kingdom, and not from the Empire, in the Academy city of Manapple was something truly unrealistic. Heavenly voice. A mysterious existence that gave advice to the Empress Dowager. And he or she might have a deep connection with Crown Princess Daphne of the Slen Kingdom. Did anything change while we were gone? Has the Empress Dowager contacted us again? At Leon's question, the knight who appeared to be in his mid-30s, Maine, answered. There are no big changes, but there are a few things we're concerned about. We'll talk about it when Hans and Jean return. According to what Leon first said, the imperial family would be moved in 2 days from now. Perhaps because the time was short, the faces of the knights all turned gloomy upon recalling that, and about an hour later, when Hans and Jean returned, the meeting began in earnest. What do you think? A trap? Cordelia replied to the question of Jude, who nodded. A trap. Moving the imperial family was highly likely to be a trap. In fact, he had guessed it when he first heard it from Leon, but he was even more convinced that it was the case when he heard it from Hans and Jean. Is their goal to eradicate the royal knights? According to Hans and Jean, who were holding their breaths now, the ones in this place were not the only active royal knights. All the leaders with the ability to lead the knights, including Knight Commander Galahad, were imprisoned, but like the people here, there were also some knights who escaped the imperial palace and were looking for an opportunity. In Pleiades, the imperial knights of the palace, especially the royal knights, had the strength of superhumans, so it was very foolish to ignore their numbers even if they were less than 10. Transferring the imperial family is bait to attract the royal knights. Moving the imperial family was clearly not just a bait. The current situation was chaotic and the borders had been closed, so if there was really a war after a while, the superpowers of the kingdom led by Camel would infiltrate the empire. So before that, they planned to move the imperial family to a safer place. The royal knights will not let this opportunity go. A trap they would willingly jump into. However, there was still one good thing. The royal knights are prepared for it. The target of the trap were the royal knights. It also restricted superpowers like Galahad and only targeted those at the level of Leon. Lions don't get caught in mousetraps, Cordelia said just then. She grinned and turned to Jude as though she knew what he was thinking. A trap prepared for the royal knights. But if what was caught was something more than a royal knight, the trap itself would be broken. But Cordelia, yes, Jude, Even lions get caught in mousetraps. Humans get caught too, right? Is that so? Yes, it's true. Well then, that's right. Elephants don't get caught in mousetraps. Cordelia quickly corrected her words and said with a slightly elated face, so Jude silently smiled. And 2 days later at night, the operation to rescue the royal family began. Chapter 294 Rescue 1. The royal family members were not dragged out of the imperial palace, located at the center of the imperial capital, and imprisoned. In the first place, the purpose of moving them was to bring the imperial family and the temple back to the imperial palace. The exact situation was this. His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, and her Imperial Majesty, the Empress Dowager, saw through Chancellor Ivan. In other words, they realized that the Chancellor was planning a coup d'etat and withdrew from the palace in advance. However, their escape was ultimately unsuccessful due to the immediate pursuit of the Chancellor, so the imperial family was temporarily imprisoned at a nearby temple. The reason why they were not returned to the imperial palace was because the fight with the royal knights who protected the imperial family was fiercer than expected, causing various problems. In short, he wants to take control of the situation. Doing this kind of work meant that the Chancellor had not yet completely taken over the empire. If the empire had truly been under his complete control, there was no need to proceed with this situation now. He can just get rid of the emperor. Anyway, it wasn't bad news for them. If the Chancellor had yet to fully control the empire, it was highly likely that he would focus on internal suppression rather than immediately starting a war with the kingdom. But based on their actions so far, they're trying to suppress everything through violence. They covered the eyes of the Guardians of the Holy Cross by disabling the Guardians' communication network and issued a border blockade to hide from the kingdom's gaze. And in that created gap, the Chancellor would gather the forces of the empire into one by stamping out the other forces that did not ally with him. It was a very hasty move, but that did not mean he had considered a civil war. The purpose of the Chancellor, or rather, the demon followers, was to bring about the Great Tribulation into the entire continent. A civil war in the empire was not enough. Since war had to take place between the empire and the kingdom, the strategy the Chancellor would likely take was to assassinate by mobilizing powerful people, including high-ranking demonic humans, or tempt his opponents by using immortality as bait rather than directly moving the army to stamp them out. Anyway, securing the imperial family would disrupt the Chancellor's plans. The empire would enter into a state of civil war if the emperor exposed the Chancellor's treason at a public event and made a declaration to suppress the Chancellor. Nevertheless, securing the emperor rather than eliminating him means that the Chancellor does not have enough power to overthrow the pro-imperial family faction at once. Moreover, the empire had a third power, the capitalist elves. The Chancellor had taken control of the imperial capital, but still had a lot of things to do before he could do what he wanted. In short, we just need to save the emperor. Jude had a bitter smile at Cordelia's brief summary and looked again at Leon, who continued speaking. Well, carry it out tonight at 8 p.m. Well, attack them when they pass this point. It was the perfect route for a surprise attack. In other words, it was a route that the other party would have expected too. But in the first place, this operation was a situation where they knew it was a trap, so they had nothing more to discuss. So Leon swallowed hard and looked at Jude and Cordelia before saying, "Is this really our plan?" The rescue plan was centered on Jude and Cordelia. If someone else had said it, he would have bluntly said that it was impossible, but the situation was different if it was Jude and Cordelia. Nevertheless, it was so incomprehensible that he couldn't help but ask again. "Are you sure? Really? This is possible? It's possible. Do not worry." As Jude and Cordelia both answered, Leon looked at Lucas and Kadja, who were sitting next to each other, and the two nodded immediately. "It's definitely possible. It's possible. We can completely do it." Leon had asked because he had yet to work with them. He narrowed his brows when Kadja casually answered, but soon nodded his head. Because it was an unavoidable fight anyway. He just had to believe. He just had to trust them, run, and see for himself. Let's begin the operation. J. Carniac. He was one of the 12 sword masters that the Empire was proud of, and he slightly pulled the reins of the white horse he was riding on to slow it down. Because the time had now come. I can smell it. The smell of a fight. The smell of his enemies who were aiming for them. A descendant of a fallen noble family, Jay Karniak had a rough life, because he had lived as a noble for less than a decade of his early life. 20 years since then. He lived as a mercenary who traveled from one place to another, and mercenaries were sometimes synonymous with murderers, rapists, and robbers in the empire or the kingdom. 3 years after he became a sword master, he finally regained both the territory and title he had lost, but did not like the imperial family. The reason of his family's downfall in the first place was because the imperial family abandoned Count Karniak in a political strife. Therefore, he was closer to the chancellor than the imperial family, and he was still working for the chancellor. Get ready. Sir Jay spoke in a low voice, and the men he had been working with for many years spread out a silent hand signal throughout the ranks. Royal Knights, I commend you for the courage to stick your heads into a battle that you're bound to lose. He sneered before holding his breath and focusing. Sword masters were superhumans, and their cognitive range was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. He could sense it, those who were hiding nearby, their number, the smell of their nervousness as they swallowed their saliva. Sir Jay liked to fight. No matter how many times he repeated it, he found it fun to defeat the enemy in front of him with overwhelming power and trample the weak. It would be soon. The only sword master belonging to the Royal Knights was the absolute knight, Galahad. In the Royal Knights that they had already beat once, there was no enemy who could surpass him, a sword master. A fight that only ended in his win. An easy fight in which all he had to do was to trample the weak without risking his life. That kind of fight was something that Sir Jay, who had lived as a mercenary, liked, so he caught his breath. He suppressed his joy and spurred his horse again. The moon was bright. The wind blew, the grasshoppers loudly cried, and now, right at this moment, for His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, voices came from the left and right, the main road. The hill on the left and the bushes on the right. Sir Jay chuckled. With a happy feeling, he shouted, "They're here, get in line." Being right made him feel good. The soldiers who had already anticipated the attack reacted immediately. The Imperial Knights, who were escorting the windowless black carriage which the Imperial family rode on, drew their swords at the same time, and the wizards also prepared for battle. Although there were fewer than 100 soldiers, it was truly spectacular to see 60 well-armed soldiers prepare for battle at once. Sir Jay looked ahead. He pulled out the two-handed sword he had used for a long time and awaited the Royal Knights and their subordinates to come running towards his group. But they didn't come, or to be exact, they just stood still in the bushes and hill and didn't run. What? What are they doing? Are they not even shooting arrows? And it was at that moment. The ground shook. Lightly at first. But right after they felt that it was abnormal, the shaking became rough and strong. What the? Earthquake? The screams of the soldiers didn't last, because the ground violently split and opened, swallowing up the soldiers. Earthquake, it was no ordinary magic. It was impossible to carry out such magic without any signs or hints unless one was the so-called archwizard. Rumble, rumble, the ground shook and broke. The rank of soldiers collapsed at once, and the wizards were so shocked that they didn't even lift their wands. Or rather, most of them fell down and were busy rolling on the ground. Hold on. It won't last long. At the time when one of the wizards desperately cried out. Boom, 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 roars erupted from everywhere and gray smoke began to cover the surroundings. The soldiers who were already in chaos from the earthquake then screamed and struggled. Wizards, when Sir Jay shouted in a hurry, the wizards who fell to the ground chanted their spells. After all, they were all battle wizards, so they immediately figured out what to do even in the midst of confusion. They tried to cast a blast of wind to remove the smoke. The earthquake continued, but this was the aftermath of shaking the ground with magic. It was clear that the earthquake would soon stop. So if the wind blew and the smoke was cleared silent field. At that moment, a beautiful voice resounded. Silence ruled the battlefield. The wizards could not hear their own spells, and the magic that was suddenly cut off was unfinished and scattered. See crazy? One of the battle wizards exclaimed in surprise, because the silent field spell was cast on the entire battlefield and not to an individual. Was that even possible for a human to do? The wizard was correct. It was impossible for humans, and it was impossible for the angel Cordelia. What mattered was the range of the effect. The wizard had assumed that it was on the entire battlefield, but the actual range was not very wide. It would have been possible to use their magic spells again if they had just rolled 3 meters to the side. The screams and coughing of the soldiers were proof of that, but it was chaotic. No matter how powerful they were as a battle wizard, they could not make a proper judgment because of the aftermath of their magic spells being interrupted. And the royal knights dug into that gap. For His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, the royal knights and their squires on the hills and bushes attacked the convoy while wearing gas masks. Although there were more than twice the number of imperial knights, the smoke screen helped them. The imperial knights couldn't see properly and also found it hard to breathe, so they couldn't deal with the royal knights immediately. "Guard the carriage," Sir Jay's roar erupted. It wasn't just a shout, as it was chivalry, the so-called magic of the knights. Its power was so strong that the smoke screen between Sir Jay and the carriage was entirely dispersed, and the confused soldiers and wizards also came to their senses. "Stop them, wizards!" The soldiers began to move. The wizards also activated several magic tools while casting their magic spells. They needed to blow away the smoke and prevent the carriage from being damaged. After all, their goal was to secure the imperial family, so if their enemies couldn't break the carriage, they wouldn't be able to take the imperial family with them either. Their decision was correct. It was truly reasonable. And because of that, it did not escape from Jude's calculations. The carriage covered by various defensive magic was floating high in the air. A giant hand made of a green force was lifting the carriage. Summoning magic? No. It's telekinesis. While the wizards were arguing, the lifted carriage passed above the heads of the wizards. Uooh! At that moment, Sir Jay kicked the horse and flew up. He covered his two-handed sword with a blue aura and cut off the giant arm that was lifting the carriage. Shyak, the aura blade's energy dissipated the telekinesis. Therefore, the carriage fell to the ground, but the defensive magic protected it. Sir Jay rolled over the ground and hurriedly ran towards the carriage. "For His Imperial Majesty the Emperor!" Leon shouted and drew his sword. But instead of rushing to Sir Jay, he charged at the wizards who wanted to unleash their magic and the imperial knights who were guarding them. Lucas and Kajsa also did the same, so Sir Jay unconsciously laughed. He raised his sword with a blue aura in order to punish the 3 who dared to turn their backs on him, and just before he swung it, bang! Sir Jay quickly turned around and struck the ground with his sword. It was a failure. He did not originally aim at the ground. There was a young man in front of him. The moment he faced the young man whose nose and mouth were covered by a mask and had black energy around his arms, Sir Jay could tell. His intuition that had saved his life for the past 20 years was screaming. Strong. That man was stronger than Sir Jay himself. A beast. A monster. It felt like he was facing a wild beast instead of a human. So Sir Jay fiercely smiled. Instead of kneeling down and surrendering to an opponent stronger than him, he shouted, "Caesar!" Bang! Right after he screamed, one of the carriage doors was broken and a figure came out. A lion beastkin, one of the 12 sword masters of the empire. Caesar wielded a gigantic sword and stood behind the young man as though he was in harmony with Sir Jay. But that wasn't all. The person hiding in the advance squad that had passed by and deliberately ignored the ambush had now turned and ran. Just like Caesar, she was a beastkin, a female wolf beastkin. She was one of the 12 sword masters, but she actually used a woldo that was closer to a spear rather than a sword. Polar Wind Matrina positioned herself in the young man's side, forming a triangle with the other 2 sword masters. "You're caught in a trap?" Joy spread across Sir Jay's face. They were the ones escorting the imperial family. The Chancellor was not a fool, so he assigned a lot of resources into this task. Perhaps their enemies came in despite knowing that it was a trap. But they probably didn't know that their side was prepared to this extent. 3 sword masters, not 1 or 2, but 3 superhumans. Sir Jay was a mercenary. He had abandoned his pride a long time ago in the first place. He thought that it would be nice if he could crush the opponent in front of him, whether they surrendered or not. So he laughed. He laughed at the young man and the royal knights who fell into the trap. But his laugh didn't last long, because he found it very strange. The situation would disturb anyone. But the young man in front of him didn't act like that. Rather, the young man looked at Sir Jay with his green eyes that burned intensely like flames and said with a smile, "Oh, that's right. As expected. It's the Emperor, so it's normal to have 3 sword masters after all. Do you have a sword saint, though?" Confusion spread across Sir Jay's face. Caesar and Matrina also stepped back in surprise. The reason why they did that. "Show them, my successor. How strong you have become from your battle against an ancient dragon. How powerful you are now. With my 6th door, I'll pound you into rice cakes. My successor, you can only open up to the 6th door, right?" Jude didn't answer Valentia's sharp remark. He released the power of the 6th door to the fullest. Chapter 295 Rescue 2. Aura and energy are pretty much the same thing. So Jude's black energy can also be called black aura. The sword masters working for the Chancellor had one thing in common. It was the fact that they were not from the usual noble families. Caesar was a combat slave. After many fierce battles in the arena, he understood swordsmanship and became a sword master, so he was better at understanding the strength of an enemy than Sir Jay, a mercenary. So did Matrina. She was not a combat slave like Caesar, but she was born and raised in the wild lands. Therefore, her ferocity, nurtured by the logic of the weak fall prey to the strong in that place, made her sharper and keener than anyone else. Strong, the 3 sword masters of the Empire noticed this fact even before Jude seriously unleashed his power. And that thought soon came true. Kwang, an explosion of power. They could only express it as that. A sudden amplification. His energy seemed to have soared nearly 10 times in an instant. But that wasn't the only problem. If it was just a quick burst of power, there was no reason to think that it was an explosion. Crazy? It was tremendous. Even if it was tremendous, it was too much tremendous. Half of his face was covered by a mask, but the 3 could tell. He was young. He was younger than them, but it was unbelievable that he had this much power. If one only compared the amount of aura or energy he had far exceeded the level of ordinary sword masters. Yes, he was on the level of grand masters, the so-called sword saints. "Watch out," Matrina exclaimed, because Jude had kicked the ground when Sir Jay and Caesar were momentarily paralyzed from thinking of his explosion of power. Sword masters were superhumans. Their cognitive abilities were beyond that of a human, and their reflexes were like that of light. The moment they recognized the enemy's attack, their bodies moved before their brains could give a command. Jude kicking the ground. They saw it. They automatically read and analyzed Jude's movements even before he kicked the ground. His shoulder movement, his waist movement. That was why they could predict how Jude would charge. So when Matrina shouted, Sir Jay was not surprised and flustered, because his body had already moved in response to the sequence. Towards the front, he would block the enemy's movement with an attack rather than avoiding or defending from it. Thus, Sir Jay swung his sword, or to be exact, when he was swinging his sword. Right after the rushing Jude was reflected in Sir Jay's eyes. At that time, Sir Jay had a thought, so he was confused. What the FCK? He couldn't even blink at that moment. But Sir Jay was a superhuman. A sword master's thinking speed was different from that of ordinary humans, and that was why he was so confused. What? Jude was barehanded. His arms that were covered by a black aura would not be able to block a sword master's sword. Sir Jay also used his aura. The sword covered with his aura and the arm wrapped with aura would collide. The result would be obvious. The arm would be cut. It would not be just a cut, as it would be completely severed. Sir Jay's sword drew a sharp trajectory, and Jude jumped into that trajectory. In Sir Jay's eyes, it was nothing but an act of suicide. Sir Jay's brain, which worked according to reason, had thought that the arm would be cut by the sword. But at the same time, Sir Jay's intuition shouted. It completely screamed, "No, that won't happen." Bang! The sword and Jude's arm met. It collided, but Jude's arm blocked the sword. Something that was impossible. What Sir Jay felt through his sword at the moment of impact was not a human arm, a blade. The aura-covered arm was an aura blade too. How? The sword slipped at that time. No, Jude's arm moved along with the sword. It slid over Sir Jay's sword gently and quickly, pushing it away at the same time. After letting Sir Jay's sword slip away so naturally, he approached Sir Jay's arm and swung his sword-like hand. Shwack, only once. a surprise attack that worked only once when facing an enemy who did not know Jude. The absurdity of blocking a sword with bare hands had always been useful. Sir Jay's chest was slashed. But that was it. Sir Jay flung his body backwards as Jude's sword-like hand slashed his chest. The sword he swung was pushed back, but he still did it. Crack! It wasn't the sound of his skin splitting. Instead of a fountain of blood, fragments of light appeared. It was the light barrier that Sir Jay always wore around his chest. The magic tool was disposable and extremely expensive, but it was cheap when compared to one's life. Matrina charged. When Sir Jay stepped back, Caesar also sprinted towards Jude's back. The thought of a hunt came to Matrina. Caesar remembered the time when he fought an enemy stronger than himself, so they had to destroy the enemy with a pincer attack. Their enemy was not something they could fight alone and win against. Bang! Lightning struck at that time. Hyper-fast thunderbolt. Jude disappeared. They couldn't sense him. Even with the superhuman senses of a sword master, they missed Jude's movement in that instant. The overwhelming aura. It wasn't only that. Matrina was the first to notice it. Monster, their physical abilities were different. She noticed the difference unlike other sword masters who did not notice a difference because they had all reached the limits of a human. The physical abilities of the monster in front of her was clearly stronger. Bang! Caesar received Jude's attack. Even Caesar himself did not know how he did it. Only after he reflexively blocked did he become aware of Jude's strength. Monster, as expected of a sword master. Caesar and Jude thought at the same time. Jude's aura and physical abilities were greater than the three sword masters in front of him, but he still couldn't defeat them easily, because they too were superhuman and not alone. Matrina attacked for the first time. Sir Jay didn't immediately swing his sword, but he did his part by exposing his movements, because it was impossible to ignore the presence of a sword master. Clack-la-clack-la-clang, metal sounds thunderously sounded in succession. No one would think that those were the sounds of a human arm and sword colliding, but it was true. Push. It was 3-1. They were obviously faster than their enemy, but that did not mean they were 3 or 4 times faster. 5 times at most. There would definitely be a huge gap if it was a 1-to-1 confrontation where the speed was 5 times faster, but it was 3-1. When one side swung their one sword, the other side had 3 swords swinging at once. Almost at the same time, swoosh, there was a gale. Jude was no longer in the middle of the 3. He became a black gale and escaped the siege of the sword masters. But it was at that moment. The carriage, one of the Imperial Knights shouted, because the green telekinetic force that looked like a giant's hand had lifted the carriage again. Stop it, Matrina shouted before running to Jude. Caesar turned around while Sir Jay swung his sword at Jude. As the carriage soared, Caesar kicked the ground. Slash! Sir Jay's sword reached Jude, who swung his sword-like hand to block it, and right after that, Matrina's Woldo struck in succession, aiming for that gap in time. From top to bottom, like lightning strikes. But it was within reason. Jude had already calculated it, so Jude was able to avoid those lightning strikes. With his black gale, he avoided the Woldo by half a step, and Matrina sensed that her attacks had missed, so she turned her ankle to change the trajectory of her Woldo again. But with Jude's hyperfast thunderbolt, he distanced himself from Matrina and looked at Caesar. A sword attack, right before it was swung. A deep blue aura rose from Caesar's gigantic sword. Jude reached out to Caesar. It was far away, but he didn't care. He stretched out his hand. And pulled, swoosh, a black dragon rose from Jude's fingertips. It wasn't just one. Many black dragons rose and encircled Caesar as if they were tentacles. And the dragons pulled him afterwards. Eeeeh! Caesar screamed in surprise. Moreover, he wasn't simply grabbed. The moment he was pulled back, black lightning sparked from the entire bodies of the black dragons. Crackle, lightning, an electric shock. It stunned him, he couldn't move. His movement was stopped even if it was only a second or less. And 1 second was enough to decide the life of a sword master in a fight? No, Matrina recklessly rushed, so she paid the price. The trajectory of the Woldo was swung so directly that Jude accurately read it and avoided the Woldo with minimal movement. He then rushed to Matrina like the wind and put his palm on her hard abdominal muscles. Power of the sun. A blow from point-blank range. Boom! The power of the black sun exploded. Matrina covered her front with her powerful aura, but the immense force sent her flying. At the time the attack struck her, she had protected her abdomen with her aura to prevent her body from exploding, but she was unable to cope with the shock. It was only a short moment, but she almost lost consciousness in that single blow. But Jude did not stop there. He stretched out his hand again. He tried to bring back Matrina, who had been blown away. Grab her, the black dragon. It wasn't just an embodiment of his energy now. Jude, who could not open the seventh door, then followed what the rotten waters who reached the max level often did. Dig into. He dug into and deeply studied things. As a result, he acquired powers that he normally couldn't obtain. Jude was able to control the number and size of the black dragons. It was even possible to control them freely, as though they were really an extension of his limbs. Seeing Jude's tentacles black dragons, Valencia frowned and said that it was disgusting, but Jude actually liked this ability. Crackle, consecutive electrocution. Having been caught by the black dragons, Matrina's body drooped and Jude turned his head. Instead of dealing the last hit, he saw Sir Jay rushing towards him. UOOOH. Sir Jay was clearly a mercenary, and mercenaries were usually unable to learn proper swordsmanship. But Sir Jay was no ordinary mercenary. He was a descendant of a fallen noble family, and the fact that his family fell meant that there was a time when it prospered. Sir Jay had learned the exclusive swordsmanship of his family. Caesar and Matrina could not even compare to his understanding of the sword. Not all sword masters are the same. Matrina's swordsmanship was rough. Her sword didn't aim at humans. Her sword was aimed at the huge monsters that lived in the wild lands, so her movements were too big and had no technique, so she was unable to read her opponent's technique. Caesar's swordsmanship was wild. In the arena where death and killing prevailed, his sword specialized in killing was what turned him into a sword master. But it relied on a momentary explosive force. His sword had no depth in it. Sir Jay himself was different. Since he was a pure human, his physical abilities were inferior to the previous two, but his swordsmanship was superior. I'll show you my swordsmanship, the sword of Carniac. Sir Jay was a veteran swordsman. He was a sword genius. His swordsmanship that he had honed for nearly 30 years was said to be just below the Grand Master's. Principles subdue monsters. The difference in physical abilities can be overshadowed by techniques. His judgment was correct. His idea was not wrong. In fact, Sir Jay had the experience of subduing Caesar and Matrina with his swordsmanship technique. But he had one miscalculation. Clang, 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 his sword was blocked, all his attacks were stopped. His sword was red. Despite his reach being longer, he was losing. Why? What was the reason? He figured out the answer, so he was shocked. Crazy? His swordsmanship was good. Despite the young man being clearly younger, his swordsmanship was comparable to Sir Jay himself. With the young man's superior physical abilities, it was natural for Sir Jay to be on the losing side. How? What the hell? At this point, Sir Jay knew who his opponent was, Jude Bayer, the new sword master of the kingdom. There were too many exaggerated rumors about him, so Sir Jay ignored it. He was a fake genius close to a propaganda that was put forward by the kingdom to fill the empty position in the 10 great sword masters. No way, that's ridiculous. Jude Bayer's originally a weakling. He's a rookie who has not properly learned the sword for 2 years. But this man is equal to me. Is that possible? That can't be. Impossible. Although there are means to artificially strengthen or increase your physical abilities or aura, that doesn't apply to swordsmanship. More than 10 years. If I consider his age, it will take him a little more than 10 years to learn the sword even if he cheated in learning it. I didn't need that much time, because I am a genius. Becoming a sword master is the proof. But how? Why? Because of Chinmujich, Jude said. He spoke in the midst of their battle. He gave an answer after reading the emotions reflected in Sir Jay's eyes. If you're a genius, I have Chinmujich. Because it's the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. 12. Snowflake sword art. The 7th snow flower. Snowflake orchid. Extreme yin energy poured into Jude's sword-like hands. As white snowflakes covered everything around him, he pushed Sir Jay. Chinmujich, heavenly martial body. The incarnation of martial arts. It wouldn't be named like that if that didn't make him skilled at everything he did with his body. If a genius could accomplish a task in 1 month that an ordinary person would take 10 years, Jude's Chinmujich reduced that month to a week. And Jude had a master. He wasn't referring to Landius and Camille. 1,000 years ago, she was the continent's strongest and called the Sword Goddess. Elf Sword Valentia. Her guidance and Chinmujich worked in harmony, so Jude was not a typical sword master. Baba 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 bang, aaaah. Sir Jay's scream resounded at the end of the sword attack. His left arm soared into the air, and Matrina and Caesar, who were released from being stunned, attacked Jude again. They completely ignored the carriage that had already disappeared into the sky, because they had to save Sir Jay. For the two of them, Sir Jay was not just a bad-tempered mercenary. For Caesar and Matrina, he was like their lifesaver. Thus, they attacked. They would stop him. They would destroy him with their perfect teamwork. Ruor, the roar of the two beastkins, echoed in the sky. Due to the fierce and relentless onslaught, Jude chose to defend instead of coveting Sir Jay's life, and Sir Jay demonstrated his skill as a sword master. He endured the pain by clenching his teeth and stopped the bleeding of his severed left arm with his aura at the same time. He wielded the sword in his right hand and tried to help Caesar and Matrina. A three-man team. Moreover, now that he knew that his opponent was Jude, it couldn't compare to the previous one. Jude held his breath. He perceived and calculated. After predicting the swords of the three people, he made his move. He pushed away Caesar's sword. He evaded Sir Jay's sword. He turned around before Matrina's sword moved. He sent a back kick towards her abdomen. Bang! Matrina couldn't even scream at the fast kick. She flew backwards like a puppet whose strings broke, and Jude kicked the ground again. He soared to the air with hyper-fast thunderbolt. Boom! Jude soared high into the sky. Caesar and Sir Jay hurriedly followed Jude by raising their heads, and Matrina grabbed her stomach and struggled in lifting her head up. What? What is he trying to do? Is he going to plunge down from the sky? They were wrong. It was not that. Unlike the three who were only focused on Jude, Jude looked around. The carriage carrying the Imperial family had disappeared. Lucas and his group who were fighting the Imperial Knights had long since retreated. So Jude himself should retreat. In a place where he didn't know when reinforcements would come, facing three sword masters at the same time was like walking on a tightrope, so he chose to leave. But how? Should he kick the air like Landius? It was a cool method, but it was not enough. That kind of escape wouldn't work for sword masters, so he prepared a move. Jude. Cordelia spread her white wings in the sky and welcomed Jude with her wide-open arms. She hugged Jude as hard as she could and complained that he was heavy as she faced him. Let's hurry up. Cordelia nodded at Melissa's words. She said with a big smile at the sword masters and the Chancellor's troops who were looking at her with bewildered faces. Goodbye, everyone. Jude and I will be leaving in search of happiness. What? What is she talking about? After she said those nonsensical words, Cordelia raised the rogue master's treasure, the moon crystal, with her hand. And she bade them farewell again. The moonlight shone down the sky, and the two people blurred and disappeared in it. Enenoo, Sir Jay and Caesar fired their sword auras, but it was too late. Their aura blade cut through the night sky in vain. And dozens of meters away, Jude and Cordelia landed on the other side of the hill and changed positions. Jude carried Cordelia in his arms while she hugged his neck and whispered, "FCK bang," and an explosion occurred. Explosions echoed throughout the hill. When Cordelia had used the moon crystal, she had also dropped bombs from her waist, and that caused a chain explosion. Sword masters wouldn't be taken out from just that, but it would be possible to delay them for a while. It took time for the Imperial family and Luca's group to escape. Shall we go then? Yes, let's go. Don't talk and just go. I'll get mad if you kiss here. At Melissa and Valentia's remarks, Jude and Cordelia had bitter smiles before Jude kicked the ground. He turned into a black gale and ran across the hill. Chapter 296 Rescue 3. Rescuing the Emperor and the other members of the Imperial family was their goal, but they also needed to be taken to a safe hiding place. The Chancellor had originally ignored the ambush itself in order to catch the Royal Knights on their rescue operation, but that did not mean he would leave the surrounding areas completely empty. Good luck. May the gods' protection be with you. The Royal Knights scattered with the Imperial family. Since they only had a small number of people in the first place, there was no point in moving around together, and it was easier to escape if they scattered in different directions. Jude, let's run. Okay. Instead of heading straight to their agreed-upon place, Jude and Cordelia repeatedly appeared and disappeared in various places around the imperial capital. Because Jude and Cordelia were the strongest in the group and had the most mobility. 12 hours passed like that. It wasn't until the morning sun came up that Jude and Cordelia focused on running away, and it was only when the sun reached the top of the sky that they could finally relax. Master. Upon entering the nameless forest between the imperial capital and the academy city of Manapple, Carrara, who had been hiding while waiting, greeted Jude and Cordelia with a wide smile. I am glad that you're okay. Yes, we're okay. Thanks. Cordelia immediately ran and hugged Carrara, who laughed and reacted right away. Haha. Carrara blushed and wagged her tail in her shyness, but she liked this moment very much. Amazing. Because Carrara in the game's storyline never showed such a side. She's somehow similar to Redwind, huh? Among the playable characters whom Jude and Cordelia had met so far, Redwind was the one who showed the biggest change in personality from the original. In the game, Redwind was cold, sensitive, and did not talk much, but the current Redwind liked to smile and had a genial personality. One reason had caused that. It was the fact that Jude and Cordelia prevented her from all the hardships she would suffer in the game's storyline when they bought her from the slave auction house. She was not abused in the slave auction house, did not experience the death of other slaves, and most importantly, her hometown was not destroyed. Carrara's life was not as dramatic as Redwind, but she also lived a pretty rough life in the game's storyline. She was a woman who used betrayal as a means of survival, but in reality, she was quite soft-hearted. She felt hurt every time she betrayed someone, and as the game's storyline progressed, she was devastated. You again, Carrara? Carrara, it's not you, right? But Carrara is a traitor. The scene where Carrara sat alone by the lake shore and cried a lot after she abandoned everyone and ran away, saying that she wanted to be left alone, won the sympathy of many game players. Of course, there were a lot of people who called it crocodile tears. In any case, the heart of the game's Carrara was shattered from her constant betrayals, and she often had dead-looking eyes whenever she was alone, but it was different now. Because just like Redwind, she met Cordelia and became a new person before her heart was broken and shattered. I like Master very much. Carrara whispered quietly as if confessing, and Cordelia eventually cleared all the thoughts in her head. I like you too, haha. When such a heartwarming scene continued, Jude smiled like a father, but he knew that they couldn't stay like this forever. Carrara, what about the Imperial family? They're safe. Everyone is here except for Luca Zappa and Kajsun-nai. The two haven't arrived yet, Cordelia asked after Jude, and Carrara quickly nodded and said, They're not in danger as I think they're just resting for a bit. The owls said so. Carrara, who was able to communicate with animals, was acting as a kind of communication network by grasping the situation of everyone in the nameless forest and delivering notes through the animals. Everyone had gathered here except for Lucas and Kajsa. Only the two of them were resting somewhere else. Oh, Cordelia exclaimed as her eyes immediately narrowed, and she said with a snicker and a sly smile, My Jude, aren't they trying to hide something? Where is a man and woman in their prime resting, and what are they doing alone? This Cordelia wants to know. Her sparkling eyes served as proof that her imagination had already reached its conclusion. Therefore, Jude pulled her back to reality instead of agreeing and fanning the flames of her imagination. Lewd devil out. Let's go now and join the group. Tusk. Cordelia clicked her tongue, but since she was joking in the first place, she quickly relaxed and took Carrara's hand as they entered the depths of the forest. They walked like that for 10 minutes. They're here? Yeah. The royal knights and their squires who were scattered and resting then quickly approached with joy on their faces. It was natural for them to react like that, given that they had seen Jude and Cordelia in rescuing the imperial family and their crazy performance in the operation. Cordelia had continuously used powerful magic, such as Earthquake, while Jude faced 3 sword masters at the same time. Both of them were so skilled that it was hard to believe that the two were only 18 years old. Please come this way. Leon also greeted Jude and Cordelia with a smile on his face. He was a man who badly wanted to win against Lucas, but did not even think about it against Jude, because the difference was too big. Envy was only possible originally if they were near the same level. So he wasn't envious of a person who seemed to be on a different level, or rather, he was on a completely different realm. Hee hee. Cordelia proudly puffed her chest and felt good at everyone admiring Jude. On the other hand, Jude looked at Cordelia and smiled in admiration too. Anyway, the group followed Leon and met the imperial family, or to be exact, the young emperor of the empire, the empress dowager, and the emperor's younger siblings. Are they sleeping? Yes, it's been a tough journey. In reality, the emperor and his siblings had fainted and lost consciousness when Cordelia abducted the carriage. Even the empress dowager, who had held out somehow, was relieved of her tension and fell asleep after they entered the forest. It was not an audience with the emperor, and showing the asleep and defenseless emperor could be considered rude depending on how one interpreted it, but it couldn't be helped since they had ran away. Let us get some rest then. Yes, we plan to stay here for a little longer and move at night. Jude nodded a few times in response to Leon's words and took a seat next to Cordelia, who was being followed by Carrara. A few minutes later, Cordelia was half lying while hugging Carrara, and she looked back at the place where the imperial family was, because she recalled what she had seen. There's a toddler. In the game, the members of the imperial family other than the emperor and empress dowager were rarely seen, so the reality felt different now. The emperor had 3 more younger siblings, and because the emperor was young, his siblings were younger. There was a small child who seemed to have just turned 2 years old. Children, baby. Cordelia tightly hugged Carrara and began her specialty again, her imagination. Children who were laughing and running around. A child who looked like Jude, and a cute child who resembled Cordelia herself. Jude's successor who would inherit his count title. I'll give birth to them, because they would be Jude's children. Jude's kids. She tried to imagine it. She would marry Jude, get pregnant, and become a mother. In the past, she would have never imagined marrying Jude. But now that she was imagining marriage, she seemed to have taken a step forward. But there are many. There were 4, including the emperor. The Empress Dowager was close to a heroine character because of her personality and behavior, and that she even served as a regent. She also had the appearance of a beautiful woman. It was hard to imagine that she had 4 children. Come to think of it, most people had a lot, right? Unlike in their previous lives, the people here in Pleiades tended to have a lot of children. Jude's family that only had 2 was rather unusual, as most families usually had at least 3, and at most, 5 or 6 children. Then me and Jude, how many children should we have? Considering our titles, having 2 is perfect. Still, after saving the kingdom and the empire, wouldn't our titles become higher? Since our achievements are not normal, our children will also receive a lot of benefits, should I ask Jude. How many would you like? How many children would you like? Cordelia asked herself before she immediately blushed and groaned, because she was too embarrassed. Us. And because of that, Carrara, who was being hugged by Cordelia, then groaned when Cordelia unconsciously hugged her tighter, but unfortunately, Cordelia was deeply immersed in her imagination and did not hear Carrara's voice. Okay, shall I ask him? Because it's important. Yes, it's very important. Jude, how many would you like? 8. 8. Jude spoke once more, and Cordelia turned red as she stuttered and wiggled her fingers. That much. Then if you want to let's try our best. Hey Cordelia, were you even listening to me? What are you talking about? When Cordelia blinked her eyes, Jude had a glum look inside. I was talking about the sword masters. There were a total of 12 sword masters in the empire. Among them, 3 had been confirmed as enemies since they worked for the Chancellor. J. Carniac, Caesar, and Matrina. Of the remaining 9, Absolute Knight Galahad was unconditionally on their side, so there were only 8 left. There are 3 elves, right? That's right, it has not been confirmed yet, but they are highly likely to be on our side. After subtracting those 3, there are 5 left. Among them, 2 were definitely on the pro-emperor faction, but they did not know which side the remaining 3 were on. Because Legend of Heroes was an RPG and not a political drama. Moreover, it was difficult to describe the political strife, because the story took place amidst the chaos of the 7 major calamities and the collapse of the kingdom. The problem is that one of those 3 is the sword god. the best swordsman of the empire, the continent's strongest swordsman, who was called the Sword God, the strongest of the 4 grand sword masters who belonged to the empire. As the owner of Ultimate Six, he was the biggest variable in their upcoming battles in the empire. It would become a headache if he became an enemy. But what would happen if Landius was here, or Camille? When Cordelia said something that was a little convenient but true to some extent, Jude also nodded. To be frank, it was hard to imagine Landius losing to anyone after seeing him fight Malekith. Duke killing him is bullshit. He must have just picked up the solar blade by accident. Jude completely abandoned the theory of Landius murder and had been pushing the theory of Landius killing himself. He opened the door and died as a side effect. Anyway, why are you suddenly talking about sword masters? Are we going to seriously fight them? Jude snapped out of his thoughts at Cordelia's question, and he nodded again. Due to their battle, the Chancellor and the demon followers would know that Jude had entered the Empire, and they would be able to guess on how strong he was. Therefore, it was highly possible that not ordinary sword masters, but grand sword masters or similar enemies would appear in the future. Grand Sword Master. In the kingdom, these sword monsters were called sword saints. One person came to his mind. He couldn't help it. A person that Jude and Cordelia had faced once and would surely meet again someday. First Sword. Rune Froud, the Sword Saint of Light. As if drawn to something, Jude looked back at the direction of the imperial capital. The Chancellor's office was in an emergency. They had lost the imperial family, including the emperor who was in their custody. It wasn't that they didn't defend at all. Even though they had assigned 3 sword masters, they were defeated, so it was hard to blame anyone. But someone had to take responsibility for this incident. It would become chaotic. They had to prepare for the future. A number of variables would also arise at the emperor's absence. Imperial Chancellor Joel Krusler, the highest-ranking official in the empire and a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Eye, thought of a speed battle beginning with martial law, because he had to finish taking control of the empire before the emperor could rally the pro-imperial family faction. And apart from the troubles of the Chancellor, there was a person who was relaxed alone. He smiled despite knowing that this failure would hamper the cause of the demon followers and the many things this failure would cause. He burst into laughter at the fact that 3 sword masters could not stop it despite all of them attacking at the same time. Ho, you've become really strong, huh? At the training center of Absolute Knight Galahad. No, at the place that used to be his training center. As his body was drenched in blood, First Sword or Duke, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Hand, had a white smile. He was truly pleased with Jude and Cordelia's performance. I want to see them. If I had known that they had entered the Empire, I would have gone there. But well, it was quite fun over here too, right? First Sword asked with a smile, but there was no answer. Absolute Knight Galahad, the Royal Knight's strongest swordsman and a grand sword master that the Empire was proud of, the Emperor's sword whose will never broke. So First Sword killed him, he beheaded him. Galahad's swordsmanship was definitely amazing, but First Sword was even better than him now. I can't wait to see them. I miss them. As expected, those 2 are really good. First Sword threw to the floor Galahad's head that he was holding. He stood up without any hesitation and left the training center. Sword Demon, a new nickname he gained after uniting with a demon of Overlord Asmodeus. But First Sword preferred a different name. Best Sword, the peak of swordsmanship that he wanted to realize someday. A world beyond reason that he wanted to reach. I miss them. With a faint smile, First Sword took a step forward. Whether by coincidence or inevitability, he headed towards the direction of Jude and Cordelia. Chapter 297 Hodl Elves 1. Jude and his group traveled under the cover of night, and by dawn, they arrived at a place where they could take a rest. We won't get caught if we're here. Most of the group nodded at Leon's words. A cabin stood on the rugged mountain with a forest that people rarely passed through. It was quite large, but since the place was rarely passed through, they didn't need to worry about being caught, as Leon had said. Villagers can see those who are coming and going in this cabin in the mountains, but this place should be fine. One of the royal knights explained to the emperor whom he was carrying on his back, and the emperor nodded with a tired face. The emperor didn't care whatever it was as long as he could go in and rest. Jude, this is Sarah's hometown, right? It is. The birthplace of the playable character Sarah. Cordelia glanced at Sarah, who was at the front with Leon, so she could only see Sarah's back. Is she okay? Because in the game's storyline, this cabin was a place that Sarah missed but didn't want to return to. A place that was filled with memories of her father, but a place she wanted to erase from her memories because her father was murdered here. Cordelia was slightly nervous as she looked at Sarah again. But fortunately, her worries were unfounded as Sarah calmly moved forward as if she had already overcome the pain of the past. Ah, wait. Did she just hold hands with Leon now? It was only for a short time, but she did hold his hand, right? And Leon seemed to have held her hand tightly as if to comfort her. They did, right? You saw that too, right? As Cordelia's face brightened up, Jude unconsciously had a bitter smile, because he thought that Cordelia was really interested in other people's relationships. Don't do that. Let's focus on ours. What do you mean? At the time when Cordelia blushed and developed strange expectations. Let's go in. Let's move too. Melissa coldly and indifferently said, and Jude smiled before he held Cordelia's hand. Naturally, Cordelia shyly smiled as her fingers wiggled before she interlocked it with Jude. Seriously, Melissa quietly sighed, and everyone in the group entered the cabin. It's a little late, but let me give you my thanks. Heroes from a foreign country, the two people of destiny. The imperial family will never forget your help. The Empress Dowager sat in front of the fireplace and looked to be very tired. Her clothes appeared to be worn out from their escape, but she still had the dignity as the ruler of the empire. If the first queen of the Slen Kingdom, Justina F. Slen, had the unique dignity and robustness of a trained warrior, the Empress Dowager had the striking sharpness and ferociousness of a sword. She had a fragile body that had never received combat training before, but the power in her eyes seemed to exceed that of the first queen. As expected of a regent, she should be around 30 now. Even though she was young when compared to the former rulers of the empire, she had ruled the empire as a true regent for 4 years and was not just a puppet. I also commend you for your service. The young emperor, who was sitting next to the Empress Dowager, stiffened his neck and said. He seemed to be trying to show a dignified figure, but he was still too young and weak for that. He seemed to be only 11 now. The emperor's favor is immeasurable. Jude and Cordelia politely bowed their heads and replied, and smiles spread across the faces of the Empress Dowager and the emperor. The Empress Dowager had a relieved smile, while the emperor had a bright smile, as expected of the two people of destiny that the heavenly voice had foreseen. May I look forward to your future performance? When the Empress Dowager asked again, Jude slowly raised his head and answered. Me and my fiancée, Cordelia, came to the Empire as members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. We promised to cooperate with the imperial family until we defeat the Chancellor who had sided with the demon followers and eradicate them that had spread like a disease throughout the empire. I promise too. Cordelia said the last words and promptly bowed, and the Empress Dowager sighed in relief again. She seemed to be very relieved as she did not hide her expression this time. She had not seen it in person, but she had heard in detail of the two's performance from the Royal Knights. It was unrealistic for a young man to be on the level of a grand sword master and a girl to be on the level of an archwizard, but in any case, what mattered was their abilities and not their age. We can do it. With the power of a grand sword master and an archwizard, it became possible to make the impossible possible. The grand sword master was such an existence. Furthermore, there was one more grand sword master in the Royal Knights that they could absolutely trust. If they could rescue him, Absolute Knight Galahad, their power would double at once. A glimmer of hope shone on the Empress Dowager's face. But it was only for a moment, and the Empress Dowager soon had a stern face and said again, "It is truly deplorable that the Chancellor and his subordinates are actually demon followers." She thought that they were just a group of rebels, but she now understood that they were monsters who gave up their humanity. As members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, we will surely destroy them. We will annihilate them. As Jude and Cordelia spoke again, the Empress Dowager smiled once more. And it was then. Your Imperial Majesty, the Empress Dowager, may we ask you a question? Jude inquired, and the Empress Dowager gently nodded. Is there something that you do not know the answer of? You may ask me. With the Empress Dowager's permission, Jude swallowed hard and carefully opened his mouth. We would like to know about the heavenly voice, the mysterious being who pointed to Jude and Cordelia, calling them the two people of destiny. Who was that being, and how did they communicate with the Empress Dowager? Why did that being call Jude and Cordelia the two people of destiny? At Jude's question, the Empress Dowager glanced at Leon for a moment before nodding again. The heavenly voice is a voice from a higher place that has given me advice since childhood. Perhaps they are the heavenly gods, that is what I think. To be more specific, she would sometimes hear a holy voice and receive an oracle. The Empress Dowager explained that it was a one-way communication and she could not talk back to them, but they had greatly helped her many times in her life. Are their true identities angels? Half of the gods in Pleiades were originally angels who descended from heaven. Even Solari was one of the 7 archangels in heaven. Angels. 4 archangels are still alive. If one of them is the heavenly voice, and that archangel is helping the humans on Earth, it makes sense. I don't know about the other archangels, but it's possible if it's Rhaegal. As the Archangel of Justice, she has cherished and loved humans very much in Legend of Heroes 3. But Legend of Heroes have 3 episodes. She originally did not exert much influence in Pleiades before the Great Summons in the 2nd episode. But she's now involved in earthly affairs, and even through the Empress Dowager who rules the Empire. It's not just the Empire. Given the circumstances, if the heavenly voice is truly an archangel from heaven, then the Slen Kingdom must be also under the influence of heaven. Crown Princess Daphne, who is now an adult and has begun to actively intervene in the political affairs of the royal family, must have also heard the heavenly voice. It's fine since they're on our side, right? Jude nodded at Cordelia's message, but couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Are you saying that the butterfly effect that Cordelia and I had caused has even reached heaven? It's possible, but honestly, I think it's a bit too far-fetched. There should be another cause, another reason. A reason why the archangels have become interested in Earth much earlier than the original. Count August Bayer? Jude came to his senses at the Empress Dowager's call, and he bowed his head and stepped back instead of continuing to ask more questions. Because what he found out from the Empress Dowager seemed to be enough for now. Then, I would like to discuss about our future plans. When everyone's attention focused on the Empress Dowager, the Emperor who was watching then gently pulled the Empress Dowager's sleeve. Your Imperial Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and his small voice followed. The Empress Dowager replied as she narrowed her brows. Your Majesty, I too would like to rescue Sir Galahad, but I think that it's not only reckless, but also not a good time to go and save him now. Although the Emperor's mother was the regent, the supreme ruler of the empire was officially the young emperor. Therefore, the Empress Dowager continued her words with a friendly voice. First of all, we should unite the forces who are loyal to His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. And in order to do that, we have to cooperate with the elves first. Her last words were directed to the people in this place rather than the Emperor. The elves of the Empire. Their first priority was to contact the so-called Hodl elves and ask for help. After all, the elves of the Empire were descendants of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom, so they hated demons and demon followers. If they learned that the Chancellor had become a demon follower, they would support the imperial family with all their power, because the head of the Hodl elves is a person from that era. The elf capitalist, Vincenzo Lombardi. A high elf royalty who was still alive and led the elves of the empire despite his age of over 1,000 years. Having lost his parents, siblings, and many friends to the demons, the hatred and vengeance he harbored had not disappeared even after more than 1,000 years had passed. We fully accept the Empress Dowager's will. The group meeting ended with the royal knights respectfully accepting the Empress Dowager's instructions. And that night, Cordelia sneaked up next to Jude, who was sitting outside the cabin and keeping watch. You're not in the night watch, right? Because wizards were highly valued. They had no need for her as they had enough people to stand as the night watch. At Jude's words, Cordelia smiled and hugged Jude's arm as she said, I just want to do this. Because of Carrara these days, I've been lacking in my Jude vitamins. Jude had a faint smile at Cordelia's analogy. Am I an essential nutrient? Yes, that's right, an essential nutrient. Cordelia smirked and turned her head a bit in order to press her lips on Jude's chin. Their difference in height was so great that it was hard for her to kiss him in the lips unless she straightened her neck while sitting like this. Hee hee. This is really nice. Jude smiled and kissed Cordelia's cheek and clavicle, though Cordelia flinched and said, "Leave a mark, specifically in her clavicle." But Jude tilted his head and said, "You want me to leave one? Ugh, please." No, Melissa's protests were somehow heard, but Jude and Cordelia ignored her because they had been focused on each other for quite some time. A short kiss. It didn't last long because he was in the middle of the night watch. So Cordelia leaned on Jude's chest and brought up another topic. But it's a bit disappointing. What is? I mean, if we go to the Hoddle Elves, we won't be able to go to the Imperial Capital Academy. That had been their original plan. Using the documents that Kaplan had prepared, they would enter the Imperial Capital Academy and become students. They obviously weren't going to the academy to have a fun time, but Cordelia still regretted it. I wanted to wear a school uniform, because the Imperial Capital Academy's uniforms were famous for being pretty and stylish. At Cordelia's words, Jude lightly bit her ear and spoke. I wanted to see it. Huh, the uniform. Cordelia in a school uniform. You want to see it? Yes, I want to see it. Very much. Cordelia's face reddened at Jude's words. She briefly hesitated before speaking in a low voice. Me too, Jude in a school uniform. I am sure he'd look cool. Cordelia momentarily imagined it as she wiggled her fingers. Afterwards, she turned to Jude and said with a big smile, Jude, shall we go to the academy and try it on later after our work in the Empire is over?" After they had defeated all the demon followers and stopped the great summons, Jude smiled a bit at Cordelia's suggestion and said, "I'd like to, but isn't this a flag? It's fine if we're the main characters. What's with the flow of this conversation?" Jude nodded when Melissa interrupted. He hugged Cordelia's petite body again and promised that they would go to the Imperial Capital Academy when everything is over. Yes, when we get a happy ending. It was a bit vague, but they still wanted to accomplish it. Jude and Cordelia lightly kissed on the lips, at the same time in a distant place. The one called the Sword God raised his head. He had a wrinkled face and white hair, but he was not weak. Half of it was due to rejuvenation, and the other was his old age. After walking the path of the sword for a long time that ordinary humans never got to walk, he was able to come to this point. And because of that, he no longer took the name Sword God seriously. Yurei back. The Sword God was the continent's strongest swordsman, but he didn't work for the Empire. He was only someone who sought and walked the path of the sword. Have you reached the sword of the heavens? It was an absurd question. It had been a decade or so since the Sword God himself had reached the sword of the heavens, a state that he had reached after more than 100 years of training. But the Sword God still asked, because it would have been possible if it was the child in front of him. He had never had a disciple in his life. He was busy walking the path of the sword alone, so he had no time to take care of others. He thought that he would never had disciples until he died. But he changed his mind when he met the child in front of him for the first time. If it's this child, will it be possible to go to what is beyond reason? Will it be possible to achieve a truly complete swordsmanship? So he accepted the child. He tried to teach him everything. But one day, the child, his only disciple, left his side and went out into the world. He had received a divine revelation, so he followed the voice from a higher place. In response to the Sword God's question, Maximilian, the continent's best the best sword genius of all time, raised his head and looked at his master. Instead of answering with his mouth, he drew his sword. Ultimate 2 Divine Sword Balisarda, an item that originally should not have been in his possession. Sword God smiled happily. He welcomed his disciple's challenge by pulling out Ultimate 6 Final Sword Valkhazard. Let's have a match, to test his skills just like how they had always done. Sword God smiled, and so did Maximilian. The swords and distance of the two narrowed down. Chapter 298 Hoddle Elves 2, the next morning. What the hell did you do last night? While Kajsa persistently tried to find out the truth behind the markings left on Cordelia's clavicle, the Royal Knight Sarah was preparing to leave. Be careful and come back safely. At Leon's words, Sarah grinned and nodded her head. If you're worried, you can also leave some markings. Huh, marking? Leon blinked his eyes, not understanding what she meant, and Sarah smiled again before checking her equipment one last time. Sarah was now dressed more like a hunter than a knight. As the Empress Dowager said last night, the current imperial family desperately needed the help of the elves. Because they had to pass through the territory of the elves to get to the northwestern region ruled by Marquis Buckingham, the leader of the pro-imperial family faction and the Empress Dowager's father. Of course, the enormous wealth and influence of the elves in the empire could not be ignored in the long run. Or rather, it was just incredibly important. The help of the elves was essential in driving out the demon followers who were trying to take control of the empire. Elves don't like pink hair, so don't worry. Leon had a bitter smile at Sarah's joke, and he eventually put the helmet on Sarah and said, "Yes, make sure to cover your face. Don't let those weird beastards drool over you." Koreans have this trope/meme that pink-haired characters in anime have deceptive appearances. Pink-haired characters are innocent-looking on the outside, but are actually lewd on the inside. If you think about it, this perfectly describes those Irafu, hahaha. As for why elves don't like pink hair, perhaps it's because it's an accurate description of them, or someone called them that and they got offended, so it's an offensive word for them. I am not sure actually. Anyway, Sarah also seems to fit this trope since she's innocent-looking, but wanted Leon to leave a marking on her. And it also applies to our dear Cordelia. Sarah laughed and nodded before lightly tapping Leon's chest. Afterwards, she headed to the place where the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were. It was to courteously greet them one last time before leaving. They needed an emissary to send to the elves. They needed to know if the elves would help or let the Emperor and Empress Dowager pass through. And if they were clearly aware of what was happening in the Empire. The Emperor couldn't just enter the elves' territory without notifying them in advance. Therefore, Sarah, who was the fastest among the royal knights and had more mobility than the elves in the forest, was chosen as the emissary. "I shall be going then. Have a safe trip. May the blessing of the gods be with you, my loyal subject." After receiving the Emperor and Empress Dowager's words, Sarah politely bowed and left the cabin. And Cordelia, who was watching the scene, said to Kajsa, "It smells." "What smell?" "The smell of Jude, whom you hugged all night." "Of course, that's a nice smell, but it's a different smell." "Wow, look at how shameless you are now. If you're envious, you can also hug Lucas in your sleep." Cordelia spoke with a teasing giggle, and Kajsa was flustered at that moment. Her face turned red and she stuttered, which was unlike her. "Why are you bringing up Lucas here?" "Huh, I just poked you by chance. But it went as expected. Why do all your topics go that way?" Anyway, she thought that Sarah and Leon smelled like a couple or something like that. Cordelia was embarrassed by Melissa's remark and laughed before speaking again. "Moving on, we can't stay here for a long time. We're leaving after breakfast. We've already agreed to meet Sarah at a certain place." "I know. But who are you explaining that to?" "I don't know," Cordelia thoughtlessly answered and looked in the direction where Sarah had gone. I am not sure if Cordelia is breaking the fourth wall by explaining their plans to us, the audience, or she was talking to Melissa. Sarah was supposed to become a bounty hunter, but became a royal knight instead. It didn't seem like her specialty, spirit rush, had changed. There were traces of blue spirit aura on the places she passed. What changed and what did not change? Even though the butterfly effect had occurred and several variables had been added, there were still things that did not change. Things that could never be changed. Events that happened as if they were a must. Cordelia shook her head. She drove out the strange thoughts she suddenly had and widely smiled again. "Anyway, let's go. Jude's meals are very delicious, so look forward to it. Hey, I've been traveling with you two for a while now, right? You know it well then." Cordelia giggled as she boasted and took the lead, while Kajsa unknowingly turned to Lucas. 2 days later, around later afternoon. The group's movement speed had noticeably slowed down because the Emperor, Empress Dowager, and the young members of the imperial family had joined their group. They also lacked horses, but since the imperial family members had a lower stamina than ordinary people, riding on horses for a long time would be hard for them too. But being in a hurry wasn't a wise move. After all, there was a limit to the places where they could move until Sarah, who was sent as an emissary, would return, though they had already eluded the pursuit of the Chancellor. Therefore, the group calmed their impatience and proceeded to the west at a slow but steady pace. We're back to a sane pass, huh? The western part of the empire was a barren land close to the wildlands, but perhaps because it was close to the elves' territory, the influence of the imperial family and the chancellor was weak here. For this reason, the western region of the empire was often treated as a dangerous place, outside the territorial jurisdiction of any political faction. But it was a safe land for the current imperial family, who were being pursued by the chancellor. Thus, the further west they went, the brighter the face of the emperor became, and the Empress Dowager was able to relax a bit too. But there was one person. A person in the group who became more anxious as they headed west. "Carrara, are you okay?" Carrara was startled at Cordelia's question as her tail stood up, but she nodded her head with an awkward expression. "Yim okay, I am not scared at all. It's not like Mountain King controls the entire Asane Pass, no, he does. Asane Pass belongs to Mountain King, Yim going to be killed. I'll be captured by Mountain King and be tortured to death, because Mountain King is such a guy. Because he's the vicious demon of the West. Hell beat to death anyone who betrayed him. He might lash at me with a whip, or he might tear off all my nails and sprinkle salted water. K Carrara? Hick hoo-hoo, it was a short hoo-hoo. Time, but it was nice meeting Master. Carrara? When Carrara began to sniff, the flustered Cordelia tightly hugged her, and Carrara buried her face in Cordelia's chest as she tried to forget reality. Jude and Cordelia were very strong according to what she had heard so far, but she was not present at that time. She had only heard about it. But Mountain King was different. She realized how strong and cruel he was several times when she worked for him. Even now, when she closed her eyes, she could still see Mountain King tearing off the limbs of the traitor alive, saying that the only price of betrayal was a painful death. I won't betray them. I won't betray Master this time. I'll be with Master until the end, for real, until it gets really, really, really dangerous. And no, what am I thinking? Carrara continued to struggle between her instinct and reason for a long time. It was the moment when the group entered a dark and unpopulated place that was the Asane Pass. Here they come. Jude suddenly raised his head and said. Leon, who was at the front, also shouted urgently. Enemy attack! UOOOH! The shouts of several people drowned Leon's voice, so Leon was startled, because the number of enemies was too large despite them being on full alert. There were at least 30 people. Does that mean I didn't notice that many people preparing for an ambush? They're Mountain King's men, Carrara cried out just then. All of the enemies who appeared were beastkin, but one could tell them apart by their unique color. Mountain King's men also had a black cloth tied around their right arms. Carrara, you traitor! When one of Mountain King's subordinates called out her name, Carrara had a tearful face and trembled. As expected of Mountain King. He was tenacious. Perhaps it was because of Carrara that so many people had appeared now, and it was half true. Traitors must be punished, that was Mountain King's creed. Beat them up, catch Carrara, tear them apart. Not only the beastkin from the front, but also those in the left and right began to rush after shouting loudly. Protect the nobles. Everyone, defensive formation. The emperor's name could not be openly shouted in a place like this. Therefore, the royal knights and squires addressed the emperor as a nobleman, pulling out their swords at the same time as they gathered near the emperor. And in the meantime, Kajsa declared the start of the fight. Let's wipe them out. She was famous as a pirate hunter in the south. From Kajsa's perspective, pirates and bandits were similar in that they were groups that had to be eradicated, so she did not hold back. Awuo. Kajsa howled like a beast but did not solidify her defense. Rather, she leapt in the middle of the attacking horde and wildly swung her chains, knocking down several men in an instant. The strength of the divine chains that sealed the demon prince was added to Kajsa's strength, so even the strongest beastkin could not withstand it. Those who were struck by the chain that swept low on the ground collapsed, and they could not even stand up due to a broken leg or a muscle injury from the blow. The situation on the other side was not much different. Lucas raised the unique white aura blade of the Holy King's cross sword and was like a wolf who jumped into a flock of sheep. The bandits who were subordinates of Mountain King had maintained their ranks due to their strong discipline, but they were unable to keep a proper formation because of the two's actions. The fight quickly turned into a melee, and as a result, the battle began to tilt sharply towards the group with superior individual combat power. UOOOH, Leon and the Royal Knights also gained courage. After all, they were also geniuses selected from all over the Empire. They were not inferior to the bandit beastkins who never received proper training in swordsmanship. And around 5 minutes later, more than 40 people fought in the battle, but it was almost settled by that time. Most of the beastkins were wallowing on the ground, and a few in the back began to escape without looking back. Leon let out his breath and wiped the blood off his sword before shouting, "Let's run before more people come." Their numbers were small, but their opponents numbered many. Moreover, they were not dealing with an ordinary bandit now. Leon had heard of Mountain King of Asane Pass before. The King of Asane Pass was said to have hundreds of subordinates. Furthermore, he was a formidable powerhouse comparable to a sword master, according to rumors. So it wouldn't just end here. If he stepped back from here, his reputation as the King of Asane Pass would plummet to the ground. The emperor, who was frightened by the battle in front of him, quickly nodded, and the Empress Dowager also agreed with a nervous expression. They had to quickly cross Asane Pass. If not, they had to look for a completely different route. But it was then. It was Lucas. Raising his hand slightly, he narrowed his brows and said as the Royal Knights looked at him, "Why do we have to run away?" We have them," Lucas said as he glanced in one direction, and the Royal Knights followed his gaze. They all stared at the same place and showed a similar reaction. "Oh, that's right, I see. Hundreds of subordinates, a formidable powerhouse comparable to a sword master. So what? It's not a big problem. There were 2 people who did not participate in the fight. Jude and Cordelia, who were just protecting the Emperor, instead of fighting and stealing the experience of low-level players." Jude awkwardly smiled at everyone's gaze, while Cordelia coughed and shrugged before turning to Jude. Jude, yes, Cordelia, shall we settle this? That'll be good. Let's settle all the events related to Mountain King that we've put on hold for a while. At the same time, let's relieve Carrara's anxiety. We'll have to cross the Asane Pass anyway. It'll be better for the Emperor and Empress Dowager to rest in a proper house, right? Master? Carrara blinked in confusion, and Cordelia had a gentle smile as she stroked Carrara's head. "Then let's go." "Okay." Jude and Cordelia had dark smiles as they headed to one direction, deep inside Asane Pass. They went towards Mountain King's hideout. Chapter 299 ODL Elves 3. The Empress Dowager frowned. It was not because she did not like the decision of the Royal Knights. She was just in disbelief that they would be fighting Mountain King. The Empress Dowager did not know much about battles, but there was one thing she knew. The fact that even the most outstanding general could be killed by a stray arrow on the battlefield. But why the Empress Dowager was not the only one in the group. Although he was still young, the emperor, who was the supreme ruler of the empire, was with the group. No, it was more of a problem because he was young. How could everyone be so disloyal as to take the emperor to the battlefield when everyone made him avoid even drizzles? Moreover, even the Empress Dowager had heard of rumors about Mountain King. He was a strong warrior comparable to a sword master, and all his subordinates were said to be ferocious beastkin. The Empress Dowager was frustrated and troubled, but she tried to keep her dignified expression. Because she knew that if she was anxious, the young emperor would be even more anxious. Actually, the Empress Dowager was very weak now. She was called an Iron Lady on the outside, but she was actually doing her best to endure it for the young emperor. They had desperately escaped the imprisonment of the Chancellor, who betrayed them. Frankly, her hands were still trembling every time she thought about the time of their escape. At that time, she heard loud noise from outside, and the carriage was being shaken. It was fortunate that she did not faint at the sight of the Royal Knights covered in blood. This is too much. She was referring to the fight just now. The Emperor appeared to be excited at the strength of the group, but the Empress Dowager was honestly afraid. How could one not be afraid when fierce beastkins from all directions were shouting and running at you? But they were now heading to the place where the boss was. No matter how strong they were, there was no need to take such a risk, especially when the Emperor was here. She deeply felt uneasy. In her thoughts, she wanted to change the direction of the Royal Knights' march by shouting out loud right away. But the Empress Dowager couldn't do that. Because apart from her personal feelings, she knew that they had to cross a sane pass. Yoo Hee, the emperor, and her young children were by her side, so she couldn't let her feelings show. Her feelings of frustration and resentment towards the royal knights only grew. No matter how strong you are, how can you take a risk when the emperor's here? But around an hour later, the Empress Dowager's thinking completely changed. This was how the dog beastkin Robin, 24 years old, unemployed, described the scene that day. There was a fire in the village below, so I went to take a look. But when I came back, our base was on fire. In reality, he didn't even see it properly. There seemed to be a series of bangs and explosions all over the place, and the base soon began to burn. In his surprise, he ran out of the building but was struck by a chain in the head and passed out. When he woke up, everything was already over. Their base was burned down and his comrades were tied up in a row. Seeing that the people who had been kidnapped to serve as slaves were looking triumphantly at them outside the prison, it really seemed like his group had been defeated. The human boy Philip, 11 years old, emperor, had a more detailed explanation. Spirit King Punch, Spirit King Punch, a rain of arrows poured down from all directions, but he was not scared at all. The pink-haired angel looked back at the emperor and gently smiled. The arrows bounced off the translucent barrier. Roars and loud explosions were heard with each wave of the angel's hands. As the vicious-looking beastkin bandits approached, the angel spread out her white wings and began throwing bombs with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. It was fine if some bandits survived the explosion, because they couldn't break through the angel's barrier like the arrows, and the growling beast girl blew them away with the chain she swung. Spirit King Punch, Spirit King Punch, the extremely excited emperor shouted and punched the air. He knew that it was an undignified act, but he couldn't help it as he was so excited. A huge golden fist fell from the sky through the clouds. He had never seen anything so cool since he was born. It was even cooler than the sword dance of Sir Galahad that he liked very much. It was big, strong, and cool. And the angel was beautiful too, Spirit King Punch. The young emperor and his younger siblings punched the air and made a resolution. I must listen to the angel. I must stay by the angel's side. And that was why the cat Beastkin Carrara, 15 years old, mascot, shouted without hiding her delight. Master is a goddess. Even now, when she closed her eyes, she could vividly remember the sight of Cordelia spreading out her angel wings. Those pure white wings and that sparkling angelic halo. She was first surprised by the shield barrier that easily blocked hundreds of arrows, and was surprised for the second time by the explosions that boomed in succession. She could only say the word goddess when she saw the angel laughed ho-ho-ho while causing an earthquake. And as for her other master, Jude. Her master Jude was also a god. He rushed out of the barrier at some point and became a gust of wind that swept away Mountain King's subordinates. She didn't know how, but Mountain King seemed to have been defeated by him in one fell swoop. Masters, please let me eat and live well. Carrara put her hands together and began to pray in respect. For her, Jude and Cordelia were already gods themselves. The group had directly attacked the base guarded by hundreds of beastkins and defeated the king of the far western region, who was said to be like a sword master. The Empress Dowager had a dumbfounded expression as she said, "It's not dangerous. Strange, isn't it normal for this to be dangerous? Why is it not dangerous when we're clearly on the battlefield ourselves? Your Imperial Majesty? Huh. Oh yes. Us or Leon? Is it always like this? Subjugations aren't supposed to be this easy, right? Isn't this supposed to be a fight between sword masters?" The way the Emperor Dowager questioned him was not as dignified as usual because her common sense had broken. But Leon was in a similar situation, so he couldn't give a straight answer like usual. Yes. I think so. Leon himself couldn't have imagined that the subjugation would proceed like this. Isn't it fine if we just attack the Chancellor? There was no need for them to run away like this. Leon thought of that possibility for a moment, but shook his head afterwards, because it was a bit impractical. There was the Imperial capital's defense forces and the numerous protective spells cast on the Imperial Palace. Considering the Imperial capital's elite forces, that was incomparable to mere bandits. Both the quality and quantity of the defense forces were not at a level that an individual could penetrate. Still, they're amazing. Aren't those two just 18 years old now? How can 18-year-olds be this strong? Him a genius too. No, at this point, am I really a genius? Maybe there are only 3 geniuses in this world. Those two and Maximilian. As Leon thought about it, Lucas gazed at Leon with a bitter smile, because he could clearly see what Leon was thinking. Hey, you two? I think the same too. In any case, Mountain King's base was subjugated in just one day, no, in 1 hour, so the group made the Mountain King's base their resting place for the night. In fact, subjugating a bandit hideout was not as easy as it sounds. To be exact, cleaning up after the subjugation was not easy. In the game, one only had to beat the enemy and it would be over. But in reality, there were a lot of things to deal with, such as the apprehension of survivors and the liberation of those imprisoned. I can tell them apart. Carrara was a professional betrayer, so she was good in remembering faces, because she had to properly discern those she had betrayed and those she did not. In any case, all of Mountain King's subordinates who pretended to be prisoners were found out because of Carrara. Leon and the Royal Knights imprisoned all the surviving subordinates of Mountain King in order to prevent the immediate spread of rumors, and those who were held captive were also released, though they were not allowed to leave the bandit hideout, because it was better if the rumors did not spread, at least until the group left a sane pass. And the next morning, having handed over all the post-processing to the Royal Knights, Jude and Cordelia headed to the top of a sane pass as soon as dawn arrived. It should be fine here. They were here to establish contact with Camille. After installing a signal transmitter that was like an antenna, Jude spread out a blanket and sat down. Cordelia sat herself next to Jude and opened the basket she had prepared. But I feel a bit sorry. To whom? To Mountain King? No, I don't feel sorry for him. Because people who did criminal acts, such as murder and rape, as if they were just eating their daily meals, were the lowest of scum. I just thought that it would have been a good experience for Lucas or Kadsa. Oh, that is indeed a waste. If Lucas and Kadsa worked together, it would not be impossible for them to defeat Mountain King. However, the Empress Dowager was worried since the Emperor was with their group. From the perspective of Jude and Cordelia, they had to focus on ending the fight quickly even if they had the biggest advantage of the situation. Well, there will be another chance. At Cordelia's words, Jude unconsciously smiled. Why? No, nothing. It's just that we've become really strong. It was almost like yesterday when they almost died while fighting the Lord Protector, who was the weakest of the 10 great swordmasters. They had vomited a lot of blood in that fight, but there are still a lot of strong guys. This must be the bad effect of role-playing games. The two exchanged jokes that only they understood before bringing out a lunchbox. Inside were crepes that were folded beautifully. It looks good, right? I am looking forward to it too. Huh, you said that you're good at cooking ramyun. I am only a bit good. Cordelia giggled before opening her mouth and taking a large bite of the crepe. Jude then clicked his tongue and put his hand on Cordelia's lips. My goodness. His fingers wiped it. When his fingers removed the cream and honey from the corners of her mouth, Cordelia reflexively bit Jude's finger and began to suck it lightly. And her eyes looked up at Jude, an innocent yet bewitching look. Jude's heart involuntarily pounded fast, and he just stared at her without even thinking of removing his finger. Cordelia playfully sucked Jude's finger as if she was having fun, and afterwards she licked it. And her eyes had a cute and sly look again. Her eyes made it seem like 9 tails would come out under her skirt if you raise it, so Jude took a deep breath, though he couldn't stop his face and even his ears from burning red. Cordelia was already beautiful, cute, and lovely, but she was sexy today. Jude. Cordelia softly whispered and pushed Jude's chest, making him lie down before she got on top of him like a cat. She bowed her head and lightly sucked on his lower lip this time, and not his finger. Your face is red. How can it not turn red? Especially in this situation? As Jude protested with his eyes, Cordelia had a lustful gaze at him again. And Melissa thought, hey, isn't it morning? What are you doing in the morning? You were eating just now. What are you doing in the middle of eating, huh? Melissa's voice did not reach Jude. However, Jude seemed to have the same thoughts. First of all, there's a time and place for this, because we're eating. Can you endure it for now? I actually can't endure it either. Frankly, I feel like going crazy. Jude gently pushed Cordelia away, and she pouted her lips before muttering in a low voice that only he could hear. I can't endure it. Jude flinched at that moment. His heart began to pound like crazy. No, and it was then. Jude. Jude was startled at the voice of Camille that he heard over his head, and Cordelia, who was on top of him, lost her balance and fell to the side. And a few seconds later. Should I come back later? Camille's voice was heard again from the crow perched on the signal transmitter, so Jude shook his head. He stood up and said, being unable to do anything about his blushing face though. And no, it's okay. All right. Because it was hard to contact Camille. Their conversation with Camille was currently more important. And to be honest, it was really dangerous just now. Jude breathed in and out as he struggled to calm down his heart that was still beating like crazy. The Mahaprajna Paramita Heart Sutra. His heart calmed down as he quickly recited it in his mind, and after reciting it twice, the usual color of his face returned. And Cordelia's lips pouted at this sight, but that was only for a moment. She quickly remembered what she had said and covered her face with both hands. What do I mean by I can't endure it? What was I about to do if I couldn't endure it? I am crazy. Cordelia groaned and curled up her body a bit more. And one more person. Melissa seemed to be pleasantly smiling when she saw Jude and Cordelia struggling in their incomplete combustion. Incomplete combustion is when a fuel is only partially burned due to a lack of oxygen or low temperature, preventing a complete combustion. Jude and Cordelia were almost about to have sex, but got cut off, so their combustion was incomplete. Is this perhaps the world deterring you too? Anyway, Camille had come, so Jude hurriedly reported to Camille on what had happened so far and asked about the things on Camille's side. The situation of the Empire is seriously unusual. Camille expressed his concerns first and began his story on what happened at the eastern region of the Empire. At the same time, inside the Fortress of the Red Gate, one of the 7 gates built by the elves. Sarah was exhausted because she had used Spirit Rush for 3 days, but she suppressed her desire to collapse and rest at any moment as she looked at the elf in front of her. He was the gatekeeper of the Red Gate and the grandson of Vincenzo Lombardi, the elf capitalist. As one of the Empire's 12 sword masters, he nodded as soon as he read the secret letter. I understand the Emperor's will. As friends of the imperial family, we elves promise to spare no effort in assisting him. Please tell His Imperial Majesty that we accept all the conditions of the secret letter. This is my proof. Seeing that he answered immediately, it seemed that Vincenzo's side had already given them an implicit pledge. Sarah was very relieved and smiled brightly. Perhaps because he had readily accepted it, or because his handsome face had looked more handsome now. His hair, which seemed to be made from melted silver, was brilliantly shining. Thank you. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor will be greatly pleased. Sarah accepted the golden bird crest from Leo Lombardi, the elf she was facing, who was the eldest son of the elves' crown prince. As soon as she finished her greeting, she hastily left the Red Gate. Because she had to deliver this good news as soon as possible to the Emperor, so that they could pass through the land of the elves. It was the shortest route to the territory of Marquis Buckingham, the leader of the pro-imperial family faction and the father of the Empress Dowager. Sarah was already exhausted, but she drank a recovery potion and began running with all her strength, and one person watched Sarah leave. Leo Lombardi stood still by the window of his office before he slowly turned around. He raised the communication magic device in order to convey that the Emperor of the Empire would be stopping by the Red Gate. Chapter 300 I headed east first because of Landius. As Camille began to talk in earnest, Jude and Cordelia were focused on erasing their embarrassed looks. Their earlobes were still red, though. Landius and Lena infiltrated the eastern part of the Empire to catch the demon's messenger Archbishop Manuela. Will they be joining us? Not likely. It seemed like a natural thing to do so, but it wasn't. It would be a huge waste of power to keep the heroes of Paragon together. The heroes of Paragon were strong. Since each one of them was comparable to or greater than a grand sword master, it was more efficient for them to move individually. Nevertheless, Camille chose to travel east rather than the west of the Empire for 2 reasons. First, the Guardians of the Holy Cross have more branches in the eastern part of the Empire than the western part. Second, the movement in the eastern continent is unusual. To begin with, Camille had gone to the Empire to visit the imperial branches of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, whom they had lost contact with. And broadly speaking, those two reasons could be combined into one reason. The reason why there are more branches of the Guardians of the Holy Cross in the East is because of the Eastern continent in the first place. The Devil's Mouth, one of the 5 groups of demon followers. They were almost in control of the Anut Empire, the great nation of the Eastern continent. Therefore, the eastern part of the empire was always threatened by demons and demon followers from the east, so the Guardians of the Holy Cross established more branches there to protect the eastern part of the empire. Many of the eastern branches have been destroyed in a surprise attack. For now, we are trying to gather the survivors and figuring out the number and size of the demon followers from the east. It wasn't a very good situation. So Cordelia raised her hand and asked, "Camel-Nim, I have a question. Speak. Can't Master Landius just infiltrate the imperial capital and defeat the Chancellor?" Her words were both a question and suggestion. And Cordelia thought that it was a very good suggestion. Can't they just beat up the Chancellor? So the Chancellor would not be able to do anything serious. But as soon as Camel heard Cordelia's words, he sighed. "Ha. W.I." Cordelia blushed in embarrassment, and the crow clicked its tongue and shook its head. Jude pulled Cordelia's cheeks that had turned red for no reason. There are 2 reasons for that. One is that there is no evidence. A. You and Jude are claiming that the Chancellor is a demon follower and that the entire House of Lords have been controlled by the demon followers. But do you have any clear evidence of this? At Camel's question, Cordelia blinked her eyes and turned to Jude, who shook his head. Because it was just as Camel had said. Moreover, attacking the Chancellor means war with the Empire. It will be a battle against ordinary humans and not demon followers. This is not the job of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. I see. Cordelia was speechless and wiggled her fingers before pulling Jude's sleeve. Jude narrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before meeting Camel's gaze. If we are certain, and if we're not fighting the entire Empire, are you saying that the Guardians of the Holy Cross can possibly join the war? Well, it's only a possibility. The final decision will be made by the leader of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Camel was the strongest and highest ranked among the 6 generals, but he did not lead the entire Guardians of the Holy Cross. As he said, it was the job of the Commander-in-Chief who led the Guardians of the Holy Cross. So it was that person who would decide if the Guardians would go to war against the Empire. Cordelia became frustrated at Camel's answer, but Jude immediately nodded. I understand. Okay, I will contact you again when things have been sorted out to some extent. The crow said before flapping its wings widely, but added a few more words rather than flying away. And Jude, Cordelia. The elves are strongly resistant to the temptation of demons for generations. Moreover, those who live long do not forget old grudges. It's a distant past for us, but for them, the descent of the overlords of hell is not so far in the past. They still remember those days. So cooperate with the elves. They will be of great help to you and the Emperor. We understand. May the muscles always be with you. Camel's crow that was about to really leave laughed when Cordelia even put her hands together as she gave him that greeting. After whispering the muscles' greeting too, the crow spread its wings and flew away. And a few seconds later, while watching the crow soaring through the air, Cordelia pulled Jude's sleeve again and asked, "Explain it. The conversation we had with Camel. Didn't he just give us a list of reasons why we can't attack the Chancellor?" At Cordelia's request, Jude had a bitter smile. Cordelia's political sense was a bit lacking, though her intuition was really good. Okay, in the simplest words possible, Camel meant this. Make the Emperor declare the Chancellor an enemy. At the very least, let the Emperor declare that the Chancellor and the House of Lords are demon followers. Is it like a justification for a fight? It's similar. Furthermore, in such a situation, it will not be a battle between the Empire and the Guardians of the Holy Cross, but rather the forces of the Guardians of the Holy Cross will be joining forces with the Empire to fight the rebels who were corrupted by the demon followers. It's a whole different story. I see. She didn't clearly understood everything, but she roughly got the gist of it. When Cordelia nodded as if she properly understood it, Jude pinched her cheek again and said, "We're going to meet Marquis Buckingham, the head of the Northwestern nobles, right? We just have to safely take the Emperor there, and all that Camel said will come true." I see, but why are you pulling my cheek? Jude simply smiled instead of answering, so Cordelia pulled Jude's cheek in the same way. The next morning, the group hurriedly left Mountain King's bandit hideout. Mountain King's subordinates were locked up in the prison because there was nothing the group could do for now. Let them starve for a few days and lose their strength before we report it to the Lord nearby. Well, as expected of my Jude. You're clever. Cordelia was pleased and the group continued their journey. Sarah joined them again around noon the next day. I met Alejo Lombardi, the grandson of the Elves' king. Vincenzo Lombardi had already realized that the situation is very serious, so they immediately accepted all of His Imperial Majesty's requests. Ooh. The Emperor was delighted with Sarah's words and turned to the Empress who was sitting next to him and had a big smile. Empress Dowager, it's good news, right? Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. It's a really good news. The elves usually didn't want to lend their power or influence, but they could be trusted now with their thousands of troops. Count August Bayer, Countess August Chase. What do you two think? I think it's very good news, too. The Emperor's smile deepened when Jude replied. After the destruction of Mountain King's bandit hideout, the Emperor had begun to rely on Jude and Cordelia without realizing it. He sometimes seemed to trust and follow them more than the royal knights. Then let's leave early tomorrow morning. Is that fine, Empress Dowager? Yes, that would be good. It's already late today. That's a great idea. Heh. The Emperor giggled at the Empress Dowager's praise, and Cordelia, who was watching, also smiled. He lacked the dignity to be called the Emperor of the Empire, but he was childlike and cute. Dame Sarah, you have done a great job. I will never forget your current contribution. I am honored, Your Imperial Majesty. Sarah expressed her courtesy at the Empress Dowager's words, and Leon, who was also present, had a warm smile. Well, it's kind of a heartwarming situation. The Chancellor had seized control of the imperial capital and they had desperately escaped, but everyone's mood was quite good now. Anyway, good things are good. This was much better than crying in despair. Jude came to that conclusion and turned to the north, where the land of the elves were. The elves of the empire lived in the Shadow Forest, located in the western part of the empire. In terms of scale, the forest was bigger than the Forest of Eternity, and it was almost like a small, independent country that existed within the empire. 7 gates protect the elven forest. The 7 gates that were called impregnable were like iron fortresses themselves, but not all of the gates were facing the outside of the forest. Only the red gate and the blue gate faced outside, and the other 5 gates were built inside the Shadow Forest. Alejo Lombardi is the guardian of the red gate, a sword master, and the eldest son of the crown prince of the elves. The Emperor nodded at Leon's explanation. The Emperor liked big, strong, and cool things, so he liked stories about sword masters. I want to meet him at least once. Alejo Lombardi. Camille and Leon called him the son of the crown prince, but it was actually not correct, because the elves did not truly have a king. However, Alejo Lombardi was the heir of the Lombardi family, who had the most powerful authority in the Privy Council, the decision-making group of the elves in the Shadow Forest. Moreover, since he was also trusted by the elf capitalist, Vincenzo Lombardi, it was highly likely that he would take over the position of Lord President of the Privy Council after Vincenzo Lombardi passes away. The eldest son of the Crown Prince, it's not like that, because he was the grandson of someone treated like a king. Jude briefly recalled the Alejo Lombardi in the game. In Legend of Heroes 2, he had a good character role. He was a trustworthy NPC whom one fought together in the fight to stop one of the 7 major calamities. He was popular because he was handsome. In fact, all the elf NPCs were good-looking, but Alejo had a particularly handsome appearance as the king's grandson. Jude unknowingly became worried and hugged Cordelia's waist tighter, which he had been hugging for quite some time, and Cordelia was confused, so she turned to Jude. Why? Nothing. And 2 more days passed. Having moved along the mountains and forests to avoid the common roads, the group arrived at the Red Gate entrance. Wow! The Shadow Forest and Forest of Eternity had one thing in common. It was the fact that huge trees densely stood like walls. Thick white fog lied beneath the large trees that were at least 20 meters tall, giving it an imposing atmosphere. A land that most people did not dare to enter. But instead of being afraid, the young emperor repeatedly expressed his admiration together with his younger siblings, because of the presence of a huge and beautiful door between the fog and trees. Red Gate. A large arched gate that was red as its name implied. But it wasn't as red as blood. It felt rather cozy as it had a soft red color with a pink tint, which was like Cordelia's hair color. Greetings to your Imperial Majesty. When the red gate shining in the moonlight opened wide, well-dressed elven knights and soldiers came out and lined up in front of the gate. In particular, the leader of the group, Elio Lombardi, even politely greeted them as he got off his horse and kneeled down. We have heard everything. From here on, this Elio Lombardi will serve you. Ah, yes, I'll be counting on you. The emperor was greatly pleased with Elio's polite and elegant appearance, and the Empress Dowager also had a smile on her face. The elves would often argue when it came to state affairs, but judging by today's attitude, it seemed like they had not forgotten that they were vassals of the empire. He's the most handsome man next to Jude. Cordelia thought with a big smile, and Jude gently hugged Cordelia's waist, pulling her closer to him. Melissa looked at them with a cold expression. Please leave it to me. After bowing again, Elio turned and began to take the lead, and the emperor rode on horseback with the Empress Dowager, following after him with a wide smile. The group walked behind them in an arranged order. Jude's group followed behind the emperor, and the elven knights and soldiers moved behind them. Wow! Seeing the inside of the gate, the emperor expressed his admiration again. Despite it being a military facility and a gateway, the site inside looked like something that could only be seen in fairy tale books. Houses built on large trees, rest areas made of huge mushrooms, deer that were as big as horses, and small fairies flying around. Fairy, it was when Cordelia's eyes shone sharply. It's late today, so we shall take you inside and lead you to the Orange Gate tomorrow morning. Elio, who had been walking in the lead, turned to the emperor and said, and the emperor nodded. And a few steps later, when Jude and his group, as well as the elven knights and soldiers who followed them, had passed through the gate, and the big and beautiful red gate was finally closed firmly, Elio turned around. He swung his sword, cutting the throats of the emperor and Empress Dowager with his sharp sword, without any sound or sign. In just an instant, his sharp sword severed the neck without even a single splatter of blood. Elio's sword attack was perfect, and that was why he realized it. Sir Elio, the emperor exclaimed. His neck was not cut off. The sword only passed through the air. How? Elio, who was not aware of the fairy steps, then swung his sword a second time instead of asking for a reason. But he was unable to do it properly again, because the Empress Dowager hugged the emperor, crying out, "B-blink." A short distance space leap scroll that a magic scroll craftsman could only make once a month. At the moment of use, the emperor and Empress Dowager moved to Carrara and Sarah, who were holding the emperor's younger siblings, and Carrara quickly pulled out the moon crystal and shouted. Moonlight, the rogue master's treasure, was activated. Elio hurriedly turned his gaze to change the direction of the attack, but by that time, Carrara and the emperor's group had already disappeared. So Elio understood that they had noticed from the very beginning, a reaction that they otherwise would not do if they had not known, and he wasn't wrong. Ah, I knew it. Cordelia shouted with clenched fists, and Jude furrowed his brows. They were fortunate that they got it right, but it was not a situation they wanted. Elio Lombardi, a good character in the game's storyline. In addition, the elves were strongly resistant to the demon's temptation, as many people had mentioned, including Jude himself. For the elves who already lived a long life and had enormous wealth, the demon followers had little to offer. However, Cordelia was still suspicious of Elio. No, she felt that Elio would betray them. Why? For what reason? Because he's a sword master. There was no other reason. That was truly all. But Cordelia had her own reason. 70. Jude and Cordelia had met a total of 10 sword masters so far. And among them, 7 became enemies of Jude and Cordelia, either because they had been brainwashed or because they were traitors. Therefore, a new sword master they would meet was more likely to be an enemy than an ally. There is a possibility. Obviously, it was a baseless calculation. It was truly a mess. There was no probability or statistics behind it. But Cordelia strongly insisted, so Jude, who was weak against Cordelia and trusted in her unique intuition, then prepared a countermeasure, saying that trying it wouldn't hurt. And as a result, you B-starred. I knew that you'd betray us. You were a sword master, a great sword master, And I noticed it when they kept saying that the elves wouldn't betray us. Wasn't that a flag? At the time when Cordelia's strangely excited shout resounded, Elio made a decision. No, he had already decided when he drew his sword. Shoot! The troops who were hidden at the gate in case of an emergency were revealed. The moment Elio ordered them, more than 100 elves began to attack. FCK. Jude spoke and opened the sixth door. T-swakakakakakakak. The elves made it rain arrows that covered the sky. Jude thought as he pushed the arrows away with the air waves that were generated when he opened the sixth door. They had saved the life of the Emperor, who somehow managed to escape, because of the preparations they made in advance, but the situation was not good. Except for the Emperor's group. The rest of the party, that is, Jude, Cordelia, Lucas, Kajsa, Leon, and the Royal Knights, were locked in the Red Gate amidst numerous enemies. Jude did not also forget the particular fact that this occurred after they rescued the Emperor. They know. They knew about Jude and Cordelia. They knew that the Emperor had Jude, who faced 3 sword masters by himself at the same time, and Cordelia, who had already proven that she had risen to the rank of Archwizard when she cast the earthquake spell. Knowing that and setting a trap meant that they also had some countermeasures in place. A countermeasure to deal with Jude and Cordelia. Shield. Gust. Cordelia defended against the arrows by using shield and gust magic simultaneously. Lucas drew his sword with an aura blade, and Kajsa swung her chain to strike down the arrows that were falling down the heads of the Royal Knights as well as herself. Thayer coming? At the time Melissa cried out, the rain of arrows stopped and the elves attacked. At the forefront were the Elven Knights, and behind them were many elves who threw nets. This was to prevent the wizard Cordelia from flying into the sky. Moreover, Cordelia was able to tell. Mana was surging everywhere. It was various spells that interfered with casting magic. Elves had long lives, so they had a long time to learn and train in anything. There were many cases where they became lazy since they lived long, but most elves had at least the skill of a master in their profession. And that was the current situation. More than 5 wizards used interruption magic at once, so even if Cordelia was powerful, it would be hard for her to cast magic. So Cordelia did not use her magic. She did not lose her composure despite the fact that the Elven Knights were rushing in fiercely from all directions. Even when the tightly woven nets covered her head, she quickly came to a decision. Like a beast, with her instinctual senses. Spirit King Punch, Cordelia raised her clenched fist to the sky. Instead of using magic, she gathered her mana and summoned the Spirit King, who was fond of the pretty contractor he had after hundreds of years, so he immediately lent his power. A huge golden fist appeared in the sky. It smashed the nets and instantly killed the momentum of the elves who were rushing like waves. And one more reason. The biggest reason why Cordelia summoned the Spirit King's fist. Kajsa. Cordelia loudly shouted, and Kajsa reflexively looked at her. And Kajsa understood it. She was a step above Cordelia in terms of beastly instincts, so she quickly understood what Cordelia wanted. Kajsa moved right away instead of asking why. Gather up. Kajsa took Cordelia's hand. She swung her chain wide and wound it around herself and all the Royal Knights. It hurt because she had swung it strongly. Moreover, when the entire group was gathered around Cordelia, she couldn't help but scream. But in that time, Cordelia did what she had to do. She dug into the gap created by the summoning of the Spirit King's fist that stopped the interruption magic. Tower, it was the opposite of dig magic, a spell that dug the ground. Right after Cordelia shouted, the ground within a 2-meter radius quickly rose. The ground rose to nearly 20 meters high, and a physical distance was created between the group and the elves. They wouldn't be able to attack the group now. It wouldn't be easy to throw the net because the group was in a higher place. But there was something else. Another move, she thought. Cordelia let out her breath. She looked towards the Red Gate, suppressing her desire to look back at the roar from behind, which was the sound of Jude fighting. The height was just right. It was quite a distance, but those among here now were almost superhumans, so it seemed to her that it would work out. Jump, the first to understand that was Kajsa. The distance between the dirt tower and the Red Gate was over 30 meters, but she jumped. Lucas, Leon, and the Royal Knights also did the same. It was pure recklessness. But it was possible. Kajsa boasted the strongest physical abilities in Legend of Heroes 2, so she somehow managed to reach the red gate, but it was too much for the rest of the group. Even Lucas and Leon were short of a distance from the red gate, but behind them was Cordelia. Instead of jumping together, she remained in the dirt tower and used her telekinetic powers to push all those who were lacking in distance towards the red gate. Bang, 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 there were roars from behind again. Katja landed first on the wall and swung her chains at the bewildered elves, and Lucas and Leon stood up and helped her after they rolled on the floor. The elves were surprised by the sudden event, but they angrily shouted and began to attack. And that was it. It was up to Katja and the royal knights to run away from the wall. Cordelia turned around. She gritted her teeth at the expected sight. She cried out in her mind. High-ranking demonic humans? It wasn't one or two. As many as 3 high-ranking demonic humans were attacking Jude. They seemed to be from the Devil's Eye, as some of their body parts were shaped like an insect. Virgo, Cairn, and Paul. Cordelia instantly recalled their names and took out Heavenly Judgment and Moonlight instead of Magic Blaster. The dirt tower shook. The elven knights were attacking the dirt tower to topple it down. Cordelia held her breath. She knelt down on the swaying dirt tower and lowered her posture, seeing Jude and Elio Lombardi beyond the tower. The grandson of the elves' king. A good character in the game, the events he was involved in. His personality could be inferred from those. Analyzing and reasoning were Jude's methods. Cordelia just felt it. The moment she saw Elio, she had a vague thought, oh, so he was such a person, and moved instinctively based on that thought. Traitor, why did you betray us? Why the hell, what were you lacking? Cordelia spread her angel wings and shouted with all her might, and everyone stopped at her cry. Cordelia, who had turned into an angel, attracted that much attention. And Elio raised his head to look at Cordelia. He lowered his sword and fiercely glared at her. His gaze seemed like it was about to stab Cordelia to death. But Cordelia did not avert her gaze from him. Rather than provoking him, she shouted once more as she looked at him. Why the hell did you do that when you have everything? I have everything? Anger flowed out of Elio's mouth. His voice was low and faint, but everyone in the vicinity heard him. He trembled in anger. What do you guys know? The reason why Elio joined hands with the demon followers. The circumstances that led to it. Everyone focused on Elio. One of the demonic humans who did not hear the reason for Elio's betrayal was Paul, who was a bit frivolous, and he turned his head to see Elio. A temporary ceasefire. Everyone, including Jude and Cordelia, focused their attention on Elio's mouth. Elio opened his mouth. Born and raised as the king's grandson, it was very natural for him to receive the attention and interest of everyone, so he tried to express his anguish and longing out of his mouth. Everyone focused more. They listened to Elio, everyone except for Jude and Cordelia. FCK bang, Cordelia set an explosion in the air. The light and roar blinded and deafened the eyes and ears of everyone who focused on Elio, and Jude leapt at that moment. In an instant, he flew to the top of the dirt tower and hugged Cordelia's waist. Let's run. Who cares about the reason why you betrayed us? You're just a traitor anyway. Having been carried by Jude, Cordelia raised her middle finger while Jude jumped towards the red gate. But the elves didn't just stand around. The red gate, a red barrier, rose above the fortress wall. It was a shield unique to the elven gate, which had been activated after Katja, and the group began fighting at the wall. Attack! The elves shouted as they opened their eyes after some difficulty. Jude concentrated the energy of the black dragon on his left hand that was not holding Cordelia, but he soon changed his mind. He was lacking in time. It was impossible to completely crush the barrier with a single blow at this moment. Moreover, there was also the variable called demonic humans. Jude changed his mind. By releasing the energy of the black dragon behind his back, he stopped the flying demonic humans chasing them, and he ran over the shield at the same time. He kicked the air several times and then moved like Landius. Boom! He rushed into the air. Jude tightly hugged Cordelia and accelerated in an instant. His movement was towards the inside the red gate and not outside. Catch them. Don't let them get away. The elves shouted, and the demonic humans landed on the ground as they began running in the direction Jude flew. They were inside the red gate, so if they headed that way, it was towards the orange gate. If so, they could still catch the two. It was Elio's jurisdiction up until the orange gate, And at all these sights, Leo couldn't bear it and became angry. "How dare you look down on me? You dared make fun of me, the ruler of the elves. Catch them, you must catch them." Leo ordered again and prodded his elven steed as soon as he got on top of it. He rushed towards the direction that Jude and Cordelia flew. The reason why Leo Lombardi betrayed them. Jude seemed to have a rough idea. He originally dismissed it as a low possibility, but since Leo had already betrayed them, that low possibility became the correct answer. Hodl elves. Elves who held on and endured. But patience was different for each person, especially if it was a hot-blooded person like Leo Lombardi. "Jude, everyone didn't betray us, right?" Just then, Cordelia spoke with message magic. They were close to each other, but she was afraid that he wouldn't properly hear her voice because they were moving at such a high speed. Jude also responded to her with message magic. "Perhaps. It's possible that we'll be safer if we enter the orange gate." It was only a possibility, but Jude made a gamble. The reason why he fled inward when the red gate was blocked. And Jude thought of the reason why Leo Lombardi betrayed them based on all his actions. The reason he betrayed them. It was simple. He clearly couldn't hold on any longer. Leo Lombardi was the grandson of the elves' king, but he was not young. He had already reached 300 years of age, so he was a mature adult with extensive experience based on ordinary elven standards. But he was still the son of the crown prince, and his father was the crown prince for at least 600 years. Elves lived long. They lived a long life. And the Lombardi family, especially Vincenzo Lombardi, were high elf royalty, so they were bound to live long. Vincenzo was already over 1,000 years old. But despite being old, he did not become weak. Perhaps he was blessed with a long life, as he seemed to be healthier than Leo's father who was growing old. When will my father ever become a king? Will my father ever inherit the throne? Even if his father inherited it, it would be 100 or 200 years from now. And at that time, Leo would be over 500 years old. It meant that he would only become the crown prince at an old age. Will I ever be king? When will it happen? What if my father live a long life like my grandfather? How long will I have to wait then? He refused to remain as a crown prince for 600 years like his father. He didn't want to be a king until he was about to die. Elves certainly lived a long time, but that didn't mean their time went by faster. A day for a human was a day for an elf. A year for a human was a year for an elf. He couldn't wait. He couldn't endure it. A little faster. Not in 700 or 800 years, but now, he didn't even think about immorality. A regime change. If even that was impossible, he would go to war against the Slen Kingdom and acquire new territories. A land where Leo himself would rule as king. Catch them, we must catch them. Jude and Cordelia were not his only problems. The fleeing emperor also had to be captured. Leo glared at the orange gate. He urged his horse and sped up. Chapter 302 Judebeyr 1 Gasp, Huke. She could hear the sound of gasping behind her back. It was clearly the Empress Dowager. So Carrara didn't look back. Carrying the emperor on her back was already enough. No, was it really enough? Did she have to bear the burden in the first place? Heavy, right after the moon crystal was used, so around 10 minutes ago from now. At the time when they succeeded in the space leap from the red gate, Sarah was the first to move. Carrara, one more time, not right now. Carrara reflexively exclaimed at Sarah's insistence. In addition to the limitation that the moon crystal could only be used 3 times a day, there was another limitation, which was that it could not be used continuously. The so-called cooldown period wasn't that long. However, since every second and minute was crucial, Sarah chose the next best option. "We must run away." The Empress Dowager could not immediately answer Sarah's words as she gasped. It was the aftereffect she suffered from directly receiving Leo Lombardi's murderous gaze. She had desperately squeezed out all her courage to use the blink scroll, but it was too much for her. The Empress Dowager's face turned white, sweating profusely as she fell down and was unable to get up, because her legs had weakened. "Your Imperial Majesty, the Empress Dowager." Sarah hurriedly supported the Empress Dowager and looked at Carrara with eyes that were almost glaring. Now is not the time to be surprised. Carry His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, on your back. Carrara was surprised by Sarah's command, so she hurriedly carried the Emperor on her back. After many years of living off someone else, it had become Karara's habit to unconsciously obey orders given to her. Sir Main, I understand. Main carried on both sides the Emperor's younger siblings who had begun crying. But the problem was the fact that there was still one younger sibling of the Emperor left. I can walk. At that moment, the Empress Dowager forced herself to stand straight. She was sweating and gasping in her extreme nervousness, but they had no other way. So Sarah carried the Emperor's youngest sibling, a princess, in one arm and supported the Empress with her other arm. Let's go to the place they had agreed upon in case of an emergency. At Sarah's urging, Karara began running and leapt through space whenever the moon crystal's cooldown time was over. And now, around 10 minutes had passed since they escaped from the Red Gate and used the moon crystal for the first time. Heavy. The distance was quite large now, but Karara wasn't certain if they were safe. Her masters remained in the Red Gate, and she did not know about the other royal knights situation either. We have to escape. The elves of the Red Gate would definitely be chasing after them. They would surely find them soon, because they were elves. Because they were masters of tracking. Heavy. The Emperor was not much difference in size from Karara. She wanted to throw him off. She wanted to abandon the heavy and gasping Emperor in order to run away faster. Moreover, the Emperor was an important figure. Even if the elves gave up on the Empress Dowager and the other members of the imperial family, it was clear that they would try to only catch the Emperor. In other words, he was the most dangerous person to her. Karara, you idiot, get rid of him quickly and escape. What is more precious than your life? You have to live first. You have to survive no matter what, someone said in her head. No, it was Karara's own thoughts. I have to escape. I have to betray. There's nothing I will not do to survive. Survival is the most important thing. I've made a promise. I've promised myself that I'll survive no matter what. She felt like her heart was about to burst. She could see illusions even though her eyes were open. Thoughts that she could never erase flooded her mind once again. I have to live, I have to survive, so it can't be helped. The bad one is not me, so let's betray them, so let's escape alone. If I leave the Emperor, the elves will just let me go. They'll just let me go like a stray cat, so let's leave him, so let's betray them. So no. I must not betray them, Karara exclaimed in her mind. She strongly shook her head to forget her thoughts. The voice that had been ringing in her head was also driven out. I won't betray them. I won't do it this time. It's not yet time to betray them. Yes, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. No, I don't want to betray them. I am not same person back then. She recalled Cordelia's voice. She remembered Cordelia's hug. She thought of Cordelia's warmth. No, not this time. I don't want to this time. Are you fine, though? It's dangerous and we're still close, right? Cordelia may have already died, so I shouldn't follow her. You saw that too, right? There were many elves in the Red Gate. Among them, there was even a Leo Lombardi who was said to be the strongest among the sword masters. So that must be it. She must have already died. So shut up. She resisted the voice that kept whispering in her mind. She strongly resisted it, not knowing if it was her own voice or someone's whisper to her. Master is a goddess, a god, so it's okay. Shell be smiling at me again. I am sure Shell hug me again. Karara ran as she cried her heart out. She never looked back. She called Cordelia's name over and over again. This way, you knife ear beastards. Kadsa loudly shouted and swung her chains. Outside the Red Gate, Kadsa had crossed the high wall because of Cordelia, and she saw where Karara and Sarah were headed, so she moved in a completely different direction. It was to lure the elves. Kadsa, behind. As soon as Luca's cry reached her ears, Kadsa dodged instead of looking back. She rolled down the ground and evaded the elven knight's sword that came from her side. She swung her chain afterwards and struck him in the stomach. Ugh! The elven knight bowed from the impact as if he had been hit by a hammer rather than a chain, and Kadsa immediately attacked him. She knocked the elven knight by kicking his leg before stomping on his chest. Crack! A terrible sound was heard as the breastplate cracked, but Kadsa did not look away. She kicked the waist of the elven knight, who seemed like he would die from breathlessness, and she looked back. The Red Gate was opening. The number of elves who jumped down the wall to follow them had reached 10, but more elves came when the gate opened. Moreover, it wasn't just the infantry this time. There were several knights riding on elven steeds that were famous for being swift horses. Run! Instead of wasting any more time, Katja turned around and began running. The elves came rushing behind them. He's not alone, Jude thought as he ran while carrying Cordelia on his back. He recalled the map of the entire Shadow Forest and at the same time continued his reasoning about the current situation. If this happened because he couldn't wait to succeed the position, that would have been enough. Vincenzo Lombardi was clearly the leader of the elves, and the foremost contributor in making the Imperial elves live and be treated well as they were now, but he was not a benevolent and caring person. He did not trust others. Like most self-made men, he put his own experience first rather than the thoughts and opinions of others, and he was convinced that only he could lead the elves. That was why he never resigned from his position as the Lord President of the Privy Council, or what was considered the King of the Imperial Elves. He intended to hold on to his position until the day he died. This was not practiced by the elves in Forest of Eternity located in the Slen Kingdom. Most of the time, they passed the throne and retired, so Jude understood a Leo. It was the same as understanding logically why the Lord Protector turned into a traitor. He was planning to attack us at the Red Gate from the very beginning, in front of other elves. In other words, the elves at the Red Gate agreed with a Leo. The younger generation resisted the older generation. Instead of protesting over the vested interests of the older generation, they wanted to seek a new path by calling for change and reform. It was similar wherever people lived. Jude had seen it several times in his previous life. The probability that all the elves have turned traitors is extremely low, because Vincenzo Lombardi's eyes blazed in fury at demon followers. As Camel had said, the elves remembered their old grudges, but Aaliyah was young and the elves who followed him were younger. Lack of information, an information gap. How much does Aaliyah Lombardi know? Perhaps he doesn't know that the entire House of Lords had been turned into demon followers. The Chancellor is using the demon followers for a great cause. It's highly likely that he believes that. After all, demon followers are deceivers. Aaliyah's jurisdiction is up to the Orange Gate, but it wasn't after that. The guardian of the Yellow Gate was the head of the Viern family, one of the influential families in the Shadow Forest. Jude. At Cordelia's cry, Jude snapped out of his thoughts. He perceived the situation with his wide detection senses. The elves had caught up. In terms of mobility, Jude far surpassed ordinary elves, but they were currently in a forest. Furthermore, it wasn't just a forest. It was the Shadow Forest that the elves had lived in for 1,000 years. Jude quickly made a decision. Let's fight once. That was better than being caught up to. Jude hurriedly turned around, and Cordelia understood Jude's intention with that alone. She spread her wings and used Jude's back as a foothold to jump. Light. Cordelia's entire body emitted an intense light, dyeing the surroundings white. And Jude moved at that moment. Shortly after he turned around, just before Cordelia radiated light, he moved along the path he had envisioned in his mind. Baba-baba-baba-bang. A series of roars and hitting sounds followed one after another. 7 elves were blinded by the light and stunned, so they fell in succession, and Jude sensed it. He blocked the attack of an existence that was not present at the moment before the light shined. Bang! It was a demonic human that had the appearance of a praying mantis. It had wide shoulders and long arms that almost touched the ground. The demonic human's compound eyes glistened. His scythe-like arms relentless swung, and Jude noticed that one of the demonic humans was hiding under the earth due to the ground vibrations. Die! The elves wildly shouted and ran towards Cordelia. Jude never looked back. He felt the pouring of various spells that prevented the casting of magic, but he believed in Cordelia. He held his breath and focused on the person in front of him. Baba-baba-baba-bang, he intercepted the attacks. No matter how fast and strong the attacks were, he could read the flow the 2 arms created in the end. He read the rhythm and pattern and anticipated it. He struck accurately and made all the attacks turn into nothing. A look of confusion spread across the demonic human's face. That confusion soon turned into fear, and Jude pushed the demonic human further. He counted numbers in his head. 1, 2, K-I-I-I-I. The demonic human who was under the earth pierced the ground and soared. A demonic human that was like a larva of a cicada then attacked Jude's side that was defenseless. At that moment, the mantis demonic human who was in front of Jude swung his scythe towards Jude's collarbone. It would hit. It was at an unavoidable angle and speed. Therefore, the attacks of the two demonic humans would hit Jude's side and collarbone. Clackling, a sound resounded. It wasn't the sound the demonic humans was expecting. Instead of the sound of cracking bones and flesh, it sounded like two swords colliding. Blood did not splatter, and the demonic human's attacks turned into nothing. No, it wasn't just a return into nothing. With his sword-like right hand, Jude cut the head of the demonic human who jumped out of the ground. At that moment, he used his strength to rotate his body and drew closer to the mantis demonic human's body. Kia. The mantis demonic human panicked and swung its scythes again, but it was useless. Jude's sword-like hand lodged into the man's heart, and blood spurted out the moment he pulled it out. Kayak, ack. The mantis demonic human stepped back and blinked his compound eyes. He did not fully understood the current situation. Why? No, how? Shwack. Jude cut the mantis demonic human's waist with a sharp roundhouse kick instead of giving an answer. Become one with the sword. The black horn guild's desire to turn the user into a sword. Sword origin was not simply to be wielded, but was also to strengthen one's body. A sword that gave new strength to the user's body. So if he applied the energy of the black dragon, his arms or side would become even stronger. Jude, behind you, an urgent shout. And with that shout, Jude understood Cordelia's situation. Believing that she was doing well against the elves, he turned his gaze to the side. He's coming. It was just as Valencia said. While Jude fought the demonic humans, Elio Lombardi narrowed the distance. Jude wanted to retreat after fighting once, but it seemed like that would be impossible. Elio Lombardi. He rushed towards Jude. Chapter 303 JUDEBAYER 2. The Empire had 12 sword masters, of which 3 of them were elves. Elio Lombardi. A person believed to be close to a grand sword master. Like an elf, he spent a long time in training than ordinary sword masters. Even the imperial sword masters were inferior to him in terms of training time. Moreover, he was a high elf. He had physical abilities that was incomparable to ordinary humans or elves. And one more thing. Jude looked into Elio's eyes. The moment he looked into those eyes filled with desire, anger, and impatience, he realized that it was impossible to convince Elio, who had been blinded by the demon followers. He had to fight. No matter how many elves were present, it was impossible for them to catch up to Jude. Only a few elves were gathered here in this place, and he could open the path if he defeated Elio here. "You're strong," Elio said. Having lived for nearly 300 years, he finally couldn't bear it and joined hands with the Chancellor, but that didn't mean he did not have the eyes to see. 2 high-ranking demonic humans were defeated. Apart from the stories he had already heard from the Chancellor, he could tell just by looking at Jude now. Strong, so he must also do his best. Elio took a deep breath. He jumped off his elven steed and drew his sword at the same time. He shouted as he stopped the attack of Jude, who had come rushing at him like a raging wave. Spirit Fusion. The only one who could use this skill among the playable characters was Red Wind. The earth spirits responded the moment Elio shouted. Spirits sprang up from the earth and inhabited Elio's body, granting him new powers. Clackling, Elio's sword attacks became faster. Jude also responded with quick sword attacks with his sword-like hands, and the clash between the two exceeded 20 attacks in just an instant. Jude groaned. The appearance of Elio changed because he had become a half-spirit due to the spirit fusion. Having accepted the power of the wild, he was no longer a slender elf. The muscles in his entire body swelled up. Long fangs protruded and his eyes turned red. Deer antlers grew out of his head. AWO. When Elio roared like a beast, a truly majestic aura filled his sword. The earth on his feet gave Elio endless power. Jude. He heard Cordelia's voice. Elio's attacks poured out. The attacks were fast and accurate. Moreover, his properly used his sword despite the fact that he accepted the power of the wild. His sword that he had trained in for more than 200 years had a sharpness and mysteriousness that was absurd. My successor, Focus. Valencia didn't say much. She only aided Jude as the sword spirit of sword origin. She tried to bring out a bit more of Jude's power. However, she could tell as she was a swordswoman who was called a legend in itself. The more he crossed swords with a Leo, the less likely he would win. The reason was simple. A Leo's swordsmanship surpassed that of Jude. Jude was certainly a genius. As Sir Jay had realized, Jude's swordsmanship was already on the level of ordinary sword masters. But the sword master in front of Jude was not ordinary. Except for the other elf sword masters, Leo had been walking on the path of the sword for so long that no other sword master could compare to the time he trained. Jude was able to overwhelm all the sword masters he faced in the past because of his physical abilities and powerful energy rather than his swordsmanship. Even a swordmaster with better swordsmanship than Jude could not match his power and speed that were beyond common sense, nor endure the power of the sun, which could only be described as a terrifying force, because these things filled in the gaps of his swordsmanship. However, Leo was different. His physical abilities after spirit fusion was somewhat inferior to that of Jude, but he surpassed ordinary swordmasters, and the power that gushed out endlessly from the earth was enough for him to stand up against the energy of the black sun released by Jude. He was ahead in swordsmanship. He was not behind in physical abilities and energy. In short, the present Leo was superior to Jude. Clackling, their sword attacks continued. Jude clenched his teeth as Leo's fighting power was stronger than he expected. Veilnica was frustrated. As she thought, he needed enlightenment. Only when he attained enlightenment and opened the seventh door could Jude's sword become better. My successor, my successor. Valencia was so frustrated that she couldn't speak properly, because it was impossible to attain enlightenment though his current swift attacks. One could expect to get that lifelong realization in a life-and-death battle, but it was not something one should expect in the first place. Valencia herself had previously told Jude that 10 lives would not be enough if he relied on such a thing. Clang, 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 their swords crossed. Leo's sword attacks grew faster. His attacks became more intense. It was truly terrifying to see the immense power exploding with each sword strike. Therefore, Valencia roughly breathed. She clenched her fists over her chest in her frustration and distress, and she blinked her eyes at some point, because she noticed something strange. My successor? Leo's sword was getting faster. It was definitely turning stronger. But Jude was blocking all those attacks. Leo's attacks were getting quicker and stronger because he couldn't push Jude if he did not do so. Jude faced Leo's sword attacks. The inferior Jude was somehow moving along with Leo's attacks. How is he doing it? Is he really trying to attain enlightenment while fighting? Valencia focused on Jude. She tried to figure out what was going on in him who had an eccentric body type. And she realized what Jude was doing now and what he was trying to accomplish. FCK? She cursed like Landius did, but it was not out of anger. It was more of an exclamation like what Cordelia always insisted. Seriously, FCK? Can he do it? Is it really possible? The sword spirit who had only cursed a handful of times since she was born had a pleasant smile. She focused her consciousness once more to add even a little more help to the changes that were happening inside Jude. The moment he crossed swords with Leo, Jude understood it. He couldn't win. His opponent had the upper hand. It was impossible to beat his opponent unless he opened the seventh door, but attaining enlightenment was difficult. From the time he left the kingdom up to this day, he thought about it whenever he had a chance, but in the end, he couldn't even step on the shadow of enlightenment. Enlightenment, an abstract concept. Jude experienced numerous battles in his past life. Therefore, he was well aware that a difference in mindset could lead to a huge difference in combat power. But this kind of realization was so unfamiliar. Furthermore, it was not possible to rely on such uncertainty in the midst of an actual battle, in which not only Jude's life was at stake, but also Cordelia's. Leo was stronger than in the game. He didn't know if it was the butterfly effect or if it was some power gained from the demon followers, but he was sure of one thing, and that was he needed to open the seventh door to defeat Leo. So Jude began to calculate. Instead of betting on an uncertain realization, he believed in himself again. He betted on the way he had fought so far. From the first door to the present, Jude thought as he blocked Leo's attack. He recalled it with his terrifyingly accurate memory and felt it once again. The moment he opened the first door. The process needed to open the first door. and the changes that occurred in his own body and soul at that time. He examined the second door. He remembered the third door. He found a certain pattern and matched his self at that time with his current self as much as he could. Clack-la-clang, swords crossed. It was very hard to block a Leo's sword. He was always in a hurry to do so. But little by little, he was able to properly move his sword. It wasn't by just relying on luck. He brought his sword-like arm to the correct position. It was not a sudden improvement in swordsmanship. His senses were getting sensitive. The closer he got to opening the door, the sharper his senses became. No, it felt like the so-called sixth sense was opening up. Fourth door, fifth door. He controlled the flow of energy despite being in combat. He harmonized his breathing and perfectly recreated the moment when he finally opened the sixth door. The black sun roared. Right after he slashed at a Leo's sword, he did a sharp roundhouse kick. He made a Leo step back as he kicked the ground with his feet and powered up his body with both yin and yang energies. He forcibly detonated the black sun. Boom, it was reckless. Even though Jude had a yin-yang body, this kind of explosion was dangerous. It was almost impossible to completely control such a reckless explosion, but Jude did it. His computational ability from his previous life that he retained when he reincarnated made it possible. His Chinmujit showed again why it was called the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. Valencia suppressed the raging explosion by even a little, and one more added to those. He hadn't seen her since he opened the fifth door. "Indeed, you are Jude himself," she said. In that all-black world, she smiled with a clear and pure voice, stretching out her hand to Jude, the mysterious woman. She was vaguely called a female sage, but no one knew who she was. Was she the ancient sage who defeated the overlord of hell by making full use of the ninth heaven's 9 doors in the past, as Landius had guessed? And her words. She said that he was indeed Jude himself. Words that weren't insignificant, words that were heavy, words filled with a meaning. The female sage looked at Jude. She stretched out her hand again and Jude grabbed it. He followed her guidance and moved forward. He took a step. Bang, 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 his energy exploded in succession. The energy of the black dragon shook from Jude's entire body and covered the surrounding area. A power so enormous that it couldn't even be compared to the past. It was truly like the power of a sun that descended on earth. Ninth heaven's 9 doors, 7th door. That was why Jude could see it. Far beyond that horizon, the long road leading to that horizon, and a person standing in front of him. That person turned. That person looked at Jude and smiled. That person whispered and held out their hand. For the sake of light covered his eyes at that time when he faintly heard it. Instead of the horizon and the road, he saw reality. He saw the bewildered Elio shouting and rushing towards him. Elio Lombardi, a sword master close to a grand sword master. Jude saw Elio's sword. He could see Elio's sword. He could understand it. His understanding of the sword had risen. And one more, the wind blew, a gust of wind blew. It was something that Jude had never seen before, something he did not understand. Elio approached and unleashed a sword attack. So Jude also performed a sword dance. He added one thing to the 12 snowflake sword art, the sword of wind. Another path that led to the horizon, something that was handed down by a previous Count Bayer who had reached the sword horizon in the past. It unfolded at Jude's fingertips. Made up of wind and lightning, it rose once more and let out a roar that shook the world. Wind and lightning flurry strikes. The sword of wind and lightning. Elio's sword turned into a mess. It couldn't beat Jude anymore. Chapter 304, JUDEBAYER 3, Some Correction. The Sword of Wind was actually created by a Bayer family ancestor and not Jude's father, Count Bayer. A strong wind blew. A burst of lightning followed. The sword of wind sharply cut the world, and the burst of lightning roughly tore the surrounding area. The ultimate skill of the sword of wind. The sword of wind that the Bayer family ancestor created after he reached the sword horizon in the past. The path of wind and lightning that he left behind. A series of strikes unfolded. Lightning burst in succession, and 12 sword strikes led to one. Elio mentally screamed. He focused and concentrated in stopping the sword of wind that was raging in front of him. He read the wind. He withstood the lightning strikes. Baba-baba-baba-bang, all sounds were muted by the loud thunder. Elio's sword followed the trajectory of the wind, and lightning flurry strikes with difficulty. But he couldn't keep up with all of it. Elio's sword deviated at the time when he blocked the fifth sword strike because of the lightning that was added to the wind. It was hard for him to withstand the power of the sword. Every time he blocked a strike, his hand trembled and his arms suffered from strain. No, this is not all. The wind and lightning flurry strikes was not just a series of slashing attacks. The sword contained something. There was a mysterious inner essence hidden in it that made the trajectory of the sword hard to read and impossible to block, causing him to miss. Elio, who was close to becoming a grand sword master, was able to realize that instinctively. But that was it. Even he whose swordsmanship was outstanding among the sword masters was powerless in front of such a sword. His own sword had already been shaken by the wind and lightning flurry strikes. Clack-la-clang, he couldn't properly stop the sixth strike. From the seventh strike onwards, he was almost just forcing himself to block it. He couldn't even hold his sword by the 10th strike. His sword's trajectory shook, his arm twisted, and his grip on his sword was released. 11th strike, 12th strike. He lost his sword, but he tried to endure. He tried to dodge by pulling his body back, but it was impossible. The prison of wind created by the sword strikes of wind and lightning flurry strikes did not allow him to do that. He was sucked in. He was bitten by the teeth of the ferocious wind. Ack, he couldn't even scream properly. The thunder swallowed Elio's scream. The rough wind tightened around his body even more, and Jude prepared for the last 13th strike. He pulled his sword-like hand, filled with the energy of the black dragon, and turned his wrist to strike down vertically. Staring straight at Elio, who had been imprisoned by the wind prison, he performed the last strike of wind and lightning flurry strikes. The true wind and lightning flurry strikes, 12 strikes that prepared for the final slash. He swung his sword-like hand, he cut his opponent down, but it wasn't just a slash. It split the atmosphere, the space, and the world. Elio, who was imprisoned in the wind prison, collapsed with a silent scream instead of bleeding and splitting into two. And as if to replace Elio, everything behind his back was split into two. It was an instant, but it gave an illusion that the world itself seemed to split and crack. Jude exhaled as he stopped moving. The black sword he had created from the energy of the black dragons scattered and disappeared, and Jude coughed blood. It was the price of forcefully opening the 7th door, but Jude wasn't that worried. His current body was able to endure such injuries. Rather, he was more concerned about something else. The sword's inner essence, what was contained in the wind and lightning flurry strikes. An illusion he saw in an instant, a power that only those who had reached the horizon of the sword could obtain. It scattered and disappeared. As if his strikes were a midsummer night's dream, it left Jude's hands. But the feeling remained. It was impossible to completely forget the swordsmanship he had unfolded with his own hands. The road leading to the horizon. The man who stood on that road. The sword of wind that Jude received from that man. My successor, my successor. Valentia's voice made Jude come to his senses. It woke up his consciousness that was aimlessly floating around and made him see reality. Cordelia, the most important person of his world. Jude softly spoke and turned around, and met the gazes of numerous people who were looking at him with stunned faces. Dumbfounded elves, terrified demonic humans. Cordelia blinked with her mouth wide open as she looked at him, and reflexively gave a thumbs up when she realized that their eyes had met. Awesome. My Jude is seriously awesome. Really awesome. He could see Cordelia jumping from her spot as she let out her admiration. So Jude laughed. It was right after he had coughed blood, and he had used up all his energy into the wind and lightning flurry strikes, so his remaining strength was low. He said as he slowly raised his sword-like hand. Shall we continue? If Scarlet was next to him, she would have crossed her arms and asked him why he kept surprising people, but it looked completely different to those who were present. The elves felt fear. The demonic humans had already began to flee, and Cordelia covered her mouth with her hand and began to tremble. Why, you're so cool. How can my Jude be this cool? Kaya. Cordelia, who blushed because of her love filter, was going kaya in her mind. And the elves and demonic humans who could not overcome their fear began to disperse. Some elves tried to take Elio who had collapsed, but all they could do was try. The moment they made eye contact with Jude, they squeezed out their entire courage and opened their mouths, but Jude gave them a reason to run away. "I won't kill you. I don't want to fight all the elves." At Jude's words, the elven knights gritted their teeth and looked troubled before they turned around and began to flee. And their reaction convinced Jude of one thing. "As I thought, it's only a Leo who betrayed. It wasn't the will of all the elves." Then, as he thought, they would be able to secure their safety once they got out of the orange gate that was under a Leo's jurisdiction. He didn't use the power of demons. A Leo only used the power of spirits. In other words, it meant that he was in a pure state without any contract with a demon. As expected, he was deceived. He must have thought that the chancellor he joined hands with was using the demon followers as his hunting dogs rather than the chancellor belonging to a group of demon followers. He held hands with the chancellor and the House of Lords to overthrow the emperor. Leo must have likely thought that their current treason was a power struggle within the empire. Anyway, it would be impossible for him to become the Lord President of the Privy Council since he tried to assassinate the emperor. That was it. After Jude stopped his thoughts, he gasped again before staggering and sitting down. "Jude." The surprised Cordelia quickly ran to him and squatted in front of Jude, who unconsciously smiled. "Why? Are you hurt? You vomited blood, right? Why are you smiling when you're hurt?" Jude smiled again at her concerned expression. It was a strange feeling. He had always seen Cordelia and was seeing her right now, but he felt like he hadn't seen her for a long time. And that was why he missed her very lovely self so much. He wanted to thank the world just for the fact that she was sitting right in front of him now. "Jude." Instead of replying, Jude reached out and embraced Cordelia. Both of them were sitting, so their position was awkward, but he didn't care about that. "Jude, are you crying?" Cordelia was startled by what she said unconsciously, and she wanted to check Jude's face, but that was impossible. Jude tightly hugged her in his arms, so she was unable to move. As Cordelia had said, Jude was crying, but Jude himself couldn't figure out why. Tears just flowed down his eyes. "My successor, are you okay? Is there something wrong with the process of opening the seventh door?" In response to the worried Valentia's questions, Jude reflexively recalled several things. The road leading to the horizon, the man who stood in front of that road, the female sage whom he saw after a long time and stretched out her hand as she passed some words to him, what she had said. Her words that he was Jude himself, the sword's inner essence, the sword of wind. "Jude, I am fine, everything's okay, I am here, I am not going anywhere, okay?" Cordelia hugged Jude back and warmly said. She said something she did not exactly understand herself, and Jude was relieved at those words. Although he was afraid that the small and slender Cordelia would be crushed, he hugged her as tight as he could. "I am sorry, I am going to sleep for a bit." Having felt fully relieved, Jude softly whispered and released Cordelia from his hug. It was the aftermath of exploding the yin and yang energies that had caused the black sun to run wild. The cost of using wind and lightning flurry strikes, which he shouldn't originally be able to use yet, was not small. "Okay. Leave it to me, I will take care of everything." Cordelia patted Jude on the back. Hearing those words that he trusted so much, Jude smiled and closed his eyes. He fell asleep quickly. Ha and Cordelia let out a small sigh. He was very tall and thus was incredibly heavy. But she thought that he was over 100 kilos in weight, so she carefully laid Jude down and stretched out her shoulders. "They've retreated, but we do not know what they will do since their leader was caught, so we should quickly run away." Melissa's words were right. Cordelia stroked Jude's face for a moment before she nodded and stood up. "All right, where should we go?" Cordelia tapped her foot on the ground before she used her telekinetic powers to carefully lift Jude up. She then approached Leo, who had fainted. Did he really pass out? She poked his face with her foot, but there was no response. It didn't seem like he was pretending to have fainted. Still, you never know. Cordelia firmly tied him with bind magic and even paralyzed him before lifting Leo with her telekinesis. Melissa, who was silently watching, then said, "Which way are you planning to go now? The red gate? The orange gate?" It seemed like they could move either way if they took Leo as a hostage. If there was a variable, it was the high-ranking demonic humans who appeared in the red gate. Those demonic humans had not appeared yet. Perhaps they went to catch Lucas and Kajsa. If the two of them are together, maybe they can fight a high-ranking demonic human. There was the moon crystal on the Emperor's side, so it was very likely that they had somehow escaped to the agreed-upon place. Let's go to the Orange Gate. The Orange Gate? Yes, Jude is defenseless right now. To be honest, I used a lot of mana to help Lucas and the others escape earlier, and I tried too hard to shake off the interruption magic. Since Cordelia had Arch-Wizard-level mana, she clearly had enough mana to fight, but she didn't want to risk it in the slightest as Jude was defenseless now. The Red Gate is dangerous, because they didn't know what else was hiding. Besides, they originally planned to kill us and the Emperor at the Red Gate, right? I am sure the defense there would be much tighter than the Orange Gate. And perhaps the Orange Gate's forces were completely unaware of the incident. Then we use him as a hostage to cross the Orange Gate. We can do that, or use a Leo to threaten those who are beyond the Orange Gate like those true elves. The good elves. Anyway, we can call the elves who live in the Yellow Gate. The point is to inform the non-traitorous elves about Leo's treason and get their cooperation. It would be better if the Emperor's side also joined them there. Wow. Why? Are you admiring me? Yes, because you could actually think for yourself. You could actually do it, but you did not. It's not that you could not do it. Hey, should I break this? Thyse. While Melissa was confused, Cordelia clicked her tongue once before she lightly relaxed her hands and feet. Cordelia always left the thinking to Jude because of her thinking the right person for the right job, but she herself was able to do some thinking too. No, isn't that obvious? There's no way I can't think for myself. I hate you. Mistress Cordelia, I want to talk to you for a while. Cordelia childishly stuck her tongue out and turned to the Orange Gate as she held moonlight that had the complaining Melissa. The Elven Realm. This was the first time she had visited this place since she was reincarnated as Cordelia. But strangely, she had a bizarre feeling. She felt like she was going to meet someone she was very happy to be with. I'll find out when I get there. Cordelia stroked the fainted Jude's cheek again and kissed him on the lips before using fly magic to head towards the Orange Gate. And like always, Cordelia's beastly intuition was not wrong this time. The Orange Gate. An unexpected person awaited her at what could be said as the beginning of the true Shadow Forest. For those who didn't get who the person that Jude saw in the road leading to the Sword Horizon, read along. The person he saw there was Jude Bear himself. That was why the female sage said, indeed, you are Jude himself. Or to be more exact, indeed, you, the present time Jude, are Jude himself, the Jude Bear who stood in the Sword Horizon. That was why Jude cried and felt like he had not seen Cordelia for a long time. He felt that Jude bears emotions. That was why Jude was able to use the Sword of Wind, which he never properly learned in this life. That Jude Bear knew how to use the Sword of Wind. And finally, that was why this chapter is titled Jude Bear. Chapter 305 Treasure 1 Red Blood Splattered. The parched earth greedily devoured the blood, and Jude walked away. Rain began to pour down from the dark and gloomy sky. The spilled blood, it mixed with rainwater. Together, it was absorbed by the earth and disappeared. Jude continued to walk away. The sword in his hand fell to the ground, but he did not pick it up. Divine Sword Balisarda, as its name implied, it was a holy sword. Jude's own favorite sword and the strongest sword in the world that reached the realm of legends after slaying numerous demons. But for Jude, it was also a cursed item. The sword that killed Cordelia. It fully became a curse for having been stained by the blood of his many loved ones. It fell to the ground. Jude didn't care and kept going. He approached the man lying on the floor, bleeding and nearing his death. He crouched down. It was a demonic human, but not now. Just like Cordelia, the man regained his humanity in the end. The man smiled awkwardly. He rolled his eyes to look at Jude even though his empty eyes made him unable to see, and he said at one point, "As expected, you're my best rival. You're the only one." His voice was thin and weak, but there was a bit of a unique, refreshing feeling left. A child who loved novels about heroes. He was a pure and good boy who wanted to play an active role like the main character in a hero novel one day. Lucas threw up blood. He was the last of Jude's companions and eventually became an enemy like Cordelia did, but he began to cry in the pouring rain. He wasn't afraid of death. Rather, he felt relieved that he would be able to escape the world full of despair and not suffer anymore. Nevertheless, he cried because of Jude. because he was worried about the heart of Jude, who had truly become his best friend, his lifelong rival, and a companion who was like half of his soul. Lucas coughed blood again, and he realized his humanity that had been temporarily restored by Balisarda was disappearing again. The demon's soul located deep inside him rose once more and tried to control Lucas' entire body. Lucas gritted his teeth again. As someone who only had his human shell left, he stretched out his hand to Jude, who had sat down but didn't do anything. Jude turned his way. Jude knew, so Lucas clenched his teeth. He put the cruelest words in his mouth. "Kill me, while I am still human, before I get controlled by the demon again and utter all kinds of curses on you." There was a scene like this in Biltween the Hero. So Lucas wept. He was too kind and pure to show a heroic and resolute appearance like the protagonist of a hero novel. I am sorry, for leaving you alone, for making you do this." Lucas remembered the moment he killed Scarlet. He did not forget Kajsa, who died in his arms. Jude placed his hand on Lucas' chest. He had to say his last goodbye, but he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. That was why Lucas opened his mouth first and spoke. "This world sucks, but it was nice to be able to fight with you. I liked you." There was no strength in his voice, perhaps because his consciousness was increasingly blurring. Jude held back his tears and nodded his head. "Me too, I like you too. You are my best rival, not Maximilian, not Leon either. Lucas, you were my best rival, you were my best friend." Of course, Lucas cried and smiled. He put his hand on top of Jude's hand that was placed over his chest. Now was really the last goodbye. Jude used his energy. He destroyed Lucas' heart. He took the life of his last remaining comrade with his own hands. It rained. It swallowed up all the sounds in the world. Therefore, there was no sound in Jude's scream. No one heard him weep as he collapsed on Lucas' chest. The rain stopped. The sounds returned. Someone stepped on the wet ground and approached him. After picking up the divine sword Balisarda that fell to the ground, she approached Jude. Jude Bayer. It was a beautiful voice full of sorrow. She knelt down near Lucas' corpse and cuddled the crying Jude. She held him in her arms as he cried like a child. Archangel Regel, one of the archangels who descended on the human world on the day of the great summons. Oriel, the archangel of judgment, said, "Give Jude Bayer the sword again. Give him the will to fight again." What Oriel said was not wrong. Jude was mankind's strongest swordsman, whom even the archangels could not treat carelessly. The sword of wind he wielded when he reached the sword horizon would surely reach the overlords of hell. But even so, was it right to force the current Jude to continue fighting? Was it fair to give a sword to the man who had just killed his friend and tell him to get up and fight again? Cordelia, Jude whispered as he cried. Before the great summons took place, before many people were forcibly turned into demonic humans, it was a hard but happy life. The days when he was together with Cordelia. Regel read Jude's memories, so she cuddled Jude just like how Cordelia did. Instead of telling him to get up and fight again, she hugged Jude just like how Cordelia did. The rain had stopped. It didn't pour down anymore, but the sky was still dark and gloomy. Jude, Cordelia, who was flying low towards the orange gate, stopped in her surprise because tears were streaming down Jude's eyes. "Jude." She gently called him again, but there was no answer. It seemed like he was still sound asleep. But why is he suddenly crying? Is he having a sad dream or a scary dream? Cordelia was in a hurry, but she could not continue running immediately because it felt like her heart was being stabbed when she saw Jude's crying face. Why? Why do I feel so sad? Cordelia wiped away Jude's tears. She held Jude's head to her chest for a moment and patted his back. "Cordelia, yes, I am here, Jude." When she spoke gently, Jude's face appeared to be relieved. It seemed like he was still asleep, but his expression had relaxed as if he was glad to hear Cordelia's voice. "Thank goodness. Because we can be together like this now, because I can wipe away his tears." Huh. Cordelia blinked at her thoughts that formed without her realizing it, but she did not think about it deeply. After pinching Jude's cheek for no reason, she began running towards the orange gate again. "Mistress Cordelia." "I know." Cordelia responded in a faint voice to Melissa's low warning. Elio's subordinates, the Elven Rangers. They were elves who agreed with a rebellion, but did not join Elio in his rebellion. It was not that they were not loyal to Elio, but to leave Elio alone in the hands of the enemy. That was impossible. In the first place, half of the reason why the elven knights simply retreated was because they wanted Cordelia to feel at ease. They were just looking for a chance. The Orange Gate was also under Elio's jurisdiction. Perhaps the news that Elio had been captured had already spread, so they would ambush Cordelia at the Orange Gate. They would rescue Elio and kill them to shut their mouths. Of course, I have a plan too. She wasn't heading to the Orange Gate blindly. Cordelia herself had her own plans. Cordelia focused her consciousness. After making a contract with the spirit king of storms and lightning, Cordelia was able to read the wind. Everything that was blown away by the wind. Facts that only the wind knew. She figured out the number of elven rangers moving silently in the bushes. 19. There were more elves than she expected. Therefore, Cordelia was conflicted for a while. Should I go to Plan B? For some reason, she always felt like they moved to Plan B whenever they made a plan, but she couldn't help it this time. Melissa. Yes, Mistress Cordelia. Please leave it to me. It was shortly after Melissa replied. A gust of wind rose from moonlight and swept around them. Soon after, Cordelia pierced through the wind and soared, firing magic missiles in all directions. She attacked the elven rangers in the bushes and reversed her direction as she flew towards the Orange Gate at full speed. Tat-a-tat-attack? It was at that moment. The elven rangers who had been hiding in the bushes suddenly revealed themselves and flat out began chasing Cordelia. Their speed was truly astounding when they gave up hiding and ran. And a few seconds later, after verifying that the elven rangers had left far away, Cordelia dispelled the invisibility magic and stood up. Since she used a fairly large magic stone, the illusion magic would hold out until it reached the Orange Gate. Good, our plan succeeded. Cordelia brightly smiled and Melissa said in a low voice, Mistress Cordelia, this isn't flattery but you're really amazing. Because she could use so many kinds of magic spells. Very few of Magellan's elven wizards who were Melissa's past masters could use as many different kinds of magic spells as Cordelia. At Melissa's sincere compliment, Cordelia snorted like it was no big deal, but her body was honest. Her shoulders were involuntarily moving up and down in her exhilaration. Anyway, let's go. They might notice it and come back. Yes, let's hurry up. Plan B that Jude came up with. The shadow forest that was destroyed during the Great Summons became a paradise for monsters. So Jude and Cordelia, who were rotten waters of Legend of Heroes, too knew the shadow forest well. There was a quest before the Great Summons. There was a hidden place in the shadow forest. Located between the Red Gate and Orange Gate, it was a place created by human hands and not elves. Although Cordelia didn't have an accurate map in her head like Jude, she rarely got lost. Because she had a good sense of direction and excellent senses. It's over there, their target location. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the best place to hide for a while until Jude wakes up. Cordelia, who had been flying without hesitation, stopped at some point. She stopped under a very big rock and looked at the small rocks around her. She changed the arrangement of the rocks by relying on her body's memory rather than the memory of her head. Something unexpected then happened. The ground opened with a rattling sound, revealing an underground passage. A hidden mechanism. Indeed, this would be less noticeable to the elves than something that used magic. It was just as Melissa said. If this place was hidden by something like an illusion magic, the elves who were sensitive to magic would have discovered it right away. But what kind of place is this? Who made this place? Cordelia answered with a shrug at Melissa's question. This is a place where a treasure of the Rogue Master lies. 3 of the Rogue Master's treasures were in the Empire, and one of those treasures was located right here in the Shadow Forest. Since I am here, I might as well take the treasure. With a grin, Cordelia hurried into the underground passage before her eyes widened. She couldn't help it. Scarlet? Pink bomb, inside the underground passage. Scarlet stood in a place that was decorated like a temple. What happened? No, the underground passage suddenly opened, so I prepared myself to fight. Scarlet said as she lowered the whip sword in her hand, but Cordelia shook her head. I mean, why are you here? Why is Scarlet here? But the same was true for Scarlet, who was confused. Then why are you here? We're in trouble. Scarlet had a bitter smile as if she was dumbfounded by Cordelia's natural answer before she nodded her head. I suppose so. Given that black cloak is stretched out like that. Wait, isn't that a Leo Lombardi, the Lombardi family head's grandson? When Scarlett asked in surprise, Cordelia replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. He's one of our troubles too. Simply put, he's a traitor. There are so many things that you have omitted in saying, so I think I should listen to the details, but first of all, let's close the door for now. Scarlett said that and activated the mechanism, but instead of helping, Cordelia asked while looking at the other side where there was a tightly closed stone door. Were you solving the puzzle? My clues seem to be a bit lacking, so I think it was a waste of time for me to come all the way here. Based on her words, it sounded like she had been for a short while, but it wasn't. Seeing the amount of garbage in the corner, she seemed to have been struggling for at least a week. What about you? Scarlett quickly asked when she felt bothered by Cordelia looking at the trash. Cordelia first put Jude and a Leo on the floor and scratched her cheek in reply. It's a long story, but to summarize, we came here to save the Empire but got attacked by the traitor Elio while passing through the Shadow Forest with the royal knights who were accompanying the Emperor after escaping from the Chancellor. I came in here to rest for some time and avoid our pursuers. Scarlett was dumbstruck by Cordelia's words but soon regained her composure. It was an absurd story, but was also a Cordelia-like story. I see, you came to the Empire, so the Emperor got involved. They got involved with the Lord Protector and the King when they were in the royal capital, and got involved with the ancient Black Dragon when they were in the south. So it made sense if they got involved with the Emperor here. What about you, Scarlett? As you can see, I am here to find the treasure. I have to become a rogue master. It was a much simpler and more reasonable story than Cordelia's story. By the way, Pink Bomb, did you come alone with Black Cloak? No, Lucas and Kadja are also here. Is that so? At Cordelia's words, Scarlett nodded as if she didn't care, but that was not true. She asked as she lightly twirled her hair. How is Lord Lucas these days? Is he healthy? Her question wasn't really a big deal, but Cordelia, who had beastly instincts, was able to see through it instantly. Scarlett appeared to be looking away when she asked, but her concentration was at its fullest. She seemed to be a little nervous, yet her eyes were filled with anticipation, and her cheeks were slightly tinged pink. Ho! Cordelia had a sly smile and Scarlett furrowed her brows. Pink Bomb? He's fine. He's not just fine as he's very cool and strong. I am sure y'all be surprised when you see him. Is that so? Scarlett pretended to not be that interested, but Cordelia knew. The fact that Scarlett's heart rate accelerated in an instant. Hey, you're a human, right? While Melissa was questioning Cordelia's human senses, Cordelia was lost in her thoughts. Scarlett and Lucas, the Lucas X Scarlett ship. Ah, wait a second. Kadja is with him now. The Lucadza ship is also in development. Cordelia imagined it again. A confrontation between Kadja and Scarlett over Lucas. A conflict between love and friendship. Oh, this will be fun. Pink Bomb? No, don't mind me. Hee hee. Scarlett looked at her suspiciously but decided to move on, because she had more questions to ask. Anyway, where is Lord Lucas now? If you're running away, doesn't that mean that Lord Lucas is in danger? Maybe. Scarlett had a puzzled face at Cordelia's answer. Hey, what do you mean? And why are you so nonchalant about it? Cordelia scratched her cheek at the slightly annoyed remark, but she couldn't help answering that. Because Lucas has become stronger. He's become really strong. Besides, he's with Kadja now. Her words were not a groundless belief. At the same time in the Shadow Forest, Lucas was proving the veracity of Cordelia's words. Chapter 306 Treasure 2. It was no coincidence that Carrara and Sarah escaped with the royal family the moment Elio betrayed them. This was Jude's personnel arrangement in case of a contingency. There are 3 sword masters among the elves of the Shadow Forest. All 3 sword masters being traitors was not part of their assumptions, though. If that had been the case, they wouldn't have a solution then. Of course, it's because we thought that it was highly unlikely. The other 2 were not from Elio's faction. The elves of the Shadow Forest were definitely subordinates of Vincenzo Lombardi, the leader of the elves, and depending on Vincenzo's will, not only the sword masters, but also the entire elven population could become enemies of the Emperor. But unlike Elio, who willingly utilized demon followers, Vincenzo Lombardi gritted his teeth at demon followers. The possibility that such a Vincenzo would join hands with the Chancellor, who not only utilized demon followers but also demons, was close to zero. Anyway, if you look at Leo's arbitrary decision. If the group were to split up and escape, Leo was likely to pursue Jude. Unlike the Emperor and the royal knights whom his forces could handle, only Leo could deal with Jude and Cordelia. If we hadn't, though, he was going to make us follow him. In any case, the situation went as Jude had expected. Leo Lombardi and the demonic humans chased after Jude and Cordelia, while the regular elven troops went after the Emperor and the royal knights. The Emperor has the most advantage in escaping since they have the moon crystal. In addition, Carrara and Sarah were professionals in running away. Even if they couldn't do space leaps, they could still escape successfully. So it would be the royal knights whom they will focus on pursuing. And if they needed power to threaten the royal knights, the high-ranking demonic humans who were on the same level as sword masters would be enough. Thus, Jude attached Lucas and Kadsa to Leon instead of the Emperor. If their opponent was a sword master, it would be hard for Lucas and Kadsa to deal with even if they worked together. But the situation would be different if it was a high-ranking demonic human. All right, the divine chain wielded by Kadsa tightly bound the body of the high-ranking demonic human. The giant high-ranking demonic human who looked like a rhinoceros beetle tried to break the chain with his strength, but that was impossible. How? The chain wasn't even as thick as his finger. The high-ranking demonic human couldn't understand how, but in fact, this was natural. It was impossible for a high-ranking demonic human to break the chain that had even once suppressed a demon prince. Moreover, Kadsa's chain wasn't just strong. Holy light of the sun, AAACK. When Kadsa cast a spell, the aura of a golden sun emitted from the entire chain. The power of the sun goddess Solari affected the high-ranking demonic humans whose powers came from hell. GRAA. The high-ranking demonic human twisted his body and tried to unleash his power, but it was not easy because of Kadsa's strength that was beyond imagination. Even when he twisted his body, Kadsa did not budge. No matter how big she was a woman and only weighed about a few tens of kilograms at most, but she still stood up against the strength of a high-ranking demonic human. Kadsa clearly had a limit too. She remarkably blocked the high-ranking demonic human's movements, but all she could do was to bind him with all her strength and mana. Neither side had any means of attacking, but unlike the helpless high-ranking demonic human, Kadsa had a solution. Lucas responded to Kadsa's call. Holy King's cross sword, the sword of the Holy King who protected the world by slaying countless demons. The Holy King's cross sword was not a swordsmanship developed for dealing with humans. It was originally a swordsmanship made to deal with demons, so each technique of the Holy King's cross sword boasted a deadly power against demons. Lucas caught his breath. He charged at the high-ranking demonic human who was struggling from the chains, and was not fazed by the tentacles that came rushing towards him. He evaded and blocked the tentacles with minimal movement before unfolding the sword of the Holy King. Grand Cross, the Holy Cross of Heaven. A huge white cross spread over the high-ranking demonic human's body as he directly got hit by the Holy King's cross swords technique, and it became one with Solaris aura and burned the high-ranking demonic human. The high-ranking demonic human scattered into ashes, and Lucas exhaled as he sheathed his sword. It was like a scene from hero novel when he sheathed his sword into the scabbard, something that he had diligently practiced alone back then in his family's territory. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. In a very low voice, Lucas recited the line of Biltween, the protagonist of Biltween the hero, as the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He was truly satisfied with their victory. Oh, Lucas, I knew that I could trust in you. Kadsa widely opened her arms and hugged Lucas by the neck. Surprised by her unhesitant skinship, Lucas had an embarrassed expression as he said, that is what? It's nothing. Lucas shifted his gaze and looked elsewhere, because when Kadsa hugged him by pulling his neck, Lucas' face naturally bumped right in front of Kadsa's chest. But Kadsa didn't seem to mind it, or rather, she seemed to have done it on purpose as she pulled harder and said with a big smile, "Anyway, you did well. As expected, you're strong and cool." He felt shy at her open compliments, but he honestly didn't hate it, because Lucas was hungry for praise and recognition as revealed in his previous match with Leon. Ahem. Kadza's eyes narrowed when Lucas blushed and coughed. She smiled like a magician who had succeeded in their scheme and hugged Lucas' waist instead of his neck as she said, "You and I have good chemistry. Shall we work together in the future?" "Yes, because we're a party anyway." HNNN Lucas panicked when Kadza made a slightly displeased expression, but it was only for a moment, because Lucas came up with an answer. "Lady Kadza was also amazing, because you completely stopped the high-ranking demonic human from moving. I was really impressed." "Well, that ha-ha-ha." Kadza pretended not to be embarrassed, but eventually laughed out loud and asked in a soft voice, "By the way, how long are you going to talk to me respectfully?" "Excuse me? I mean, we're pretty close now, right? It feels stiff if you continue to talk to me respectfully," Kadza said as she lightly twirled the end of her hair and Lucas stammered again. It's a bit awkward to speak casually after all. Kadza was 3 years older than Lucas. It's fine, just call me Kadza." Okay." Kadza Nuna. Calling someone Unnai or Nuna signifies closeness to the older woman, but is still on the respectful side rather than the casual side. Lucas spoke shyly, and a smile spread across Kadza's face again. It was a bit disappointing that she was called Nuna, but it was also cute, so she felt good anyway. "As for one person watching them, I think we should hurry up." Leon spoke as he and the royal knights looked at the two with sullen looks after defeating the elven forces that appeared along with the high-ranking demonic humans, and Lucas nodded, though he was visibly embarrassed. Yes. Okay. Lady Kadza no, Kadza Nuna, let's go." "Hee, okay." Kadza smiled and gestured to Leon to take the lead, and Leon let out a short sigh before he began to run in the lead. Their target destination was the place they agreed upon to meet with the Emperor. The royal knights and Kadza quickly ran, while Lucas, who guarded their rear, stopped and glanced back. Beyond the Red Gate, in the direction where Jude and Cordelia fled. "May you two be safe." The two were very strong people, but they were the only ones in the enemy camp. After Lucas finished his prayer, he began running again. Jude slowly opened his eyes. He saw something familiar instead of an unfamiliar ceiling. A sky covered with large branches and leaves extending from it. It wasn't reality, nor was it a dream. It was a familiar place. The residents of Sword Origin Valencia who lived in Jude's own body and soul. "My successor, are you awake?" In response to her gentle and kind voice, Jude stood up instead of speaking. His throat was dry. In Valencia's residence, only his psyche existed, but he still felt thirsty and found it hard to speak. "Because you still feel tired." Valencia, who was sitting on a tree stump, approached Jude and held out a wooden cup. "Drink, it will help." Jude swallowed the white liquid in the wooden cup as instructed. He didn't immediately recover his strength, but he felt like he was a bit alive now. "My successor, can you talk now? Can I have one more cup, please?" "Please wait a second," Valencia said and covered the top of the cup with her palm before lifting it, and white liquid filled the cup again. "I brought this from my storage somewhere. But how did you do it? And how was this white liquid created in my soul in the first place?" Instead of questioning further, Jude immediately drank the liquid. He didn't know the taste at first, but it seemed like it had a savory taste. "Is it delicious?" "It's because it contains my energy." Valencia softly smiled and casually sat on the ground. Then he began to hear the sounds of the rippling stream and the chirping of birds. He didn't know because he never explored this place properly. But the inside of Sword Origin was wider than he thought and seemed to contain various things. Perhaps the liquid he just drank was made by mixing various things inside Sword Origin. Putting down the wooden cup, Jude sighed as he let his shoulders down. The energy inside him seemed to boil, and his mind became clearer and clearer, perhaps because of the white liquid. Several minutes passed just like that. Jude spoke to Valencia, who just waited instead of rushing him. "I saw the sword's inner essence. The horizon at the end of the road. The point reached by the man who had been standing at a far distance. No one told him about the word sword's inner essence. It just naturally came to his mind. The sword's inner essence. The principle. The ultimate realm that those who walked the path of the sword wanted to reach." Valencia slowly nodded. As the sword spirit of Sword Origin, she was one with Jude. Therefore, she could clearly see the sword of wind that Jude used as if she was the one who used it herself. "It's the first time I've ever seen the swordsmanship you used." It's a swordsmanship you never told me, and something that even you don't know. The Sword of Wind. Jude never properly learned the Sword of Wind. Only a few basic techniques of the Sword of Wind were what Jude knew how to do. However, the wind and lightning flurry strikes used by Jude was a technique that could be called the essence of the Sword of Wind. How did it happen? How did he use a swordsmanship he had never learned at all? The ultimate sword ingrained with the sword's inner essence. What happened? Jude traced his memories again instead of immediately answering Valentia's question, his fight with Leo Lombardi. In order to open the seventh door, he recalled his past memories. He remembered what changes occurred in his body when he first opened each door from the first to the sixth, and he forcibly recreated it. The collision and not the harmony of his yin and yang energies, the immense energy that resulted from it. He opened the seventh door and saw the horizon. The man who stood between the horizon and him. The female sage who appeared after a long time. What she said to him about himself. Jude slowly told Valencia what he had been through, and she listened to it. Do you perhaps know something? Valencia frowned at Jude's question. To be honest, it's full of things I don't know. The process of opening the seventh door itself is absurd. Valencia spoke sincerely. She didn't expect him to open the door like that. Or rather, she didn't expect that to be possible. However, I think I know a bit about the horizon. Even Valencia didn't know about the female sage and the man. But if Jude had perceived the horizon, so did Valencia. The sword's inner essence. The final destination for those who walked the path of the sword. It was the root and principle of the world. If there was a supreme realm that only the enlightened could reach, it would be beyond that horizon. I also saw the sword's inner essence. Valencia quietly said, but it was a truly amazing feat. Even in the long history of elves, the number of swordsmen who arrived at the sword's inner essence could only be counted in one hand. My successor, can you show it to me again? The sword of wind that defeated Leo Lombardi. Jude nodded and stood up. Instead of drawing the black dragon's energy to make a sword, he took a stance with the wooden sword that Valencia gave him. Wind and lightning flurry strikes. Relying on his memory, he showed it. Although the power was greatly weakened because he didn't open the seventh door, what Valencia wanted to originally see was the form of wind and lightning flurry strikes. A powerful chain of attacks made up of 13 strikes. Valencia watched Jude's wind and lightning flurry strikes from beginning to end and narrowed her brows. And Jude knew why. Because Jude himself, who showed off the wind and lightning flurry strikes, felt it. My successor, your sword does not contain the sword's inner essence. Even Leo Lombardi, who was about to become a grand sword master, was completely subdued by the wind and lightning flurry strikes. But that was only possible because it had the sword's inner essence. Jude's sword did not contain the sword's inner essence now. It was just a fast and powerful swordsmanship. However, Valencia's words trailed, but she finished it with a small smile. Your swordsmanship has greatly improved. That is the only thing that is clear. So far, Jude's swordsmanship had been too calculated. A domineering yet sharp swordsmanship that used his overwhelming physical abilities and immense energy. But it was a little different now. It did not contain the sword's inner essence, but it was definitely a step forward. A change that only became possible through enlightenment. But Jude and Valencia knew that Jude was not in a state of enlightenment now. Well, Ninth Heaven's 9 doors seems to have a secret. Jude nodded at Valencia's opinion. Perhaps the female sage and the man standing on the road had the answer. I'll have to talk to Master when I see him, because the expert on Ninth Heaven's 9 doors was Landius. But at Jude's words, Valencia furrowed her brows and said with an awkward smile, but wouldn't Landius be frustrated if he heard your story now? For trying to forcefully open the 7th door. Valencia's argument was quite valid, but Jude shook his head. I don't think so. It was Landius. It was his master. Well, if my successor says so, then it's fine. Unlike her words, Valencia had a bitter smile as if she thought otherwise, and she approached Jude again. Anyway, my successor, get some sleep for now, because he was still far from recovery. Valencia poked Jude's forehead with her index finger and whispered softly, and Jude closed his eyes as if he had been enchanted. He fell into a deep sleep again. Thank goodness. Jude's expression looks more relaxed now. Cordelia had a wide smile as she was giving Jude a lap pillow, and Melissa spoke in a pleased voice. Yes, he seems to be sleeping comfortably now. Right? Thank goodness. Caressing the face of the sleeping Jude, Cordelia sighed in relief. After all, she had been really worried. A fiancé who cared for her fiancé with a pure heart. It was a heartwarming sight at first glance, but Scarlett had a sour look on her face. Why? Oh well, you see. You're the ones who defeated an ancient black dragon, so it's not surprising for you to have defeated a sword master too. Elio Lombardi was lying in the corner like baggage. After hearing the details from Cordelia, Scarlett admired Jude and Cordelia in various ways for getting involved in big incidents at this point, for causing big incidents wherever they go, so she brought up another topic. Moving on, are you going to rest here for a while and leave when he wakes up, and take that elf with you? Yes. Scarlett, will you like to go with us? No, let's go together. Unnai, can you help us? I am only an unnai in times like this, huh? At Cordelia's cutesy act, Scarlett snorted, but she didn't really hate it, because she found it very attractive to participate as a rogue master in a major event where the fate of the Empire was at stake. I can see Lord Lucas there too. When she was in the royal capital, nothing strange happened, but when she left the royal capital, Lucas' face occasionally popped up in her mind for some strange reason. I want to help Cordelia. I want to save the Empire together with them. But Scarlett was unwilling to open her mouth. Because of one fact, but am I capable of helping them? Frankly, she was confident in her skills. She was also proud of herself on being unmatched among opponents her age. However, she couldn't help but feel inferior in front of Jude and Cordelia. Moreover, when she heard their story, it gave the impression that sword master-level enemies would appear even when they were doing nothing. Considering all that, would she be of any help to them? Scarlett is good at swordsmanship and magic, right? Yurei also good at infiltration, and since Yurei from the Empire, Yurei also well familiar with it, right? As if Cordelia had read Scarlett's thoughts, she gave the right answer. Scarlett's own worth. When Scarlett coughed again, Cordelia grinned, because she could see what Scarlett wanted. She's simple, very simple. Scarlett would have complained if she had heard Cordelia's thoughts, but Cordelia giggled and continued to praise Scarlett. You're good at disguising, you know how to use your beauty, you're skilled with your hands, okay. I'll go with you too. In exchange, you help with my task. Having turned red at Cordelia's compliments, Scarlett spoke as she waved her hand, and Cordelia nodded right away before speaking with her beastly intuition. Are you talking about that? The secret door of the Rogue Master that Scarlett had been trying to figure out the password for the past few days. That's right. I thought I'd get some help from Black Cloak when he wakes up. She didn't want to admit it, but Jude was a real genius. But at Scarlett's words, Cordelia carefully stood up instead of nodding her head. Cordelia, you don't have to ask help from Jude. I'll open it. Scarlett laughed as though she found it ridiculous when Cordelia said it, so she replied. Hey, it's not that easy. I am not sure about Black Cloak, but Pink Bomb, it's not something you can easily open, okay? For your information, unlocking spells also doesn't work. Mistress Cordelia, I think it's too much for you. Cordelia was definitely a magic genius, but they couldn't imagine her figuring out the Rogue Master's password with that amazing talent of hers. However, Cordelia unhesitatingly walked and stood in front of the panel attached to the secret door, and Scarlett snickered. Okay, feel free to try. I'm not saying this to belittle you, but if I can't do it, so do you. It sounds like a disrespectful statement, but I slightly agree it's open. That you can. Melissa changed her words quickly, and Scarlett's eyes widened. What did you just say? I've opened it. Cordelia spoke once more and opened the secret door with a grin. Scarlett was literally stunned, while Cordelia shrugged and gave her a charming wink. It's really easy, right? Her body remembered even if her mind didn't remember. Or rather, her soul remembered since she was reincarnated. Cordelia was still one of the best Rotten Waters, even though she kept getting overshadowed by Jude. But only Cordelia herself knew this. The ignorant Scarlett blinked her eyes as if she had been struck in the back of her head with a hammer. Cordelia opened it. I was stuck here for 3 days and couldn't even open it, but she did. Cordelia did. That Cordelia. I believed in you from the beginning. Isn't that a complete lie? Cordelia snorted at Melissa's words and gestured to Scarlett again. Anyway, it's open, so let's get it quickly. The Rogue Master's treasure. Scarlet unconsciously stood up at Cordelia's beckoning and once again looked in confusion at the wide-open door before she turned to the latter and said, "Hey, why? Did you do that on purpose? Like pretending to be stupid so that Yao look cute in front of Black Cloak, was all of that actually just acting?" Gasp, I suddenly got goosebumps. Cordelia frowned at Scarlet and Melissa's comments. They were going too far with what they were saying. I took care of it, right? And yet you criticize me just like that? Scarlet was startled at Cordelia's warning and immediately nodded. Rather than defying Cordelia, who was cleverer, no, perhaps a slyer schemer than Jude, she focused on the Rogue Master's treasure. Chapter 307 Treasure 3. The Rogue Master had 5 treasures. The moon crystal that let the user leap through space from a moonlit place to another moonlit place. The wings of speed that granted the user the ability to fly. The red dragon's armor said to be made the scales of an ancient red dragon. The blue dragon's protection that blocked all mental attacks. And Sekhmet's eye that let the user see through everything. Each of these treasures were powerful artifacts with mysterious powers, and their value was truly enormous. And now, one of them. Scarlet held Sekhmet's eye in her hands and blinked. Sekhmet's eye looked like an eye patch and was a relic of the ancient Mu Empire, like the red dragon's armor. It was an artifact specialized in seeing. One could see far like a telescope. A zoom function was also added, and it was possible to use it like a microscope or thermal imaging camera. Added to that was its ability to see through things. Its utility was seriously incredible, as it could let the user see in the darkness and see through all kinds of illusions. Therefore, Scarlet, who was delighted to touch Sekhmet's eye, asked with a bit of doubt, "Can I really have it? Without winning a match or anything like that?" "Yes, you can have it." Cordelia could just use magic. But despite Sekhmet's eye being amazing, it was only a legend rank equipment. For Cordelia, who was equipped from head to toe with myth-rank items after defeating Malekith, it was something that she did not covet. "Can I really have it? You're not going to take it later, right?" "No, I want." As Cordelia spoke unhesitatingly, Scarlet felt both good and bad. "Isn't this nice, though? After all, this is the Rogue Master's treasure. It's my ancestors' treasure. Isn't it normal for one to covet and want it?" Scarlet pouted her lips and wore Sekhmet's eye on her face for now. Sekhmet's eye was a golden eye patch, but when she touched the tip and chanted a spell, it split into the left and right, turning smaller until it was completely hidden. After moving her head a bit to see if there was any discomfort, Scarlet asked Cordelia again, "So what are you going to do now?" Scarlet's own business was over, but not for Cordelia. The Emperor was still on the run, and a commotion should be occurring in the Red Gate and Orange Gate. Eliho Lombardi, the heir of the Lombardi family, was tied up and unconscious now here in the Rogue Master's hidden place. At Scarlet's question, Cordelia immediately responded as if she didn't worry about it. "I think I'll wait until Jude wakes up." It was a universally reasonable answer. However, Scarlet narrowed her eyebrows and said, "But isn't the Emperor in danger now? You don't even know what happened to them." When compared to Jude and Cordelia, who completely headed inside the Red Gate, the situation of the Emperor was clearly better since he escaped using the moon crystal, but there was still the possibility of something going wrong. But Cordelia shook her head at Scarlet's question. "First of all, there's a good chance that they're not in danger. Because of the moon crystal? That's that, but it's also because they ran out of the Red Gate. And the Elio you see over there is proof." Cordelia glanced at Elio, who was lying in the corner, and continued, "Elio chased after us. In other words, the enemy's greatest strength followed us. Considering the remaining troops at the Red Gate at that time, there is a very low chance that they can catch up to the Imperial family, who has the moon crystal, and Sarah, who is guarding them, and can use Spirit Rush. Spirit Rush is a unique movement of Sarah, a royal knight, but you can think of it as a skill that allows you to move really quickly. She's even faster than the elves in the forest, so there should be no problem. Anyway, if Elio had known about the moon crystal and Spirit Rush, he would have pursued the Emperor and not us, but he didn't actually have a choice. If we had broken through the Orange Gate and reached the Yellow Gate, the Elven Privy Council would have learned of his rebellious act. From Elio's perspective, that must be stopped. Judging from Elio's actions, he and his followers had no intention of revealing their rebellion. Perhaps after killing the emperor and us, he would blame the deaths to someone else, which would highly likely be the royal knights. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked us at the Red Gate. If they wanted to kill us without fail, wouldn't the orange gate inside the forest be more advantageous for them than the Red Gate, which was the entrance to the Shadow Forest? But the reason they gave up on it and attacked like that was because it had to be finished within the Red Gate. Probably, not all of the people inside the Orange Gate were on Leo's side. And even if the Emperor was captured, it would be better to wait for Jude to wake up. We're already in a situation where we can do nothing about it. It's best to wait for our strength to return and get a good picture of the situation. Cordelia, who had been continuously explaining, furrowed her brows, because Scarlett's expression was strange. Why? Wow, how scary. You were really just acting. You were just pretending to be stupid to look cute in front of Black Cloak. I'm completely terrified right now. I can feel chills down my spine. Melissa also quietly said. She couldn't believe that Cordelia could think like that. Cordelia's words weren't just a retelling of what Jude had told them. These were words that Cordelia herself had thought. You can actually do it. Should I break this? Melissa turned silent at Cordelia's warning, and Scarlett rubbed her arm that got goosebumps. Hey, what's with that reaction? Are you amazed by what I thought? I'm amazed. You were always growling, sniffing, and saying that it smelled delicious. You liked to eat. You liked to sleep. You usually acted according to your instincts. No, I am not. And hey, I am a wizard. I am also an archwizard. Yeah, that's why I thought that you're an archwizard who broke the stereotype that all archwizards are smart. Why should I take Sekhmet's eye? At Cordelia's superficial threat, Scarlett quickly shook her head and backed down. And Melissa, who had been silent for a while, said, Don't they say that married couples become alike? Because she really seemed to be like Jude now. Cordelia immediately blushed at Melissa's words and scratched her cheek. Is that so? Is it like that? A married couple. They were only engaged, though. She twisted her body in her shyness, and Scarlett shook her head, continuing her words. Moving on, are you saying that we should wait until Jude wakes up? Yes, I need to recover my mana too. I'm going to meditate, so please watch over me. Cordelia said that and sat down cross-legged next to Scarlett. She closed her eyes and concentrated. One of a wizard's essential skills was meditation, which recovered one's mana, and around 2 hours later. While chatting with Melissa, Scarlett turned her gaze. Because Jude and Cordelia moved almost simultaneously. After exhaling, Jude stood up. Cordelia, who had been in deep meditation, also slowly opened her eyes and looked in front. Seriously, this fantasy couple. The two waking up at the same time was definitely a coincidence, but it seemed like the coincidence happened because it was the two of them. Scarlett was amazed again and tried to speak, but Jude and Cordelia were a bit faster. As soon as they woke up, the two looked at each other and drew closer. Are you feeling better now? I am. What about you? I am all right. They affectionately asked each other's condition and caressed each other's cheeks before they locked lips so naturally. It was a light kiss at first, followed by a long and deep one. Scarlett was momentarily stunned by the sight before her eyes and then shouted with a red face. Hey, Hey, I can see you, okay. I'm always watching here. Jude stroked Cordelia's cheek in response to the two women's protest and said with a calm face, Yes, I know, so what? What if you can see? What are you going to do about it then? Scarlett and Melissa were left speechless at Jude's words, and Valentia's eyes turned cold. Cordelia was thinking very much like herself. Are you crazy? But why does it look so cool? It was the power of her love filter. In any case, after Jude shamelessly spoke, he cleared his throat and straightened his posture. In fact, even Jude himself found what he did to be a bit too far. Is this the after effect of my emotions that suddenly soared right after I defeated Leo? Jude, and no, it's nothing. As Cordelia became concerned, Jude quickly smiled and hugged her as if nothing had happened. And Scarlett sighed again at the sight. Fine. Anyway, Black Cloak. I roughly heard about the situation from Cordelia. About the Emperor's situation, Leo's betrayal, and so on. After talking about the situation with Scarlett and Melissa again, Jude said as he glanced at Leo, who was still unconscious and lying on the ground. It's unlikely that Leo Lombardi is completely on the side of the demon followers. He probably allied with the Chancellor, who is working with the demon followers. So rather than killing a Leo, it will be better to let him live and take him to the elves. Scarlet nodded at Jude's words. It was a plausible story for her who was born in the Empire. Certainly, I can't imagine the elves working with the demon followers at all. It's a bit shocking, though. There are sword masters who joined hands with the Chancellor, and even the elf sword master here also sided with him. Scarlet had been from the royal capital, so she knew not only of First Sword and the Lord Protector's betrayal, but also of Sebastian Leguin, who became an enemy through brainwashing, and Matteo Laculia, a great swordmaster from the south who joined the demon followers' side. Is the sword master a symbol of betrayal? When Scarlet had a thought that she couldn't say aloud, Jude and Cordelia had similar thoughts and exchanged words through message magic. Isn't it crazy if you think about it? Swordmasters are at the core of a country's military power, but there are so many traitors among them. It's amazing that the countries haven't collapsed so far. That was why they collapsed in the game's storyline. Is that so? As Jude had said, the kingdom and the empire were completely destroyed in the game's storyline. When he thought about it in a way, he understood why the kingdom and the empire collapsed due to their situation being so bad before they got destroyed. Yeah, it got so bad that only destruction awaited them. Because the probability of a country that used to be okay to suddenly collapse was low. While Cordelia admired him alone, Jude stood up after briefly taking a look at Elio's condition. Elio was already half dead after being defeated by Jude, and would still be quietly sleeping for the next few hours because he was enchanted with various paralysis magic. There's no need to delay it further. Jude had woken up and Cordelia had regained her mana. Now that Scarlet was added to their group, they should quickly go. Let's go to the Orange Gate. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words. It was unexpectedly quiet outside the secret place where the rogue master's treasure was hidden. Are there no search parties? She thought that Elio's subordinates would be all over the place looking for them, but they weren't. Scarlet became very nervous after hearing Cordelia's words, so she looked around with Sekhmet's eye just in case, but couldn't see anyone. I don't think there's anyone around. Why, though? Jude could roughly guess the reason. There was only one reason for such a change to happen in a matter of hours. Vincennes seems to have noticed. Elio's subordinates. Even if the Red Gate and Orange Gate were under Elio's jurisdiction, he could not have filled all the positions with his own followers. Maybe that's why he began their attack at the Red Gate in the first place. His logic was the same as Cordelia's guess. If Elio had been in complete control of the Orange Gate, he wouldn't have needed to carry it out in the Red Gate. Then are we safe? We have to go to find out. Vincenzo Lombardi lost his hometown and family to the demons when he was a child. It was unimaginable for him to even form a compromise with the demon followers. But just because he didn't join hands with the demon followers didn't necessarily mean that he was on their side. The heir of the Lombardi family attempted to assassinate the emperor. Even if Vincenzo was the leader of the elves and the Lord President of the Privy Council, it was a scandal that he could not easily resolve. Therefore, it was difficult to say for sure on how Vincenzo would react on what happened in the Shadow Forest that was like his kingdom. Would he punish Elio, or would he try to hide the incident in order to erase Elio's scandal? The former was more likely than the latter. But as Cordelia's safety was at stake, Jude did not let his guard down. And 20 minutes later, in front of the Orange Gate, a lightly dressed woman with only a sword on her waist was sitting in front of the gate. She had long black hair and drowsy eyes. Hi, this is our first meeting. My name is Elune. I heard that Elio's caused some trouble, right? The strongest elven swordsman in existence. Grand Sword Master Elune greeted their party. Chapter 308 Grand Sword Master 1 Elune Ivrea. She was the head of the Ivrea family, one of the 12 families belonging to the Privy Council. As a pure-blooded high elf, she was a distant relative of Vincenzo Lombardi, another high elf, and if one traced their family tree, she was Elio's paternal aunt. Grand Sword Master. She was the strongest swordsman among the elves who lived not only in the Shadow Forest, but also throughout the continent. But she wasn't as old as one would think. She was only a little over 200 years old now. Although she was very old by human standards, she was now in her early 20s by the standards of high elves who lived for 1,000 years. However, she was one of the only 2 grand sword masters among the elves, and considered by many to be the strongest elf. The other, Eltharion Prime of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, was too old. And in fact, it was meaningless to consider the ages of the Swordmasters, except for cases in which their bodies had weakened due to old age, as was the case of Eltharion and the Lord Protector. Because they could still grow. Swordmasters weren't just products of effort. Naturally, it was impossible for a person to become a swordmaster if they did not make any effort. But neither could anyone become a swordmaster just through effort alone. According to Valentia's explanation, swordmasters were the only ones qualified to see the sword horizon. Most people did not even know that the sword horizon existed, and even if they knew it, it was impossible to even see it. The grand swordmasters were those who advanced towards the horizon, so age did not matter. Valentia had said that what mattered were not one's experience and skill, but the presence or absence of enlightenment. That's why my successor is a cheat. How were you able to see the horizon without achieving enlightenment? In fact, the current Jude was not a proper swordmaster. His basic specs were so strong that even a swordmaster couldn't defeat him, and he had achieved that without even gaining enlightenment in the sword. But now he had truly become a sword master. He naturally climbed to the top like a serpent who climbed over a wall, and he was now advancing towards the horizon. How was that possible? Was it because of his Chinmujic? Or was it because of something else? Elune Ivrea. Jude focused on the person in front of him, a barefoot woman looking at them with drowsy eyes as if she was half asleep while sitting down. In Legend of Heroes 2, she appeared together with Elio as an ally who helped in the battle against the calamity that befell the Shadow Forest. In the game, she was killed by Duke in the end, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Hand. Even if one excluded Landius, he was someone among the demonic humans who killed the most named characters in Legend of Heroes 2. But why is she looking at me like that? The game's Elune was a woman who had no interest in anything except for swordsmanship. She found it bothersome to interact with others. She was so uninterested in other people that she couldn't even memorize people's names properly. But the way she looked at them was strange, because her half-closed and drowsy eyes could not hide the curiosity inside. "Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? Like, I am Elune." Elune said as she lied down on the ground as if she became too lazy to squat. Her crouched and swaying position seemed to be very natural. "I am Count Jude August Bayer from the Slen Kingdom. This is my fiancée, Countess Cordelia August Chase Scarlet Viper, descendant of the Rogue Master." Scarlet introduced herself after Jude, and Elune smiled faintly and muttered, "Jude, Jude, 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 Jude August Bayer. I memorized it. Who are the other ones? Cadalia? Vakel? Well, it doesn't matter if I don't know." Scarlet frowned at her rude words, but Cordelia scowled because of something else. She already knew that Elune was originally such an elf, so she did not really care if her name was not properly memorized. But why? Why are you so obsessed with Jude's name? Why? Why are you trying to memorize it? Come to think of it, even a sword master can be an Arafu. It was like she had everything that was really bad. Cordelia glared, but Elune continued with her words, looking only at Jude as though she was not interested at the others. "I'll tell you the important thing before I forget. Old man Vincenzo is very angry. Elio will probably not see the sunlight for at least 100 years. She spoke in a light tone, but what she said was heavy. As expected, not all the elves joined their side. Vincenzo Lombardi was on the Emperor's side. There was also the possibility that this was bait and Elune would attack them once they let their guard down and entered the Orange Gate. But Jude did not think so, because it was none other than Elune. It was absolutely impossible for her to do something troublesome that required a high level of acting skills. If that had been the case, someone other than Elune would have been here in the first place. As Jude thought so, Elune opened and closed her mouth a few times before she spread her palms out and began to read something. It seemed to be a cheat sheet. "Oh yeah, old man Vincenzo is coming to the Orange Gate. He wants you to tell him where the Emperor is so that he can wait on the Emperor. Please let us know and we'll bring him over." The Privy Council also specifically sent the Shadow Knights. "I'll make sure that no one will be rude in escorting the Emperor. I don't know if all your doubts have been cleared up, but I hope that you will trust us. Phew, I am done." Elune smiled brightly after reading, so even the glaring Cordelia and Scarlet couldn't help but loosen their expressions. Because it was such a pure and bright smile. We understand. We will trust the elves. When Jude responded immediately, Elune smiled once more and slowly sat up. Since what old man Vincenzo ordered me to do is finished, it's my turn now. Elune was already standing by the time she finished speaking. Everything looked so natural that it did not seem like she was moving despite them seeing her standing up. She was like the blowing wind and the flowing water. I've heard of what happened. Elune's outfit was very revealing. Her arms were bare, revealing her white shoulders, and her skirt was so short that her thighs were all exposed. But they didn't think it was immodest at all. She was just like a part of nature in her white dress. They said that you defeated a Leo, that you completely beat him up. It came from the reports of eyewitnesses, and they weren't wrong. In front of the wind and lightning flurry strikes that contained the sword's inner essence, a Leo was one-sidedly cornered and lost. So I want to fight you too. Don't you want to fight me too? In Elune's green eyes, a faint but unquenchable flame of desire burned. This was actually unusual, because Elune even found fighting against others as bothersome. What do you think? Want you fight me? Elune pestered like a child and took a step. And at that moment, Jude extended his palm forward and stopped Elune. I have conditions. Everyone paid attention at Jude's words. An offer and not a refusal, an asking of conditions. Cordelia's eyes narrowed a bit while Scarlet looked back at the elves who had now filled the top of the wall. And Elune asked, what is it? What do you want? It's not a hard condition. Just think of it as a cost for a match. Elune must grant one of my wishes. At Jude's words, Cordelia's eyes narrowed even more, and Scarlet turned to Elune with an expression that seemed to say no way. You wouldn't accept those terms for a fight, would you? Okay, let's do that. So what else do you want? But it was Elune as expected. She gave an immediate answer and did not even think much about it. Therefore, Jude continued speaking with a very friendly yet gentle smile. Well, there are more conditions. There are always wins and losses in matches. So if I win, you have to grant me one more wish, and if I lose, you have to grant me one more wish. Huh? It was Scarlet who spoke without realizing it. No, wait. The conditions are the same whether you win or lose. Isn't this a complete scam? But this time, Elune nodded her head. Okay, I accept. Then please sign here. Having said that, Jude approached Elune and took out a contract that he seemed to have prepared beforehand. He also had a red ink pad ready for fingerprint stamping. He had already expected Elune to appear if the elves were not their enemies. Can you please stamp here? Okay, I'll stamp there. As Elune stamped her fingerprint without any hesitation again, Scarlet unconsciously swallowed her groan. Hey, isn't the space on the condition field blank? Are you saying that you can write anything there later? This is almost like a fraudulent contract, no? It is a fraudulent contract. Thank you, Jude said with an evil smile and rolled the contract paper before walking to Cordelia. Here. Oog. Cordelia had a rather disagreeing expression, but after accepting the contract, she asked in a low voice, Are you sure about this? After all, Elune was a grand sword master. At Cordelia's question, Jude smiled and said, Are you worried? No, I am not. Jude smiled again at her blunt answer. Scarlet next to them was troubled, but he did not care as he lightly pinched Cordelia's cheek before turning around. Grand Sword Master. A person who had reached the same level as First Sword whom he must face someday. She was definitely strong, but he never thought that he could not win. Jude also wanted to fight Elune, because there were things he wanted to experiment with. He gained new abilities when he opened the 7th door. He obtained the ability to see through things when he opened the 5th door and a mental defense ability on the 6th door. The 7th door was the same. It gave Jude another ability. And one more thing. Another progress he made when he opened the 7th door and met the female sage again. Shall we do it now? Elune held a sword in her hand. It was a long and thin sword that appeared to easily break, but the light that only a grand sword master could create turned it into a strong and mighty sword. Jude nodded his head. He stretched out his arms and opened the 7th door at the same time. The sudden opening of his energy shook the entire orange gate, so Elune knew then. She perceived it and rushed as a languid yet delighted expression filled her face. He's strong, so I won't hold back. I'll do my best from the start. My successor is such a scammer. Jude smiled at Valencia's words and began, Thunderbolt 12 steps. The third step. Black lightning covers the sky. When black lightning covered the world, Jude disappeared from Alun's sight. Chapter 309, Grand Sword Master 2. Back when 12 Faith Steps was first introduced, the author himself did not use any Chinese words in the raws, so I assumed it was faith. But when Jude used it in his first fight against First Sword, the author used the Chinese characters for Thunderbolt, so I assumed that it was a different technique. It was only when I was translating this episode did I finally come to a realization that these two were actually the same. So everyone, I am sorry. Really, really sorry. In Legend of Heroes 2, the best footwork technique used by Jude was the 12 Thunderbolt steps, a fast thunderbolt. But in fact, 12 Thunderbolt steps was not just a footwork technique, because aside from being a footwork technique, it also had a cultivation technique and its fundamental principles in it. It was not originally like that. The 36 world steps that was the beginning of everything was close to a pure footwork technique. As it progressed to the 24 Gale steps, the fundamental principles of cultivation techniques were added to it. The Black Gale became a golden whirlwind and eventually led to the Black Wind's advent. It was their main means of transportation in the wild lands. And again, the 24 Gale steps became the 12 Thunderbolt steps. The first step of the 12 Thunderbolt steps was Hyper-Fast Thunderbolt, a footwork technique that gave its user the ability to accelerate in an instant. The second step, Thunder God Invokes Lightning, was a technique that made the Hyper-Fast Thunderbolt faster, and it was also a cultivation technique that allowed him to handle the power of lightning. And the third and final step was the Black Lightning Covers the Sky. Black lightning covered the area. Jude disappeared with the lightning and reappeared with the lightning. An instantaneous acceleration ability that transcended Hyper-Fast Thunderbolt and Thunder God Invokes Lightning. No, it was not just that. The current Jude actually leapt through space. Comparing it to magic, it was like a blink spell and not a haste spell. Bang! Lightning struck. Jude's sword-like hand appeared behind Alun and flew like a flash of light. And Alun quickly twisted her body and let Jude's sword-like hand flow along her sword. It was a surprisingly smooth response despite the sudden attack from behind. But the lightning was not over. Black lightning covered everywhere, and Jude appeared from everywhere as he launched an onslaught of attacks towards Alun. Bang, bang, bang. His attacks were unbelievably fast. Moreover, it was not just about being fast. Because he leapt through space like the blink spell, the range of his retreat path became much wider. He began to use paths that easily let him advance and retreat, something that Jude couldn't do when using Hyper-Fast Thunderbolt or Thunder God Invokes Lightning. And his attacks appeared to be extraordinary from the perspective of an ordinary swordsman. Bang, 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 bang. Scarlet was in a daze at the continuous sounds. She was not directly fighting and was only watching from a third person's perspective, but she could not grasp all of Jude's movements. Nevertheless, Scarlet could grasp some of it because she was immensely talented too. The elven knights watching from the top of the wall could not even properly see Jude's movements. Black lightning covered the sky. It fell and suppressed the enemy. Alun also could not fully read Jude's movements, but she was a grand sword master. At the same time, she was like the embodiment of a sword who was born and lived in the way of the sword. If she could not see it, then feel it. She utilized all her 5 senses in response to Jude's movements. Alun did not understand his attacks. She did not think with her head and only responded with her amazing intuition. Just like Cordelia. Her sword and his sword-like hand interlocked. She moved with her entire body in the midst of Jude's onslaught. Alun did not use force to resist Jude's attacks that were like raging waves. She received Jude's attacks with the lightness of a feather flying through the sky and wind. Her dance-like movements looked dangerous yet relaxed. While watching, Cordelia realized one thing. Alun's movements resembled those of Jude's. It seemed completely different at first glance, but it was not. There were clear commonalities between the two. One origin. Jude realized it too. Valencia whispered in a joyful voice. "This is my swordsmanship." The swordsmanship used by elf sword Valencia until she got sword origin. How did that happen? Valencia replied with a smile at Jude's question. "My successor, I had a lot of disciples." because she was the best swordmaster on the continent. She did not have many disciples whom she taught and raised like Jude, but she had more than 100 disciples whom she taught a part of her swordsmanship. Therefore, it was not so strange that a loon, who inherited the blood of high elves, knew how to use the swordsmanship of Valentia. But it is surprising. It seems like she filled the missing parts with her own style, and the changes are very interesting. Valentia praised a loon's swordsmanship. So did Jude. Whenever he exchanged attacks with a loon, he felt wonder. You could use the sword like that. That kind of attack was also possible, so this is what it meant by offense and defense becoming one. A smile spread across Jude's face, and it was the same with a loon. The two understood each other in their fierce and high-speed battle that was hard to even follow with the naked eye. Only the two recognized it in the short moment that seemed to have violated the flow of time. They had the same roots, so they resembled each other. Elune read the traces of Valentia from Jude's sword, and Jude could glimpse the path he had to take from Elune's sword. Elune had a wide smile. Her entire body seemed like it was screaming to catch up with the intense speed of black lightning covers the sky, but she kept smiling. She wanted to see it a bit more. She wanted to do it a bit more. And so did Jude. Each time he crossed swords with Elune, Jude's swordsmanship improved. Jude did not act like himself as he understood and accepted it intuitively instead of analyzing and calculating it. Elune staggered. Jude could no longer use black lightning covers the sky, but the two did not stop. Elune filled in the gaps of her sword. Jude clearly knew which way he had to go. Her sword and his sword-like hand crossed. Their high-speed battle had stopped. His black lightning and her splendid swordsmanship no longer collided. Their swords interlocked, separated, and crossed again. Elune eventually burst into tears. She was so happy yet in despair that her present happiness would end soon. Jude exhaled. He stopped, and in respect to Elune, he showed off the best swordsmanship he could use right now. Wind and lightning flurry strikes. Elune responded to the ravaging wind and lightning sword attacks. Likewise, she responded as best as she could. Flowers bloomed. Evening primroses fully bloomed. Light shattered and scattered beautifully. 13 exchanges followed. Jude and Elune both stopped. The staggering Elune collapsed due to her weakened legs, and Jude profusely sweated and roughly breathed. He was somehow standing, but his limbs were numb and trembling, so he felt like he was going to collapse at any moment. It came to an end. On the surface, it seemed like Elune was defeated, but she was not. Neither did it mean that Jude lost, as expected of a sword saint. Grand Sword Master. His swordsmanship advanced in the process of opening the 7th door, but he still had a long way to go. He knew it because he witnessed her swordsmanship that was much closer to the horizon than Jude himself. Elune trembled. She hugged her own shoulders and smiled again. Jude's swordsmanship. A dazzlingly beautiful black lightning, Elune thought. If Jude used a swordsmanship similar to herself, if he went further and reached the horizon. It gave her the creeps. So she smiled even more. She wanted to see it. She wanted to cross swords with such a Jude. I love it. Elune cried and laughed, and Jude eventually turned around and sat down. It wasn't as much as Elune, but he also laughed. You use Master Valentia's sword. Elune said. Jude nodded his head, not denying it. Yes, my sword contains Valentianim's sword, because both the Supreme Sun Divine Art and 12 Thunderbolt Steps were reborn by Valentia. Elune laughed like a child again. She raised her fingers as she fumbled her memory before looking at Jude and saying, Sword origin, am I right? Ultimate sword, the one used by Valentia. Yes, that is right. Jude nodded again, and Elune's eyes were filled with envy and joy. Pressing her hands on her reddened cheeks, she soon spoke with sparkling eyes again. Thank you, it was so good. You were very good too. I like you. I want to marry you. Let's get married. Old man Vincenzo will definitely allow it. Jude had a bitter smile at her words that came pouring out in an instant. Without any hesitation, he replied to her sudden proposal. Thank you for your offer. But I'm sorry since I already have a partner. Elune's eyes turned. She looked at the standing Cordelia and pouted her lips, saying, I envy you. Jude bitterly laughed this time. He knew too well that she only saw Jude as a swordsman to train with rather than a man, so he stretched out his hand to her as a swordsman. Next time, let's cross swords again. Okay, I'll study everything that I've learned today. Elune brightly smiled and Jude smiled too, as for everyone who was watching them. The elven knights on the wall were so stunned that none of them could open their mouths, and so was Scarlet. What the hell did you do? Jude was clearly strong when we were in the south, but it was never to this extent. I haven't seen Jude for only a few months. Is it possible to become this strong in that short span of time? It's possible. Scarlet answered her own question. It was so ridiculous, but she thought that it was actually possible. Scarlet had not yet reached Jude's level, but with her brilliant talent, she could tell. Jude's sword had advanced. He reached a higher level in his one match with Elune. FCK. She swore without realizing it. It was so natural. Scarlet herself was a genius, so she was confident in her talent. He was beyond a genius. No, perhaps a true genius was someone like him. Scarlet had mixed feelings, and whether or not Cordelia knew how Scarlet was feeling, she suddenly patted Scarlet's shoulder. Why? She asked with her eyes instead of raising her voice, and Cordelia shrugged once and said with a giggle, "He's my Jude. My kind, nice, and handsome scammer. Isn't he cool? Don't you think he's awesome?" Right. Cordelia, yearning for an answer, was very cute and adorable, but Scarlet turned her head instead of giving the answer Cordelia wanted. FCK, she sincerely exclaimed. The orange gate was wide open. Following Elune, who seriously staggered, the party entered the gate, and the elven knights who had already been lined up were sending heated gazes towards the party, or to be more specific, towards Jude. It was pure respect. The elves of the Empire were arrogant. There were many cases where they looked down on humans who lived a very short time compared to themselves, but they could not do it this time. The fight between Jude and Elune made even those arrogant elven knights exclaim in pure admiration. Ahum, my goodness. Cordelia puffed her chest and mumbled, and Scarlet let out a sigh with multiple meanings. And Elune turned around, saying, Eliha will be put in jail. It's late at night, but please tell me where His Imperial Majesty the Emperor is. The Shadow Knights will pick him up. Elune was so pure and innocent that she appeared to be a fool, but she was not stupid. Her clumsy-sounding words and actions actually stemmed from her indifference and annoyance towards others. She accepted Jude's ridiculous conditions because of her desire to fight against Jude as soon as possible. But it also came from her confidence that she could do just about anything. She was one of the 13 lords of the Privy Council and the strongest elven swordsman. The name of a grand sword master was never to be taken lightly. I understand. We will do that. At Elune's words, Jude nodded his head. Even at this moment, the Chancellor must be carrying out a plan to take over the entire empire. So they had to arrive with the Emperor as soon as possible to the northern part of the empire, where the Buckingham March was, the hometown of the Empress Dowager. Where is His Imperial Majesty the Emperor? It's a bit difficult to explain, so I will guide you. Are you fine already? Elune asked with a worried expression at Jude's words. But Jude patted his chest as if nothing was wrong, saying, I am confident in my physical strength. It was not only because of black lightning covers the sky that he was able to become equal to Elune in the first place. His immense physical strength, which was no exaggeration to say that it was infinite, was the reason. Besides, it was not just his physical strength. Jude's regenerative abilities were also exceptional. It had only been around 10 minutes since their match ended, but Jude had already recovered a significant amount of his physical strength. All right, please guide them then. As Elune said that, the Shadow Knights dressed in black armor and cloaks approached Jude. There were 7 in total, and each of them seemed to be strong enough to rival Leon. Cordelia, ill be going. Yes, be careful at night. Jude trusted Elune, so Cordelia also trusted Elune even though she was a swordmaster. Well, prejudice is not good. Melissa's meaningless words rang out, and Cordelia lightly kissed him on the lips before saying goodbye. She took a step back, and Jude turned around with some regret. This way, please. Jude and the Shadow Knights left the Orange Gate, and an hour later, when Jude and the Emperor's group met, the #1 person in the Privy Council that led the elves of the Empire arrived. Vincenzo Lombardi arrived at the Orange Gate. Chapter 310 Breeze 1. The night sky was vanishing. The twinkling stars faded, and the white moon was swallowed up by the darkness, eventually disappearing into a faint and weak light. The sun rose in the distance. It soon began to fill the whole world with its own light as it lit up the vanishing night sky with scarlet light. Darkness came again. The burning sun was forcibly swallowed, and the stars that flickered at the base of the sun gradually lost its light. The Witch of the West Forest saw it. She sat and blankly looked up the sky before looking in front again. She was at the center of the world. She, who was only a soul, read the records of the world there and finally realized the truth. And that was why she was hesitant to leave the center of the world. The moment she went out, she had to share her knowledge with Asmodeus, the overlord of lust. I can't do that. The truth she saw was too dangerous. It was completely different from what the witch herself expected. If this fact is known, the Witch of West Forest raised her head. The moon that was spitted out by the darkness guided with its faint glow the stars that had lost their way. It will only be a matter of time in the end. The Witch of the West Forest spoke respectfully. She said that even though she knew that the other party could not hear her, and even if they did, they would not understand. In a matter of time, the truth would eventually be known, but it had to be delayed as much as possible. In the end, I have no choice but to hold my breath and wait. I didn't come here for this. I'd rather help those kids outside than do this. Darkness began to threaten the white moon again. The Witch of the West Forest lied down and then curled up her body as she looked away from the night sky. She closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. She wanted to wake up right before the truth was revealed, or right after the truth was known. The Witch of the West Forest prayed, may that time be delayed as much as possible. She hoped that it would not happen at all, but she already knew. That day was not far away. Even at this very moment, it was slowly approaching. The Witch of the West Forest shut her eyes. She remembered the faces of two people, Jude and Cordelia. When Jude left, the elves of the Orange Gate led Cordelia and Scarlet to a small but cozy guest room. We'll let you know when your party arrives. The elves were more polite to them, whether it was because they had already been acknowledged as guests or because of Jude's power they had witnessed. Cordelia nodded in satisfaction and leaned against a long sofa. Scarlet sat next to her, and a few minutes later, having been blankly staring at the pattern on the wallpaper, Cordelia suddenly turned to her side. She saw Scarlet sitting with her back straight. Her eyes were closed, but it seemed like she was not asleep as her fingers occasionally shook on her lap. Is she reviewing it? The battle between Jude and Alun. In fact, Scarlet was like a playable character in terms of talent. After all, she was one of the future 4 great swordmen. Perhaps she gained something from the match of the two. A genius is a genius. I am bored, but I'll talk to her later. Having made such a decision, Cordelia sat more comfortably on the sofa and closed her eyes. She did not review the match like Scarlet, but she was tired, so she thought about sleeping for a moment. And a few more minutes. No, perhaps it was a few dozens of minutes. Cordelia, who had dozed off, opened her eyes with a blank expression on her face. Her sleepy eyes saw Scarlet looking at her. If you want to sleep, lie down over there. I'll wipe your drool. She said absent-mindedly, and Scarlet sighed before wiping Cordelia's mouth with a handkerchief. Lie down and sleep. Lie down. Yes, lie down. Cordelia lied down on the sofa she was sitting on with her feet up, and Scarlet frowned but decided to give up. Because whether she lied down here or on the other sofa did not matter. Scarlet stood up and thought it would be better for her to just sit on the other sofa. By the way, yes, Cordelia was about to fall asleep again, but she blinked and asked back. Scarlet sat down on the other sofa and propped her chin with her hand. She said as she looked elsewhere for some reason, "Are they okay? Who? Jude. If it's him, he will be fine. You've seen how strong he was, right? No, not Black Cloak. Then who? Lord Lucas. He's still in a dangerous situation." Jude and Cordelia had said not to worry, so she stopped worrying, but when she sat alone in a quiet place, she became worried. There are elven knights, and it seems like there were also high-ranking demonic humans. The last time Scarlet saw Lucas was in the royal capital almost half a year ago. Lucas at that time was a prospect, but one could say that he was still weak. He was definitely strong compared to his peers, but he was weaker than Scarlet and even weaker than the elite elven knights guarding the Red Gate. Of course, I've heard that he's gotten stronger, but when she remembered Luca's innocent smile, which somehow reminded her of a big dog, she became worried as if she saw a baby by the riverside. Kadsa is there, I know that, so he'll be fine, because he's strong. Scarlett roughly spoke and Cordelia smirked. "Oh my, you're worried about Lucas, huh? Not a lot, but a bit." "Yes, yes, I know, I understand everything." Cordelia nodded with a happy expression and soon began to laugh, and Scarlett pouted in embarrassment. Strange. Scarlett clearly did not have a bad impression of him when she met him in the royal capital, but she was not that close to him either. Why am I suddenly concerned? No, it's not sudden. Even after I've returned to the Empire, I remember his face from time to time. How is he? Is he doing well? What is he doing now? Luca's face then came to her mind. A Luca's staring at her as he blushed and heavily breathed. A Luca's whispering something to her as he had a sly smile that was uncharacteristic of him. Huh? Wait, what? Have I ever seen his face like that? Or rather, in the first place, we've never been in a situation where he was blushing and heavily breathing, right? But her doubts were short-lived. It disappeared from her mind at some point like melting snow. All that was left was her vague feelings for Lucas. Love, hatred, compassion, and longing. But these quickly disappeared too. She heard Cordelia's voice. "He'll be fine." As I've said before, Lucas has become very strong too. And he's gotten a lot cooler. He's the next coolest after Jude, though. That's the best compliment by your standards, huh? Scarlett said a bit sarcastically, but Cordelia did not mind it as she grinned and continued. But he's really cool. Should I say that he's become more manly? He seems like an adult now. He was still obviously like a kid when Biltween the hero was involved, so one could call him a kidult. In any case, Cordelia began to sing praises about Lucas, and Scarlett pretended to not be interested, though her ears were clearly perked up. Anyway, just look forward to it. You'll be surprised when you meet him. Ahem. Scarlett still pretended to be indifferent and not show any reaction, but Cordelia did not miss seeing Scarlett's pink earlobes and faint smile. How fun. When she imagined Lucas and Scarlett being shy and not knowing what to do together, it brought a smile on her face. Lucas and Scarlett, a big dog from the kingdom and a cat from the empire, and one black panther stuck in between them. Come to think of it, what about Kajsa? Lucas and Kajsa. Lucas and Scarlett. Kajsa and Scarlett became close friends in the south. I can imagine an awkward situation in the future, but it will be fun at the same time. Well, I have to stay neutral. Let's have some popcorn and watch in the back. Let's not interfere. Having made up her mind, Cordelia closed her eyes and lightly tapped her chest that had began to pound for some reason. She recalled Jude's face again. It was around midnight when Jude returned to the Orange Gate with the Emperor's group. Although it was very late, the Orange Gate was brightly lit as though it was broad daylight. "Greetings to your Imperial Majesty," the one who led all the elves of the Empire. When Vincenzo Lombardi politely bowed, the young emperor and the Empress Dowager standing next to him smiled even though they were both tired. The attack at the Red Gate made them suspicious of elves, but because it was none other than Vincenzo Lombardi who kneeled and bowed to show them respect, their worries were relieved. I have to trust him. No, I want to trust him. Vincenzo knew the feelings of the two quite well. The emperor was too young and naive to hide his true feelings, and the Empress Dowager was quite clever, but in his perspective, she was only like a newborn who had lived for more than 30 years. He clearly had no intentions of stabbing the emperor and the Empress Dowager in the back. The power of the elves was great, but it was not enough to overthrow the empire, and even if it were possible, it was impossible to rule the empire from the front. So they had to maintain the present, to exist as part of the empire. He did not need the seat of an emperor. What mattered was the prosperity and development of the elves, and the empire was needed in order to achieve that. "We have prepared a place for you to rest. Please come this way." As Vincenzo began to guide them personally, smiles appeared on the faces of the emperor and the Empress Dowager once more. For the two of them who had lived in the cozy and safe imperial palace, the journey of the past few days was stimulating, though it had been too stimulating. "Everything's okay now, right? Maybe," Cordelia asked with message magic, and Jude immediately replied even though his gaze was still on Vincenzo. He rarely appeared in the game's storyline, but we can trust him. In Legend of Heroes 2, Vincenzo was close to a character in the background setting. However, he was also known for many things as he was a person with such a great presence. Hostility and anger towards the demon followers. Emotions that could only be described as hatred. Vincenzo was an old man. His tall and thin appearance was like an old tree on the verge of death. His old man appearance was even more impressive among the elves, who spent almost their entire lives looking young. It will be fine. After he stopped his needless worries, Jude turned to Cordelia to find his peace of mind. But Cordelia was looking somewhere else than Vincenzo. At Lucas, Kadsa, and Scarlet, who were standing some distance from them, it seemed like a story was being created just from the three standing together. Scarlet smiled at Lucas, who smiled back warmly like a big dog, and Kadsa saw the two. The moment Kadsa and Scarlet's eyes met, they felt something. "Jude, I need popcorn." It was Cordelia's request, but Jude quickly refused. Because while Jude himself was not very interested in the relationship of the three, there was something more important than the three. "Let's go to Elune." Cordelia reflexively pouted at Jude's words. Rather than hating Elune, it was because she wanted to watch the drama of Lucas, Kadsa, and Scarlet. "Do we have to go now? Because we don't have much time." The Emperor was still on the run now. No matter how much Vincennes welcomed the Emperor and promised him their support, this was the land of the elves. In order for the Emperor to properly fight the Chancellor, he had to go to the land of Marquis Buckingham that was located in the northern part of the empire. It can't be helped." The convinced Cordelia nodded, and Jude smiled as he pinched her cheek. "What is it? Why? It's just because you're cute, i.e. my beast." Jude pulled her cheek as he sent that message, and Cordelia pinched Jude's cheek instead of removing his hand. "I.e. my scammer, beast, scammer, rabbit, wolf. My successor, that's enough, okay?" The last one was Valencia, and Melissa, who was watching them as she clicked her tongue, also agreed. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia smiled and held each other's hands instead of their cheeks. And another 10 minutes later, Elune was squatting on the ground because she had nothing to do while Vincennes and the Emperor were conversing. She then looked up and saw Jude and Cordelia. "What's the matter? You want to fight again? I am all for it." Elune spoke in an expectant voice, but Jude shook his head. "I also enjoy fighting with Elune Nim, but I came here for another reason." Elune's expression turned sullen at Jude's answer, but she still asked him again. "What is it?" "It's the wish, the conditions in their match, because even an unfair contract was still a contract." Elune blinked at his words and said with a smile again, Okay, because promises are precious. What do you want me to do?" Jude and Cordelia looked at each other at her innocent question, and then they both squatted on the ground to be on the same eye level as Elune. "We want you to introduce us to your friends." "Friends?" "Yes, Elune Nim's friends." As Cordelia said with a grin, Elune frowned and looked troubled as she said in a murmur, "I don't have friends, you have friends. Right now, you and I are also Elune Nim's friends." At Cordelia's words, Elune blinked and tilted her head. "Jude is a friend, but Cadalia is a friend too. It's Cordelia. And if you're Jude's friend, I am also your friend. Is that so?" "Yes, it is." The conversation skills she had developed while dealing with the fairies were not useless. Cordelia skillfully continued the conversation with Elune. "I know about Elune Nim's little friends. Actually, Jude and I have a lot of little friends." At Cordelia's words, Elune held her breath and turned to Jude as she said, "You're friends with them too?" "Yes, we have a lot of friends. Here's our proof." Jude said and showed him the fairies' bonds he was wearing, and Elune's eyes widened. Elune's little friends. The reason why he dared to ask for a wish as a condition. "We want to meet the breeze fairies." Silver fairies who symbolized the wind attribute, which they needed to complete the fairy king's protection, and the ancient treasure they were guarding. After pondering for a moment at Jude and Cordelia's request, Elune nodded. "Okay, I will guide you." Elune got up from her seat and turned around as she began to take the lead. Chapter 311 Breeze 2, here it is. Elune stopped in front of a pond deep inside the orange gate. The white moon was reflected on the water surface, and a few fairies were already turning the leaves into boats. "It's Elune. Elune. Hello, Elune. Elune, hello." The breeze fairies waved their hands upon seeing her, and their bright faces appeared to be more innocent and purer than the other fairies. "Yes, hello." Perhaps all of them had similar personalities to Elune. Anyway, after Elune greeted them, she immediately pointed to Jude and Cordelia, saying, "This are my friends, Jude and Cordelia. Is this really on purpose?" Cordelia was a bit angry that Elune got her name wrong again, but she endured it once more. The face of Alun was too pure and innocent for it to be intentional. She was originally like that. In Legend of Heroes 2, Alun hardly remembered the names of anyone, regardless of which playable character one used. Handsome, pretty, I want to play with you, as expected of the fairies. Cordelia smiled at their responses, which she had expected, and pulled Jude's sleeve as she sent a message magic. Leave it to me from here. I'll show you my skills as an experienced assistant. It had already been half a year since she met the fairies in the Forest of Eternity. But in that half a year, Cordelia's heart had turned darker, so her skills were far from rusting. Coaxing the fairies after a long time was not that hard for her. Okay, I shall trust you then. Yes, you can trust me. When Jude spoke as if he was in a play, Cordelia responded the same before she approached the fairies with a confident expression. Hi, everyone. My name is Cordelia. Cudelia? You idiot, it's Cardelia. Cordelia nearly lost her smile at the words of the fairies, but she endured it. She had already experienced it several times. Cordelia continued with her best smile. I am here because of Alun Nim's introduction. I'd like to play with the Queen tonight. What do you think? The Queen? Playing at night is good. I think we can take them. Most of the fairies nodded without thinking, but some seemingly smart ones raised their hands. But how did you get here? This is a secret place between Alun and us. That's right, that's right. Did Alun not keep it secret? Did Alun break her promise? Their faces were still pure and innocent, but it seemed to be colder. The fairies who were chatting with each other all turned towards Alun at once. That is, as Alun was at a loss on what to say, Cordelia spoke again. Alun Nim agreed to grant our wish, but our wish was to meet you. We really wanted to meet you, so we stubbornly asked her to do so. Will you please forgive me? Pretty please? When Cordelia acted a bit cutely, the fairies nodded their heads. It can't be helped if it's a wish. I'll forgive you. You said it was your wish to meet us. The fairies shrugged their shoulders and let it go, and Cordelia put her hand behind her back and made a V sign. Cordelia had clearly mastered on how to handle the fairies. But it was then. But what should we do then? Alun blinked and said as she turned to Jude. The winner of our match has yet to be decided. She had forgotten about it since she had been too happy and delighted when their match ended. But now that she thought of it, she recalled that a winner had yet to be decided. I think I lost. From Jude's perspective, the situation was a plus for him whether he won or lose since he would get one wish either way. But Alun shook her head at his words. No, Jude did not lose. Then it's my victory? No, you didn't win either. Jude narrowed his brows at Alun's words. But what Alun said was not entirely wrong. In other words, their match had no proper conclusion. Let's make it a tie then. In fact, winning or losing was not important to him. He had already mentioned that he would get a wish whether he won or not. But Alun seemed to have a different idea. If you win, you get one wish, and if you lose, you get one wish. So what happens if it's a tie? They had clearly not decided on what would happen if it was a draw. Even the peerless Jude could not immediately come up with an answer to Alun's question. But just like the saying the student surpasses the master, Jude had a student who was now very black-hearted. If it's a tie, it means that it's both a win and a loss, so how about granting two wishes? One for winning and one for losing. Valencia, Melissa, and even Jude were stunned by the astounding solution the smiling Cordelia presented, but Alun blinked again and nodded. Really? Because a win and a loss were the same if it was a tie. She's right. I think she's right. She's smart. Alun nodded more as the fairies agreed, and Jude furrowed his brows as he thought. Did she become so innocent because of the fairies in the first place? Now that I think of it, you could say that Alun is like a large fairy. The breeze fairies seem to be purer and more innocent than the other fairies, though. Anyway, it was a good thing for Jude. He saw Cordelia puffing up her chest while looking at him as if asking for a compliment, so he pinched the cheek of his beloved apprentice and then said to Alun, Alun Nim, can we put off talking about the wish and talk to the fairies first? Okay, that's fine with me. Having said that, Alun went into the pond and stood among the fairies, and Jude and Cordelia looked at her. That kid looks like a really big fairy. Jude had a bitter smile at Valencia's words and then glanced at Cordelia. Can I leave it to you? Leave it to me. Cordelia pounded on her chest and stepped forward, and 20 minutes later, I'll give this to you. Take this too. How about this? After receiving the wind protection from the Breeze Fairy Queen, Jude and Cordelia succeeded in gaining various treasures the fairies were keeping. Most of the treasures were rare and old medicinal stuff, but they thought it would be good to use for raising Luca's and Cadge's skills. Then, here's the fairy chocolate. When she generously unpacked the chocolates they had brought since they left the kingdom, the fairies squealed in their delight. Because the Breeze Fairies were so pure and innocent, Cordelia was more generous than usual. Well, this is fine. This is a free service while we're at it. Having obtained the EXP share, a treasure from the Magic Kingdom of Magellan that they were originally trying to get from the Breeze Fairies, Cordelia made a decision to offer the fairies something that they would love as much as chocolate. She used to hate it so much that she had to force herself to do it, but she could do it casually now. You've become shameless. It must be because of a certain mister. How many times a day was I embarrassed because of you? Jude and Cordelia exchanged message magic while they acted on a makeshift stage. The love story between the Fairy Queen and the Archmage. When the Winter Fairies first forced Cordelia to do it, she had a hard time as she was cringing and even acted monotonously then, but not now. Like a certain mister had said, she had become shameless and black inside. That was not the only reason, though. That's because I love you a line that marked the end of the love between the Fairy Queen and the Archmage. She could not do this in front of the Winter Fairies, because she could not even imagine doing a kiss scene at that time. Or rather, it was not only the kiss scene. Just the fact that Jude hugged her waist gave her goosebumps and made her hair turn gray back then. You were creeped out then? Well, actually, I was a bit nervous at that time. Cordelia cutely smiled and hugged the neck of Jude, who drew his face closer to her. He naturally hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Whoa. The faces of the fairies who were sitting in groups had all turned bright red. Elune, who was watching with the Breeze Fairy Queen on her shoulder, also swallowed hard. Silence dominated. That was why even the smallest sound could be heard loudly. They heard the sound of moving clothes. Jude's hand that was on Cordelia's slender waist slowly moved upwards as he embraced her. It was quite new to Cordelia, so she trembled for a moment. She soon felt comfortable in Jude's arms and hugged him back too. Since it was a little different than usual, her heart began pounding even more. The fairies and Elune could not even breathe properly now, and at some point, Jude and Cordelia's lips moved apart. The long string of saliva that was in between their warm breaths was cut off. Is this the end? Jude flinched at her question, but it could not be helped. There were a lot of eyes watching them. Instead of answering, Jude had a regretful and disappointed look in his eyes, so Cordelia cutely smiled and then raised her feet as she bit Jude's neck. I want to do more. I wish I could touch you a bit more. Cordelia's fingertips lightly tapped Jude's firm chest. She sent Jude a seductive gaze that was more powerful than any other provocation she had ever made. Jude's face turned red. He was seriously embarrassed and at a loss. He could not even show the slightest bit of his usual sly smile. Jude stared at Cordelia. His hand reached out to her pink lips. But Cordelia gently pushed Jude's hand away and sent a message with a bewitching smile. Sorry, time's up. That's it for today's game. Cordelia lightly pushed Jude's chest and stepped back before turning around. Jude was troubled at her teasing, but in fact, Cordelia was also troubled with the situation. What have I done? I want to touch him. Just thinking about it again makes me feel like my hair will turn gray. Why? Am I seriously crazy? Why did I say that? But it somehow felt natural. The smile, the words, and the emotions at that moment, as if this had already happened. Haha, anyway, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Cordelia took deep breaths while completely covering her red face with both hands. Afterwards, she turned around with the best smile she had, but blushed once more at the sight of the still enchanted Jude, who was looking at her with a bright red face. Her heart pounded at his expression that somehow seemed to be troubled for some reason. Why do I feel good, though? Is it because it's none other than Jude who's doing that? Because Jude is completely enchanted. Can this be considered my complete victory? Yes, that's right. I won. It's my win. I won, right? Cordelia managed to resolve the confusion in her mind by repeatedly saying the same words. She cleared her throat and looked back at the fairies who were captivated like Jude. And they lived happily ever after. When she slightly lifted the hem of her skirt and gave a beautiful bow, the dazed fairies came to their senses one by one. Jude also bowed, though it looked awkward. Have you come to your senses now? Ahem, ahum, ahum. Cordelia smiled again at Jude's coughing. It was indeed Cordelia's complete victory today, but it was at that moment. Cordelia suddenly raised her head, because her extremely sensitive senses caught something new, something unfamiliar yet familiar. A power that she could feel because she had become a fifth-rank angel from Solaris lineage. Cordelia instinctively understood it. The hidden power was revealed. The play had raised the mood of the entire fairies and shook the mana of the surrounding area, so the hidden power leaked out. The identity of that power, Cordelia knew what it was. Fairy Queen, I have a favor to ask of you. Huh? Yes, okay. Anything. I will listen to anything. The Breeze Fairy Queen sitting on a loon's shoulder warmly said with a flushed face. The other fairies also seemed to be willing to listen to anything. So Cordelia said without hesitation. First of all, there's something I want. Today is my complete defeat. At a small underground crypt hidden in the corner of the fairy realm, Cordelia puffed up her chest at Jude's words and smirked. I'll remember today's victory. I will never forget it, including what happened earlier. Us, as expected of Jude. Cordelia groaned for a moment at his sudden counterattack before looking at the object in front of her again. There was a slab the size of a fur paper before her. The third slate of Solari. If one collected all the slates in the graves of the Guardians, they would know the location of the tomb of Gallus, Solaris champion. Those who would find Gallus' tomb would obtain the last treasure of the Solari denomination. There are 4 slates in total. They had already discovered 2 in the Slen Kingdom, and the last one they knew was in the Empire. Good, good, I like it. Cordelia grinned and took the third slate. Like before, the sarcophagus of Crusader Amelia, the last of Gallus' 3 disciples, contained several relics, and they were in a much better condition than the previous 2, perhaps because it was in the fairy realm. Then we just need to find the last slate, right? Yes, there's only one left now. 4 slates. Gallus' tomb would be opened once all were collected. The last treasure of the Solari denomination would be hidden there. It was not the solar blade. It was not the divine sword Cleam Sale. What was it then? What was the last treasure of the Solari denomination? Jude had a guess. Cordelia seemed to have a rough idea too. Therefore, the two had very deep smiles on their faces. We have to get it somehow. Yes, somehow. Perhaps the last treasure of the Solari denomination would be the most powerful means they would have in the fight against the demon followers. By the way, Cordelia. Yes, Jude. There's only the 2 of us here, right? No, I am here too, okay? The fairies are outside too. Melissa's words were not heard, because Cordelia had already muted her from her mind. Do you remember what you said earlier? At Jude's question, Cordelia gasped and gulped, but she shyly nodded her head. She lightly bit her lips and sent a warm gaze. How many minutes would it take before a loon would ask them if they were coming out? Jude and Cordelia did not think of that for now. Jude's hand rested on Cordelia's waist. The voice from a higher place looked down on earth. She praised Maximilian, who had reached a higher level from fighting the sword god, and personally awarded him with angel blood. The heavenly voice whispered to Princess Daphne. Archangel Rhaegal revealed her identity and explained that the Slen Kingdom must step forward for the Empire and the Empress Dowager. And one more person. A person who had forgotten the world and was hiding in a remote place. He took a step towards the chaotic empire. Chapter 312, Proclamation 1, the Sun Goddess Solari. The youngest among the 7 archangels, she was also a special being in heaven. Altariel, the Archangel of Penitence, called her a perfect being. That was Altariel's natural evaluation because Solaris' power was comparable to Auriel, the Archangel of Judgment. Her beauty was on par with Eros, the Archangel of Love, and her personality was as friendly and kind as Rhaegal, the Archangel of Justice. Auriel, the eldest of the 7 archangels, cherished and loved Solari very much. No, not only Auriel, as all the angels in heaven loved Solari, the Archangel of the Sun, a holy being who imparted a bright and warm light to everyone without discrimination. Therefore, it was inevitable that she showed interest in descending. The arrival of the overlords of hell made the earth into a place of death, lamentation, and grief. Numerous countries collapsed, and countless people lost their lives. Solari could not bear to see this and chose to descend to the human world, rejecting the disapproval of the archangels, including Oriel. Arriving in Pleiades with a group of angels, she wiped out the darkness on earth with the light of the sun. Many people saw the miracles of the archangel. Those who had been wandering around the world with only fear and despair and no place to go then gathered at Solaris' side. Solari cared for them with love and devotion and lifted the darkness from their hearts with the light of the sun. People loved such a Solari. Many who were saved from despair began to follow Solari. But it was impossible for Solari alone to completely remove the darkness in the earth. That was why two archangels from heaven chose to descend on earth to help Solari. The beings of the world regarded the angels from the high heavens as their gods, and Solari became the supreme being called the sun goddess. However, this did not change the nature of Solari. Rather than reigning as a god and controlling the world, she still stood at the lowest level and tried to take care of everyone in the world. But it made some beings angry. The overlords of hell held hands for the first time to swallow the sun that had descended on earth, and Solari was eventually killed by the sword of Asmodeus, the overlord of lust. The sun fell on that day. However, Solaris' will was not broken. With her remaining power, Solari completed the ritual she had been preparing for a long time, and as a result, Pleiades became an independent world that was not connected to heaven or hell. The demons of hell could not appear in the human world unless they went through the Hell Gate or underwent the process of summoning, and the same was true of the angels in heaven. The Solari denomination never forgot the sun goddess, who devoted her everything even in the last moment. So they followed her will and continued to fight the remaining demons on earth. They prayed even though they knew that there was no longer a goddess to hear their prayers, and continued to love her and keep their faith. But there was a limit. Every time they fought against the demons, the Solari denomination wore out little by little and met its complete annihilation in the end. But people's faith in Solari did not disappear. The denomination had disappeared, but the legacy the denomination had left was still passed down. And one of those legacies, the last and greatest legacy that the Solari denomination wanted to protect until its moment of collapse. The denomination took one action to prevent anyone from finding that legacy. Only those who collected all 4 slates could find the tomb of Solaris Champion, Gallus, and again, only those who were qualified could find the way from Gallus' tomb to Solaris' final legacy. May the sun be with you. The Solari denomination disappeared, and the 4 stone tablets became a forgotten past. No one knew the exact location of the slates, let alone its existence. But now, after hundreds of years, there were those who drew nearer to that final legacy. Bye-bye, goodbye, let's play again next time. When the fairies brightly smiled and waved their hands, Jude waved his hand as well. As for the other 2, Elune's cheeks were red so she could not properly say goodbye, and Cordelia was the same. Or rather, Cordelia's state was a bit worse. Hashi had not gone through all the steps yet. According to the books that Kajsa had lent her, she was just knocking on the door. She and Jude had only kissed and touched each other. That was all that they had done, but not for Cordelia. She felt like she had run up the stairs at once. Jude's big hands. She wondered when it had become so big. It was now big enough to hold from her neck up to her clavicle, and it was hard and firm that she found it reliable. She had felt it often. Him pinching her cheeks or hugging her waist, so she had often felt his hands. But today was different. Places he normally did not reach. Places that even Dahlia had never touched. Lewd. Was the word touching such a lewd word? Cordelia muttered as she bit her lips and took a deep breath. She kept remembering the places where Jude had touched, but after she struggled to forget it, she decided to be a bit more brazen. Because Adelia and Nye must have done this after her first kiss. Because everyone else should have done this too. Yes, that's right. I've only just knocked on the door. I still have a very long way to go. Moreover, the opponent is none other than Jude. Jude, my scammer. He's insidious, mean, and shameless, but I still like him. I love him to death. Why do I like him so much? Since when did I like him? My brain feels like it's melting. Just thinking of Jude makes me smile. Because I knocked on the door next is to open the door, open the door. Open the door next is just imagining it makes my heart pound. It's scary, terrifying, and exciting, and it makes my heart race, but one thing is clear. It's okay if it's Jude. It's fine if it's Jude. It's not scary if it's Jude. Yes, it's okay. Her face was hot, but it strangely felt that this was something new, and it had been red and hot since earlier. Cordelia blinked her eyes. She slowly turned to Jude before giggling and tilting her head. Jude. Yes. Why are you standing like that? It seemed like he was standing with his body slightly leaning forward. It felt like he was hiding something. No, well, just Jude did not seem to be his usual shameless self. He awkwardly smiled before he turned to Alun and said, Alun Nim, thank you very much for today. Yeah, I liked it too. Alun blushed as her ears twitched several times. Although she was 200 years old, she was as pure as a crystal. The sight that she had seen today might have been too stimulating for her. What if Vincenzo makes a fuss later? Jude was a bit afraid of that, but he shook his head afterwards. No way. It was only that much. Then we'll go back now. Will you be continuing that? At Alun's innocent question, Jude coughed as if he wanted to continue, while Cordelia covered her face with her hands and slightly turned towards Jude. Her blue eyes that could be seen in between her fingers had a slight look of expectation. No, because it's late at night. And Alun Nim, please keep what happened today a secret if possible. Is that your wish? It's a request, but okay, let's make that my wish. After all, Alun did everything they had asked her to do, and his conscience could not agree to the amazing solution that Cordelia had suggested. Okay, I promise to keep it a secret. Alun nodded a few times and sat down before closing her eyes. It seemed like she was trying to remember something. Let's not think about what she's trying to imagine. Jude thought to himself and held the hand of Cordelia, who stepped back in surprise. Cordelia? It's nothing, it's just a bit. Yes, a bit, I was a bit surprised. I was really that surprised. Yes, that's right. It's like being surprised when you see a worm, being surprised when Melissa says something strange, or sometimes you're just surprised what the heck is she saying. Cordelia rambled on and on before she went ahead and clasped Jude's hand. She had always held his hand, but it somehow felt special today. And it was the same for Jude. Small and warm hand. Was it this small? Was it that soft? Calm down, Jude Bayer. After taking a few deep breaths and finally calming himself down, Jude walked forward. Master Carrara. When they returned to their guest rooms, Carrara welcomed Jude and Cordelia, or to be exact, Cordelia. Carrara had been so tired when they arrived at the Orange Gate, so she fell asleep earlier. That was why she had only seen Cordelia now. I was so scared. I was afraid. I wanted to run away. But I didn't run away. I didn't betray you. Carrara continued speaking as she buried her face in Cordelia's chest, and Cordelia smiled. As she patted Carrara's head and back, she whispered softly, Yes, I believed in you. You did a really good job. I am proud of my Carrara. At Cordelia's words, or to be exact, at the words my Carrara, Carrara was about to burst into tears. No, she was already crying. She recalled the hundreds of thoughts she had when they escaped, so she clung to Cordelia more. Master. Yes, my Carrara. Cordelia could not help but smile like a mother and continued to hug Carrara. And in the meantime, Jude saw something a bit odd. Scarlett was making an uncomfortable expression for some reason. Lucas and Kajsa seemed to have gone to sleep as they were not here. Is it really like what Cordelia said? A love triangle between Lucas, Kajsa, and Scarlett. From Jude's perspective, it did not matter who ended up with whom, but the thought of seeing it in front of his eyes made him a bit excited. I guess I did like Legend of Heroes too. It was a game he became engrossed with because of Yellow Storm, but regardless, he was absorbed in playing it. Lucas, Kajsa, and Scarlett. In Legend of Heroes 2, all three of them lived unhappy lives. Lucas became a demonic human depending on the route. Even if he survived, he lost his loved ones one by one, just like what happened to Jude, and eventually became an unfortunate swordsman who lost his life. Although Scarlett survived until the second half of Legend of Heroes 3, she was also a wreck. After losing her body to the demon in the sword in Legend of Heroes 2, the numerous evil deeds, depravity, and continuous killing she did tormented her conscience and soul endlessly. Kajsa's life did get better, but she was not happy either. She lost everything that she cherished and loved: her hometown, family, and friends, as well as her subordinates, because of Malekith, so she became obsessed with revenge. But it was different now. Lucas did not become a demonic human, Scarlet did not fall prey to the demon in the sword, and Kajsa did not lose her hometown. It became a rom-com with a love triangle, something which never happened in the original. That fact pleased Jude. It warmed his heart, because I want to see something like this, because I want a world like this. From the time I saw the original, no, even before that. Now that you're here, I am going to sleep. Scarlet briefly said before turning around. She must have waited for them because she did not want to make Carrara wait alone. She's very kind, right? Cordelia spoke with a grin, and Jude nodded. Scarlet was indeed very kind and nice, just like her appearance. What about Carrara? I think she fell asleep. It seems like her tension has been relieved. Cordelia smiled softly, stroking Carrara's head, who slept like a baby. The next morning, the party immediately prepared to leave the Orange Gate. They still had some time, but it was because of the heavenly voice that came down last night. The Empress Dowager did not specifically say what the message was, but it seemed to be good news given the look on her face. We must hurry to the land of Marquis Buckingham. After speaking to the Emperor, who got on the carriage first, Jude and Cordelia each rode an elven steed and looked back. Goodbye, see you again. I want to spar with you one more time. I want to see the continuation. Because I am curious. Jude and Cordelia awkwardly smiled at Aloon's rambling about the continuation, and they waved their hands. And Valentia, who was watching all this, said with a sigh, "My successor, was it not enough to dye Cordelia black?" Jude did not answer, and Melissa said something similar to Cordelia. Then we'll be on our way. Starting with Leon and Sarah, who took the lead along with the Shadow Knights, the group all began to move. It was early in the morning. Kajsa and Scarlet rode their horses to the left and right, with Lucas in between them. Carrara sat while hugging Cordelia's waist tightly. Jude looked straight ahead. He spurred his horse towards the northern part of the Empire, the territory of Marquis Buckingham. Chapter 313, Proclamation. 2. Marquis Buckingham's estate was truly vast. In terms of size, it was equivalent to the entire northern region of the Slen Kingdom, which was a third of the kingdom. Naturally, it was the largest territory in the empire, and there were two reasons why Marquis Buckingham occupied such a vast estate. One was that the land was large, but the usable land was surprisingly small, and the other was the fact that the Marquis Buckingham at that time became a joint heir to several blood-related families, including his mother's family and relatives, thus inheriting a huge amount of land. The land was large, but almost half of it was useless. Therefore, despite the possession of a vast territory, the imperial family and the surrounding nobles didn't seriously keep them in check. Moreover, since Marquis Buckingham had a lot of children, the prevailing opinion was that it was possible to maintain the vast territory as long as the Marquis was alive. Still, the land is big. It was true that there were fewer people living compared to the land, but there were also many people because the land was so wide. It's also rich in underground resources. In many ways, one could say that the situation was like Russia, or to be exact, the former Soviet Union. The Buckingham March actually had several high-quality mines, and it was also the land where most of the dwarves, who were inseparable from mineral sources, lived. Marquis Buckingham will meet us. The Empress Dowager had a good expression since they left the Shadow Forest, perhaps because she was visiting her hometown after a long time. Some preferred coming to a place where they really felt safe, and not in a land where there were few people they could trust. But this was also her first visit to her hometown in nearly a decade, so it would rather be strange if her expression was not good. I like this place too. After they left the imperial capital, there was always a dark atmosphere in the emperor's face even when he smiled, but now he was brightly smiling. A bright smile that was just right for his age. Your Imperial Majesty, that's the flag of the Buckingham March. When Leon spoke and pointed in front, both the Emperor and Empress Dowager who were chatting put their heads out the window and looked into the distance. Indeed, it's the flag of the Buckingham March, a coat of arms with a winged lion. The Empress Dowager spoke with joy, and the Emperor stomped his feet repeatedly in the carriage. The Empress Dowager always nagged about the Emperor's behavior, but she let it pass this time to let the Emperor and his younger siblings rejoice to their heart's content. 2 days after they left the Shadow Forest, the group met Marquis Buckingham, who was also known as the Crouching Lion of the North. While Jude, Cordelia, and the others were meeting with Marquis Buckingham, another group began to march in the northern part of the kingdom, in Baelon. It was a kind of coalition army led by Count Bayer and Count Chase. The two counts had already been summoned once due to the Empire's border blockade, but since the Empire had been quite quiet then, they had only been preparing for battle in Baelon but not moving out. But as of yesterday, an order from the royal capital to go to war came. Count Bayer led the knights and soldiers while Count Chase joined Count Bayer's group with the wizards of the Red Dawn Tower. And a day passed again. Count Bayer and Count Chase, who were each riding on a black horse and white horse, exchanged words in small voices. This is quite a problem. They had a letter from the southern region's Marquis Offend. The content itself was simple after all the aristocratic rhetoric was excluded, which was about taking responsibility. Is this our fault, though? He's insisting that it's our fault. About the matter of Kadja Offend running away. She had gone to attend a wedding in the north, but ran away afterwards with the runaway pros. Although Kadja used to hunt pirates and played wildly, she had never ran away from home. Marquis Offend insisted that this was all because of Jude and Cordelia, and Count Bayer found it difficult to deny that. Because it was a fact known to the entire kingdom that Jude and Cordelia ran away the most in the kingdom, so they were runaway pros. In that case, Count A. Charsfelger, we got a letter from him too. It was in a much calmer tone, though. Lucas A. Charsfelger, a young man who was called the Jiren of the North until Jude came into prominence. Lucas also attended the wedding of Gal and Adelia, running away afterwards, so Count A. Charsfelger couldn't help but blame Count Bayer and Count Chase. Moreover, if you read the main points, it seems like Marquis Offend is in a really difficult situation because of Lady Kadja. What do you mean? Count Bayer had a bitter smile at Count Chase's question. It's because of Carlo's legacy, Escalon, that Marquis Offend was able to lead the 6 southern families. You know that, right? I know. But that Escalon is gone. To be exact, the real one has disappeared and only a fake was left behind. Wait a second, don't tell me it is what you're thinking. Kadja Offend ran away with the real Escalon. From the standpoint of the other 5 families who were uncomfortable because they were suddenly deprived of becoming the leader, this was a truly good opportunity. The two did not know, but perhaps the families were harassing Marquis Offend every day. But that Kadja had ran away from home, with our children. Count Bayer and Count Chase both sighed deeply. But everything will be fine, right? I believe it will be fine. They've become a lot stronger after all. Both Jude and Cordelia had made remarkable progress. Or rather, those two had gone beyond that to the point of dazzling flowery language. In just 5 years, Cordelia became an archwizard while Jude, who was too weak to freely go outside, had now become one of the 10 great swordmasters. Their growth felt unreal. But the two counts knew better than anyone that their growth was real. Anyway, something must be happening this time too. Count Chase nodded, though he frowned at Count Bayer's words. Because their runaways so far had not been a simple running away because of love. If one looked at the results, Jude and Cordelia always returned with big accomplishments every time they ran away. When they return this time, I think they should just get married right away. I agree. There's no need to drag out the engagement. And in fact, there was an additional thing they were hoping for. The two counts both looked back at Gal and Adelia, whose horses were right next to each other. It was a sight that was overflowing with sweetness. Even though the two were just looking at each other, it seemed like there was a pink aura between them. It has gotten worse. The two had rarely gone outside since they got married. Right after their wedding, they stayed in the room for more than 3 days. I am really happy, though. Count Chase spoke with a proud face, and Count Bayer smiled quietly and nodded. We might become grandfathers soon. Yes, grandfathers, that was it. The two men finished their conversation with a smile as they looked at each other. They changed their expressions and began discussing the affairs of the kingdom. Was it the crown princess who summoned us? Yes, from what I've heard. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be just a precautionary move. Right now, the two counts were leading the elites of their territory. Even the northern jackdaws were preparing to move, so perhaps a major war against the empire was about to happen. We'll know then, when we arrive. The order from the royal capital was not to head to the border. It was a command to bring the elite soldiers to the royal capital. Why, though? What this a kind of plan? The two counts looked forward again. They crossed the border between the northern and central regions and headed towards the royal capital. The night they met Marquis Buckingham. Since the Buckingham March was so vast, it took about 2 days to arrive at Grand Pen, a big city that could be called the territory's capital. Therefore, the group stayed overnight at the castle of Viscount Lennon, a vassal of Marquis Buckingham. A slate of the Solari denomination? Jude nodded when Scarlett asked as her eyes blinked. Yes, there are 4 of these slates, and we've collected 3 already. And I know where the last slate is. In Jude's room, Cordelia, Scarlett, Lucas, Kadja, and Carrara were present. He had thought of calling Leon and Sarah too, but compared to the previous 4, they were not yet close with them. Lord Jude, are you saying then that you're leaving to look for the 4th remaining slate? Yes, we will be doing so. Now that we've met Marquis Buckingham, I think it's fine to go slowly now. Moreover, the 4th slate was hidden in Zanen Gorge, one of the border points between the Buckingham March and the Shadow Forest. So considering their route, it was only right to go there now. Cordelia also nodded and added, "They say that if you collect all the slates, you'll be able to obtain the last treasure left by the Solari denomination. I don't know what it is, but it will definitely help in our fight against the demon followers. That's why I think that it's better to secure it before the civil war begins." Solaris treasure that one could get when all 4 slates had been collected had never appeared in Legend of Heroes 2, so even Jude and Cordelia did not know what it was. But still, it was the legacy of Solari, the last treasure left by the denomination. Even if it was not a combat weapon, it would be helpful in some way because it would have immense divine power. We need to be prepared in the end. It was the same reason why they gathered as many allies as possible and increased their fighting power in preparation for the fight against the Lord Protector, back then in the royal capital. As Jude and Cordelia each finished their explanations, Kadja scratched her chin and said, "Anyway, is that why you're going on a treasure hunt? Well, you could say that." When Cordelia nodded, Kadja grinned and hugged the neck of Lucas, who was sitting next to her. "Hee, I like that. Lucas likes it too, right?" Yeah, me too." Nuna. Lucas was neither used to this skinship nor calling Kadja Nuna. As he spoke with a blush on his cheeks without realizing it, Kadja's face turned red as well. For some reason, she smacked her lips too. But unfortunately for Kadja, Scarlett was present. Scarlett grabbed Kadja by the back of her collar and pulled her so that the two were no longer touching each other. She then turned to Cordelia and continued her words, ignoring Kadja's protests. "Are we leaving immediately in the morning then? If one went further north from here, they would see the winding road to Zanen Gorge." In response to Scarlett's question, Cordelia suddenly wiggled her fingers. "We're going to leave, but well, it will only be me and Jude going there." The way her words trailed in the end was very suspicious. So Scarlett's eyes narrowed and she asked again, "Are you two going alone?" "Yes, it's not like it needs a lot of people to go there, and I want the 3 of you to stay here and focus on strengthening yourselves." Yes, that's it." Seeing that she was nodding her head while speaking, it seemed like she was agreeing to whatever she was saying. Jude and Cordelia will be going to the Zanen Gorge alone. This isn't actually strange, because these 2 have traveled alone together before. But why? Is this something like a rogue master's intuition? Somehow, her words sounds different from usual. HMMMM. Scarlett narrowed her eyes even more, and Cordelia's lips squirmed as she averted her gaze. And Kadja sniffed it with her beastly intuition that was not inferior to Cordelia's. "I smell something." "You too, right?" At Kadja's gaze, Scarlett nodded. It was obvious on what Kadja was saying with her eyes given the atmosphere and circumstances. So Scarlett smiled and spoke. "Then why don't you take Carrara with you?" Carrara. Not only Cordelia, but also Carrara, who was sitting close to Cordelia, blinked their eyes, because her words were quite unexpected. But Scarlett had her own reasons. "According to what you said, the 4th slate is located in Zanen Gorge, right? Carrara can help you by talking to the animals there. There must be a lot of monsters there that Carrara can tame." Zanen Gorge was notorious for its rugged roads and being the home to large groups of rock birds. It was a remote place that was not passed through by people, so only the animals living nearby knew the way there. "Yes, that's right. If it's Miss Carrara, she can ask the animals to find out the way." Lucas spoke and clapped his hands, and Scarlet nodded in agreement. Isn't that good? You have to be back soon. Moreover, it's not a place with much danger. Scarlet's words were both wrong and right. Zainin Gorge, that was swarming with giant monsters, was generally considered a dangerous place. But it was not a dangerous place for the Grand Sword Master Jude and the Archwizard Cordelia. But if we do that, Jude and I won't be able to travel alone. Cordelia wanted to shout that, but she could not, because she was still lacking in shamelessness. So she just groaned, but an even more difficult situation happened. Wow, am I going with Master then? I like that. I can go together with your, right? Carrara hugged Cordelia's waist and acted cute, so there was no way for Cordelia to refuse. There was no need to hide her thoughts if she and Jude traveled alone. They did not need to hide it. But it could not be helped. She could ignore Scarlet and Kadja's evil smiles, but not Luca's, whose innocent face seemed to be saying Miss Scarlet is smart, and Carrara, whose sparkling eyes seemed to be saying that she wanted to go with them. Okay. Yes, Elle, let's go together. Really? That's really nice. I like you very much, my master. Me too. Carrara rubbed her cheek against Cordelia's chest in her joy, and Cordelia had an awkward smile. As for another person. After watching their conversation, Jude looked out the window and let out a long sigh. It was a really long sigh. Chapter 314 Proclamation 3. I am back. The next morning, Jude and Cordelia requested for an audience with the Emperor and Empress Dowager. The two were technically neither citizens of the Empire nor the Emperor's vassals, so they had no reason to ask for permission from the Emperor, but they still had to talk directly to the Emperor. As I expected, their looks aren't good. After all, the elves had betrayed them after the Chancellor. It was very hard to trust nobles from the Slen Kingdom, a country they were hostile with, as they could not even trust those who were in the same country as them. Moreover, the two were not just nobles. It was natural to be wary since it was a Grand Sword Master and an Archwizard, or, as what the Empire called it, a Grand Wizard. Where are you going? Are you trying to do something behind the scenes? It's just two people, but they're the Grand Sword Master and Grand Wizard. Their cooperation so far may be a trick to betray us in the future. We must not let our guard down. It felt like the two could hear the chaotic thoughts from the eyes of the others. Among those people, the most alarmed one was Marquis Buckingham, who seemed like he was going to shout at any moment to detain Jude and Cordelia. But no one could hastily open their mouths. Even Marquis Buckingham could only fiercely stare at them, but did not say a single word of disagreement. Because we're a Grand Sword Master and Grand Wizard, they would be in trouble if they acted wrongly. Moreover, there was clearly no Grand Sword Master in the Emperor's camp now. Absolute Knight Galahad had been captured by the enemy, and Elune had not once in her life ever left the Shadow Forest, the land of the elves. In the case of Sword God, it was impossible to even know where he was. And it was also questionable if he would take the side of the Emperor in a civil war, as it was not a war with a foreign country. The last Grand Sword Master of the Empire is Beast King Crassus, who is on the side of the Chancellor. In other words, there was no one in the current Emperor's camp who could beat Jude on a one-on-one basis. And what if Cordelia, a Grand Wizard, was added here? There was no need to think about it. It was recklessness in itself to pick a fight with them. To begin with, we're allies. There is no need to turn us into enemies for no reason. Marquis Buckingham was a man who had long protected and developed a barren yet vast estate for a long time. He was naturally hot-tempered, but also very patient, and had accumulated a lot of experience in his life that he did not let his emotions cloud his judgment. We're not enemies. They honestly want to control us, but now is not the time yet. Jude was a monster less than 20 years old who was on equal footing with Grand Sword Master Elune, but Jude was only one person. If the Sword Masters loyal to the Emperor and a sufficient number of wizards gathered in one place, it would be possible to fight back somehow. So he had to be patient now. He must not turn into enemies those who might become their faithful allies due to his unnecessary suspicion. Hell overlook it to some extent. A person from the kingdom, and not the Empire, had said that he would go to another place other than helping the Emperor. Moreover, it was not peacetime. It was right before a civil war. No, they were pretty much in a civil war already. So it was normal to stop a suspicious move, but Marquis Buckingham decided to take a step back. It was what Jude had expected. Marquis Buckingham is just like what I have thought, because Jude had profiled even the insignificant mid-ranking demonic humans. Marquis Buckingham was a fairly important figure on the Empire's side, so Jude was already familiar with his character and behavioral patterns. He was bald but had a rich beard. He was a veteran of 100 battles, but not a fool who focused on the trivial things and missed the big picture. And if Marquis Buckingham allows it, Jude turned to the Empress Dowager. Again, her reaction was exactly as he expected. The Empress Dowager exchanged glances with Marquis Buckingham before softly whispering in the Emperor's ear, and the Emperor nodded with an uneasy face and said, "I understand. I will allow it. But you two have to come back soon. Do you understand? We understand. Thank you for your permission." When Jude and Cordelia politely answered, the Empress Dowager's expression brightened a little. Although it was pathetic that they had to depend on foreigners, it was reassuring to have Jude and Cordelia as their allies when one thought of it. "You may leave if you're done." At the words of Marquis Buckingham, the Emperor bit his lips and looked at Jude and Cordelia. The two once again bowed to the Emperor before leaving the room, and 20 minutes later, after saying their goodbyes to Lucas and the others who were waiting outside, Jude and Cordelia got on their horses, Jude by himself and Cordelia with Carrara. Didn't the Emperor look a little down? It seems like he has grown attached to us. It was natural when one thought about it. From the young Emperor's perspective, Jude and Cordelia were his benefactors who had saved his life several times. And because my beast is so pretty, young children like pretty people. Well, my scammer also has a good-looking face. Cordelia answered with a grin, and Jude slightly tilted his head and asked with a sly smile, "Only the face is good-looking." Only the face is good-looking? At Jude's question, Cordelia smirked as if she found it absurd and soon said with a HMPH, "I haven't seen other places yet, so I don't know." You're right. Cordelia's cheeks turned red as Jude grinned. For some reason, she felt like she would be embarrassed again if she continued their present conversation. "Anyway, let's go." She deliberately raised her voice, and Jude accepted it instead of dawdling further. "Yes, let's go. Let's go have a fun trip." He had to reply with message magic because of Carrara. As a child who grew up unwelcomed, even words like this might sound depressing for Carrara. Frankly, I wanted to go with Cordelia alone. He wanted to ride a horse together and stay close to her. But it had already been decided. So instead of grumbling in vain, Jude cheerfully smiled while Cordelia was pleased with his looks again and said as she hugged Carrara's waist, "Then let's go, Carrara." "Yes, master." Okay. Let's go. Carrara shouted with a flushed face, and Cordelia laughed before she spurred the horse. Well, good things are good. They knew well that a civil war would soon begin wherein the fate of the world as well as the Empire was at stake, but that did not mean they should keep a frowning face. "Let's go." Jude silently spoke and spurred his horse too. Not long after Jude and Cordelia's group left, the Emperor's group and Marquis Buckingham also prepared to move again. Their destination was Grand Pen, the most fertile land in the Buckingham March and a big city where vassals from all over his territory had gathered. After Marquis Buckingham joined them, the Emperor's group grew larger and the number of escorts exceeded 100. As a natural result, Luca's, Kadsa, and Scarlet's positions in the group became ambiguous. They were neither royal knights like Leon and Sarah, nor absolutely strong people one would not even dare to recklessly fight like Jude and Cordelia. They were outsiders in an ambiguous position. But Lucas did not pay much attention to the surrounding gazes. He drank the elixirs made from various medicinal ingredients that Jude and Cordelia took from the breeze fairies and focused on training whenever they had spare time. I am getting stronger. The effect of the elixirs made by Jude was clear. After their battle against the Demon Prince, his power grew so rapidly that it became hard to control, so he thought that there would be no growth for a while, but he was mistaken. Jude made various kinds of elixirs to prevent the efficacy of the elixirs from weakening, so Lucas was able to feel the rapid growth of his body and soul every day. And it was not only Lucas. Kadsa and Scarlet also continued to grow. The two grew stronger and more beautiful day by day. Be beautiful, but that was not wrong either. As a result of absorbing the good energy of the elixirs, Kajsa and Scarlet's skin and hair were much better than before. Furthermore, their constitution and body shape were also improved, so as Lucas had said, they had become more beautiful as they grew stronger. And this was something that applied to Lucas as well. The three became stronger and more good-looking with each passing day. In fact, this was the result of Jude and Cordelia's choice and focus. I am sorry for Leon and Sarah, but we don't have enough time and resources to raise them now. Jude, Leon, and Sarah were not lacking in talent as they were playable characters, but Jude and Cordelia had met them too late. Therefore, instead of raising the levels of 5 people evenly by 5, Jude and Cordelia chose to raise the levels of 3 people by 10, choosing to neglect one while focusing on the other. And Jude was right this time. The 3 were showing growth beyond expectations. Lucas practiced hard to improve himself instead of being envious or harboring wicked thoughts. Kajsa and Scarlet had a strange rivalry with each other ever since they met in the South. The 3 people's personalities and their slightly subtle triangular relationship created a synergistic effect that exceeded expectations. And one more, there was a variable that even Jude had never expected. What is this sensation? Lucas, at certain moments, he felt something that was out of place. Every time he swung his sword and every time he got stronger, he experienced a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation, like he was going back to a place he had been to before. There was bound to be a huge gap between aimlessly wandering around the open sea and advancing along certain milestones. He was moving forward. He was stepping towards that distant horizon. He was on the road that had already been passed once, so he knew the way. The skills of the 3 began to explosively grow, and at the same time, the feelings of the 3 also intensified. 3 days after they split with the Emperor's group, Jude and Cordelia finally arrived at Zanen Gorge. They were still in the vast and expansive Buckingham March, and Zanen Gorge was the most remote area of the march. It's like the Amazon. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words. The Buckingham March was generally colder as it was located in the north, but Zanen Gorge was an exception. It was a place dominated by extreme weather as a tropical rainforest and a barren gorge coexisted there. To be exact, it was a barren gorge surrounded by a vast tropical rainforest, so it was either hot and dry or hot and humid. In short, it was a place that was hard to live in. Now, all we have to do is go to the desert, right? That's right. As they traveled all over the continent, they had encountered all kinds of terrain. Jude narrowed his brows as he looked at the bushes that seemed to be full of bugs and snakes. Even though he had traveled to all sorts of places in his past life, he had strangely never been to a rainforest like this. Anyway, about Zanen Gorge. In Legend of Heroes 2, it was not an important place. It was more or less just a hunting ground for leveling up that had an exotic atmosphere. The nearby Katten Mountains was much more important than Zanen Gorge, because it was the place where one of the 7 major calamities in the middle to late half of Legend of Heroes 2 would appear. Maybe we should stop by after we finish our business in the gorge. The calamity in Katten Mountains would appear at least a few months later, but they had long departed from the original storyline flow. With their good luck, it might be possible to stop the calamity before it became a complete problem, just like in the Wildlands or the Forest of Eternity. Anyway, let's hurry. Okay? Yes. Carrara immediately answered after Cordelia, and the group headed towards the rainforest. And a few hours later, as the sun went down, Jude and Cordelia began preparing the campsite, and Carrara headed out of the campground to talk to the animals in their surroundings. Yes, good job. A person must be sensible. She began to hear a voice in her head as she moved away from Cordelia. I am sure she'll be annoyed if you keep clinging to her. You've already experienced it several times, haven't you? Instead of denying it, Carrara hastened her steps. It was the voice that she began hearing when they run away from the Red Gate last time. No, she wondered if it was even a voice in the first place. Perhaps it was just Carrara's own thoughts that sounded like hallucinations, or perhaps it was her thoughts that were brought about from her fear of being abandoned. It's a mistake that you've already followed her, but it's fine. Cordelia is weak towards you. You just have to pretend to be a bit pitiful in front of her. You've done this a lot before, right? To betray, and betray again. Her thoughts imagined Cordelia showing her back out of trust, and her own self stabbing a knife on that back. It was a scene she could never imagine, but it strangely felt real. Carrara sat down and caught her breath. She slapped her own head to drive out the bad thoughts. I will not betray her. It will be different this time. It's not because of money. I will not betray her. I will not betray anyone either. I don't want to betray anyone anymore. Carrara burst into tears without realizing it and sniffed several times before standing up again. She held the handkerchief that Cordelia gave her and continued to walk. I will help them. This time for sure. I must this time. It's not just because I want to make time alone for the two. I really want to sincerely listen to the animals this time. What kind of animals are here? Which animal should I hear from? Carrara looked around and walked. Cordelia told her to not go too far because it could be dangerous. But as she listened to the stories of the small animals, she had gone quite far from the campground. It's right there. At the words of the giant snake looking for an opportunity to eat her, Carrara grasped the dagger and looked away. She stopped breathing at the sight beyond the bushes. Chapter 315 Proclamation 4 She's late. At the campsite. They were in the middle of a tropical rainforest, but Jude and Cordelia were not sweating even a single drop. It was not because Cordelia was no longer just a human like Jude. To begin with, they had the cozy wonpyeong. Most of the items they received from the wild gods like Blade Song had been replaced with better items in accordance with the rules of RPG. But there was one item that they still actively used, and that was the cozy wonpyeong. As its name suggested, this item created a tent with one pyong of floor space that had a cozy atmosphere. Moreover, the archwizard Cordelia was present here. She spread a shield to prevent bugs and the heat from entering and lowered the temperature inside the shield with ice magic. One would obviously die of suffocation if they completely covered an area, so there was an air hole near the ice. In addition to this, Jude made a cold juice with the help of his extreme yin energy. Cordelia sipped the juice while in Jude's arms and narrowed her brows as she looked at the direction where Carrara had gone. Are you worried? Yes, shall we go look for her? But she's a playable character, and we've given her lots of items. Maybe it's better to wait for her first rather than missing out on each other later. Moreover, Carrara's growth rate had been quite significant recently. She was initially a child with an aptitude for thievery and monster taming, but these days, her thieving abilities had exponentially grown. Is it because she met Scarlet? It seemed like she had learned this, and that from just watching Scarlet. Cordelia agonized over it for some time while Jude was thinking about something else. She soon said in a firm voice as though she had finally made a decision, "Then let's wait for another 10 minutes. If she is still not here by that time, let's go look for her." 10 minutes? Not 20 minutes? Why? At the time when Cordelia innocently asked. Jude's large hands gently wrapped around Cordelia's waist, and Cordelia flinched, turning to Jude with a coy gaze as her lips twitched. Instead of removing Jude's hand that was slowly going up, she naturally met lips with him. There's no way that Carrara got lost. Jude, she's a smart girl. Maybe she just left for a while in order to make time alone for us too. She's a good girl. Later, I'll give her some snacks, some delicious food. Jude praised Carrara in his mind before focusing on Cordelia. As his hand felt something incredibly soft and squishy, he gently increased the strength of his hand. And Cordelia did not sit still either. Instead of being swayed by her impulse as a girl who was strong in games, she pushed Jude only with the tip of her tongue. Their battle began in no time. Jude and Cordelia's cheeks were both flushed red. The two parted their lips for a moment and exhaled as they remained in their own world. And it was at that moment. "Master, master, master." Startled by the loud noise coming from beyond the bushes, Cordelia immediately urged Jude to stand up, and Jude poured out curses in his mind. "Cancel the snack. Why did you have to come back now?" But Jude quickly regained his reason. Carrara yelling and running over to them meant that something had happened. "Carrara? Master." Carrara was drenched in sweat as she appeared through the bushes. A large snake was wrapped around her waist and neck, and she was gasping for breath before shouting again at Jude and Cordelia. "Demon followers." Carrara's words ended there. She could not speak any further. Boom. A terrifying boom engulfed Carrara's voice. Jude and Cordelia turned their heads and saw it. What Carrara had meant. What had happened in this place right now? Cordelia looked back at Jude, who nodded his head. They came up with an answer at the same time. Caracal, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Eye, was quick in making decisions. A vast rainforest surrounded Zainin Gorge. It had already been 4 months since she had settled here and held a ritual. There was one reason why she, a high-ranking demonic human, came to this place in the middle of nowhere: to create a disaster that would cause a great disturbance in the rear of the Empire. After clearing a part of the rainforest that no one passed through, they drew a huge magic circle. They regularly offered sacrifices and gradually increased the completeness of the ritual. It was a long and tedious work, but after 4 months of hard work, it was finally on the verge of completion. However, at a time when the situation in the kingdom and the empire changed, and this disaster plan became more important, there was a black-haired female cat beastkin. They had seen that girl catching sight of the pit full of bodies from the countless sacrifices they had made so far, but could not catch her. So after dissuading her subordinates from pursuing the girl, Caracal made a decision: finish the ritual. What? One of her nearby subordinates blinked their eyes with a puzzled expression. It was natural for them to do so. They still needed more time to finish the ritual, and also more sacrifices. But Caracal had her reasons too. It's highly likely that the cat beastkin travels with the demon slayers. In other words, it's possible that the demon slayers are somewhere in this rainforest. Jude and Cordelia. From the perspective of the demon followers, the two were like plagues that always stood in their way. We'll only suffer damage if we get careless. So hurry up with the work. Get the job done and withdraw before the two come and make a mess. Their problems would be gone once the ritual was completed. Even the infamous demon slayers would not be able to prevent the birth of a disaster. But what about the sacrifices? And Mana, her other subordinates, also nodded at the words of the low-ranking demonic human. In order to forcefully complete the ritual, they needed more sacrifices and magic power rather than time. If that's the case, then it's fine. Caracal said with a smile and waved her hand. One could not deny that the blonde Caracal was a beauty, but the same could not be said of her arm. It became as sharp as a mantis arm and swept the surrounding area, severing the heads of the low-ranking demonic humans and demons standing near Caracal. Gush, as the headless corpses spewed blood like a fountain, Caracal hurriedly chanted the spell. The mana of the low-ranking demonic humans was enough to supplement the mana they were lacking in order to complete the ritual. Go, hurry it up. Become a disaster and cause a tribulation. Caracal said in a whisper and hurriedly flew out of the magic circle. The light that the magic circle began to emit became a red pillar, and she watched with a bright smile as the being she had been looking forward for was finally revealed. A red pillar of light soared. The vivid blood-red color broke and scattered. Thus, the being inside it was revealed. It was far away, but it was so huge that they could see it clearly. A burning giant, a melting being. A red giant covered in lava let out a scream. It shook the entire rainforest, and the animals were struck with fear, rendering them unable to escape. Carrara fell on her butt. Jude and Cordelia thought as they viewed the giant that was at least 50 meters tall. It's different. It was not like the one in the game. The calamity in the game, Fire Giant Cart, was one of the 7 major calamities and also called a natural disaster due to its enormous damage range. But it was a much bigger and more ferocious creature. However, Cordelia was convinced that the roaring giant in front of them now was Cart. Jude also came to the same conclusion based on their past experience. It's not yet a calamity. Like the artificial spirit in the magic kingdom of Magellan before it was reborn as the light dragon Yalavaska. Or the monster in the Forest of Eternity before it turned into Jabberwock. It was the same logic. The giant in front of them had yet to become Cart. I think I know why. In the game, the fire giant Cart appeared in the nearby Katyn Mountains. The fire giant caused earthquakes just by walking and made the volcanoes in the northern part of the empire to erupt all at once, leading to a literal catastrophe. Not only did countless people die in the volcanic eruptions, but also due to the massive secondary damage caused by the dust that covered the sky. Such was fire giant Cart. But not yet. In the game, it was around 100 meters tall, but it was only around 60 meters tall now. A power source. A catalyst. Light Dragon Yalavaska was a monster that was created as a result of the absorption of the dragon vein's power by the ruler of spirits, something that was artificially created by the elves of Magellan. The monster Jabberwock was also a creature born from the combination of a monster and a high-ranking demonic human, so the lava giant before them also needed a catalyst to be reborn as a calamity. Then, what was it? What was its catalyst back then? There was no need to think long. Jude and Cordelia simultaneously looked at the same place. Zanin Gorge was situated in the middle of the rainforest. There was a raid boss located at its center, Serpent King Nagaros, the place where it built its nest. The land where the dragon veins gathered and radiated the energy of the world. It's moving. It was as Carrara had said. The lava giant was moving. Instead of heading their way, it walked towards Zanin Gorge. Boom, 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 the ground shook. Fires spread along the path it walked. The rainforest did not burn at once because of its high humidity, but it was clear that it would become a big fire if left unattended. Jude held his breath. At the same time, several thoughts came to his mind at the same time. It had appeared 2 months later in the original. Although the situation was quite different from the game due to the butterfly effect, 2 months was by no means a short period of time. There was a high possibility that it was not normal now too. A giant that was 60 meters tall. It was small when compared to Malekith, whose body length was close to 150 meters, but it was still huge. It was so huge that it seemed impossible to even deal a blow on it in the usual way. What should they do? What should they first do to prevent the birth of a calamity? To stop it from moving towards Zanin Gorge. It's walking. They still had time to spare if he calculated its movement speed. He did not know if it was possible to stop it by inflicting continuous damage, though. Jude, Cordelia summoned their phantom steeds. Jude and Cordelia each rode their steeds while Carrara jumped and sat behind Cordelia. We have time. Let's focus our attacks on its legs to slow down its movement speed. Although the giant was 60 meters tall, Jude and Cordelia had enough firepower. Moreover, it was basically a slow-moving creature despite its big strides due to its size. They had enough time, so they could deal with it calmly. They would be able to prevent the birth of a calamity and destroy the conspiracy of the demon followers again. Kill it before it becomes a calamity. They were rather fortunate to have found it like this now. But it was then. Carrara was so startled that she hiccuped. Jude and Cordelia's eyes also widened and they panicked. It's flying. Giant lava wings. Huge wings soared from the back of the lava giant. And the creature with wings began to fly, as all winged creatures usually did. FFCK. It's flying instead of walking, Cordelia involuntarily exclaimed and drove away her thoughts by shaking her head. She kicked the phantom steed's side to urge it to run. Stop it! The phantom steed carrying Jude also ran through the air. They rushed towards the lava giant. Chapter 316, I am feeling better now, so the translation will resume with its regular release schedule. There were 7 kinds of calamities that led to the destruction of Pleiades in Legend of Heroes 2. In some cases, they were simply strong entities like Light Dragon Yalavaska, the monster Jabberwock, and Jorg the Slayer. But there were also cases where the mere existence of a calamity caused disaster. The fire giant cart. Earthquakes occurred wherever it walked. The surrounding area naturally became a sea of fire, and inhaling the toxic gas the fire giant seemed to exhale made the average untrained person die within 3 minutes. But the biggest disaster caused by the fire giant cart, the biggest reason it was called a natural disaster, was different. Its volcanic eruption ability. It could make volcanoes erupt. In the case of dormant volcanoes, the volcanoes would erupt from cart just being close. And even in the case of inactive volcanoes, it would erupt again when cart applied its power to it, covering the ground with lava and the sky with dust. The 7 major calamities each played a big role in the collapse of the empire, and fire giant cart played a huge portion in that. The northern part of the empire was devastated by the chain of volcanic eruptions it caused. Well, I thought that we'd fight it one day. They were planning to search the Khatan Mountains where it first appeared. Their plan was to deal with it early as it was highly likely not yet a proper calamity, just like the case of Yalavaska or Jabberwock. But their expectations were wrong. Their visit made the demon followers hasten the birth of the lava giant, which was the predecessor of the fire giant cart. In fact, it was good up to here. Completing something that was faster than scheduled was bound to have flaws. But they had one problem. Isn't that already a calamity? The lava giant was huge. It was 60 meters tall and over 20 floors in terms of building floors. Not only was it tall, but it was also so huge that they had no idea where and how to attack it. But that giant even flew. Draw its attention. We must stop it from going to the dragon veins. Cordelia acted instead of answering to Jude's shout. She boldly steered the phantom steed to the giant's front. H-I-I-I-K? Carrara screamed in horror, but Cordelia did not stop. She used ice magic in front of the lava giant. Hit, hit, hit it! Dozens of sharp ice missiles formed in the air and rushed towards the lava giant's head. It was a literal bombardment of ice, but it did not seem like an attack had happened. The giant did not care whether ice was stuck in its head or not. Its lava-covered face did not even have eyes or a nose, so it was doubtful if it even had a weakness in the first place. H-I-I-I. Carrara screamed again and hugged Cordelia's waist. Because the lava giant opened its mouth wide as though it would swallow the phantom steed. I should have betrayed them right away. I am sorry, I am sorry. At the time when Carrara shouted from the depths of her heart, Cordelia smiled bravely. If the lava giant was aiming for them, it was something she welcomed. This way. Cordelia yelled and directed the phantom steed to the direction opposite Zanin Gorge, which was away from the nest of Serpent King Nageros. But it was not long before Cordelia realized that her plan had gone awry, because her back did not feel hot. I lived, Carrara rejoiced, but Cordelia held back from cursing, because the lava giant ignored them and only proceeded towards the nest of Nageros. Uooh. Just then, Jude pierced the side of the lava giant with the firing of a sword. It was one of the 12 snowflake sword art skills powered by his extreme yin energy, but just like Cordelia's ice missile bombardment, the giant endured it. Part of its side hardened, but soon melted back into lava. Look at me, H-I-S. As Cordelia shouted again and flew in front of the lava giant, Carrara began to cry. But Cordelia only focused on the lava giant. She once again cast ice missiles, trying to draw the giant's attention. Baba-baba-baba-bang, but it did not work. Its wings continued to flap. It did not even look back because it did not have eyes in the first place. Save me, save me. Carrara cried her heart out but was ignored. Cordelia just thought and thought again. The lava giant is too big. It's impossible to stop it with ordinary magic. What about the Spirit King Punch? Will that stop it? Cordelia stopped her thoughts, because it was a waste of time to continue thinking. Let's go. The phantom steed ran through the air again and headed to the top of the lava giant's head. Although it was hot because of the heat under their feet, Cordelia concentrated. She sweated profusely and drew her fist. Spirit King Punch. The moment she punched, she felt a pain as if an invisible blade had pierced her chest. Her immense mana was consumed in an instant, and the Spirit King's fist accompanied by lightning fell from the sky. Boom! The huge fist pierced the back of the lava giant. The lava giant stumbled and fell to the ground. Wow, you did it. You did it, Carrara exclaimed in delight, but not for Cordelia. Rather, she was frowning. It was not because of the pain caused by the sudden consumption of her mana. The moment the giant crashed to the ground, Cordelia's gut feeling told her. It's not dead. It was as she thought. Lava melted and filled the hole the fist made. The lava giant raised itself again and resumed its flight. It flew away as if nothing had happened. That's crazy. The damage should not have been minimal. It was difficult to use the Spirit King Punch again, but it did not seem impossible to defeat the giant by inflicting it with damage little by little. But their problem was time. Snowflake Orchid. Jude used Snowflake Orchid, one of the secret arts of the 12 Snowflake Sword Art. It was a wide-range attack that could strike dozens of people at the same time, but it was not enough to stop a 60-meter giant that was advancing like a bulldozer. The giant staggered but continued to move, ignoring Jude too. Jude calculated the distance between the lava giant and Nagero's nest. Considering the speed of the lava giant, the remaining time was less than 3 minutes. Let's think about the victory conditions. We have to stop it. We don't have to kill it, we just have to stop it. We must prevent it from reaching its destination. What should we do then? Should we use Serpent King Nageros? No, that's too risky. Using Nageros to do that is already a defeat in itself. The lava giant will clearly ignore Nageros and throw itself into the dragon vein. What should we do then? Is there any other way? Jude. He heard Cordelia calling him just then. Jude quickly turned around and Cordelia shouted once more. By time, Jude did not get angry nor say, "Can't you see what I'm doing now?" Cordelia was not stupid. Shouting like that meant that there was a way. Trust me. Cordelia shouted again and no longer focused on the lava giant. She headed beyond that to the nest of Nageros. She kicked the side of the phantom steed to speed it up. Master, what are you going to do? You're not going to run into the lava giant, right? Carrara, whose brain was paralyzed by her panic, could no longer make rational decisions. But not for Jude. The moment he saw Cordelia running past the lava giant and heading towards Nagero's nest, he thought of a possibility. Don't tell me. No, it's possible, because it's none other than Cordelia. Because she already has a track record of doing it several times. Hey, it's okay, trust me. Cordelia immediately responded to Jude's protest and continued her plan while Jude let out curses. But at the same time, he admired her. In terms of achieving the victory conditions, Cordelia's answer was not wrong. We can't let it go to its destination, right? Then we just have to get rid of its destination. The reason the lava giant is headed to Nagero's nest is because of the dragon vein there. So just get rid of the dragon vein. Prevent the lava giant from coalescing with the dragon vein by blowing it up in advance. Most problems can be solved by explosions. At Cordelia's message magic, Jude let out exclamations in succession. For Cordelia, who had already gone far ahead, he searched for a way to stop the lava giant. Here it goes. Jude did not think for long. Instead of using a wide area attack, he gathered his extreme yin energy into his sword-like hand. He directed the phantom steed, who ran as though it was climbing the lava giant's back. My successor, Valencia saw through Jude's intentions. By amplifying the power of sword origin, Jude's sword-like hand was strengthened. Uooh. The phantom steed ran on the lava giant's back. Ignoring the burning back, Jude swung his sword-like hand that had his extreme yin energy. Shwack, he aimed for the giant's wings. The extreme yin energy hardened the lava. The phantom steed sprinted into the air and changed directions, and Jude stretched out his empty left hand at the part where the hardened wings, or to be exact, at the place where the giant's wings and back were connected. Black dragons rampage. 7 black dragons came out from Jude's palm. As each dragon moved and grew bigger, the lava giant was unable to get rid of the dragons, no matter how huge it was. The connecting part was destroyed, and the lava giant that lost its wings fell to the ground again. Boom! The ground shook with a roar. Since it had already entered Zanin Gorge, the surrounding area did not become a sea of fire, but the ground melted as parts of the gorge collapsed due to the earthquake and rocks fell down. Jude thought as he caught his breath. He only delayed it for about 10 seconds or so, but if he repeated it, he could buy more time. Kuo. The lava giant roared and sprouted new wings. Instead of looking back at the direction in which Cordelia had flown, Jude evoked his extreme yin energy again. And in less than a minute, in less than a second, Serpent King Nageros roared and stood up. The giant winged snake was a huge monster, resembling the white snake in Frost Anvil. Carrara could not even properly cry now, but Cordelia was different. She did not care whether Nageros roared or not, as she only saw one place. Over there. A place where the power of the dragon veins gushed out. She would not have known it in the past, but she was able to tell now due to her numerous experience in the wild lands. It's not easy. The dragon veins were deep. To stimulate and explode it at once, an ordinary attack was not enough. Carrara screamed in response to Nagero's roar, and Cordelia rushed with the phantom steed again. She ran straight towards Nageros, who was rushing at them with its mouth wide open, and then cast Blink while on the phantom steed. Swoosh! They passed through Nageros, and she felt it. Fear. The fear magic emitted by the Serpent King. But it worked out for them rather well. Because of the fear magic, there was no living creature around the place. In other words, there was no need to consider the damage that an explosion would cause. Having missed its attack, Nageros quickly turned around. It was a gigantic monster that was incomparable to a higher being like Malekith, but with its several tens of meters in length, it appeared terrifying when it stretched its wings and twisted its body. So Karara screamed again, but Cordelia did not even look at her. With a strong wind magic, she blew away the poison Nageros exhaled and gripped Moonlight at the same time. "Melissa, ill help you," Malekith's dragon heart shone. Cordelia's mana that had been depleted by the Spirit King Punch was instantly refilled, and Cordelia bit her lips, enduring the pain as she chanted a spell. She ran towards the ground as if they were going to crash into it. And soon, she spread out black wings and shouted. Spear of Calamity. A huge black spear formed above the head of Cordelia, who was in her fallen angel mode. The ground was now close. But instead of hurling the spear right away, Cordelia held Magic Blaster in her left hand. Unite! She put the Spear of Calamity in the Magic Blaster. She converted the powerful magic into pure destructive power. Magic Blast. As its name implied, it was Magic Blaster's special skill. LETSGOO. Cordelia's shout and Karara's scream were mixed into one. Serpent King Nageros roared behind them as if telling them not to ignore it, but Cordelia only looked forward and yelled as they rushed. Lance charge, no need to look back. Let it touch the surface of the ground. Let it collide. Let it smash and turn the ground into a mess. Bang! Magic Blaster spewed fire. A pure white light hit the ground surface and struck the dragon veins. At the same time, Cordelia's arm could not withstand the backlash and broke. The phantom steed soared up the sky. The enraged Nageros tried to devour Cordelia and Karara. Karara mustered up her courage and stretched out her hand towards Nageros. She knew that it would not work, but she still tried to talk to it. But it was useless. Cordelia was sweating profusely as she corrected her left arm that was bent in a bizarre angle. She clenched her teeth due to the pain and looked down the ground. It would reach them. Nageros would devour them. Kaboom! The explosion stopped Nageros. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions baffled Nageros. Nageros could not understand the current situation. What's happening now? What's going on here? Fly high, Cordelia knew though. So she strengthened the phantom steed with a spell. With everything she had, she somehow raised their altitude. Karara reflexively looked down the ground. Unlike Cordelia, she gasped and froze in fear. Boom, 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 the ground exploded. The surface of the ground split. White light from the depths shone out, and a massive earthquake thoroughly destroyed the nest of Nageros. Babbing. KIAA? A huge rock fell on the head of Nageros, who had hesitated in its confusion. With its head injured, it stumbled and collapsed as the gorge came falling down towards its head. Babbing, boo-boo-boo-boom. The day the capital of Magellan disappeared, it was like that time. The entire area of Nageros' nest was completely destroyed, and Karara was unable to say a word due to the massive signs of destruction. And Cordelia moved. Crying as she aligned her broken arm, she sent Magic Blaster into the air with her telekinesis. She held Moonlight this time and focused on Nageros. Last hit. It's not our goal, but I still want to kill Nageros. Cordelia poured her remaining magic towards the head of Nageros that was on the verge of death from being crushed by the gorge. Bang! Nageros' head exploded, and Cordelia was surrounded by a ring of light before she turned to the direction of the lava giant. She cried out in joy amidst the pain she felt. Good, as I expected. The lava giant that lost its destination had stopped in the air. It hesitated as if it did not know where to go, and then suddenly turned to the far west. Wild lands. A place with many dragon veins. It was not a distance that could be reached in a few minutes. It would clearly take several days to arrive there at the shortest. So instead of running after it, Cordelia landed on the ground and unsummoned the phantom steed. She slumped to the ground and completely collapsed. The exhausted Karara fell beside Cordelia and roughly breathed. After a dozen seconds or so, Jude, who had the same thought as Cordelia, flew their way. Cordelia. Here she just murmured small as she could not answer properly, but Jude found Cordelia. He sighed in relief after landing in front of Cordelia, who was covered in sweat. It's a relief. A quarter of Zanin Gorge had collapsed, but they had prevented a disaster from happening. He thought that was enough for now. Jude sat down in front of Cordelia and looked up the sky again. The animals living in Zanen Gorge were flying in groups as they were apparently frightened by the sudden incident. And in the west direction, the lava giant was slowly flying towards the distant wild lands. It seemed like they could gradually knock it down after they recovered enough of their strength, or just leave it to Golden Dragon King. Anyway, that was not what mattered now. Jude sat closer to Cordelia and took out a potion for her to drink. Are you okay? Instead of answering, Cordelia raised herself up with a scowl. They had some time now, but they still could not rest. They did not know what else the demon followers might do, so they had to catch their breaths and fight the lava giant again. But drink some potions first. Cordelia gulped down a potion and also poured another potion at her broken left arm. 3 minutes passed. Although her whole body was sore, Cordelia pulled herself up and summoned the phantom steed again. Let's go. Let's beat up that lava giant. Okay, if not us, who will stop it? Jude had a bitter smile and pinched Cordelia's dusty cheek once before riding his phantom steed. And after 2 hours, lying on top of the wreckage of the destroyed lava giant, Jude and Cordelia were sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Jude almost had infinite stamina, but he was exhausted, and the same was for Cordelia. They were pretty much lying down like corpses, but they had managed to defeat the lava giant. They defeated what could have been one of the 7 major calamities that caused the Empire's destruction. By the way, as Cordelia gasped, Jude raised his upper body and turned to Cordelia. Cordelia continued as she tightly shut her eyes. Something's not right. We defeated Nagaros and the lava giant. We also leveled up and stopped the plot of the demon followers. But why? Why do I feel so uncomfortable, as if I forgot something? Carrera? It was not her. Carrara was panting with her face on the ground. She appeared to be tired given her trembling, but it was not life-threatening. What is it then? What in the world did I forget? Jude said, and Cordelia blinked her eyes. She soon spoke the same way he did. What they had forgotten. Their goal that they had forgotten because of the lava giant. The 4th slate in Zanen Gorge. Jude and Cordelia hurriedly looked east. They laughed and cried at the sight of the destroyed Zanen Gorge far away from them. Chapter 317, Zainan Gorge, 2, the 4th slate of the Solari denomination. The only slate found in the game was in Zanen Gorge, but now it was somewhere in the destroyed Zanen Gorge. Cordelia closed her eyes. She looked back at Jude and with an awkward smile, stuttered. It's not there, right? The slate's not there, right? It's outside the damage area, right? Jude gave an honest answer to Cordelia's question. To be exact, he shook his head. It's there. We came here to find the 4th slate, but the slate is now gone. Cordelia had somehow destroyed it, so she was even more upset. It will be fine, right? That's right. Since it's a divine item of the Solari denomination, it should be unbreakable. If it was a normal slate, it would have likely been broken, but it was something divine, so it would not break easily. Jude nodded his head with some hesitation. Yes, it will be fine, it will be fine. Probably. But their problem was still there. The earthquakes and the rockfall. It had turned the place into a mess. In the game, the 4th slate was in a small stone chamber, but it was questionable if the stone chamber was still intact now, let alone the slate. Still, Jude's words trailed off at the end, and he stood up and quietly looked at Zanen Gorge. The earthquake was definitely strong, but he thought that it was still possible to find the slate even if the stone chamber had been destroyed. Let's hope that it hasn't gone too far. Maybe it's near the place where it should have been. Cordelia understood what Jude had meant, so she put her hands together and prayed. And a dozen minutes later, Carrara, who was on Jude's back, opened her eyes as she let out a strange cry. Although she had not lost her consciousness, she was so shocked and exhausted that she had fallen into a daze. Are you okay now, Master? Carrara blinked her eyes and slowly checked her surroundings. She had heard Cordelia's voice a little below Jude's broad and firm back. Since Jude was very tall, the Carrara on his back was naturally higher than Cordelia. So Cordelia stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her hand to pat Carrara's head. It's okay. It's over now. Were you that surprised? Cordelia had asked kindly, but the Carrara, who always reflexively bowed her head and enjoyed Cordelia's head pats, had flinched now. Perhaps it was a kind of PTSD. Beastkin had parts that were closer to beasts than humans, so when they experienced too much fear or shock, They often acted like beasts. Cordelia felt even more sorry when Carrara trembled with a pale face and her tail stiffened. My Carrara looks so pitiful. Mistress Cordelia, isn't this your fault that she became like that? Melissa's comments were often correct, but she was ignored like always. Cordelia stroked Carrara's head a few more times, and Carrara purred like a cat despite her conflicting emotions of fear and relief. By the way, Cordelia. Yes. Jude had slightly lowered his posture to make it easier for Cordelia to pat Carrara, and he pointed to one direction with his chin. The head of a large and white snake with its tongue sticking out could be seen lying under some huge rocks. I think that it's still alive? Surprised by Jude's words, Cordelia turned to Serpent King Nageros. I am sure I got the last hit and all the experience points though. She recalled the ring of light earlier. Moreover, it did not appear to be alive from Cordelia's eyes. The snake had its eyes closed, and it was not moving. Are you sure that it's alive? Yes, I can feel its life energy even though it's weak, Jude said before putting down Carrara on his back and approaching Nageros. It was a monster with a body length of several dozens of meters, so its head was so huge that it seemed like it could swallow one person whole. Serpent King Nageros, the raid boss of Zanin Gorge. Its leather, teeth, venom, and so on were all valuable. Jude narrowed his eyes as he recited a small chant before he suddenly jumped over its head. Jude. Instead of replying to her, Jude increased his concentration. He used his ability to see through things and inserted his sword-like hand into the center of Nagero's head. Black Dragon Tentacles. My successor. Are you really going to use that name? Valencia never said anything when Jude shouted the skill names whenever he seriously fought. Because just like Jude, Valencia often shouted the skill names during the time she was alive. But skill names should have some dignity and elegance. It's Black Dragon Tentacles. Black Dragon Tentacles? At Valencia's protests, Jude's lips squirmed, but he stood firmly with the skill name. He had first used the skill when he previously fought the sword masters of the Empire. The skill had allowed him to control several black dragons as if they were tentacles, but he could also precisely control it by making it small and thin as it was now. Intuition is indeed one of the things to consider when naming a skill. But still, Valencia could not let go of her complaints. But the energy of the small black dragon that stretched out from Jude's fingertips had penetrated deep into Nagero's head. Like a doctor controlling an endoscope, Jude looked inside the Nagero's head with his see-through ability while controlling the black dragon's energy, and soon grabbed something small and delicate. Kaya. The small crying sound was like the cry of a baby. Jude grabbed the neck of the little snake with the black dragon before dragging it out. Cordelia asked in surprise, "Is that Nagero's kid?" No, rather it's Nagero's rebirth, a snake's rebirth. Since ancient times, snakes that shed their skins were often regarded as symbols of immortality. And that was true for Serpent King Nageros, who was capable of resurrecting from the dead like a phoenix. It's like a phoenix. The phoenix they met in the wild lands was reborn as a baby instead of being resurrected in its adult form. It seemed difficult to tell if the present Nageros was exactly the same as the previous Nageros, though. What should we do with it? Cordelia asked again, and Jude looked down at Nageros for a moment. As a highly intelligent creature, the Nageros that had shiny white scales and yellow eyes knew very well on what action it must take now. That moment had proved that even snakes had facial expressions. Nageros pretended to be as pitiful as possible, and Jude grinned before turning to Cordelia and Carrara. Let's give it to Carrara. Carrara was bewildered while Cordelia was amazed and clapped her hands. That's right. It's good to give it to Carrara. It's a baby now, but it's still the Serpent King, so it will greatly help her, right? At Cordelia's suggestion, Carrara blinked a few times before glancing at Jude and Nageros again. It could not speak properly because it was still a baby, but they could understand what it was saying from the look of its eyes and the tone of its voice. Please spare me, just spare me. It was scared. Its cries sounded desperate. Like the phoenix, some of its past life memories remained. I'll give it a try. Carrara somehow felt pity and compassion for it, so she raised her hand and spoke. Nageros whimpered as Carrara climbed up the dead Nagero's head. Nageros, would you like to come with me? Carrara's monster taming was more of a supernatural skill than magic. Her face had somehow turned red from embarrassment, but when she held out her hand as a sign of friendship, Nagero's immediately responded. It eagerly nodded its head and twisted its body. I did it. Why did it remind me of the phoenix in the wildlands? Jude! As Jude relaxed his grip, Nagero's quickly transferred to Carrara's arm and settled on her shoulder as if it was a pet snake she had raised for a long time. Wow, did you succeed? Cordelia excitedly asked after she jumped up with her telekinesis, and Carrara happily nodded. Yes, I succeeded. He's my friend now. Wow, my Carrara is amazing. Let me praise you a lot. Cordelia gently stroked Carrara's head, making Carrara smile again. And Jude, who was watching them, thought to himself, it's a happy ending. Nagero's life was spared, Carrara got the Serpent King, and Cordelia was happy that Carrara did a good job. Jude particularly liked the last part and nodded his head with a pleased expression before saying, it's small, but it's the king of snakes, so it must have a strong venom. Make good use of it. Yes, master. Carrara shyly replied and smiled as she stroked Nagero's little head with her fingers. It was truly a heartwarming and pleasing sight, but it did not last long, because Nagero's was not the important thing now. Well then, shall we go? To the place where the fourth slate was originally located. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had collapsed along with the gorge, but they still had the coordinates. Even if it was swept away and buried, it would still be nearby. It's probably within a 100-meter radius. Jude had a bitter smile at the number he thought, and he led Cordelia and Carrara to the estimated location. But right after they arrived there, Cordelia suddenly tilted her head and spread her wings. She revealed her halo and fully turned into an angel, flapping her wings as she said, I think I know where it is, because it was an item from Solari. The slate emitted a divine energy similar to that of Cordelia, who was from Solaris lineage. Cordelia flapped her wings and flew to a certain place. She used her telekinesis to remove the pile of stones. And around 5 minutes later, Cordelia, who was sweating profusely, jumped from her spot and shouted, I found it, the fourth slate of the Solari denomination. It seemed to have reacted to Cordelia's power as it emitted a faint white glow. Ooh, the excited Jude applauded before lifting the fourth slate that Cordelia had found. It was undoubtedly the real one. And like the last slate, something different happened. The moment the fourth slate was found, all 3 of the remaining slates shone in resonance. Take it out quickly. At Cordelia's urging, Jude searched the space expansion bag and pulled out the 3 remaining slates. 2 of the 3 slates were real, and the last one was a copy that Jude had made. But all 3 had the same reaction, as though what mattered was the engraved inscription rather than the slate itself. White light emitted from the letters. The slates floated in the air. It seemed to go round and round before interlocking with each other and forming a key-shaped light in between the slates. Material creation. It was as Jude had thought. The key-shaped light sucked in the debris on the ground and other surrounding materials, and soon became a real and tangible object. Creak-creak, loud sounds were heard in succession. It was not a coincidence. The sounds came from the place where the slate was originally located. The slates are falling. At Carrara's cry, Jude quickly turned to the slates. The slates landed on the floor like the time it flew, and Jude recovered the key that was floating in the air. The key was big and around the size of a man's forearm. Cordelia. Jude handed Cordelia the key and retrieved the slates before running to the direction of the sounds. He cleared the pile of rocks and used his see-through ability. What existed under the rocks? It was a cuboid shape that anyone could tell was artificial. When about 10 rocks were removed, white light began to be seen through the remaining rocks. Jude sped up in clearing the rocks and finally saw the flat ground surface. A prayer to Solari was engraved on the floor that was as smooth as metal. Jude lightly stroked the white letters and removed more rocks nearby, excavating the sides of the stone chamber. There's a keyhole. It was at the side of the stone chamber. A large hole was in the middle of a sculpture carved into something like a door. Cordelia's face became heated in her excitement. There was a key and a hole, so one could not be human if they did not insert it there. Open! Cordelia inserted into the hole the large key she was holding and used her strength to turn it. A click was heard, followed by mechanical rumbling sounds again. Wow! Carrera let out her voice in admiration as light faintly shone out. The door of the stone chamber opened wide. Chapter 318 Zainan Gorge 3. The high-ranking demonic human, Caracal, turned her head. She was far from the rainforest that surrounded Zainan Gorge. As soon as the lava giant was born, she left the rainforest without looking back, but she was gazing at Zainan Gorge now with a frown. As I thought, they stopped it. She did not know what trick they used, but it seemed like they completely prevented the lava giant from becoming one with the dragon vein and be reborn as a true disaster. Demon slayers Jude August Bayer and Cordelia August Chase. The two had suddenly become known in the past 1 to 2 years and were more active than the generals of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. The damage caused by the two were truly enormous, whether it was the Devil's Eye or the Devil's Hand. Hurricane, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Eye. He left for the Wild Lands to instigate a war against the Slen Kingdom by controlling the barbarians, but met a tragic death and failed his mission too. He could not completely subdue the barbarians, and even wasted the Hell Gate created by the Devil's Eye. And instead of a war, an atmosphere of reconciliation was created between the kingdom and the barbarians who were originally at odds with each other, which was something truly absurd. There was also their loss of personnel. Dozens of demonic humans under Hurricane's command had died fighting. Most were low-ranking demonic humans, but there was something more serious than that, because more than half of the combat personnel needed to run their organization had been killed. Hurricane was not incompetent. He was originally a competent person who made a lot of contributions, so he was entrusted with the huge task of subduing the Wild Lands. But he failed. A lot of speculations were said at that time, but she was sure of it now. Demon slayers, Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. The two were the culprits behind it all. Ha! Humans tended to laugh when faced with such a ridiculous situation. Caracal was a demonic human that was half a human, so she burst out laughing without realizing it. It's fortunate that I escaped. Had she recklessly used the lava giant to fight them, Caracal herself would have met the same fate as Hurricane. Perhaps those two are really the secret weapons sent by heaven. It was a rumor that was secretly circulating among the demon followers, because the growth rate of the demon slayers was so unnatural. It wasn't that they got stronger, it was that they were strong in the first place. Up until now, they must have been hiding their power. If the Devil's Hand that had been observing Jude and Cordelia for a long time had heard her, they would have immediately denied it, but from the perspective of the Devil's Eye, it was a plausible idea. Grand Sword Master, it was seriously absurd at this point. A boy who had been weak enough that he could not even go out for a walk had now become a Grand Sword Master within 2 years. Such a development never happened in hero novels. The Devil's Eye did not come up with the idea of them being the secret weapons of heaven for no reason. Anyway, Caracal's life was saved, but she had failed her task. She would not be able to avoid being reprimanded when she returned. But Caracal was always optimistic. Even she, a high-ranking demonic human, would not have been able to easily stop them at a time when the number of demon followers had decreased due to their fights with the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Moreover, our opponents are the demon slayers. Because there were so many people who fell victim to the two, she had a lot of excuses to use to lessen her punishment. I'll have to focus on the fact that those two are in the west, that they're in a remote place. The Devil's Eye were cautious of the demon slayers. So having secured the fact that those two were in the west, they had 2 options: whether to send powerful forces to attack them here or not attack them at all. If it's a high-ranking demonic human or another complete disaster, they could kill those two. The two were bound to have limits no matter how strong they were. But Caracal could not imagine the Devil's Eye to invest all its power in killing the demon slayers. The demon follower groups had gathered under Archbishop Manuela and were focusing their activities on the eastern part of the empire rather than the western part. The Devil's Mouth had conquered the eastern nations. They who served the overlord of love and hatred, Lilith, had led a huge army and infiltrated the eastern part of the empire. With the help of the Chancellor, they had entered deep within the empire without shedding much blood. And while destroying the bases of the Guardians of the Holy Cross one by one, they had also removed the key figures of the pro-imperial family faction located in the east. Jabberwock, the most powerful demonic human of the Devil's Horn and also called the One-Man Army, had also joined them. So even if Iron Man Landius or Ghostblade Camel appeared, they would not be easily defeated. They would conquer the East. They had failed in the West, but a true disaster would befall the East. Let's return. Caracal made up her mind and turned around without any regrets. She held no expectations for Serpent King Nagaros, the ruler of Zanin Gorge who had slaughtered numerous people in the past. A huge monster like Nagaros would not be able to stop a lava giant. Caracal sighed as she spread out her moth wings and flew up. She hurriedly made her way towards the center of the empire, the imperial capital. Wow! Whoa! Cordelia and Carrara exclaimed at the same time. White light shone out as soon as the door to the stone chamber opened, and a place that smelled like a treasure trove was revealed. Wow! Woo! Wow! Cordelia in particular was so excited that she was jumping up and down because of a simple reason. First, discovery. Because it was a place that none of the players in Legend of Heroes 2 were able to find. Therefore, even Outboxer 9 and Yellowstorm, who were rotten waters of Legend of Heroes 2, did not know what was in the stone chamber and what information it contained. Her heart was pounding from what was unknown. She was excited in possibly hitting the jackpot. Cordelia turned to Jude and pressed down her pounding chest and smiled beautifully again, because Jude had a similar expression like Cordelia. Hey, you too? Yes, me too. It was the first time for Jude too, a place that even Outboxer 9 did not find. Master, let's go in quickly. Carrara's eyes sparkled as she pulled Cordelia's hand. She wanted to go in quickly, but she thought that Cordelia had to go first. Yes, let's go. Jude, can I go in first? Of course. Hee, I am number 1, first place. Cordelia, who had been obsessed with becoming number 1 for a long time, carefully stepped inside the stone chamber and soon trembled from excitement. Oh, it's so thrilling. I love it. This must be why being first place is the best. She's so happy. Jude, I should have let her win first place before. Still, she looks cute from jumping in excitement even when she isn't first place. How hard must she have wanted to experience it? My successor, you sound like a pervert. It seemed like some of his thoughts had leaked out. Jude cleared his throat as he felt Valentia's cold gaze and stepped inside the stone chamber. There are a lot of books. The stone chamber appeared to be only about 17-20 square meters from the outside. But when they went inside, a space larger than what they had imagined appeared. The distance from one end to another was 50 meters, and the shelves were full of books as though they had come to a huge library. Carrara recalled her childhood treasure, an old fairy tale book that she had lost, as she viewed the books on the bookshelves and stood on her tiptoes. On the other hand, Cordelia looked at the books in a slightly different way. Wow, seriously? The books had magic in them. Cordelia glanced at the books on the one side of the bookshelf and once again exclaimed in happiness. Jude. These are all dungeon books. All of the bookshelves were filled with dungeon books. They estimated that there were more than 100 books ranging from basic dungeon books like the dungeon book in the temple at Balan to advanced dungeon books with a fairly high level of difficulty. Did the denomination make it for training purposes? Jude pulled out a few books and studied them, and it seemed that he was right. There are some books here that the High Elves made. These must be something that the denomination had collected. The Solari denomination was destroyed after a fierce battle with the demon followers. But their legacy still existed around the world, and this stone chamber was definitely one of it. Let's use this to raise Lucas. And Kajsa and Scarlet. Jude and Cordelia could not find any dungeon books here that were useful to them now, but it was enough for the training of the Lucas, Kajsa, and Scarlet trio. We'll all become stronger together. While watching Cordelia pick out books in her excitement of nurturing the three, Jude walked around the place. The dungeon books and various ancient books were clearly a huge profit for them, but their biggest reason for finding the stone chamber in the first place was because of something else. The tomb of the champion Gallus, a paladin of Solari who defeated demon prince Lysagang despite his human body. Jude stopped when he reached the end of the stone chamber. Filling the wall were paintings of Solari, who was said to be the most beautiful and gentle of the 7 archangels in heaven. She was a red-haired archangel, the goddess of the sun. Jude offered a brief prayer to the now-dead goddess before he looked up again. He began to decipher the codes hidden in the paintings one by one. Archbishop Manuela sat on the throne and frowned. The emperor had escaped, and a Leo whom they had hard time in coaxing had failed. Now, it was simply a matter of time before civil war broke out within the empire. It was not good. What Manuela wanted was a war between the empire and the kingdom. A civil war in the empire would not create the chaos necessary for the Great Summons. The Great Tribulation. Members of the Devil's Mouth continued to enter the eastern part of the empire. The demon follower groups originally set their respective regions and kept each other in check, but they had now began to cooperate under his command, exerting power beyond one's imagination. But that was not enough. As the demon followers gathered their forces, so too were the opposing forces. In particular was the annoying 5 heroes of Paragon. Druid Fran had yet to join them, but the fact that the 4 of them were together was annoying him. They were those who should have died. They should not have been gathered as they were now. He now knew where it went wrong. Demon Slayers. Jude August Bayer and Cordelia August Chase. The 2 of them had saved Lena, changed Landius' mind, and saved Velkian's life. But Archbishop Manuela was not that obsessed with the 2. The stage had already grown. Rather than focusing on an individual, it was better to look at the full picture. To give up the West and take control of the East. The disaster born in the East would be sent to the kingdom to cause a great tribulation. As soon as the civil war in the empire was over, they would begin a chaotic war with the kingdom. Now was not the time to conserve power. He had to mobilize not only the high-ranking demonic humans, but also the powerful demons and sealed demons. But it's still not enough. Just a bit more. If I only had a bit more power. Archbishop Manuela stared at the darkness. He began his calculations as he moved his fingers. Archangel Rhaegal conveyed her will to Crown Princess Daphne and the Empress Dowager. The heavenly voice made it clear to the 2 women on what had to be done. The nobles of the kingdom were called by the Crown Princess and gathered in the center. The pro-imperial family faction that were loyal to the emperor gathered in the northern part of the empire. King Henry II did not ignore his daughter's words. Having heard the heavenly voice in person, he finally made a decision. He once again acted so as not to repeat his mistake. The emperor followed the advice of the Empress Dowager. Together with his trusted and dependable mother, he stood before the imperial family loyalists. Henry II caught his breath. The young emperor clenched his fist and opened his mouth. They were in different places, but what was happening occurred at the same time. Henry II spoke. The young emperor proclaimed, "War, let's begin it." The 301st year of the Slen Kingdom. The 517th year of the Argon Empire. A war was declared that would decide the fate of the continent and the 2 countries, as well as the entire Pleiades. Chapter 319 Development, a week after Jude and Cordelia left. Scarlet was walking down the hallway and looked out the window with complicated thoughts. Are we really in a war? Yesterday afternoon, the emperor declared the start of a civil war. To be exact, it was a proclamation that they would punish the rebels, the Chancellor's group, but this fight was not a one-sided suppression. After losing the emperor in the imperial capital, the Chancellor did not sit by idly. Whether through assassination or coaxing, he absorbed the rest of the empire and effectively took control of the entire eastern side. It won't be easy. Whether it was the power of the demons or the influence of the Chancellor who had been running the empire for a longer time than the young emperor, the number of nobles who sided with the Chancellor was not small. A civil war. A war. No one knew how long it would last. Moreover, since the war took place within their own territory and not in a foreign land, it was terrifying to think on how much damage it would cause. Scarlet closed her eyes and recalled her hometown, a small village in the eastern part of the empire. She did not think that the outskirts would become a battlefield, but it was clear that they would suffer harshly from the things attached to the war, such as conscription and plunder. Scarlet wondered what she was doing here. She was definitely on the emperor's side, which seemed to be a very important place historically. I don't know. I'll think about it later. Scarlet drove away her bad thoughts by shaking her head. She took a deep breath and straightened her posture. Because of the dark night sky, she saw herself being well reflected by the glass window. Good. I am still pretty. My body is in great shape too. With slightly flushed cheeks, Scarlett pulled out a small comb from her waist pocket and tried to comb her hair, and after a while, Scarlett returned her comb and took a long breath. There was a reason why she was standing in the hallway at night. It was not to rob some place as a rogue master. No, this could also be a kind of robbing. Please come to my room tonight. I have something important to tell. At the end of dinner, Lucas suddenly approached her and said that. He was always a sincere and handsome guy, but when he said that, he seemed to be a bit cooler. He was serious. It seems to be something very important. Something that he wants to tell me. What is it? We're in a situation where there is war. No, perhaps it's become more important now because of that. All kind of thoughts began to fill her mind. Well, lightly. It was normal for a rogue master to enter someone else's room. But it's his room, right? What do you want to talk about that you have to call me there? Scarlett caught her breath again. She was no different from Pink Bomb because of her face that had turned red from embarrassment. Okay, let's go. Scarlett calmed her excitement and lightly walked along the hallway like a cat before arriving at Luca's door. She took a deep breath again and gently knocked. Lord Lucas? She gulped. It was when she unconsciously swallowed hard. Luca's door that had been closed was opened, and Lucas appeared, somehow looking more handsome than he did at dinner. Miss Scarlett, you're here, because you called me. She spoke with a slightly haughty smile, and Lucas firmly said with a nervous face, Please come inside. Luca's room. It was not his real room at his family's house, as it was just a guest room given to them by Marquis Buckingham, but her heart was still pounding strangely. Until she took a step and entered the room. Hello. A woman was sitting on Luca's bed. You were also called, huh? When Kadsa smiled and spoke, Scarlett briefly glanced at Lucas. Her eyes were asking him to explain what was going on, but he still spoke firmly instead of trying to explain, perhaps because he was dense in that direction, or he did not really understand what she was doing. It's really important. What the heck is important? Why did you invite me and Kadsa together? Scarlett frowned but soon nodded her head. At this point, she thought that she knew on what was going on. Girl, I know what you were thinking. Kadsa annoyingly giggled when she sat on the bed. Hey, aren't you the same? And didn't I tell you to call me Unnai? Yes, Unnai. Kadsa said with a smile again, and Scarlett sighed. Yeah, this is my fault for expecting something. There was no way for him to gather them together in the middle of the night and say let's all get along well. So there was only one reason left. Pink Bomb. When Scarlett stared at one side of the room and spoke, a reaction immediately returned. As if there was a haze, one side of the room became blurry, and the three people who had been hiding appeared. Ooh, as expected of Scarlett. Aren't you good? Cordelia winked and praised her, but Scarlett responded by raising her middle finger before turning to Jude and Carrara. I see that you've sneaked in. Are we going to leave the Emperor's camp like this? As soon as she got to the point, the response was as expected again this time. What? Really? Kadsa's eyes widened in surprise, as expected of Miss Scarlett. Lucas innocently admired her. Hee. Carrara hugged Cordelia's waist as if she was not interested, and Jude and Cordelia also reacted as expected. Our Scarlett is smart. Yes, it is as you have said. We don't need to sneak in at night unless we're going to leave quietly. At Jude's words, Scarlett stroked her chin with one hand and continued. Certainly, it would be ambiguous for you who are foreigners to be in a real war here. The Emperor and Empress Dowager trusted Jude and Cordelia because the two had saved their lives twice. But that did not change the fact that Jude and Cordelia were foreign nobles from the Slen Kingdom. Would Marquis Buckingham entrust his troops to Jude and Cordelia? That would be impossible. Unless their situation became seriously hard, he would not even send them to the front lines at all. And we have no reason to risk our lives to fight in someone else's civil war. Their situation was different from the fights they had so far. Even if the demon followers took control of the Chancellor and his forces as the two had claimed, the opponents they would fight from now on would most likely be ordinary people from the Empire. Just as the Guardians of the Holy Cross had no reason in joining the fight, the two, including Lucas and Kadsa, had no reason to stay here. Because you're not from the Empire. I understand. Then we're only leaving Scarlett, an Imperial citizen? I agree to that. As Kadsa raised her hand and spoke, Scarlett's frown deepened. She knew that it was a joke and not something serious, but she was still angry. Hey, you know that I am joking, right, Unnai? It was only at times like this that she got called that. Scarlet pushed aside Kajsa, who was hugging her and giggling, and she looked at Jude again and spoke. I'll listen to your destination and decide whether to follow you or not, and your purpose. Her words were valid. So Jude also answered seriously. We plan to return to the northwestern side of the empire at a sane pass. It will be easy for us to join forces with the kingdom to support the empire by secretly meeting in the wild lands. Also, I think that my master who is active in the east will join us after all. Our purpose is the same as what we said in the beginning. We are here to drive out the demon followers in the empire. There was no need to add to the group's anxiety by talking about the great summons. Scarlet furrowed her brows at Jude's words and soon nodded her head. Okay, I'll go with you. Tusk, Kajsa immediately clicked her tongue and sounded disappointed, but Scarlet was pleased, because Lucas sighed in relief as though he liked her answer. And there was one more person who sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. I also did not forget Scarlet's share. My share? Yes, Scarlet's share. With a giggle, Cordelia explained the events of Zanin Gorge one by one. Lucas and Kajsa's eyes slightly lit up when they heard that the small white snake that was wrapped around Carrara's waist was actually Serpent King Nagero's, but the reactions they showed to the rest of the story were exactly as expected. I see. So you've figured out the location of the fifth and last slate? Yes, there's a saying that if you collect all 5 slates, the path to Solaris treasure will open. Collecting 4 slates would reveal the location of the tomb of Champion Gallus, and adding the 5th slate would reveal the location of Solaris treasure. It was a treasure hunt that made someone go from one place to another, but it was an understandable story from Scarlet's perspective. The treasures of the Rogue Master were hidden in a similar way, so it was understandable if the treasure of the sun goddess Solari was hidden that way. I am curious, though, what in the world is in there that they hid it that way? Where is the location? It's close to the Shadow Forest. That's why after moving to a sane pass, me and Jude will be quickly going there together. At Cordelia's words, Lucas nodded without giving it much thought, but not for Kajsa and Scarlet. Wait a minute. Only you two? Ho, only you two. The gazes of the 2 women had a look of suspicion. But Cordelia spoke with a brazen face, as if proving the old sayings of he who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith, and the student surpasses the master. Well, it's efficient this way. Right, Jude? It is efficient. Jude also responded shamelessly. I see. It's efficient, huh? Cordelia flinched at Kajsa's attack with her eyes, but still managed to keep her expression. Her idea was a bit different, but it was true that it was efficient. But it was at that time. Scarlet narrowed her eyes and said with a grin, Pink Bomb, isn't it more efficient if only one of you go? I mean, one is a grand sword master and the other is a grand wizard, so you both possess tremendous combat power. Why do you need to stick together then? Isn't it more efficient to go to different places, especially when the situation is chaotic now? She's right. Kajsa had somewhat agreed too. Lucas nodded as if it made sense to him. Jude and Cordelia. Together, they were Judelia, a grand sword master and a grand wizard. They were only going to look for a slate and not going for a fight, so they did not really need 2 powerhouses to move together. Cordelia stammered at their sharp remarks. It was because she could not come up with an excuse. What do we do? Should I act like we used to? That I love him so much that I can't bear to part with him. I don't think that's acting, though, because she could not imagine being apart from Jude now. And it was the same for Jude. No. Cordelia and I must go together, Jude declared as he held Cordelia's waist with one arm. Cordelia's love philter made her admire his confident appearance that allowed no objections, and the rest of the party looked suspiciously at them, but soon nodded their heads. Well, actually, I can't imagine you two being apart each other. So do I. As Kajsa and Lucas spoke one at a time, Scarlet pouted her lips. I knew it would be like this. Given the situation, it seemed like she could not forcefully have Carrara go with them again this time. Okay, so are we leaving right now? After all, they had to eventually leave the Emperor's camp, or to be exact, the mansion of Marquis Buckingham. Jude nodded at Scarlet's words and said, We've already planned a route to get out of here, so just pack your luggage. Will 10 minutes be enough? It's enough, because I don't have much luggage. Scarlet shrugged and grabbed Kajsa's arm, dragging the latter out of the room. and 3 days later in the evening. After leaving the mansion of Marquis Buckingham and moving to a place where they could see the Shadow Forest, the party once again parted ways. Train with the dungeon books every day, okay? I will, master. This Carrara will work hard. Yes, I believe in Carrara. Heh. Carrara wagged her tail and looked at Cordelia with anticipation, so Cordelia spread her arms out. After hugging the small cat beastkin girl tightly, she talked to Scarlet and Kadsa too. You two, don't forget it. I'll check you two when we come back. What are you suddenly saying? Hey, are we kids? Aren't we older than you? The words of the two were reasonable, but this was Pleiades where Confucianism beliefs did not exist. Cordelia simply snorted at the elder's remarks before walking to Jude. Then Lord Lucas, well be going. Yes, take care. You too, please take care of Scarlet, Kadsa, and Carrara. When Cordelia kindly spoke, Lucas nodded again. Yes, I will risk my life to protect the three. Cordelia smiled at the sight of him beautifully swearing while even pulling out his sword. After all, this Lucas looked the best when he was like this. A pure and innocent boy. A vengeful and fallen demonic human did not suit him. Then shall we get going? Let's go. They had 2 phantom steeds, but they only summoned one this time. Then take care. We'll be back soon. We'll meet you at a sane pass. Cordelia and Jude greeted the group, and the rest waved their hands as they saw them off. It was a moonlit night. The phantom steed lightly flew, and the two tightly hugged each other. Scarlet watched Jude and Cordelia moving away under the white moonlight, and unintentionally turned to Kadsa, who smiled and said, "Are they going to have an accident this time?" Accident? What accident? Are they finally going to do it? Well, in fact, it was more surprising that the two had not done it before. Scarlet shrugged and let out a long breath. Demon followers were running wildly and a war was brewing, yet those two were going to do everything in order to do that. Well, perhaps this time around, they'll do it, they'll have an accident. The civil war had yet to begin in earnest, but it was only a matter of time. In a few days at the latest, a real war will begin in which countless people will kill each other and die. That's why I am feeling sentimental. How much time would those two have to be together like that? Scarlet shook her head. She rid herself of her anxious thoughts and waved once more to Jude and Cordelia, who now looked as small as dots. Have a safe trip. I'll listen to your bragging later, so have an accident, okay? Scarlet finished her thoughts with a snicker and turned around. She smiled helplessly at Kadsa, Carrara, and Lucas, who was oblivious in many ways.